You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Hello everyone, I'm Impetuous Panda here with Team Vitality for the Roundtable. We'll get to know a bit more about you guys as players and also about your thoughts on the events, the meta, Set 12, etc. Starting things off, Milk, Toronto, Tokyo, Setsuko. This event, the team formation specifically, how did it end up happening? You guys have joined forces to be, I think, one of the powerhouse teams from NA coming in. How did the team actually form? Who reached out to who? What was the story behind that?
Oh, you want the full story?
I mean, condensed to 30 seconds if you can.
Oh, well, okay, it started off. I'll let Setsuko say it.
Wait, what? No, it's fine. You can do it.
Okay, because we knew that the event was happening, so we're starting off. It was gonna be me, Setsuko, Dishop, and P-God.
Okay.
But then Soju decided he wanted to play, so then it was gonna be me, P-God, Setsuko, and Soju. And then like they announced the format and they gave like infinite points to the Latin America and Brazil regions. So we couldn't even have our own team that we wanted. And they didn't let that many NA players play in the qualifiers because they give infinite points to different regions. Okay. So we ended up picking Tokyo and having to bench P-God.
Okay,
yeah,
I see.
That's our team.
And for Team Vitality, how did you guys representing this org happen? Are you guys, do you guys follow Vitality before another Esports? Are you guys proud to be representing a big org like Vitality?
I think the main reason why I joined was the player management was pretty good.
Okay.
And that's why I went down this line.
And you guys got some nice swag I saw in the video, some nice merch. You guys happy to be repping the different jerseys you guys have as well, designs?
For sure. Yeah.
Looking at the dynamics within the team, are there any set roles you guys would say in terms of who's the captain, who has final say in terms of your general strategies in a different game, who brings mental stability to the team and make sure everything is calm and collected in a team format?
I feel like in 4v4, like it's hard to have like a captain. I feel like we all like contribute equally pretty much. And I think that's like the best way to go about it. So I feel like we don't really have like a leader or a captain or anything. Right. Yeah.
In a moment of more stress or more hardship within the tournament where there's a lot at stake, do you guys think there will be someone that has to step up to make sure everything's under control? Or do you guys think it's kind of a team effort?
I think everybody will like mentally reset. I don't think any of us are worried that anybody's gonna like tilt, even if we started off the tournament bad. At least for me, I think me and Milk are like really, really emotionally unaffected. And then I think the other people, it's like Soju and Setsuko, like they might get angry for a minute, but then they'll just like calm down and then we'll be focused. Yeah.
I wanted to direct this question to you, Tokyo, because I spoke to you when you qualified champs in the past. I know a lot about your kind of work outside of TFT, a lot of risk management, a lot of kind of mental stability. I think you can bring a lot of that to this team as well. Do you feel like you have that edge when it comes to the mental compared to other players and other teams in general in this tournament?
Yeah, I think me and Milk are both like worked in like risk management stuff outside of it, and we both feel really calm. And I feel like in general, like I think we have that edge. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be nervous. I don't think any player on our team is gonna be nervous actually. So we're all ready to dominate.
Talking about players and other teams, if you guys had to do a regional ranking, saying, the one team you guys fear or respect the most from each major region, EMEA, NA, APAC, and CN, could you guys join forces together and decide one team from each?
Oh, we probably have the same, right?
Yeah.
So probably CN's probably Falcons.
Okay.
EU's KC, and then APAC is T1.
Do you guys think
And it's like by far.
NA team? Or
Us?
America's team? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So confident coming into the event?
Yeah, I think so. I think the best EU team is actually the Onsepa.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So a few different
Oh,
opinions on
I'm
the
not gonna lie, I didn't even know they were in a team in this tourney, so yeah.
Okay. Looking at the meta stuff, Set 12 just launched. Charms are the new new mechanic after encounters. Do you guys think this mechanic is less impactful in general in the last few sets in Set 7? I think they've been very, very impactful from Dragons onwards. Are you guys happy with Charms overall?
I am. I think it's really impactful, but I don't think it's like toxic.
Okay.
I feel like a lot of times the set mechanic is like really toxic to the game. And I think this game I said is actually really designed really well. I think the balance team kind of fumbled like right now, but they might be able to pick it up. So like I think I have a lot of hope for the set.
I wanted to ask you, Milk, I heard you really like the design tree of the sets and the units and how they flow and kind of, I think forecast flex, if the forecasts were stronger, you could build a lot of different boards with different, an AP range carry, a melee bruiser, and it still could work out. Do you think if the balance gets to a better place in 1 or 2 patches, this could be a very memorable set like we had with, maybe set 6, for example?
Yeah, I think this could be one of the most this could be a really good set because the 1 cost real comps can come alive really easily, the 2 costs, the 3 costs, and the 4 costs. And I feel like this set could flow like really well if they just balance it a little better.
Sets ago, there's no econ trait in this set. The first time I heard this, I thought about you as a player. You're kind of what you're labeled as a very risky player who really has these huge win out moments. Do you think it's a worse set for you personally because of this? Do you think it's not that impactful? Do you pick Fortune Favors the Bold anytime you get the chance simply because you can't play it as often?
Oh, I don't think it's that impactful. I feel like I'm good at other stuff as well. It's just I usually like the econ tricks is more fun, especially in solo queue. You just you pick it and you just try to win out. But I personally think the Fortune Augment is it's still good in 4v4. It's less good because the other team can just open on you. And I for sure just insta pick it in solo queue and stuff. But yeah.
Okay. Talking about 44 format, it's very different to playing individually. You mentioned with Fortune, with rerolls as well, you're going to get briefed 4 ways instead of just 1 way, for example. How are you guys approaching this tournament? Are you guys doing anything radically different in terms of your big picture strategy around when to play reroll, when to have only 1 loose streaking player in the early game and 3 players playing tempo, 1 win out player, for example? What's kind of big picture strategy?
I don't know if you can condense the strategy or anything. I think we just try to play what the 4v4 meta is, try to do what's right from our spot. I think everybody knows that Syndra and Karma are mandatory, and the rest you kind of have to figure out. I think in terms of our 4v4, I think Milk has been one of our most helpful players in being vocal about what he thinks is good.
Okay.
And I don't think that part we can disclose, but just in general, I think our 4v4 strategy is pretty solid.
Okay.
Especially because I think we have an edge because we played in the qualifier, and I think that helped us a lot. Yeah.
In EMEA, we've had a lot of tournaments, not maybe official ones with 4v4. We had Super Bowl in the past as well. I've cast a lot of tournaments. There's this extra layer of strategy added on top in terms of even just carousels, hovering over units, waiting for your team to get them, obviously contesting. Do you guys think you've already mastered the extra elements that 44 brings to TFT, or are you guys are just going to get there as the tournament goes on?
I don't think anyone has, and no one's going to master it this tourney. I think there's a lot more depth, and 4v4 is a lot more fun. And I think it should be the main competitive format.
Communication in game, has it been easy enough where no one is yapping too much when you guys should be concentrated? You guys are only giving clear, concise information. What's the case been?
I feel in scrims we tend to talk more than needed because just it's good to talk about our spots more.
Okay.
But I feel when the games come around, we'll be pretty focused and locked in with our comms. Yeah, should be fine.
Your agency right now, it's obviously a new set. We're only a week in. You guys have played infinite games probably, but do you guys have any spots where you're kind of asking your teammates, what do you guys think about this augment? Should I pick this from this spot? Should I play this from this spot? Or is it already kind of automatic for you guys a week in?
I feel there's a lot of hero augments and some things I don't know.
Okay.
This is really new, and I haven't played some hero augments once yet. So I'll probably ask some spots.
Okay.
I think on 2-1, it's kind of hard to. I think it's bad to have to ask your teammates because in that time you're really trying to organize your setup.
Own thoughts. Yep.
So if everybody has to think about if their setup's good or not, it's not really good for our team. Yeah.
But usually only 1 person at most.
Yeah.
And 1 in every 10 games.
Have there been moments where you haven't consulted with your team, let's say, and someone comes in and sees your board on 2-3, your direction or your game plan, and you know, doubts what you're doing? Has there been kind of moments of this kind of stuff happening in scrims?
No, I think in tournaments, like whatever your teammate does, you just have to trust it. Okay. Like if your teammate makes a call, even though you don't think it's good, there's no way you can have a discussion and be like, oh, don't do that, in my opinion. Okay. It's just like, you have to just trust the call.
Because the mental would kind of crumble in that state.
It's just like too hard to organize like a pivot or something like that.
Okay. Any augments in 44 you guys are excited to play? Or you guys think have extra depth because of team formats? I know I've heard and thought about Pilfer, for example, being the case. Obviously, hero augments are a lot harder to go into because of how you can be contested. Anything else?
Not really.
Not really.
I like double down. I think it's like, if you look at the stats, it's just an average augment. I think it's kind of interesting in 44.
Okay.
Yeah.
EWC, huge events. For TFT, we don't have many of these LAN events where you get to meet players in person, players from Siena obviously traveling here. As you said, the best players in the world are here. What does it mean for you guys when you guys started in esports, from Hugyo way back, in terms of how the scale of this event? You know, the importance that's being given, the investment that you're seeing here, the venue as well. Are you guys really proud to see TFT growing to this level already?
I think, yeah, I mean, it's like the most professional event we've been to, and I think Vegas was actually really well ran, but this is like a different level.
Yeah.
I think in general, TFT is headed in a good direction. Personally, I'm really happy to see like how far esports has come in general, because I feel like this tournament is kind of like an Olympics for us in esports, and I'm just really proud to be like representing, you know, Vitality in it. Yeah.
Look at the 4v4 formats. Do you guys want to see more of this in kind of even Riot sanctioned competitions and official tournaments in the future? I know some players, when Double Up was released, they wanted to see more Double Up TFT. Some players only want to play, you know, individually. Do you guys like the team format? Do you guys want to see more of it, kind of a split maybe between 4v4 and individual?
I mean, I personally want to see like a lot more 44, especially for like LANs, because like the sample size is usually so low for LANs that being a team format is like so much better for sample size reasons, and it's more fun.
Agreed. Yeah, it's just way more fun for me.
Final question. Any interesting stories or anecdotes since the team has been formed that you guys can share in terms of your travel here, in terms of your scrims, in terms of, you know, how you have been doing in scrims? Maybe the player on your team you guys think is individually the best performing right now?
I'm taking Setsuko. Yeah, the GOAT of NA.
I'm thinking Fnatic.
So you don't believe in your team, Milk?
Oh no, it's a meme.
Okay. Setsuko, do you feel any pressure? Do you think you are?
Oh no. I mean, I think like we're overall in like pretty good form right now. I think like the last week, I mean like for the first few days of our boot camp, like we weren't really, getting much sleep, so we were like doing kind of important scrims. But I think like the last few days we started locking in, so like we're in good form again. Yeah, pretty confident.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much. That's it for the roundtable with Team Vitality, one of the powerhouse teams from NA, from the Americas region, a team I think will go very, very far, especially with the mental stability I think you guys have and you guys have showcased throughout this interview as well. Thank you so much, guys, for the answers.
Week 5 of the Esports World Cup has come to an end, and things were just as intense this time around. We're bringing you another update for the Club Championship, where teams compete across multiple games, and the top 16 clubs at the end of the event will take a share of the $20 million prize pool. A bittersweet week for our table toppers. Falcons, who were unable to close out in Apex Legends, which is a title they were considered the favorites in. A bottom place finish in the Honor of Kings Invitational mid-season was also disappointing for the organization, but this super team still managed a second place finish in Apex Legends, netting them an additional 600 points. This takes their lead to over 2,600 points at the top of the table, with 10 more titles left to be played out. Top 3 in Rainbow Six and top 10 in Apex Legends have allowed Team Liquid to cement their second place in the rankings with 1,485 points. Gaming Gladiators make small progress by adding to their total with a decent finish in Apex Legends, moving into third place in the larger competition. Na'Vi, meanwhile, were unable to add points to their tally, with their Apex squad not qualifying for the finals. consequently moving them down to 4th place. We see a whopping 8 teams tied from 5th to 12th, and these are the squads who have won singular titles until now. We had T1 and Selangor Giants from League of Legends and MLBB in Week 1. Alpha 7 helped South America win their first title in EWC in PUBG Mobile in Week 3, while Crazy Raccoon and Omega Empress emerged victorious in Overwatch 2 and the MLBB Women's Invitational in Week 4. Joining these teams are BDS, who completed a 3-peat in Riyadh in Rainbow Six Siege, and Alliance, who won what can only be described as a record-breaking finish in Apex Legends in a finals that lasted 13 games. We have 3 more weeks of esports action, with this week bringing Fortnite, Street Fighter 6, and Teamfight Tactics. So keep watching, because the battle for the best esports club continues to heat up.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome to Riyadh for the Esports World Cup.
What you're about to witness has never been done before.
The largest TFT tournament in the world.
With 16 teams from 4 world regions battling it out.
For a total prize pool of $500,000.
Plus, the winner will receive 1,000 points towards the EWC Club Championship.
Today, as the action commences, our teams will enter a daring group stage.
As we begin our journey to find out which of our teams has what it takes to make a piece of esports history.
Legacies will be formed and dreams will be shattered. But remember, in the wonderful world that is esports, nothing is granted and everything is earned. This is the Esports World Cup.
bringing magic and mayhem to Riyadh. This is day 1 of Teamfight Tactics at the Esports World Cup. Over the next 4 days, teams will battle it out for club points and their share of a life-changing prize pool. And we're doing it all on a brand new set, Magic and Mayhem. Who will have tricks up their sleeves and who will crumble under the pressure? I can't wait to find out.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the Totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Welcome to day 1 of Teamfight Tactics at the Esports World Cup. I'm Casanova, and I'm joined by a fantastic panel of analysts as we're going to jump into all the action. I've got Hupasan, Wida, and Clement. And this is the first time that we've had a big international LAN like this since the Vegas Open. How are you guys feeling going into this?
I could not be more excited. I've been saying forever, TFT needs a live audience. When everyone's in the venue, when there's no lag because of ping and everything, it's a whole new level of excitement.
Yeah, and I'm just excited to see the 4v4 meta kind of shape up across regions. Right? We have teams here from every of the 4 major regions. That's what I'm super excited about.
Yeah, 100%. This is the largest TFT tournament in the history that we have had so far. I saw the players in the hotel, having breakfast with them, seeing the preparation. It's actually amazing. So excited to be here. So excited to see what's coming up.
And what's cool is it's about a part of a larger event, right? We have the EWC Cup, or the Club Championship going on as well. So we should take a look at those standings for the clubs and see how things have been going, because we have a couple of these teams competing in TFT this weekend. We've got Falcons, Na'Vi, T1, a couple other teams fighting as well.
Yeah, 100%. And also remember, the first place of teams here wins 1,000 points, and they could be in the podium if they get that first place. So very, very important in terms of club championship ranking.
Massive amount of points that could be earned here. 1,000 points already puts you in 5th place. So that's a very big stack of prize pool money already.
Yeah, and let's take a look at these attending teams that we have for Teamfight Tactics that will be competing for these club points. We've got our group stages here. What groups are you guys looking at right now?
Yeah, I'm looking at Group B. I think is an absolutely insane group to kind of look into. Right,
yeah.
You have Carmine, Corp, your Twisted Minds, you have Vitality, right? And then you have this Korean team in MSJ, kind of a bit of a wild card. We don't exactly know what to expect, but just a banging group all around.
And it's not just the club points that they are playing for. There is also a huge prize pool. It is, in fact, the biggest prize pool that we have had in Teamfight Tactics, which is incredibly exciting for us. $500,000 that will be going to these teams. They're all fighting for a share, even though it's split 4 ways. I think they're very excited for this.
Yeah, first place, $200,000. That's amazing. And the players, you were talking about this, Clement. Now is the way for the players to now feel professional, and they actually have now a way of living out of TFT. Not only the regular performance, but now with this type of events, it's amazing for them.
It's life-changing amount of prize pool, and for a lot of TFT players, we've been through their journey all along. It's always been more of a hobby. We don't have a professional tourney yet in this professional circuit yet in this space. So this could be the start of many amazing tales.
Yeah, and one of the big things is we've got the format as well, which is so exciting, right? The format is going to be 4 versus 4. It's not something we get to see in TFT all the time. How does that change things?
I mean, it changed everything. We're going to talk a little more about the set later, but the important thing is what we're seeing. It will be 16 teams. They are split in 4, so we'll start with double elimination. So you can lose maybe once. If you lose twice, obviously you're totally out. And that will be the group stages. It will be amazing. We'll be seeing 6 rounds today. And then we will advance to the single elimination, the finals, with only 8 teams.
Yep, the finals, 8 teams. We got the quarterfinals, the semis, and then a best-of-5 final. I want to dig in a little more to the fact that it is 4 versus 4, though. How does this change kind of with Magic and Mayhem, with the set in general? How does that kind of affect 4v4?
The most important thing is communication. Usually when you're playing TFT, you're playing alone, you're only communicating with Twitch chat. Now you have to do it with 3 different players that are on the same team. It's not about how good you are as an individual, it's about the bandwidth and the ability to share all that information and know when to roll down, know who to target grief, know what you want to lock in on those carousels. So whoever has the best comms is going to be the best team.
Yeah, 100%. I think one of the other things to look at, right, is with Set 12, the changes to the bag sizes, and that has been able to affect it as well, as we see a lot of different strategies coming out for the 4v4, the communication that you're looking for. I mean, is there anything else in the 4v4 that's so different from the solo play?
I mean, I think right now we are in a pretty narrow patch, right, the way that's been solved. Maybe that changes when we don't know what these teams have been hiding, right? That's a big deal. But normally in a game, you see 3 people, 4 people even trying to play the same 2-cost reroll comp. This time around, it's going to be 1 per team. And that's going to change up a lot of dynamics. Ensure we're going to see a lot more free costs, and we do see on ladder, I think, as well. So we're going to be seeing a lot more higher caps coming through, and I think that's something that we need to keep in mind because we're going to see a lot of free stars.
Yeah, I think to get a little more on that point, free costs, we are not seeing it in ladder, but now in this format is where you can actually force it, because as there are so many few units, you can be contested, you can be like fighting it out like that, but if all the team, or at least 2 of the teams, are playing 3 costs, they could easily get the units. Obviously, you need to get the spot for that. It will be like maybe something random that could happen. It could be a meta only achievable in the 4v4.
Yeah, I was just going to ask as well. I mean, communication has to be key at this point. How do you think TFT players will actually adapt to that? Because they're not used to having to talk to anybody.
Well, I think some players are really good at backseating others, giving sagely advice and being very calm members of the team. There's been a lot of instances where players were eliminated, but their team still won because they were so good at directing everyone what to take, what to deny, and all of those things coming into it. So, you know, I think the leaders for each team are going to stand out and be very important.
Yes, I was talking to some of the teams yesterday, and a lot of teams don't have like a designated IGL that we know from a lot of like other team-based games, right? But some of the players were joking about that the player with the easiest spot kind of has to take the helicopter view, get out and just see what's happening, which basically means the one that's playing Syndra, right? Like that. It is one of the easiest to go lines in the entire game. It's very laid out, and you can kind of help figure out some of the more complex lines that your team will kind of be going down.
Yeah, 100%. And also in MVP, obviously the ones who goes in first place, the showy one, but normally the one who's fighting out in the last place with the other team, the one who goes 7th, but doesn't go 8th. That's the hero. That's the real MVP for me. That's the guy that is giving away his game to punish the other team, to challenge them, and to grief them until just units. So it will be very important to see how they manage that.
All right, well, we saw some of those groups earlier, but let's take a look at the bracket to see kind of who everyone is going to be playing against. We've got Zeta Division and Wolves, GK versus Branching Out kind of to start things off. And this is going to be very exciting as we jump through these, because Carmine Corp Vitality, incredibly exciting matchup. MSJ versus Twisted Minds. I mean, every single matchup is so insane because we have so many strong players at this tournament. Fnatic, Zero to Nasty, Weibo versus T1. Legendary organizations that were never in Teamfight Tactics before, but EWC has brought them here. Falcons, Na'Vi, Onsepa, and Toronto Ultra going to be kind of rounding us out here. We've got one final group of players. There's today's schedule. What are we looking at here? Who are the big matchups that we're looking at? I mean, immediately, Clement.
For me, it has to be Team 1 versus Weibo Gaming, a team out of APAC, legendary in League of Legends, now finally getting their own team in TFT, helmed by Bintum, who's been to Worlds 4 different times. And of course, Weibo Gaming, you have the key star, one of the biggest streamers in that region, in Hong Lian, leading the team into this event. I think this is probably the most viewed out of today's bracket.
Oh, for sure. It's got to be one of them. But I don't know. I think KC versus Vitality might be even more kind of hyped up when we talk about that, like Americas versus EMEA rivalry.
Exactly. You have K3 Soju coming in versus the K. I want to say K.
You want to say KC Soju, but K3 Soju.
That would break the entire matrix of TFT. No, that would not work. But K3 Soju coming in, going up against the KC Cousins, now joined with Wet Jungler and Dark Hydra, two of the best players in EMEA. And then you have the entire supporting cast with Milk. We saw Toronto Tokyo and we saw Setsuko. So like this is an absolutely firing team here coming out of Vitality that I'm so excited to see, because I think this might be the greatest match we're going to be seeing on day one.
Yeah, it's like the best player of North America, Setsuko. Milk, who's just historic results. Toronto, who's like a rising star. I mean, it's an exciting roster for sure, but I want to keep moving with the Americas. Toronto Ultra also going to be playing, and they've kind of got that combination LATAM, North America together.
Yeah, 100%. Two languages. They decided to talk English, obviously, and the communication has been amazing for them. You were talking about the person that, no, you were talking about Guida. There's like the sage of the group, that will be Robin, and then you have the potential tool talent, pure talent in Michael that's actually recognizing well. And I want to highlight also Onside Pass. This is a team that individually, maybe they haven't had the best performance. They're here by qualifiers, but they actually are playing amazing in groups. So individual performance obviously very important, but how do you perform in group could even be more important.
I just want to say like how like on point it is for Robin to be the sage, you know.
the old man from Toronto Ultra, and Michael, you know, he's taking care of his grandparents, helping them.
Don't mess with the sages.
100%. Well, tell me a little bit more about Onside Pop, because this is a team that we haven't been able to kind of see as much of. Came through the qualifiers, maybe a little bit less hyped up than some of the other EMEA teams.
Yeah, like kind of as you were talking about, right? The fact that like it's a team that in team play has been incredibly solid, right? We have a lot of French 4v4 tournaments. So every single player there has like experience with the format, knows what to do in it. Then you have players that have had incredibly high highs. Experience had a great Vegas slam, right?
Yeah.
Totem, I mean, he's one of the most emotive players on camera ever, but like also had a really strong performance at the most recent Tactician's Crown, right? So like you just have these really strong players. You have someone like Jetusori in there as well, also strong player at a Tactician's Crown level. Like, it's just overall such a fantastic core of players coming in and just friends. Like, they're all so super happy to over each other that the vibes are just good, the comms will be clear, and that's incredibly important that you're talking about Cloud.
I'm the APAC caster. I just want to ask the two of you, who's winning out in the end? Because you clearly have your favorites between these two.
I mean, I have to go to Toronto.
Toronto
is so amazing. They're so good. I mean, they have been training. Normally, you will say, okay, I want them to show me that they will get there, and that they're like the blast horses for me. So I really, they're my pick. If I really had to bet, I go with them. And they have the mental, they have good strength, and they have an energy like a vibe that made you believe in them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to go with Onside Power, right? Like, I mean, that makes a lot of sense for me personally, and I have a lot of respect for all the players there. I think it's an amazing team, and I really like the fact that in a world we have like all these huge organization-backed teams. These are teams that are made up of 4 players from different organizations that have come together, qualified, run the gauntlet now here to face the biggest organizations in the world.
Hupe-san sold me a little more. I'll go with Toronto.
All right, real quick, there's just one more matchup there that we didn't really cover too much, right? I want to talk about Zeta Division and Wolves Esports. Just a quick overhead for me, Clement, on kind of what we're expecting out of that matchup, because I know we're going to dig into them a little bit more since they're our first match.
Japan actually had the most qualification points out of APAC, and a lot of people don't know this, but they're actually the 3rd best sub-region, only behind China and North America in terms of getting to those final day performances at the Global Championship.
How much of that is title? I think like 80% of all of that has to be title.
They've been there 4 times in the last 5 years. That's actually not 5 years, 5 sets. Sorry, time flies really fast. And for Wolves, I think they're the biggest underdog, but they are coming out from the strongest region. They actually made it here through the qualification process. They never lost a match, and they actually went above teams like JD Gaming and Ace and Qingtian that were much more well-known names. So I think this is a team you can't count out necessarily.
All right, well, we've got our teams, we've got some of our matchups, but now let's talk a little bit about Set 12, right? This is brand new. It's only been out for about a week. What are your, like, initial impressions, Hupe? What's so exciting? You know, we got charms. And
yeah, I love
it.
The charms, for me, are amazing. There was a little frightened. People were scared at first, but actually, they're very flexible. You can use it in the early game for tempo. You can use it for economy. You have possibilities in the late game. And now in the 4v4 format, it's more important because If you can go for the win streak, if you're going against players, then everyone is biting combat charms. So the amount of complexity that it turns into the game is actually amazing. I'm really looking forward to how this player will use them.
And I've had a desperate plea for quite a while as well about like having to be able to like do proper forecast soups. Like think back to set 6. And that's kind of also on the table now. We're going to go into it a little bit later, but that's also something that's going to really shape what we're going to be seeing today here in terms of the meta game. Because again, Carmine, we're going to go into it a little bit later, but you can just like play any forecast in the game together with each other in some roundabout way. And I think that's also one of the greatest things about this set in general.
All right, well, I want to start talking a little bit about the one cost to kick things off, because we're going to go through all the units here a little. Well, we're not going to go through all the units, but we're going to go through all the tiers of units and talk a little bit about them. And Clement, are there any kind of one cost strategies that are popping up on the set just yet?
Currently, the one-cost comp, there's only Bastion Scholars, which you play around Zoe as your main carry, and then you reroll for the Poppy and the Lilia. That's the one that it's very hard to pilot, but if you see the Spellblade Augment, be sure a lot of players will jump on that wagon.
All right, and then as far as like early games go, are there any kind of strategies that we'll see from the one cost specifically to help find those early tempo in the win streaks?
I think something like Portal, for example, is going to be super relevant. Like Zoe and Jace standalone units are incredibly strong. Jax as well alongside the likes of DS for the multi-strike are called. There are just so many ways of kind of just sitting up for a win streak. That's what you want to do. We've got to keep an eye out for those 4 units specifically.
All right, well, let's move on to the 2 cost. This has kind of been the, I don't know, the elephant in the room is how reroll has been kind of impacting the meta. So, Hoope, why don't you start us off and kind of break down how 2 costs have been shaping this kind of meta game for the early stages of set 12.
Yeah, the first we have to talk about is about back sizes. Now the back sizes are bigger, so we see 2 people per lobby at least playing Syndra. This is the queen of the set. It's actually so amazing. She has everything. She has, in the early game, focus damage, then she has late game with additional damage, and then she scales infinite, and she can be played flexibly in the front line. So actually it's totally amazing. Then we have Kog'Maw, then we have Catherine, that is also one of the best or the best way you can play. And because people are playing so much 2 costs, everyone wants to play 2 costs because it's very easy to get them 3 stars.
Can you break down like why that, like why when some people are playing it, why is everybody playing the 2 costs?
Well, we have 25 units in the bag, and it used to be 22. So what that means is when you take out of them and someone is contesting you, you can still play them. And if everyone is taking 2 costs from the pool, it makes re-rolling for the other 2 costs much more efficient. So you're going to see things like Kog'Maw compositions that Hoope-san just mentioned. They might not be able to win out against the Syndra, but since there's so many of the pool already taken out, it's going to be very easy to find. The efficiency goes up, and more people will play for that tempo game.
Well, that's got to have some relevance on the 3 costs as well. So let's move on to 3 costs, talk about them for a little bit. Because, you know, if you're going to be rerolling 2 costs, there's also 3 cost reroll. And I know they haven't been so relevant, but maybe they could come up here and be something that you want to play for.
I mean, we've seen Wukong, right? Be like, together with Jinx, like that's like you're talking like the Wu Jinx. So like, again, like as a composition that kind of needs to be played for, and you can't just go for it out of the game. It's like, I'm going to play Wukong Jinx this game. You have to look during stage 3, do I have enough Wukongs to send it on a 4-1 roll down to get this front line rolling and then get all the other ones here as well. But 2 units personally for myself here as well I want to talk about. Shen and Vex, 2 of the most powerful frontliners for capping out. Shen's ability is absolutely incredible for a free cost. Like so much utility and CC coming through.
Right. I'm a big fan of Honeymancer, so Veigar has to be up there for me. It's one of the special units. You buy a lot of charms, it gets a lot stronger. It can be played with Vex. You don't want to play it normally, but as you say, normally the game gives you potatoes, and you have to make potato salad.
Well, do you think we could see any teams taking... we're going to leave that one there. We're going to see any teams kind of take a strategy where they play around 3 costs, even though usually it's not been meta. Is that something that could happen?
I think it's going to be very difficult. So for the 2 costs, the bag sizes went up by 3. You know, 25 in the pool, that's a lot. But for the 3 costs, it only went up by 1. So denying is still very effective when it comes to 3 costs. And when we talked about 4v4, griefing the other team is really easy because it's not 1 player griefing you, it's 4 players griefing you.
All right, so we may not see too many of the 3 costs, but moving on to the 4 costs, that's something that is kind of going to play alongside the 2 costs as another very viable strategy. Especially, we've got a very, very strong caster this time around that's going to work out.
100%. Karma is the name of the game here. We will see her so much being played. And even normally when people play tempo, they slam in the blue buff. And even in the same team, 2 people can play Karma. So that's something that we're going to see. We'll probably see 2 Syndras per lobby and 2 Karma per lobby.
Yeah, also it's worth noting, right, that a lot of these forecasts, a lot of reasons why Karma is so good is that you can slam any AP item in the game for tempo. Like being able to have a tempo slam of Morello in the early game and know you have a clear direction for that to go is incredibly powerful. I'm also looking forward to seeing like how Tarek gets kind of interacting with a lot of board stage, because this unit itself is such a powerful unit in the front line, especially if you get some of those mana tank items on it, like a Protector's Vow, for example. He buys so much time for the backlines to ramp up, and that's going to be something that we need to keep an eye out for.
The second most contested forecast has to be Nasus. This is just a monster tank that works on his own. You don't need any of his traits actually active at all. And I think alongside with Karma, these are the two forecasts that no one is going to pass up in the shop. If they show up, you buy them, you hold them, even if you're not playing them.
I want to highlight also Fiora and Wen is like a duo that should work better than it is right now, but it's an out. Normally, if you're slamming early game, these melee items, you have items, you have something like healing that gives you some round, you can do the dual carry and have also a flexibility in the way you play it.
And also it's worth noting that with the opposite occurrence of spatulas being much more common on carousels, for example, you can end up creating some absolutely incredibly flexible situations, because again, you can slam something like the Fairy or the Witchcraft Emblem, and all of a sudden you can kind of just like fit Fiora onto any board you want to fit her onto, and she's a very powerful unit to go into the backline. Callista also, we haven't touched on her at all, but as a way to cap out the vertical multi-strikers, incredible. Can you play with free as well? Like, she's such a powerful unit and such a versatile one as well.
Are there any of these forecasts that, you know, because there's a few we haven't talked about. Are there any that kind of show up in very niche compositions? Because we talked about Portal earlier, like Ryze, I know he's not very popular right now. Or are there any that you expect to just not see at all? You see everybody just skipping them early on.
Olaf
is being skipped.
Like, I'm the biggest Ryze fan in the West. I think this unit is underrated. I think that a lot of people don't understand that, like, he is incredibly good at holding something like the Morello Nomicon, and it just gives you so much freedom in terms of that. Obviously, no, he's not the highest cap unit. Very often, you can just kind of kick him to the side for something like the Milia we'll get into a little bit later, but I think he's underrated, and I think that when you're able to play for the cap for the Portal board itself, he is incredibly strong, especially when you get 1 or 2 spats in there in the mix. You know, 8 Portal, 10 Portal, absolutely incredible caps as well.
All right, I want to talk a little bit more about the meta, right? We talked about the 4 costs, the 4 and the 2 costs kind of shaping the entire situation. We have a lobby of 8. You were saying, oh, there's going to be 2 Syndra, there's going to be 2 Karma. What would the rest of the makeup tend to look like?
I mean, if we go back to the 2 costs, let's see it approximately, you also have hero augments there in the mix. So you have Nunu, you have other possibilities to get in there, and that will also transfer into the back sizes. It will help everyone to go against that. So again, 2 cost reroll, the possibilities are amazing. You in 1 cost, I want to go back a little. Also, you have the Blitzcrank, the Bass attack is also a great. So the possibilities are great. The meta, even though it's very close, is variable in the possibilities when you cannot play the meta comp.
Yep. We've you know, left one for last, the legendaries. We want to go to the 5 costs and talk a little bit about them as well. They're always kind of the very exciting units, right? You get these big plays coming out of them. A lot of times they have big ultimates. Of course, if you 3-star them, you're going to win the game. What 5 costs are kind of the ones that we're looking for? What are the like auto put on your board? What are the like really just powerful ones in the set?
I mean, Milio is one of the auto put one on the board here. The 2 that I kind of slept on, we can touch on a little shortly, as well as like Nora and Seraph, because like Seraph can get access to those Ascended Charms, Clement. It's actually one of the like more interesting dynamics about how it gets to these incredibly scaled up late games, because you're going to have to be able to protect the player that can get towards those incredibly high level 8, level 9, level 10 cap boards even, right? So something like Seraph could be really strong this weekend.
Yeah, for me, it's going to have to be Morgana, because both of their traits are team-wide traits. You get Preserver, that's the most common play team-wide trait, giving you HP regen and mana regen. And I love the special trait that she has, which she summons a flock of bats to carry off units from the opposing board onto your board. So if you hit her early, she also buffs your econ. She's my darling of the 5 costs.
I want to highlight also Camille, because she's like the win out in the Karma comp. We talk about a lot of Karma. Karma normally gives you a top 4, a top 3, but now in this format, if you manage to get a top 1, it's very important, because that is the tiebreaker. So to win with the Karma comp, you need a Camille in the late game to close it out.
All right, well, I want to check in with our casters, Stort and Counterfeit, and kind of see what their thoughts on set 12 have been. So let's go ahead and bring them in and have a quick chat. Stort, Counterfeit, how are you guys doing? How are you feeling about set 12?
I think we're very excited to get started here. Absolutely, as you're saying, you know, it's fantastic to be coming into a tournament this early on in the set. Of course, you guys are talking about all of the various units we're going to be seeing. We could be seeing those units enhanced by the hero augments, which of course are going to make a massive impact.
Yeah, I think that with the likes of the Nunu being mentioned already, the Blitzcrank, but also I'm really excited for maybe Deja coming back as well for Galio, making Galio a more range carry as well. But also these vertical compositions as well that can be very, very strong. Things like the, Witchcraft going into that, potential 9 Witchcraft composition. So much possibilities with such an early set.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping we'll get to see, they mentioned, of course, the possibility of seeing the spatulas coming through for the verticals, seeing those trait-specific augments coming as well. The school mascot, for instance, incredibly popular, incredibly powerful.
All right, well, thank you guys so much for the quick check-in. We'll take it back to the analyst desk, and we can actually chew on some of those points that they gave us here, because talking about verticals, we hadn't brought it up yet. Historically, playing for a first, verticals are a great way to do that. In checkmate formats, in the solo, solo tournaments, it's very important to be able to play that kind of thing. However, in 4v4, do we see any room for something like verticals?
I saw you, Clement, playing Portal.
I love
Portal.
Portal.
A little. You're the
My
Portal
tag
guy.
is Portal Enjoyer on the stats websites. Yeah. So this set design, I think it's really encouraging you to go for those big vertical traits. A lot of them traits only require a +2, like Witchcraft, like Portal specifically. Also, Fairy is also +2. You can reach it, gives you Radiant items. And the big one lingering in the background, which I would love to see just once this event, is 10 Eldritch.
Yes.
You get the gods coming down onto the board and slamming down across everyone. The stun, the damage, and the visuals are amazing.
By far my favorite.
And I would like to say the fact as well, like, now we are on the topic of Eldritch, I was kind of saving it, and then Peter kind of jumped the gun and talked about school mascot. He knows to see the players here. Absolutely amazing to get them in person. But like, again, the school mascot augment is absolutely incredible. And again, in a situation here where you can kind of just like absolutely get everything towards your liking, I think it's something we're going to be seeing this week and have a lot of success.
Now we're seeing the Babsera here from Brazil,
Yeah.
the Brazilian Storm now present.
The Brazilian Storm is here, baby.
We also see BCLF there, so they're happy. I love to see that. They're actually happy. Casey also in the front. There's Alan. There's Shuso from Spain also representing. And it's amazing to see this. In Europe even, you have someone from Spain, we have people from other countries. So the concentration of major regions actually are represented by country. This is so great to see. They're all happy. They're all so glad to be here. I talked to him before this morning, and that was the initial performance, and that was the sentiment that they were transferring to me.
I think we're going to see a chemical reaction happen here. This is the catalyst for future TFT. All the players here, they're sharing their knowledge. They're going up against the best head to head. And I just can't imagine what that means. I feel like there's going to be a new level of professionalism in our game that is going to start right here today.
I mean, it's the most beautiful thing about esports is you're making friends across the world. Everywhere you go now, you've got a friend, because look at all the different regions that have been represented here, even just on our analyst desk right now, 4 different regions being represented. And so it's so just incredible to see all of this. And I mean, we got to start talking a little bit about the pressure, because you look at them walking down the boulevard into a massive arena. How does that start to affect some of these players? Do you think it causes them to just lock in? Or do you think some people may struggle in an environment like this?
I mean, there are players like SCSC from the likes of T1, for example, that's like had like, a lot of experience in other games at like team environments. Like we've had players like Relic play at the League of Legends World Championships, right? Like there are players here on pretty much every single team that has some sort of like studio experience, LAN experience, whether it's going to be in TFT or it's going to be in like other esports. So I think that overall, every single player here will have their own way of dealing with it. But I do think that we are going to see some people struggle a lot with this, especially being on stage in front of a crowd. It is going to be super distracting.
All right, well, it's about time that we start talking about our first matchup. Zeta Division versus Wolves Esports. This is going to be a very exciting one between APAC and CN. We got our Japanese team coming with that Zeta Division. And on the other side, Wolves, maybe, you know, an unlikely story that we hadn't expected. A lot of players that we're unfamiliar with, but a few returning faces that we're very excited to see.
We have to start off from the team leader. It has to be Lee Sao. He was 4th place at the most recent global championship, and he is the team's ace. When I looked at their scores, this is the person that they want to break the tiebreakers in the first place. He's known for playing a lot of melee carries in previous sets, so if you like the Gwen, if you like the Fiora, this is probably the player that you want to watch and cheer for.
There's one melee carry you didn't talk about there. Kassadin?
Okay.
You could be a melee carry right now, bro.
That is true. That is true. That's a big one there.
Not AD though. It's AP. That's the difference.
The rest
I mean,
of the
Rage
players.
Blade Bloodthirster. I mean, come on.
Okay.
Yeah, the rest of the players, I do want to give them their due shout-outs right here. We have YGQF, who's been a longtime competitor, was 21st place in Dragonland, so has been to those big title events. And for the other two, we have Sarin and Shelty, which are players that have been around in the TOC but haven't made it to the global stage just yet. We don't really know what we're going to get from them, but judging by their first seed placement in the open qualifier, this should be very good.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit about Zeta Division as well. Obviously being headlined by Runeterra Reforged champion Title.
Second place first, and then comes back, wins the championship. This is an amazing player. This is the dream of Japan. Actually, so beloved there. We see him there with the trophy. Remember, each of them has this represented trophy, and after, if they lose, they need to give it away. It will be break down, and this guy is amazing. The energy he irradiates, he will be for sure the captain of the team.
Yes, I kind of want to stick with Title here for a second, right? Because you're talking about this. He was second place at the championship before. That title was all for him to win, pardon the pun. But like he absolutely like lost it in that final game. The pressure really got to him. Yes, they got a second place finish. Absolutely amazing. Came back to reclaim that throne. And again, having someone that has gone through that heartbreak, has gone through that choke, quote unquote. Like, I won't call it a choke, but like having really succumbed to the pressure is going to be super important because he's going to be able to kind of figure out whether or not his teammates are going to be nervous, talk them into him, like get them back up on the horse if they make a mistake.
All right, well, we got to talk a little bit more about the rest of his team, right? Cass, Tara, these are some other excellent players from Japan. Cass especially has had some very recent success, even in Project PvE, and just in general, he's created some tech in the past sets that even Title was using at the championship stage.
A lot of people don't know this, but throughout most of the previous set, Kez was actually the best performing Japanese player that we had in the APAC region overall. He's been very consistent, been twice at Worlds, and a lot of you might remember that Title tech with the Crown Guarded Janna within the front lines and tanking the Canes. That one actually came from Kez. We saw him pull it out in one of the Tactician's Cups where he frontlined his Janna just to snipe the backline because the targeting was on the closest target. So this is someone that I think is very creative. He studies a lot of the CN bots, especially Hwanmie is his favorite. So I love Hwanmie too. Yeah. So I think Kez is going to do very well. He's going to be a strong co-captain alongside with Title.
I want to talk a little about Taro. Taro, he went 9th in Las Vegas Open, so now he has experience in the front end. He has experience being in the face-to-face, and I had a chance to meet him. He was one of the few that went from the east to the west because the travel was so far, and he actually performed. He's happy, he managed, and I think he will be a good sage, if you will, with us for the team, helping them with the timeline.
All right, well, we've kind of given you some insight a little bit into these two teams, and if you want to take a crack at predicting who will win, you can check out the STC Play predictions. You can vote for this next game at stcplay.gg, so go check it out. I mean, let's quickly go down to the panel. Who do you guys think is going to win the first match? Upe, start with you.
I have to go with Zeta one. Zeta is so good. Yeah. They're performing. They're amazing. And Wolf needs to demonstrate to then figure it out.
What about you, Zeta?
Zeta 2-1.
I'm actually going to go with Wolves here. I feel like they proved themselves in the open qualifier, and we've heard little birds chirping about how good all of the CN teams are in these scrim scenarios.
All right, for me, I mean, I got to talk to Title and do an interview. It's very exciting, and I have to believe in Zeta Division. I have to believe in them to make it happen. But with that, we're going to send it on down to the stage with Veracity and Fancy. Take it away for game number 1 of TFT at EWC.
Welcome everybody to none other than the Esports World Cup presenting Teamfight Tactics. My name is Jasmine and I'm joined alongside the man, the myth, the legend himself. It is Fancy. Finally, we get to do an event together. How are you feeling?
Absolutely. I am so excited to be here. It is going to be the first ever Esports World Cup presenting Teamfight Tactics, and it's the first ever Teamfight Tactics International Tournament on Saudi Arabian soil. So much history to talk about, so much history to be made tonight because we're going to witness the first ever winner of the Esports World Cup presenting Teamfight Tactics.
Obviously, loads of new things are taking place, as well as a brand new set as well, Fancy. $550,000 on the line. But the real question is, who are you rooting for?
Honestly, it's a really hard question because the competition is really fierce. But if I have to choose one team, it has to be Fnatic. They did so well during the qualifiers up to this point. But at the same time, they have a couple of legends in their roster. But also, what about you?
You know what? I'm rooting for Carmine Corp all the way. They got that little bit of cousin synergy going on as well. So who knows? Maybe this is the year. This is the moment for them to walk away with a victory.
That's right, and we have so many teams to talk about, not just those two teams. So how about we introduce the first team on stage? And for the first team that's walking right now, it is going to be a new squad with North America's world champion. Please welcome Toronto Ultra.
Representing EMEA as the #1 ranked team, please welcome Branching Out.
Qualifying second from America and facing their biggest challenge yet, it is GK Esports.
From closed qualifiers to making their debut here on the very big stage, it's Twisted Minds.
Making their way to Esports World Cup through APAC, your underdogs for this competition, it is Mirayan Sejong.
For the first time, entering multiple players onto the Convergence and into the fray of TFT, Team Vitality.
Coming up next, your Chinese representation, please welcome Weibo Gaming.
I'm sure hoping these next players can take us from 0 to 100 real quick. It's Zero Tenacity.
Up next, this squad are no strangers to international stages, and now representing the #1 team in Esports World Cup, it is Team Falcons.
They're born to win, despite this being their first introduction to TFT. Welcome, Na'Vi.
This squad might not know who they are, but we absolutely do. Please welcome On Sepa.
This organization are no stranger to victory, so it's time for this roster to prove that they truly are T1 players.
Up next, they are here to prove that Japan has a place on the international stage. It is Zeta Division.
One thing is for certain, the claws are out and it's no holds barred for Wolves Esports.
Coming up next, all the way from Europe, welcome the Dream Team, Carmine Corp.
With multiple set champions in the mix, it is the America's #1 ranked team, Fnatic.
Just look at this side. 16 teams, 4 groups, best of the best in the world are right here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia to compete to be the first ever winners of the Esports World Cup presenting TFT. Honestly, I am so excited to start this match.
I cannot wait to see whether or not these teams and these players will finally be able to perform in a LAN environment at that. The stakes are certainly high, Fancy. How are you feeling?
Absolutely, I am really excited to see this match. Life-changing money on the line. So how about we start the first match? It is going to be Zeta Division versus Wolves Esports. So please, casters, take it away.
Thank you so much for asking, Fancy. It was a hell of a thing seeing that walkout there, Stuart. In TFT, it's something we've been waiting for such a long time, the entire lifetime pretty much of the game, to have the players here in this kind of capacity.
I mean, the format is different, the stage is different, everything feels so different, but you know what doesn't change? Teamfight Tactics. It's still the great game that we all know and love. The strategy is going to be different, the players are going to be coming up with different things as well, a new set, so many things to be excited for in such an incredible next few days for Teamfight Tactics.
I mean, with this quality of players, of course, you've got to put them into pressure cooker. A new set, as you said, a completely different strategic layer being added on top of a regular TFT game. It means we get to test the players in ways that just haven't really been tested before.
And I think this is where like the creativity of the teams have to come in as well. You know, Clement was talking a little bit about as well about how Wolves Esports can be very creative in terms of what they can bring out to the table. The same with Zeta Division as well. We know how strong Title is as a player. You know, been to multiple World Championships in total. You know, Zeta Division has, I believe, about 7 World Championship appearances in this one roster. So it's going to be a close series. I mean, what do you think, kind of your predictions? I mean, the analysts gave their predictions. I think now it's our turn to get our predictions in before we get started.
I mean, I'm usually as contrary as possible because, you know, I feel like I've got less of a reputation at stake than some of our high-ranked analysts. I think Rassi had the right thing there, you know. Coming into this one, we know that it's a double elimination tournament.
Yes.
We've got the opening rounds across the whole course today on our A and B streams. I think in this opening round is where we're most liable to see upsets coming through. And I think if Wolves Esports won, it absolutely would be an upset.
Yeah, and I feel in general as well, this group is super interesting because we feel like in general, the teams are actually fairly close together in terms of who's going to actually get out of this group. I think that this first match, as you mentioned, it being double elimination, if you lose 2 games, you're out. If you win 2 games, you're into the quarterfinals. So I feel like in general, with this being, you know, we obviously have Zeta Division and Wolves, but then we also have GK and Branching Out also in this group as well. So I feel like the team that actually comes out victorious in this very close series could also be the team that make it out as that kind of first seed from Group A as well. But so many questions I think that a lot of players have, a lot of viewers have at home as well, which I think this is something that the viewers have been waiting for such a long time, a big LAN tournament in a 4v4 format.
And of course, you know, across the entirety of the 4 days of competition we're having in here, we're kind of trying to get into and trying to get our teeth into the 4v4 style, because again, while there have been 4v4 events before this point, they have not been to this scale, having the players here to LAN with such high stakes as well. You know, we know that between the teams as well, they've had different approaches to the tournament overall in terms of, some people have been preparing from home. We've had people going to boot camps and similar to make sure they're on point for the tournament.
No, I think that's a big thing that you mentioned. I think in general, being able to be together and get that synergy before the tournament starts is going to be so important. You need to make sure that you get into it as well. But here we go.
Oh boy.
Game number 1 of the first series of the Esports World Cup presenting Teamfight Tactics.
All right, so again, remember, for anyone who's unfamiliar, who maybe came in late, Zeta Division from Japan versus Wolves Esports, with the connection to the UK as well through their founding parties there, but represented entirely by the Chinese players. We just said, Zeta coming in, we're very much expecting to see big things out of Title. Historically, Title has been the head, really, of the country, TFT-wise, that everybody looks up to.
Exactly. I think that when you speak about a Title, when you speak about APEC in general as well, you always think of Title as one of the best. Was so close at reaching that double World Championship as well. Was able to win the World Championship in Set 8 in Runeterra Reforged, but now is back here in a 4v4 stage, trying to win the Esports World Cup presenting Teamfight Tactics.
Well, of course, as was mentioned before, as well as Title may do and may well be enabled by the team, that won't be enough by himself. You can still absolutely lose a 4v4 match, even if you take first place.
No, I think that's totally understandable. I think that in general, when we speak about strategies that players are going to be trying to get in this 4v4 format, we're going to be seeing players maybe looking to try and win streak potentially early on, try and get one player win streak in, and then the rest trying to kind of lose streak in to kind of scout around and see what the other players on the opposite team are doing. We're already seeing Title already putting that witchcrafting, Cassio being one of them units that works so well with someone like Syndra, which in the pre-show the analysts were talking so highly about.
Well, absolutely. I mean, we've got this idea, which I think Yupasan brought up on the desk, of player, generally wanting to have an ace on the team. The person who gets pushed forward gets the most preferential treatment. But I think you mentioned to me before, a really big thing to consider here is, Title, who's the obvious choice here for Zeta Division as the ace, may not be the one with the strongest starting position.
No, I think that's where we have to kind of look at when we look at the start of these boards. Who has the strongest position? Who's going to be the person to try and lose streak? Because in a 4v4 format, streaking is the most important thing. Getting as much economy as possible. And we haven't even mentioned about like team damage as well. You have to be so careful because in these early stages, you have multiple players that you can come up against. So you have to try and figure things out.
So we are on Gold and Prelude, so we know across the board we'll be seeing Gold augments come in. Of course, we did mention Hero augments opened up as a distinct possibility here. Hopefully one of our players will be able to find one of them. Of course, we've got powerful options on the deck already here. Support Golem, we know, incredibly popular.
Yeah, Support Golem, just the gold and even the prismatic version as well. I feel like just for the support item, but also being able to get that kind of extra unit, quote unquote, I guess you could say, on the board as well, because the Support Golem can do so incredibly well. So it's an augment that we're expecting to see, but not just yet, unfortunately, as we see one of our first charms being picked up as well.
Yeah, of course, Charm's going to be another thing to add to the mix alongside as long as was mentioned on the pre-show as well. Our players getting a choice of those every couple of rerolls, but only one per round. Of course, that's going to be an extra facet to the team strategy as well, as making sure your Charms match up with what your role is at this point on your team.
And I think this is such a crazy strategy here by Lishao. I think the big thing is that he did take Flexible as the first augment, which is a very scaling augment that you're going to get a lot of emblems over time. He was able to get the Charm to get the Magnetic Remover and the Reforger. He reforges his emblem into Shapeshifters, which can be incredibly strong. If you can find all of these Shapeshifters in the early game, it can be incredible frontline. It can scale incredibly well into the late game.
Yeah, kind of functionally ending up as bruises, just big sacks of HP and getting the job done very well. But we do see a player who set themselves up very well for success. So Shimmers, we've got the Blade along with the Gwinsus as well. That's a massive amount of attack speed, generating gold and also raising the interest cap as well, which means YGQF can go really big in this game.
And I think this is going to be really surprising. I feel like for some people maybe watching at home that like, isn't Syndra a caster? Doesn't she want more mana? Doesn't she want more ability power? But actually, people are prioritizing a lot of attack speed on Syndra because of her scaling. The more times that she casts, the more power that she's going to get in her ability. So being able to get a Syndra this early on in the game means that you'll be able to get them cast off more often. As you can see, with so much attack speed that you can get on the Syndra, maybe looking to lose streak early on, trying to get maybe that 1 extra gold, and there you go, the 1 extra gold to try and hit that interest bounty in the end. But getting the extra early Syndra, being able to cast so often because of that attack speed, can get that scaling point on a lot sooner.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting almost as much benefit just from drawing out the round as you are from winning it. As we do see Kaito there with slamming, so we're starting to get a little bit of the sense of the picture of what people are going for here. Zeta ain't going for a more aggressive stance. Of course, the red buff can be very popular around the place. A decently strong front line to start off. As we look on the right-hand side, we can see we've got a couple of Wolves, Zerain and Shelty, who are currently managing to keep their win streaks intact.
Yeah, I think the big thing now is that you have to look at like Shelty and Sharon, you know, which one do you want to prioritize as a win streak? Because we have to feel like, hey, these two players on Wolves Esports can actually go up against each other. So which one are you looking to prioritize? We'll have to see if they come up against each other. They're not, so it is going to be Sharon at the moment trying to keep that win streak. Slamming the extra items. Eldritch was something that the pre-show analyst was mentioning as this kind of vertical comp, but in the early game, again, being able to get that extra unit on the board can be so powerful. But on the other side, the other board is also looking really strong with the Edge of Night, but I think that extra unit being on the cards at the moment is just way too powerful for Sharon right now.
Yeah, managed to keep that streak intact, and it looks like, we'll check in a second, it seems like all of our players, all 3 of the players who are win streak have managed to maintain that win streak into the carousel.
Yeah, big things. We have 3 players on a win streak at the moment. We have Title and Lichelle at the bottom as well on a lose streak, and then we have people around the middle of the pack. So the big thing now, as I mentioned, is, you know, we're still looking at Sharon and Shelty in the early game. Which one of these 2 players can keep their win streak on the side of Wolf Esports? And there might be a situation where Title and Lichelle, if they haven't played against each other as well, they're going to try and keep that lose streak, which, as I mentioned at the start, lose streaking in general, win streaking is so important to keep that economy, especially in a reroll meta.
And I kind of like this idea from the Japanese side here of having Title taking a more lose streaking position, because you know that all eyes are generally going to be on him in this matchup anyway. So putting him in a more passive spot, at least to start with, seems to make sense to me.
Augment here for Shelty is one of the new augments.
The Pilfer.
Pilfer, yes. This is actually augment I played yesterday as well when I was playing some games. This augment is actually incredible. You can get so much economy early on, and also in the late game. You get that little bit of gold early on, but every single time the first kind of unit that you kill, you're going to get a copy, a 1-star copy of that unit. So you'll be able to get extra economy every single round. As you can see, you know, a little bit of extra gold already for Shelty, already up to 20 gold this early on.
And of course, if you do end up in a contested situation and you're going up against the person you're contesting with, it's going to be even better as well. It does look like it's going to be a little tight here on the tail end of this particular round. As yep, there we go, the streak doesn't go up. I think, as you said, with Pilfer, more on the economic side of things, will certainly pay off longer term, but wasn't giving the board strength directly.
There's quite a few people at the moment on a bit of a streak, but you're seeing Title at the moment. Look at this, a really, really big loss streak for Title right now. He is only on 81 HP, but has 50 gold in the bank already. Has the 2 lesser champion duplicators as well, which can get that Syndra online sooner.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what it's going to be doing there, because we've got a chance to cash those in early on, but holding far for the time being. We are seeing a pretty even split across the board, with Taro being the only person from Zeta Division able to keep the streak potentially into the first PvE round.
And if Zeta at the moment can keep Taro on a win streak and keep Title on a lose streak, they're in a great position at the moment in this game, because Taro is going to have a lot of economy by trying to keep the streak. Title is going to have a lot of economy as well, but Taro might struggle a little bit against this composition, but I feel like that Warwick at the front line with the Warmogs is just way too tanky right now.
Yeah, I mean, even with the massive scaling you mentioned before from the Syndra, she's not quite there as of yet, so the plan seems to be coming together pretty well for Zeta Division. Again, do remember, it's best of 3.
Title, it looks like, actually won that last round, I feel like. I actually know he lost, but I think the streak maybe number is a little bit wrong. But yeah, I mean, Title is still going to be on nearly 50 gold, pretty much there at 50 gold at the moment, so going to be incredibly strong, being able to get the extra bit of gold. And actually, Leshao at the moment on a 5 loss streak going into Wolves.
And of course, you mentioned the flexible from before, scaling throughout the game if Leshao can stay on top of things. Right now, of course, is on the lower end of the HP total, so we'll see what the emblem ends up coming through. No chance to reforge it this time around, but Leshao has been keeping his cards relatively close to his chest, not slamming very many, well, I think any items at all so far. Perhaps looking to see what this team is going to need to be with the second emblem coming in.
It's pretty difficult in terms of the flexibility right now, in terms of you don't really know what emblems you are getting, so it can be a little bit difficult to try and figure out what compositions you're really wanting to play. I believe that's a Arcana emblem, which is maybe not that strong early on, but can be very strong later on when you find some of the higher cost units like the Xerath and the Tom Kench being able to get that extra power online. As you can see at the moment, maybe struggling a little bit in terms of not knowing really what items to slam, but one player that's slamming a lot of items is looking pretty good right now, LGQF. It's a bit of a tongue twister.
Oh yes, YGQF. But yes, there's a lot of letters and there's a lot of gold in the bank. I think we've kind of turned the corner from where we were before. We were kind of sitting back more passively and letting the gold trickle in. Now we're actually starting to see a real acceleration of power. That board is looking huge here from Taro, who of course is our win streaker in the lobby, is still looking incredibly dominant here coming into stage 3.
You can see the kind of difference at the moment in terms of Syndra compositions. We did see Title hovering over potentially playing the Wukong as well as the Syndra. That is a composition, a very new one where you build more preservers on that line, and then you can also go for the shapeshifters on the front line. You can also go for Vanguard, which is something that maybe this player is doing right here, trying to maybe go for a mixture of the shapeshifters plus the Vanguards in the front line. But I think that's another great thing about Syndra, is just not only the carry herself, but also what you can play around her. You can play so many different compositions. But as we expect, Counterfeit, level 6 hits, and a lot of players are rolling down to see what units they can hit, and something like the Kassadin 2-star is great to start things off.
Yeah, and of course we're keeping our eye out for some of these unique situations that will crop up as a result of the 4v4 format. Teams trying to align themselves very closely on one route of play through. Tara, though, for the time being, up against the Shao, I think should have a reasonably good time. Of course, we've got those enhanced gloves coming in by the bucket load. We're committing all of our resources in to make sure we've got gloves across everyone. I think we've got a very straightforward plan from Zeta Division here. We've got Taro moving forward, at least in the early going, as their strongest player, making sure the augments he picks keeps him online for as long as possible.
That is a big thing. The win streak is still intact as well, which is also really big. Maybe we could be seeing this sort of tempo play here really for Taro. And this is something that we don't really see a lot in terms of like ranked ladder in general. You know, the ranked ladder is the moment and the meta is very much re-rolled focus. But I feel like in this format, in this 4v4 format, if there is a player like Taro at the moment that is looking to try and win streak, trying to save as much HP as possible, you can try and play them for cost. You know, you can play the likes of Callista and other units as well.
Well, I mean, it's worth bringing to the forefront of the conversation again. When Title was not able to make it to the Global Championship, Taro was one of the players who stepped in to keep Japan at the top of the conversation and managed to make top 8 in Title's stead. So I think, he's been entrusted with Japan's hopes and dreams before. He seems to be worthy still again to shoulder that burden.
Yeah, and the double Thieves Gloves augments as well, also just going to be helping out in just terms of the power that this front line can give as well. But I feel like maybe the AoE damage from the Syndra might be a little bit too strong as well. Not that much damage left, unfortunately, for Taro, but it feels like it could be enough to take down the Seraphine. It does look like it is as well.
Yeah, there's just so much beef on the squad right now with all those Thieves Gloves online. I mean, it's not obviously going to be optimal eternally throughout the game unless we get a very spicy final augment come in. But, of course, we've mentioned we have got the emblems, or the spatulas rather, coming up on the carousel a little bit more often. And Title is circling, not going to be the one to take it.
Not this time around. Kaito as well taking the Tiny Titans, trying to save a little bit of HP. We're kind of seeing a bit of a difference at the moment with obviously Title loose streaking quite a lot. Actually, Title's already down to 12 gold. So definitely struggling a little bit on economy. We'll have to see in general like what Title's got in terms of composition. We can see that there's a few 2-stars on his board at the moment. Maybe he's going to be relatively close to the 3-stars because we do know he does have, as we can see there, the 2 lesser champion duplicators, and that's exactly what he's able to do to reach that 3-star Syndra, the queen at the moment in set 12.
Yeah, I mean, Twitter's been quietly brewing away in the corner for quite some time, but this is absolutely huge. I mean, one of the players, of course, who had the most spotlight on him coming in, getting the most mainstream successful composition to lead, I imagine, Zeta's division once Taro starts to drop off.
And this is a big thing we were mentioning just at the start. Lose streaking early on is definitely a lot more less risk, I guess you can say, in terms of streaking in the early stages before the golems, and it just gives you so much more economy. You go to level 6, you roll down, thanks to 2 lesser champion duplicators as well from his augment, he's able to reach 3-star Syndra before anyone else, and this Syndra is just going to keep scaling and scaling and scaling. Every single time that she uses ability, she's just going to get even stronger. I believe the cutoffs is, after 15 casts, you get stronger, you get the AoE damage, and then after 30 casts, you create this additional rift, which does even more damage. So the later this game goes, the scarier that Syndra's going to get.
It's absolutely crazy. I do have to wonder what Syndra's going to end up looking like longer term, but for the time being, she's absolutely a menace at every stage of the game. Checking back in with Shouty right now, more towards the bottom side. In fact, let's, as we're coming to the end of stage 3, let's just take stock of where we are. Taro is still continuing to win streak. He might be able to bring 2 full stages onto the Japanese side. We've got Kato in second place as well. Right now, if the game was to end immediately, this would be an automatic victory for Japan.
I'm glad you brought that up because there's a few win conditions that we have to keep track of in this 4v4 top format. As you mentioned, if a team gets top 1 and top 2, they are guaranteed to win, even if the other 2 members go 7th and 8th because of tiebreakers. And if they get 3 players in that top 4, they're also able to win automatically. I think at the moment, in terms of tempo, the way this game is going, Zeta division is looking incredible, as you mentioned with Taro with the win streak. But even though Titan was lose streaking early on, getting that 3-star Syndra so early on, we're definitely going to see Titan win streaking over the next few stages.
Well, Taro will not maintain the streak all the way to the tail end, which is a little bit unfortunate. But as we've mentioned, Title is moving up with a win streak of his own to move into pole position, so it's all making sense right now. Kato, what was up the top, has cashed in some of that HP being at the top of the table for his own loss streak, so it does seem to be going more or less to plan for Zeta's division so far.
Our plan definitely going incredibly well. One thing to mention here, we just saw on Tato's board, the honey monster units that he's keeping on his bench is actually to deny Wolves Esports because one of their players is actually trying to play Cogmore reroll. So this is kind of when the strategy comes in. If there is a player that is win streaking that has a lot more economy, instead of putting that extra economy into levels, let's put that extra economy into units that other players need on the other team, which is something that has been used incredibly well here. But we're seeing level 8 already for Lashao at stage 4-1, trying to potentially go for that Karma comp at the moment. There is the Karma pair, nothing else really on top of the Karma pair at the moment, being able to get cooked up here.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to put together a composition like this is really fascinating. I mean, Lashao down to 35 HP, has very little room to work with. But we've got some way towards what we're looking for. Fortunately, at least in this set, a lot of the more shallow versions of the traits are still very much splashable in the composition, even if you can't necessarily rely on them fully. You see, the Shapeshifter on the other side there will provide an incredible front line to make sure that our Syndra keeps on casting. Even if she's just a 2-star version, she still will be scaling up throughout the game. Shapeshifters actually do seem to surely be melting. The Karma item holding right now doing a pretty good job, but the Shapeshifters, I think, just a little bit too much beat.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the Lashao wants to go for the Karma, wants to go for the Callista instead. I was actually selling the Karma pair in the end to get that economy, but Lashao already is in a very, very difficult spot, I feel like, in terms of the composition. We'll have to wait here. Crash Test Dummies is going to be the option, but there might be another roll down here as well. So, surprisingly enough, quite a lot more players than what we expected actually playing more tempo, going for level 8 and playing for these forecasts.
Yeah, and I think there's some amount of pressure there to try and figure out what the opponent team are going for in the lobby, that if you play too much towards the other game, potentially getting outpaced. Again, as we talked about before, even if everybody else in your team falls away, if you can get those top 2 spots, if you can outscale the opposing team, again, the guaranteed win.
Yeah, that is definitely one thing to key in as well, as Xerath is going to be the one that puts on the board. So Arcaner is in at the moment for Sharon. 3 Arcaner is in, going to be trying to get them upgraded, ascended charms as well, which we know some of them can be incredibly powerful. You got the big, massive tower that you can use. I'm not too sure if players have seen that yet because it's very rare to get, but there was a big, massive tower that you can spawn that kind of on your front line to be a tank. So definitely something that could be a win condition for one of these players.
All right, it's multi-striker city. As we see Kez up against Tara in this round. We see, we've got the Castleton variety with the Edge of Night there going up against some more Callista focus. Unfortunately, in this time, the Castleton is a little bit away from where he needs to be. If he'd have got onto that Callista, but maybe he still will with a big shield, but not quite enough.
Yeah, Kez hasn't hit his 3 stars just yet, so making sure that Kez actually is trying to reach them 3 stars is definitely going to be really important. But this is a player I was talking about. Sharon here going for the Honey Monsters, trying to go for the Cogmore. Some of the players on Zelta are holding them Honey Monster units as well, trying to stop this power spike to come from coming in here.
So Chepakim and Kato, we can see Karma, of course, was on a lot of people's minds coming to this one, mostly being spec'd here for car speed, and with the Vex frontline as well, 4 Chrono in place, means we've got a lot of power from there. Particularly once Karma starts getting those kills in, potentially get the Vex healed up as long as she stays alive on the front line. Unfortunately, against the multi-strikers, this is a lot of focused damage, so the Vex may not have enough beef to deny the single target burst.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for this Vex to kind of get into the front line. The good thing about 4 Chrono is you do have that opportunity to actually freeze time for 2.5 seconds, which means that the likes of Karma and Camille could do a lot more work in it. Honestly, it might be a big difference here as the Callista's trying to do a little bit more damage, but the Karma actually the difference maker there. And the 4 Chrono, as I mentioned in the end, the big difference, being able to get that stun off on the whole board. And it is your own units, it's just the Chrono units they're going to be casting, but the likes of Camille and Karma being able to cast and attack more often is such a huge deal for that composition.
And we've got another Camille creeping out onto the carousel there as well. They're going to be scooped up by Li Xiao. We take a look again at where our teams are overall. We've got an even split now. We do no longer have Zeta Division in first place. In fact, YGQF, representing the Wolves, is now in first place with a big old win streak and the most HP in the lobby.
I'm not too sure in general if YGQF is actually going for the reroll as well. We do see quite a few 2-star units on YGQF's side playing for the shapeshifter version of Syndra. Hasn't actually hit Syndra 3 just yet, unfortunately. As we can see on the other side, we've seen the roll downs and everything trying to come in. But again, quite a lot of these players trying to get that little bit of a difference. We're seeing Nasus here as a frontline unit. One of the best frontline units is a 4 cost. You can just tank so much damage, especially with that double gargoyles.
You know, mentioned before as a very, very good and flexible frontline unit, the Xerath carry being deployed here by Sarem. Spending aggressively, including picking up a damage charm, an enhanced Xerath damage charm, which means that this round at least, he will be hitting very, very hard with that Xerath. We'll see if the Nasus is enough by himself to deny an awful lot of enemy frontliners.
I think Akali is actually dashing into the backline at the moment. Xerath is trying his best to stay alive. Maybe Xerath gets one more cast in.
Oh, there we go.
Could be a big difference, but no, it's not. Unfortunately, Sharon going to take another hit here of the moment. And even Title as well has actually been losing a few rounds. Actually won that last round, but near the bottom at the moment. 3 out of the full Wolves Esports at the moment creeping near the bottom, so it's not looking good for them. But Shelty finally has hit that Cogmore 3.
Yeah, that's been a long time coming. We know Hunters are very, very popular indeed, and very, very powerful, but we've got the 2-cost reroll in here as well from the multi-strikers. So we've got Cassidy 1 away from the 3-star. We've already got the Kali up to 3-star as well. This will be a huge spike forward. Kez currently 3rd from bottom on 32 HP. We're in a very volatile part of the game.
Yeah, it's so incredible the way that Zelta are playing. We've got Zeta are playing. We've got Title going for the Syndra reroll. We've got Kess going for the Casting reroll. So really playing around the strengths of this meta right now and playing different compositions at the same time as well. But Li Xiao at the moment going for that flexible first augment with all these extra emblems on the board. Hasn't really maybe hit the emblems that he wanted, but it seems like this Callista is slowly starting to scale up. There seems to be a little bit more power now on Li Xiao's boards.
Yeah, I mean, you can see on the right-hand side there, oh sorry, left-hand side, the sheer amount of different traits coming in. I think it's a really big skill test for our players to make this work overall, but again, coming into stage 5, we need to take the overall picture in. YGQF is in first place, is win streak. That, of course, is great for the Wolves side of things, but they need to get somebody else into the top 4 with them, or it's all going to be for nothing.
Yeah, exactly that. If they do finish in the bottom 2 as well, they need to try and get an extra person really in the top 2 or even top 3 at this point, depending on how well Shelty and Lashao do at the bottom. But Lashao finally on a win streak, being able to get that little bit of health back. We do know that Kess is still struggling a little bit in terms of economy. Sway 3-star being hit. They were mentioning it a little bit in the pre-show, how with so many of these 2 costs being contested, they opens up the opportunity for some of these 3 costs to actually be 3-star, and not going for someone like a Syndra because it's already been played means that it opens up the opportunity for the front line to be more tanky.
Well, particularly, even when you're just looking for that Syndra, you still maybe going to find some of the uncontested 3 costs. And Swain's certainly up to the task here. Kato, though, the chrono buff we saw from before. We've got a little bit more threat coming in from the full Witchcraft enhanced Fiora on the far left-hand side. We'll see how it does up against Lashao. Kato, currently, in a pretty safe position in the game overall, but could really use some more wins.
Oh, the Briar into the back line, actually going to dash all the way over the other side for the moment, unfortunately. But I was a little bit worried there for a second. The Briar was in the back line on the Cassiopeia, and I was like, oh, this fight could end really, really badly. And I think we haven't really mentioned it too much just yet, but positioning in general in this set, I feel like is so important, especially with so many of these melee carries. Castin, for example, at the moment, there are ways in which you can try and get like the likes of Castin or Briar to try and wrap around, especially if there's only 1 unit on the front line. So it's so important to make sure that these melee carries can access the back line and get into the likes of the Syndra, the Cassiopeia, that could be that big, massive threat.
And of course, the conversation gets even more complicated when, we're concerning, if you want to be trying to weaken your team against potential teammates you're playing up against as well. Just so much more to think about here as we come back into the mix. You can see for our players' faces, absolutely stoic concentration here.
Full concentration.
Yeah. That's the whole thing, even for the players who've been able to play in tournaments against each other in the same country, they may not have had the chance to play literally alongside their teammates.
You mentioned right at the top of when we were talking, right? Some of these players have been in boot camp. Some of these players have been practicing a lot for this 4v4 tournament. Maybe some teams, maybe not as much as well. But yeah, going back to the game at the moment, Shelty right now, 5 loss streaks sitting on 7 HP. So we could see our first elimination at the moment in this game. Has finally hit all of his 3-stars, the Cogmore, the Nunu at the front line, and also the Rumble, but it might just be too little too late.
Yeah, I was really hoping to see some big hits coming out of the Honey Monster here, but it's maybe not quite good enough if you can't get it online.
Oh,
I mean, the full Vanguard is very, very good, but yeah, YGQF is going to be an absolute monster to deal with. We don't have the items online for the Jinx quite yet. This board could get a lot stronger. Unfortunately, the main tank is not really getting a lot of the attention. You can see the Syndra is continuing to build up to be an absolute force of nature. The numbers don't lie, and it's spelling trouble here for the Wolves.
It might be okay. No, it's not.
It was not going to be okay. It was never going to be okay.
I had hope, okay. Unfortunately,
that's the first thing they'll take from you.
Unfortunately, that is our first team kill of the tournament as well, with YGQF actually knocking out his teammate in the end. And this is such an important thing going into this 4v4 tournament. There are situations in which you can try and make your board weaker. If you're in a situation like LGQF in that situation, I honestly feel like you actually take out that 3-star Swain, knowing that Shelty is in your pool and trying to make yourself weaker so that you don't get that team kill. But unfortunately, YGQF actually going to be taken out as Shelty at the moment. So that is going to be 8th place at the moment for Wolves Esports. So now it means it's catch up for the rest of these players.
I mean, getting the player in 8th place is what a lot of these teams, that's their first priority in the game, is trying to keep their member out of 8th place. Just limits you in the game in terms of what kind of routes you can take going forward. But we might be in line for some more shenanigans. You can see that there's a lot of power being put out here, as we will see. Okay, so with Kez going out, 1 member from each team out in the bottom 2, that does mean that we've got a little bit more flexibility because we've just about got a survivor from the Wolves. Thrain going down to literally a single hit point.
Yeah, I felt like in general, Kess and Schulte just kind of just hit them 3 stars a little bit too late, unfortunately. But the interesting thing now, I was talking about Lishao actually not maybe creating too much with this augment, with this flexible augment, getting all these emblems. But it seems like he's been able to find this board that's now got him on a win streak, which is, in my opinion, such a strong asset to have in the team. A player this early on into a set, we have to remember, this set has only been out for just over a week. I believe it's 8 days, I believe it's been out. And already a player like Lishao can pick up an augment like Flexible, get random emblems every single time, and still create a composition that could be looked to try and win streak.
Yeah, opportunity knocking and very much being taken advantage of. We have got the 3-star Galio coming in on our picture-in-picture there, as you see a little bit more power coming across the ball, but Lishao looking very good. Wolves could be up for execution, though. They're the only player on the single HP. We've got against an opponent who's very, very low. The Karma's forward on the other side. Karma versus Karma. Preserver and Chrono being put together. You see the Nasus is managing to hold on for a decent amount of time. The Chrono at least does kick in time to keep things alive. The Nasus is online, but the Fiora sneaking through to the back, and without the Fiora there, you've got no hope whatsoever.
Yeah, that's going to be another member of Wolves being take out here. Really nice kill there for Kaito and Zeta Division. And we're seeing, in general, the 3-star Swain is doing so much on this front line, but it doesn't seem to be enough for now. Another member is going to be taken pretty low on health there, as Title loses another one. So we could be seeing Title again being knocked out.
Wow.
This is so close. We're seeing Wolves, Zelta. Like, anything is possible in this game, and it's really going to go down to the wire.
Yeah, certainly Title getting knocked out in bottom 4 with a 3-star Syndra Ball was not on my bingo card, but this game has been pretty wild from the very beginning of the tournament. Do remember, gentle friends, this is best of 3, but as Stuart mentioned before, even from the very beginning of the tournament, getting that first win in, or first series win in, improves your tournament situation drastically.
And we see Title's kind of composition coming online now, that 3-star Galio. I think in general, just not having really any attack speed on this Syndra could be the downfall here for Title. It's going to try and do enough damage to take down this Swain. We do have the crowd control as well from the Nami going into the backline. But you're seeing how the attack speed Syndra on the other side, even though it is only a 2-star, is racking up so many abilities time after time. But it's the 3-star that comes in. I believe that was a ghost fight as well, but it's so close for Title there, and he nearly got knocked out.
I think we're seeing a little bit of what we kind of were discussing coming into the tournament, which is that, you know, I feel like there's a lot of weight being put on Title to be the big performer, but as you said, the items aren't really what they need to be to get the most out of this competition. So I think maybe we'll see that adjust over the course of competition and saying, you know, while we've got players who can perform at the very top level, we still got to take into account of the overall circumstances of the game.
Yeah, I mean, the overall format as well, we definitely have to take into account as well. I think it's very difficult in this format to just have like 1 or 2 star players. It really is a team game. You really have to come together as a team in terms of communication, in terms of making sure that you can deny some of these compositions of coming online. As we get into stage 6, we're going to be seeing a lot of these charms now become a lot more powerful.
Oh yeah, I mean, we even saw the Fairy Charm creep in there to the flexible board, so more shallow traits to be picked up. We've now got the split screen to see if we can put a little bit more power in the Karma board on the right-hand side. We've now got a fully itemized Fiora. On the left-hand side, we're building towards what could eventually become a triple carry, but isn't quite there yet.
Not just there, unfortunately, maybe trying to find another item in the end. Title just kind of waiting to see who his opponent is. Oh no, it looks like it might be a Zeta knockout here. Both Kaito and Title coming together.
Oh boy, and of course they're both on a single life. You're intimating there. Chrono kicks in. We did get a little bit more damage. The Jewel Gauntlet joining in for a 3rd item on the Karma. And I think at this point, you know, all of the Japanese players are happy when they see Title succeeding, and he will at least get through to the top 4.
Through to the top 4, but at what cost? I feel like Counterfeit at the cost of knocking out his teammate. So at the moment, we have Wolf Esports getting 8th place and 6th place, which means at the moment they're currently on 4 points. And then we have Zeta at the moment getting knocked out at 7th and 5th place. So going to be on a little bit of extra points at the moment. But the way that this is looking, Lishao at the moment on that 10 win streak, both Wolves players at the moment are definitely looking incredibly strong, and I think it's really up to Lashao at the moment. I mean, look at all the traits on that left-hand side. Look at this board that Lashao's been cooking up this whole time as well. It's been incredible work by Lashao so far.
Oh boy, yeah, I mean, Lashao's has been on an absolute tear throughout this game. You can see on the other side though, Taro continuing to keep nice and healthy towards the top of the board, 47 HP, YGQF on 39, Title still barely holding on. I think exactly as you said, it may be a short-earned victory.
And the big thing here, you can see that Taro actually doing incredibly well here, actually putting his 2-star Kalista on the bench, knowing that he was going to face Title. So he wants to try and keep Title alive. He knows that he's on enough HP, and both the Wolves players also going low on health. So this all comes down to who's going to go up against who. Is there a way in which I can make my board weaker, which is exactly what Taro was able to do there. Make his board weaker, allow Title to stay alive, and keep Zeta's dreams alive in game number 1.
And I just love this extra layer of decision-making. As you were saying before, you know, for the Zeta division, you know, make a decision to keep Title in the game. How much more, you know, kind of axis of communication and decision-making there is here. Because, you know, if you can sacrifice your round to be able to keep your teammate alive, how much is it going to cost you in terms of streak and HP? Lashao, though, looking very good as Title goes up again. It's the 3-star Galio versus the 3-star Swain, and I know which one I prefer to have.
Which one do you prefer to have?
The Swain.
Okay, the Swain. I mean, I would say Syndra, but maybe not with these items.
That wasn't an option, Stuart.
Maybe not with no attack speed, but I mean, Title at the moment trying to keep Zeta Division's dreams alive in this first game. But that frontline tankiness is just way too powerful, and even with a 2-star Syndra, is going to knock out Title in 4th place. So 3 players from Zeta Division out of this game right now.
Yeah, that's pretty devastating. We will wait for some confirmation, but certainly for Taro, going to need to try and shoot for the first place with a shout on a 12-round win streak. It's looking very likely we're going to be seeing Wolves come in here strong, take the first 2 spots and cement themselves a very firm Game 1 victory.
Incredible performance by Wolves Esports. I mean, the early game maybe looked a little bit rough. I mean, there was the moments that you feel like Zeta Division looked very, very strong with the likes of the Syndra 3 coming in online so quickly. But unfortunately, maybe not going to be enough. But we see here one of the big charms in this set being able to spawn a dragon. This is kind of a frontline tank, but also has a little bit of damage. So you actually want to put it on the second row. It's a 2-hex, gives you that extra unit. I'm not too sure if it's going to be enough, though, for Taro to try and face off against some of these incredible boards that Wolves Esports have been cooking up.
I know it's one of those charms that people kind of bemoan for being, you know, incredibly powerful, but I think at this point for Taro, it is just a last-gasp desperation move to stay alive for a little bit longer. I mean, Lashao is the lower of the 2 Wolves members in terms of HP right now on a massive win streak as they'll go up and see how they do up against each other. I mean, at this point, I imagine they're just hoping for the round to be as close as possible in case Taro is able to hold on.
No, I totally agree. I think you just want to make it as close as possible, and I think that's exactly that. Look at that. 1 unit loss, or 2 unit loss, sorry, I didn't see that zillion at the bottom, but only a 2 unit loss for Wolves Esports in that situation, as well as Taro actually wins the ghost fight in the end. So at the moment, it seems like Taro is keeping himself alive, but as you mentioned, I feel like it's extremely difficult for Wolves Esports now to kind of throw this away with both of their top 2 players looking really, really powerful.
I mean, Lashao certainly, I don't imagine he's going to be losing for the rest of this game. 13 rounds in a row is a pretty definitive statement, but yeah, at least with 1 life remaining between Taro and YGQF, it still could go a little bit differently, even if Lashao himself can't be unseated.
We're going to be seeing the next fight here as well. It's going to be Lashao up against Taro. This is such a big fight in this first round. Can Lashao, who's been cooking up this board with so many emblems, be able to get through, as a Fiora at the moment is jumping straight into the back line, is going to die to the Kalista, and its Kalista is jumping around on the side of Lashao at the moment, doing so much work, but maybe, just maybe, Taro has a little bit of a chance here, and broke through that front line pretty damn quickly, and this double Rage Blade Kalista is doing a lot of work, and actually, Taro keeps himself alive and stops the lose streak of Lashao.
Wow, I wasn't expecting that one at all. It leaves all 3 members left with a single life coming in to stage 7. We'll get a little bit more oomph behind these boards, but I wasn't expecting this first game, the opening of the entire tournament, to be quite this tense.
I mean, it's tense and it's also close, but I think it just shows the power of these two teams as well. I think both these teams coming into this, maybe not on everyone's radar in terms of these super teams that have been coming together, in terms of the rankings that we've been getting in this tournament, but it just shows that it's so incredibly close right now. But Taro being able to stop the win streak there of Lashao and get that victory means that he's actually the player now on the highest HP. Yes, they're all single digits. It's all going to come down to this next round.
Oh boy. All right, let's see if we can see something surprising. Taro again, the player who so many hopes and dreams were pinned on in the championship before, when Titan was not here, left alone against two wolves, a pack of wolves, you might say, baying at the door. But I was fully prepared to just see Taro bow out there, especially after he bought the Dragon and said, you know, I'm spending all my gold just to stay alive. That's not a move which tends to indicate you're in it for the long term.
It's like a kind of escape mechanism in the end for Taro as well, making sure that he can keep himself alive, but he has to go one further. He has to go one more to try and give Zeta Division a chance.
All right, keep our eye on Taro up against YGQF on the left-hand side of the screen. Of course, the Kalista is doing absolute work. You can see the front line is holding very well in front of her, and it looks like she's not going to take too much aggro at all. She's chewing through the units one by one. I think Taro might have it here, go up against the Swain. We'll be able to tear through, but no, the shape isn't coming through. Taro's going to drop. On the other side, the Ghost Board does not manage to do anything at all. Both Wolves survive the top two, and we know what that means.
That means that Wolves Esports is going to close out game number 1 here in our first series of the Esports World Cup presented Teamfight Tactics. Incredible work in general by Lashao, being able to just pilot this board with so many emblems, and even the pivot here as well by YGQF, sorry, I have to try and remember that name.
It's a tough name.
Yeah, I have to try and remember the wordings and which order they're in. But YGQF doing such incredible work of not actually focusing on that 3-star Syndra, because we know that Title was focusing on it, and instead focusing on that front line, keeping that front line alive, because you have so much attack speed on this Syndra. But now with that 3-star Syndra online, was able to win out in the end against Taro, and it doesn't matter about the result of this one. We know that Wolves Esports are going to be able to finish off this first game.
Yeah, very much just a victory lap here to cement their position on top. It was a, I think, real hold your breath moment for a while there, as YGQF will be ultimately our winner. But the important part is Wolves Esports take the top 2 spots, and I think very much get the upset here in game 1.
Yeah, incredible. I think that Lashao definitely stepped up. I think YGQF also stepped up as well. We know this player has been around for quite some time. Was actually competing in set 7 in Dragonlands as well, being able to get top 20 there in the end. But getting that victory and get that momentum swing this early on in the tournament is going to be huge. Like I said, I love the adaptation this game by Wolves Esports. Not maybe going towards the meta so much, and more playing around what everyone else is going and what win conditions they have as a team.
Well, it was the same kind of idea as the Hero was, before, just trying to find a route for the game that's going to be a lot less contested than it would have been before. But Jenna, friends, of course, we do need to get ourselves ready for game number 2, which is only our first series today, as we see the evidence of the victory being collected there. So, as we will just show you guys a few moments from the previous game, of course, we head to break. The Dutch Solomon and Habib Showdown will continue after the break. Oh, my apologies. It looks like we'll be spending a little bit more time just reviewing this one. So as we look forward to game number 2 then, we can take our time to digest a little bit what we got out of the first game.
Yeah, I think the big surprises for me was we didn't see maybe as much reroll as what we thought. We actually saw a lot more Karma, which we know is going to be an incredible way in which to get them 4-cost units online. It is by far the strongest 4-cost composition at the moment in this meta. You know, being able to get the Chrono online, being able to get that 5-cost Camille in the front line as a carry, which is so important, and getting that extra, getting them extra little damage and extra front line as well. We saw a lot of Karma. We saw a little bit of Nami this game as well. We did see a few 3-star Syndra, but as I mentioned, I think for Title, he got that 3-star Syndra so early, but I feel like the itemization unfortunately wasn't there. You do have the Spirit Shogun, which is very powerful, but a lot of players recently have been prioritizing more attack speed so you can get more abilities off on the Syndra.
No, I'm with you there, and I think also playing the Lost Streak style meant that he wasn't being able to get as many stacks in the early game to really get that Syndra rolling and let you take over the rounds and kind of stack as freely as you want to. So I think there's a lot to think about here, particularly for Zeta Division coming in, because it felt like they had a very distinct game plan for game number 1, but ultimately it not working out in such spectacular fashion. You know, even with Taro almost saving things, I think it does need to change.
No, yeah, something needs to change. Something needs to change in game number 2 for Zeta Division, but Wolves Esports looking really, really strong coming into this first game.
So apologies for form. We will, in fact, have the break now. So again, the Dot Solomon Al Habib Showdown will continue after the break, and game 2 coming up.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome back everyone to the Esports World Cup presenting Teamfight Tactics. My name is Kanafit here with Stuart once again. We are heading into a most unexpected game 2. Zeta Division coming in definitely as the favorite from our LSS up against Wolves Esports, losing the first game to the Wolves in a very close finish.
Yeah, it really went down, I feel like, to the wire in the end. I think it was really, really huge for Wolves Esports to be able to come up victors in this first game in terms of momentum, in terms of trying to kind of pull out their win in the end. I think for likes of Zeta Division, it's really going to go down to trying to recoup, trying to go back to kind of the drawing board, kind of figure out what went wrong in that first game. Because I feel like not a lot of stuff really went wrong for Zeta. I feel like in the end, you know, we talk about the early game. I feel like Zeta Division definitely had an advantage in the early game. They had one win streak player, they had the lose streak player in title in the end, wasn't able to keep that lose streak, the huge step up here by Lashao on Wolves Esports, you know, really being the main carry for this team. I think that's the big thing, because we have to remember this is a player that played in that set 11 in Ingborn Fables World Championship, the Tactician's Crown, got top 4 there as well, actually nearly won the championship over there. So this is a player that in recent times has been performing incredibly well, and even LGQF on the other side as well, also picking up an incredible victory with 2 boards that we didn't see a reroll. I don't think we really mentioned that just yet, but our top 2 players in that last game were not playing reroll.
And I think that's the whole thing as well, isn't it? You're trying to keep yourself safe from there. And I'm sorry, I'm just taking a moment to recognize here, particularly from the Japanese side of things, the looks of the players' faces. You know, to come into an event like this, you know, it's such huge spectacle you're seeing here. To be sitting down, to be knowing that the world is watching you here.
Yeah.
To know that you're now fighting an uphill battle. I mean, you know, going into the next game, you know, the pressure is absolutely not on the Wolves. They can even play more risky, knowing that they've got the game in hand. That, you know, they can go to a game stream if they need. But, you know, for the Zeta division, they cannot make any more mistakes going forwards.
No, I think the big thing is that I think it's a difficult one, because yes, you do have that third game to kind of fall back on, but I feel like TFT in general is a game of fine margins, and I feel like in general, if Wolves Esports does lose this next game, and then it does go into game 3, I feel like anything can happen. So if Wolves Esports does have the opportunity, they need to try and make it count here to make sure that they can try and come out on top and win the first series of today 2-0.
Well, it doesn't look like our teams are happy to go for... well, we're getting a lot of woos is what I'm hearing here, Stuart. It sounds like the Wolves are feeling pretty good, but we're going for a very low variance portal. We've had a golden prelude. Why not have a golden finale to go with it?
Honestly, the theme of Little Legends by Wolves Esports, I think, is top-notch. They all have the same little legends. The synergy is on point. The gameplay is on point as well, that they're able to win the first one. So yeah, the Wolves are out as a pack right now and doing incredible work in this first game of the series. But now we're going into the second game, and it's really about what we can kind of see happen here. As I mentioned, I think the first game was very surprising to see so many players play for the tempo, play towards the level 8 compositions, and we'll have to see how that differs in this second game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think you made a really good point with the way that Zeta played out the previous game, in that they did basically win the bottom 4. They got both, each team got 2 players in the bottom 4, but both of the Zeta position players were better, 7th rather than 8th, 5th rather than 6th. So they were set up for success in the top 4. They just couldn't capitalize on that early success.
Yeah, and I think this is such a big thing as well, is that even though your early game could look really well by like Title, for example, I feel like in a 4v4 format, it's all about the max cap. It's all about reaching the maximum cap that you can get. Because as we know, if a team gets top 2, then it doesn't matter where the other 2 position, they are always going to get that victory. So I think that's a big thing for Wolves Esports that they were able to do. You know, Lashao playing the flexible composition with so many emblems, and then YGQF being able to play the kind of Swain reroll, quote unquote, in the end. It was kind of like more tempo, but then was playing a little bit more reroll later on down the line once Title eventually died.
All right, so we settle in here for game number 2 of our first of our 4 series here today. We see Kato doing a little bit of tech there, trying to get the Syndra a little bit of damage, get that early cast through. We can certainly see that Kato has got a good item setup to go for the Syndra line, so wants to make the most of it.
Does have a Castin on the bench as well, though, so I think that when these players drop some of these units, like the Castin and the Syndra, it's really about that communication that we know is going to be so important in 4 versus 4. Like, hey, are you on a better Syndra line? Am I on a better Syndra line? What are our items looking like? What are our units looking like as well? We see some of the augment choices here. You know, you got things like Escort Quest, if you want to try and go for a win streak, can be really, really huge. Slamming can really help you in terms of the tempo as well. And it is going to be Slamming in there.
And we saw Slamming be played in the previous game as well. I think it does make sense, particularly if you've got good early items and you say, okay, I'm quite happy to make them immediately.
Title, again, looks like going for the Syndra again. It's going to be leveling as well to try and get that little bit of a win streak. This time Title does have the Rage Blade, so it does have that little bit of extra attack speed, which is, as I mentioned, so huge for Syndra to get as many casts off as possible. As we see on the other side here for Shelty, doesn't have the best of backlines at the moment with just that Zoe 1-star, but can do a lot of single target damage to help that front line stay alive.
But like as well, for Title managing to find a very, very early Wukong to be able to prop up that front line. Again, it looks like Title may still be on the more loss-streaking side of things, but having a much more solid board to make sure that if the losses do come, they're not going to be hitting him too hard.
I think with him actually leveling here, I think he is trying to win streak. It doesn't look like he is, unfortunately. I still feel like if he wanted to lose streak, he probably didn't need to level itself. He actually could have probably made economy in the end. True. With not leveling and trying to go for something else instead. But unfortunately for Title, as leveled, is going to do that. Wandering Trainer actually for Kess in the end. And these are two emblems or two aspects that you could build into. That's going to be very important because you can go for the vertical portal, but you can also go for the vertical witchcraft as well. You know, vertical portal can be very powerful. We know that Rise in general is maybe not as strong of a carry, but you can get, as they call it, the Giga Portal when you reach 10 portal. So I mean, Kess has plenty of opportunities here to go down many different lines here.
Oh, speaking of lines, we do see a pretty bold choice being taken by Serene there from the Wolves side of things. Completely open forting as of that previous round. This was something we didn't really get to see in the previous game, but of course, with streaks being as important as they are, getting the chance to cut out someone else, ideally the opposing the other team's lost streaker, can be hugely powerful.
There's another thing as well. We see Taro actually having a Syndra 2 already with Spear of Shojin. So this is going to be interesting to see how this game turns out, because we know Title has kept the Syndra on the board as well with Dan Ginsu's Rage Blade. We know that we do have a 2-star Syndra here and a 2-star Neela as well. So definitely a lot of power here for Taro. And I feel like in Taro's spot, you can actually potentially even go for Tempo. Is playing Stars Are Born, we have to remember, with that augment. So being able to get the 2-star Syndra online already, that 2-star Blitzcrank on the front line, could be a way in which Title is loose streaking, so we can say, hey, Title, you can go for the Syndra reroll, but for now, I want to keep the Syndra to try and keep that win streak going.
Yeah, and this is one thing I was kind of curious to see if we would see in this game is, you know, we talked about contesting and holding each other's units. If your own teammate is holding the units you are looking for, there's one very straightforward thing they can do, which is release them when they want to release them back into the pool by making the sell on the 2 stars and then allowing your, the teammate to be able to re-roll and find the units while still keeping them out of the opposing team's hands.
I think it's about the communication of probably it's going to be like Zeta Division communicating like, hey, okay, wait for your roll down, wait until I sell the Syndra, and then start your roll down. You know, that sort of communication, I think, is going to be key as we go into our first carousel.
All right, as we come to that first carousel, we just want to check in on the overall game. And fortunately, for the spirit of competition, we do see both a Wolves and a Zeta player up in the top, undefeated so far. But so far, it's looking pretty good for the Wolves. Shelty and Lashao managed to keep themselves up in the HP standings. Of course, we saw towards the tail end of the game, just having a lot of HP towards the tail end is incredibly valuable.
No, 100%. And we can see at the moment, Sharon at the moment sitting down on 82 HP on a lost streak. But we see Sharon's board in the bottom right-hand corner. Only a 1-star Ashe at the moment. Has got the lesser champion duplicators in there as well. So Sharon really trying to make sure that he secures this lost streak. And I think with the 2 other players on Zeta Division on the other side, also near the bottom of the rankings, that security of being able to get that lost streak in the early game, especially when you have that double lesser champion duplicators, just means you have so much more gold to roll down when you hit level 6 to try and hit these 2-cost 3 stars.
Well, I mean, we talked a little bit coming into this game about whether or not we'd see Wolves playing a little bit more risky because they've got the game's grace to work with here. I wonder if the same might actually be true from Zeta's division side of things, that they're going to be a little bit more desperate in this game and more willing to try and play close to the edge, knowing that they have to get the win here, no matter what.
And again, it comes down to trying to get the biggest caps possible, trying to get these lost streaks, trying to get as much gold as possible, or maybe even trying to get win streaks at the moment, which is exactly what Kess is able to do here. This is such a big win here for Kess and for Zeta Division to keep that win streak. It's now going to be the only player left in the lobby at the moment on a win streak, and we'll have to see how the bottom of the standings shaped up as well, as it was Sharon against Kaito. And the big thing there, Sharon actually losing against Kaito, so that means that Kaito doesn't keep his loss streak, but Sharon at the bottom at the moment on a 4 loss streak.
Yeah, that's a ton extra gold being taken out of pocket. Kez up at the top of the win streak. We'll see if he can hold on to that. Of course, last time around, Kez finishing in 7th place, but this time getting the strong start. I think we're getting to see a little bit of the illustration of why game by game players' roles on the team are going to change dramatically.
I think this is a big thing, right? I don't think one role for one team is definitely certain. If there is a way in which that is possible, you might have one player looking to be the main carry, then you have one person that's loose streaking, trying to look at the other board, seeing what things are being put up across the board. But in general, it is going to change depending on how strong your early game is. for example, someone like Kez this game, you know, doing incredible work with keeping this win streak. So at the moment, he is the one that is going to be playing tempo, you know, slamming items like Adaptive Helm, which maybe is not the best option for tiers. You know, you want like the blue buff and the Spirit Shojin, but knowing that you're on a win streak, knowing that you can keep that 100 streak, keep that gold in the back pocket is going to be so huge.
Well, I mean, that was the idea we were talking about before. You kind of have a sort of two-phase approach to your strategy here. You have the early win streak, exactly say slamming items, preparing the ground, the road for your eventual ace to come through and take the first place.
No, definitely, and we've seen that in the previous game as well, you know, in terms of being able to go to level 8 and level 9 could be the main cap for these players, and maybe reroll in general might not be as strong as what we thought Counterfeit. You know, we've seen at the moment, for those who've been playing the new set back at home, everyone knows how strong these 2-cost rerolls at the moment. But we have to remember, this is a completely different format, and we have to look at these players trying to reach the maximum cap possible. But Sharon here at the moment on so much gold, has 55 gold already, has a little bit of standing gold on the bench as well, and it's going to be maybe waiting things out here, trying to see what could be a possibility here in terms of trying to potentially go to level 6 and try and roll down. But we're seeing Kess here, 6 portal online already. Could we be seeing the Giga Portal?
I was going to say, I'm trying to remember what you calling that one before.
That's not me saying it, by the way. That's the actual term of what it is. It's actually called a Giga Portal. You get a 1,500 shield, and you get a Giga Portal. You thought, what? Do you think that was me saying that? Or
admittedly, I thought you said a Giggle Portal the first time you said it. I was like, all right, it's nothing funny about this game, Stuart. Oh, terrible.
Is it us Brits again? Us Brits getting confused with each other, the different accents across Britain?
You're having a giggle, you absolutely are. But Kez has been having a quite a short soul through the early going. You can see the portal vertical you were calling out before as being very powerful, is getting the job done. A little side line into the Witchcraft. You know, even at we talked about it before, the Witchcraft in particular, even at low numbers, is still, you know, giving you meaningful bonus to the team.
No, I feel like that kind of debuff that the Witchcraft gets are also really, really huge, you know, being able to get them to lose HP. But I think Portal, in my opinion, is definitely the bigger cap if you could try and reach that later game as well, as we head into Silver Augments to start things off as well. But this is where the roll down really becomes big here for some of these players. Level 6 is going to be hitting. Sharon on the left-hand side is going to be rolling down to try and hit some units. But how far is Sharon going to roll here? Trying to see what units is going to be picked up. There's a Syndra being picked up. He still has the 2-star Ashe on the bench as well, so still keeping his options open and potentially looking for multi-striker as well.
Yeah, we've got to make use of those lesser champion duplicators somehow. I mean, I suppose at this point, you know, with a loss streak in place, a 6-round loss streak, and as you mentioned before, a good amount of gold in bank, has got a little bit of time as the Nami 2 gets found here. That's a pretty surprising development there at level 6.
Nami 2?
Your eyes do not deceive you, but by all rights, they should be.
Is that even like...
Is that even allowed? No, a 5% chance, isn't it?
I think someone needs to check his PC. I mean, that's for sure. I mean...
Well, I mean, on the stage, someone might have slipped extra Namis underneath one of these seats, and the players may have just be like, oh, there we go, I'll use that one.
Them. I mean, at this point, I feel like Sharon might just use this Nami as potentially like a carry and maybe play towards more tempo. Has rolled a lot of gold though at level 6, so maybe it's a little bit difficult, but the Nami, more of a utility mage, I feel like, you know, isn't really there on the damage side. You can build her as more of a carry, but players like to build the items like Relanomacorn and Spirit Shojin and things like that as well. But look at this for title, Pandora's bench, and we could be seeing the Wukong Jinx, which is something in the pre-show which the analyst was slowly talking about. I think Wukong at the moment is definitely being a high priority in this meta as of recently. Some people play Wukong with the Syndra, some people play Wukong with the Jinx. Obviously with Wukong, he doesn't have any traits. He just has his own trait which makes him stronger, but he's such a strong frontline tank that if you put the goggles on him, he can survive so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, you know, certainly the Pandora's Bench, one of the most popular augments at the moment because of how popular reroll is overall, but I'm definitely liking this more for Title, though he is, again, still towards the bottom end. Of course, you know, Title will be looking out here for Serena, who will be going up against in this round. Both of them are loss streaking right now. I think with Title's board starting to gather strength, maybe he will be able to punch through. Front lines will not be quite good enough as of yet, though. And we can see the extra dose of crowd control, even unitemized, that Nami is such a terror to deal with when you've got a clumped backline especially.
And surprisingly, Title there, it seems like didn't pick up the charm where he gets the gold and the opponent gets the gold. I mean, maybe just don't want to give any gold over to Wolves Esports at the moment. But hey,
not one piece.
Maybe gold is not what they need at the moment, because when we're looking at the standings, all 3 Wolves players, or 3 of the 4 Wolves players, I should say, sitting in the top 4 at the moment, which is such an incredible work for them at the moment. The big win streakers are being Kess and LGQF at the moment. We know Kess is the player at the moment that does have the Wandering Trainer. It's potentially going for the portal setup in the end.
Yeah, the double Tiny Titans being picked up by the Sharon Shelty to put them into that top spot is really interesting. I think this is the development of what we saw before. That, you know, if you've got a high health player, in this case maybe 2 high health players for the tail end, they can bleed out slowly and take that second place ideally behind your first place.
And what we're seeing interesting here for Title as well, he's keeping 6 Syndras on the bench. Ooh. Not just 1, not just 2, 6. That is a lot of Syndras being put on the bench. I mean,
one more?
Why not, I guess? I mean, just pick up another one. But Title is really being... We were talking about kind of strategies coming into this, right? We thought Title might have been the main carry for the team.
Sure.
But Title in this game is the one who is sacrificing his own game to try and benefit his whole team. He's playing Pandora's Bench. He's trying to get as many 2 costs as possible and take all of these 2 costs out of the pool, like the Syndra, for example.
And we didn't expect to see anything quite that wild this early on to the competition, but I suppose in this case, the teams that they've had the time to prepare for this one, I think we will start to see across the tournament teams actually kind of, you know, trying to lean more into the specific 4v4 strategies that other teams may not even think of.
No, I think that's the thing as well. I mean, we're even seeing here for Kess on the bench as well, also keeping a Syndra. We do know that the pools have gotten a little bit bigger, you know, being able to get more 2 costs in the pool. But when you have someone keeping 6 Syndras on the bench, I mean, that's fire right there. Like, that is just pure energy and anger, I feel like, coming out of Titles. Like, hey, you won game 1, you're top of the pack at the moment in game number 1, but this game, I'm taking as many things away from you as possible. And you can see for Sharon on the other side playing a Syndra reroll, only has 3 Syndras right now. It does obviously have the Nami too, but only 3 Syndras is definitely behind the pile.
I mean, for the first place I kind of came across this kind of style, I would call the French style of playing 4v4, where you're just, you know, targeting out a specific player and trying to make their game as miserable as is humanly possible. Just because if you can do that, you can pretty much guarantee your team's not going 8.
No, exactly that. I think that's the thing. But I mean, Title does need to be careful himself, right? Because I think the big thing is like Title and Sharon are near the bottom at the moment, and Title and both these players are kind of the sacrificial ones, I guess you can say, in this lobby in terms of HP as well. The difficult thing at the moment by Zeta division, is that Taro and Kaito are also sitting in the bottom 4. So they only really have Kess at the moment that's sitting right at the top. Did unfortunately lose that win streak in the end. And actually, interesting enough, the scoreboard
pretty much everybody lost their win streak.
I mean, everyone lost their win streak, so all the bottom players won and all the top players lost. So
it sounds like it's time for turning a tide then in this game. We saw it before, you know, at least the attempt to come in now to stage 4. You know, with the streaks no longer intact, suddenly our players from the top are, you know, more incentivized to cash in their HP, turn that into gold, turn that into late game potential.
Yeah, YGQF as well, also 1 away from Cogmore 3-star. Maybe not as contested as a 2-star, 2-cost 3-star, but is going to be hitting it. Look at that picture-in-picture.
The bees! The bees!
Cogmore 3 being hit.
I get it, yeah.
Maybe not as powerful as Syndra, but when so many Syndras are out of the pool with Title holding so many, that flexibility of being able to play other 2-cost reroll compositions is definitely extremely powerful.
So our minds are entirely consumed with coming up with bee puns at the moment, so you'll have to forgive me.
We love the bees.
We do love the bees, because it's worth noting, of course, on the big win streak from before with the portal, as you mentioned, you know, the big changing of the guard here coming to stage 4 did take the L in the previous round, knocking down a massive win streak from before, but it's still a still a major threat to the rest of the lobby, even if the win streak didn't remain intact.
Going to be going for gold augments to end things off for this game. You see if there's anything interesting being come up. Keepers could be an option to get that little bit of extra shielding in the end. Again, Syndra's still trying to be rolled down here. Still a few Syndras away. We'll have to see if that is going to be picked up here as well, because we're a few away from Mordekaiser and we're a few away from Syndra.
I'm really interested to see what Zeren could do in this one. Again, a player who finished towards the bottom half in the first game, but It's also worth considering as well, when we've got players of the caliber of Zhao and Title in the game, they can contribute to their teammates. It's absolutely allowed for them to spend at least some of their time in making sure their teammate is doing the best they can. I mean, it was being joked about on the desk playing Syndra, is straightforward enough to give you enough brain space to do that, but I think that's legitimately true.
No, I mean, there's so many different ways in which you can play Syndra. I mean, like Kaito, you can see on the other side playing more of a tempo Syndra. I think in terms of being able to get that extra possibility of getting the Syndra online is so, like, even 2-star Syndra, in my opinion, can carry you throughout the whole of stage 3 until you go potentially into stage 4. And you can even see here, stage 4, 2-star Syndra, okay, does have the Karma 2-star there as well, but just being that stable force and a stable carry early on is really, really big.
Well, ultimately, she's an encounter. She's still doing magic with this shred. You mentioned, though, she's spreading her damage around. Yeah. As she scales up. Even if she's not a 3-star, she just doesn't have to kill everybody. If you've got the Karma there to kind of complement that damage, you can really make up the difference and still have a very powerful backline.
And it kind of becomes that double AoE damage as well, right? Because you have the Karma doing AoE damage. Obviously, Syndra, after a few casts, can also do AoE damage as well. Title at the moment sitting near the bottom, actually at the bottom at the moment, with 3 Zeta Division players all sitting at the bottom. With Pandora's bench, trying to hit that Wukong 3-star is one away.
Yeah, and that'll be a massive step up in terms of power. You can see that the Jinx is already going to have a lot of punch. She's got the 4 Hunter in place, so she can start getting those kills in. Gets herself really online. You can see, especially with the Gunsu stacks up. I think, having the 3-star Wukong there means this board is going to be very hard to beat, with the Karma on the other side, complemented by, you see the Syndra we mentioned from before, right now is still good enough to take Title down.
A little bit of team damage there as well, unfortunately, for multiple sides of the boards. But at the moment, Wolves Esports are in prime position right now to try and finish off this game.
I mean, Wolves, they've got the win streak, they've got the loss streak, they've got the, they've got all of their players in the top 5. It's seeming like it's coming together really well for the Wolves Esports to potentially go 2-0 in the series and go into the upper bracket.
I think that's a big thing as well, is that trying to get this extra units online. You can see Taro's board here on the bottom left as well, trying to go for the Eldritch, actually picking up the Eldritch augment as well in the end, which is the one that gives...
The school mascot.
Yeah, school mascot.
Everyone's favorite augment.
Hey, you can give your little buddy some items and give some extra power. Why not? But I mean, I think they need a little bit more power, unfortunately, at the moment. As you can see, the board's trying to cook things up here as well, but Fairy, another Fairy emblem.
Double Fairy emblem, yeah.
6 Fairy at the moment, maybe trying to go for even more afterwards as well. Now up to 7 Fairy. Could this be a possibility here that we can see our first composition of being completely vertical? We have 3 Fairy emblems.
All right, I mean, I'm absolutely here for it. But you said like, the trainers open up a lot of doors to play, so not just Waddle but Fairy as well, which means we're going to have the Queen's Guard in play for an extra beef on the front line. We can see that's on Rakan on the sideline at the moment. Going to make him incredibly hard to put down, getting healed by that backline damage. I think this is going to be a closer round than it looks like, but not quite there as of yet.
Yeah, putting the Fairy emblem and Fairy spat on the Jinx is definitely an interesting call to get the extra item, the Fairy item onto Jinx, so it means the Jinx might not maybe have as much power as some of the other items. But I think the big thing, trying to go for, oh, there we go, and Title actually hits the 3-star Jinx.
That's how we do it.
I think that when you reach that 9 Fairy, once them items become Radiant, that's really where the power comes in from this trait with this vertical composition.
We'll have to see if we can get there, though. As you said, Zeta Division are in a pretty big trouble. You can see them there at the bottom of the screen. Fierce looks of concentration on their face. Especially, we can talk a little bit as we come to the PvE round here. We'll see if Serene is able to keep hold of that win streak, though noticeably as well on the Shao with a loss streak. Title down at the bottom of 19. Gosh, I didn't even realize quite how low he had gotten. Yeah. The 3-star Jinx is in place. The 3-star Wukong is not there yet. He's out of money. If he loses this round, it will be a disaster for Zeta Division.
Yeah, I think, as I said, the big thing this game is that Title was really with the sacrificial one in this game, trying to contest all the Syndras, all the other rerolls, trying to go for his own reroll, but the Jinx is slowly ramping up, though. There is a little bit of damage and the healing on the Jinx as well, and maybe Title is slowly coming to come back online. Maybe Zeta Division can actually come back in this game.
All right. Well, it's certainly some good news. Of course, again, our players want to try and keep out of 8th place as much as possible, limiting the options. Title going to get another round to potentially re-roll into that Wukong 3 because he certainly has not got money in the bank to get it any other way, but it will be huge. We can see on our picture-in-picture there, we've got more Kaiser 3 in place. The Vanguard Syndra, that's an iron block on the front line.
And we're already kind of seeing kind of an adaptation of what we've seen from the meta in terms of ranked play. We're seeing, because Syndra is so contested, not only as a 3-star, but also as a stable 2-star to try and get them towards the tempo. These Vanguard units, these Shapeshifter units are not as contested. So these 3-cost 3-stars are now becoming a lot more popular at trying to get online as this frontline tank. And even when Syndra is only 2-star, when you have so much attack speed and the scaling that Syndra has, it can be a little bit more powerful as the Wukong 3 now gets hit now from Title. So even though he's been the one this game that's tried to contest all the re-rollers, he's now hit his composition online as well.
Last item coming in, Redemption, means that Wukong should be able to shrug off most of what's going up against him. Bear in mind, we've got Marta on the field as well, so the rest of these units going to hopefully get killed off at the right kind of time to heal up Wukong and leave just Jinx and Wukong standing.
Fairy in the end has hit the 9 Fairy on the other side. So we have the Radiant items now on the Callista. We have the Radiant item on the front line as well. So a lot more damage, a lot more extra power over to the Fairy units. But is this going to be enough? Is the healing on the front line as well on this Rakan going to be enough? The Wukong's trying to take up a lot of damage. The shielding coming in as well. But the healing from this Rakan, the Radiant items from the Fairy are just way too much to deal with. And Title is going to go extremely low on health. Is it enough to take him out? No, he survives on just 1 HP, 4 HP to be exact.
Just a little bit of a confirmation on the Fairy numbers there. So 850 health across the team. The Crown giving you 75% bonus damage. And of course, you mentioned before, the Radiance coming in for the items as well, just hugely powerful. Taro, though, of course, the potential saver of the Zeta team from before, is trying to stay online here. We've got, of course, the Nami in place. We've got the Syndra in place as well. Taro is still on low HP, as is Title. They really need to avoid each other going forwards.
And this is kind of where you have to make sure that your players are just trying to take as less damage as possible. As you see in Title here, you do see the death cap in the Infinity Force, I should say, on that summon unit coming in as well. It might not be enough, though, to be honest with you, because I feel like it's going to be a little bit more difficult to try and do this. But actually,
have some faith in our school mascot.
Okay, maybe the Eldritch summon is actually pretty good. I mean, the 3-star Syndra on the other side as well. So Taro actually looking like potentially in a big spot, but I feel like the HP difference at the moment between the likes of Taro and Kess and Shelty is so big, you know, it's over 10 HP, which is like basically over a round at this point. So it's really difficult, and Zeta needs to do something of a miracle to try and catch up.
I mean, we talked about the, being willing to sacrifice your HP to save your teammates. From Zeta Division, that's just not an option for anyone but Kato, who's on a massive win streak. So he doesn't want to give up around. The bottom 3 players, they can't afford to give up around either.
Yeah, that's exactly that. And I feel like it's going to be a situation where 2 of these players from Zeta Division are going to be up against each other in this bottom of the standings eventually, which means that we might be seeing a team kill again for 2 games in a row. But it is at the moment going to be Title coming up against LGQF.
Okay, Title, let's see what you've got. I mean, you've certainly managed to find everything you were looking for. You've even got a 2-star Olaf in the mix as well. You mentioned before the itemization of Jinx, very good for trying, especially with the Hextech Gunblade, to keep that Wukong alive for most of the round. And I think a raw unit quality, at least for the time being, Title should have this one. No! The Kog'Maw is just a little bit too much of a sting. Title out in 8th place. We might even be seeing a second one from Zeta Division going out soon too.
This is looking pretty bad right now for Zeta. I mean, Shelty going down as well could mean that the rest of Zeta could be catching up a little bit on HP. I mean, to be fair, even the top of the standings as well with YGQF and also Sherin, 2 of these players are also pretty close on HP as well, you know, 44 HP all the way down to 12, so there's only about a 23 difference in terms of HP in this whole lobby. So what looked like a really strong early start here for Wolves, Zeta has hit their composition and has hit them power spikes online right now and could be looking to try and come back.
Oh boy, yeah, I wasn't expecting to see the 9 Fairy coming in though.
It's
the show. I mean, at this point, it's worth noting there is a loss we kind of missed happening there from the Shadow side of things. So presumably this isn't an unbeatable board.
I feel like at the moment you don't have that Kalista 2-star, which is such a big thing, and the Ricard 2-star. Okay, I mean...
Let's just delete everything we just said because it doesn't matter anymore. Fairies are here to stay.
Just talk it into existence, but look at this, 10 portal being hit this game as well. The Giga portal is coming out. The spatulas are coming wild in this game.
We are going off the charts strong with this one. The portals are bringing us every type of giggle imaginable. It's going to be a laugh riot all the way into an elimination for Shelty. They are out, which means that Kez stays in and we more or less equalize things between the teams.
Oh, this lobby just got real interesting real quick with Shelty going out as well with so much being hit. 10 portals. Look at that portal, it's so shiny. Oh, it's so cool.
Don't look into it, Stuart. You may not be able to draw yourself back again.
My eyes, incredible in the end. Unfortunately for Taro at the moment, is going to be sitting on 4 HP. Kez could be the saving force in this lobby though, but I feel like if 2 of the players do go out in the bottom 3 with Taro potentially going out as well, it does mean it is going to be a little bit of a struggle because 3 of the Wolves Esports members at the moment still sitting in that top 3.
I do wonder though, because yeah, absolutely, while we've got the stark divide between current positions of the teams, there isn't that much HP in it. We don't have like one big player at the top running wild and free, which is unlimited HP for the rest of the game. It's still open for business. Taro, though, we can see third one along, looking closely at his screen. Of course, he can't affect the game at this point, as the mascot will get torn to pieces, and Nasus won't be able to suffer any more insults as Zeta Division, 2 members out in the bottom 4.
Another team kill, another one going out for Zeta Division. That is going to be Taro going out in 6th place. So now it's really down to Kaito and Kez trying to really scrape into that top 2. I feel like at this point during the game, they need to try and get into that top 2 to have any chance of trying to win this. Or if anyone of Wolves Esports are able to try and get into that top 2 as well, it's going to be really difficult. But I feel like the big thing here is this 9 Fairy against 10 Portal. I really want to see this matchup to see what way it goes.
Well, I think you called that really well before. We had the Jinx as a temporary item holder with the Kalista coming in, be able to make full use of all 3 of her item slots. She is an absolute monster. We'll get to see. I don't think anyone was expecting this one to be a 2-0. Certainly not a 2-0 in favor of Wolves Esports, but perhaps we should have had more faith in our Chinese competitors.
Yeah, I think the CN region in general definitely coming in very, very strong into this tournament, as well as seeing both sides. Camille 2-star being hit on the other side as well, so that's going to be even more power here for Kez on the other side. Is it going to be enough though? Rise could be a potential as well. There isn't 3 more Rises on the bench.
There's no way.
I mean, this lobby is definitely cooking, that's for sure. I mean, you can see the 9th Fairy with that Ricard frontline being so tanky.
I think you present it as a threat. The thing is, it's so easy to intercede and stop that from being even possible.
Yes.
That I don't think we're going to be seeing the 3-star forecast in this tournament so much, but we'll see the Fairies up against at least a version of things so far. You can see the front line, the Ricard just shrugs off every piece of damage. He's getting all the healing in the world thanks to all that fairy goodness. As we do have a Wolf out, YGQF out in 4th place. We're left with 2 apiece.
This is going to be another close one, Counterfeit. I feel like this is going to be another close game. I feel like at the moment it's between Kess and also the player that also went for the Fairy 9 Fairy as well, making sure that it could be a possibility as well. We thought that maybe Zeta Division was going to be the one that gets knocked out this time around, but this 10 Portal being really, really strong. Now the Dragon coming online here for Kaito to try and keep himself alive as well. This could be an extremely big round, and it is. Both players on 1 HP. Who's going to be one that keeps himself alive?
You got to bring out the big guns here in the top 4. Serene is almost out of there. For the Zeta Division are definitely in major, major trouble here. They come out the top 4 with the big disadvantage. You can see the Kaito is able to stand up, but the raw damage on display here from Kaito is overwhelming. The Syndra cannot stand the bigger encounters here, and we will be seeing the elimination.
Sharon going out here as well, going to be going out in 4th place, and maybe just maybe Zeta Division has done it. Both the players at the moment are sitting in the top 2. Incredible job here to pivot towards this 10 portal board. The Wandering Trainer coming out on day number 1 here is so incredible to see. But now it's down to really who's going to be coming up against who, because is Kaito going to be coming up potentially against Kess here? Like, do you make your board weaker? I'm not too sure exactly what oh no, it is going to happen. It's going to be the Zeta Division players going head-to-head.
That's not what you want to see at all. But you've got to make way with the portal to the Nether after it's going to be coming in. Just absolutely ripping through everything. You can see the right-hand side of the flank just absolutely destroyed. Kez able to just go through it like it's not even there. Kaito is gone. And that's going to leave us with very few players standing at all.
Very few people standing, 2 players standing right now, and it really comes down to this top 2. It's such a close game right now to see who's going to come out on top. With Kez at the moment on a 6-game win streak with 10 portal. It's another fairy emblem there as well. I mean, if you really want it, I mean, don't really need it in the end, but it comes down to 2 vertical trades coming into this set. 10 portal against 9 fairies. Such an incredible way to try and close this out. 2-star being hit there on Nora. The Yumi also going to be pairing in there as well to try and get that little bit of extra value.
All right, let's go around once again. Oh boy. Okay. Let's see if we can figure out what's going to be coming in towards the 10. You called for the tower before, and the Tower of Power has arrived. Zeta Division, they've got potentially the 1st and 3rd place in the top 4.
This is going to come down to it. The last battle potentially. Is that tower going to be make the big difference here for the 10 portal? There's the anti-heal now, the Morellonomicon on the Nora, so that means that the front line is not going to be healing as much.
Oh boy. I really love to see this. The 2 big verticals up against each other, but we know the numbers are bigger. So that will be Kez taking 1st place in the lobby.
Incredible job to get 1st place. 10 portal, 2 vertical trades in the end as well. An incredible job here for both of these teams. Incredibly close to see you know, which team is going to come out on top in this one. But overall, another incredible game, another fun game as well in the end, making sure that these 2 teams go really neck and neck in this series.
Oh boy. But I mean, just be able to find it through there as we get official confirmation. Zeta Division have drawn the series even 1 apiece, which means we get to see this whole thing over again from the first game when things got a little bit wild to a game 2 when it went off the charts crazy. I think we're in line for a decider that's going to absolutely satisfy everybody.
I think in general, this format is delivering already. We're only in our 1st series of the day, and all the expectations have been up to the limits. It's been incredible to see how these teams have been able to go up against each other, how well they've been able to do as well, and being able to come out on top. But in the end, it was the vertical trades coming out on top right at the end. 9 Fairy against 10 Portal. What an incredible game in the end. But as you said, counterfeit. We go to our 1st series all the way to game number 3. And it's going to come down to this. And as you mentioned as well, you know, Wolves did have a lifeline. They do have a lifeline, but that's now been shut down. They don't have a lifeline anymore. And Zeta Division maybe have the momentum in this one.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what they got for us. I think, of course, I think the thing we're going to be taking forward to the rest of the day is the Wandering Trainers for both teams showed us exactly what it's capable of. If we didn't have one on both sides, the team which did have it was just going to take the top place in the lobby, almost guaranteed.
And Wandering Trainer is definitely like a high-risk, high-reward augment, but I feel like this is what needs to happen in this This is what needs to happen in this 4v4 tournament. You need to take these risks. You need to go for these high rewards. You need to go for these big caps. 2 games in a row now, we have seen augments play a huge part. Flexible in game number 1 with the emblems making a huge difference. Wandering Trainer in the 2nd game making a huge difference as well.
All right, the Esports World Cup presenting Teamfight Tactics will continue after this short break. We have got an absolutely amazing 3rd game to come. Whichever team wins goes to the upper bracket. Whichever team loses goes to the lower bracket and will be 1 game away from being knocked out entirely. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back in a few minutes' time.
Oh, that's good. Thank you. Ah, fancy seeing you here. Welcome to the Players Lounge at the Esports World Cup. TFT is well and truly underway. I just want to give you a bit of insight into what the players experience as soon as they arrive here. Catering over there. Get a full belly before you get into the server. Of course, if you're feeling a little bit tired, you can get caffeinated over at the coffee bar there. And that's not all. Through here, we've got the game zone. So if you're feeling a little bit stressed, a little bit under pressure, you just want to have a little bit of fun before taking things so seriously, because this is serious business, right? $500,000 prize pool is up for grabs, and we've got some of the best players in the world competing for it. You want to get physical? Physical games. Video games. We've got a juice bar as well, so you can get some freshly pressed juice, which is good for the soul and good for the body before you get playing as well. This is just a sample of what the players get to experience as soon as they arrive at the one-of-a-kind Esports World Cup. Oh, that's good coffee.
Of Teamfight Tactics it has been so far. We've got just one more to go in our first series of the day. And Stuart, this first series has delivered.
Oh, it's delivered and more counterfeit. I feel like we, in general, I feel like we never thought we would see a vertical comp, especially a 10 portal coming up in game number 2, and even just in the first day in general. But I feel like in general, when you hit these vertical compositions, you know, they were talking about the 10 Eldritch as well, being able to get that huge summon. I feel like in general, if you can get to that point where you have that win condition of reaching that high vertical point of the traits, then that's your win condition. That's the way in which Zeta Division were able to win that second game. You know, they were actually kind of tied on points in the end, but it was actually Zeta Division, because they got that first place, because they got that 10 portal and was able to win. That's why we're going into that third game.
You know, we have to wonder again, what would the game would have looked like we didn't have that in place. So of course, we didn't have so much of an impact in the previous game directly from that augment coming in from the very beginning of the game. But I think as well with the Wandering Trainers, I like that you've got a couple of different options there for all players. So you're pretty much guaranteed to get something you can work with nearly every combination.
And the Gold Wandering Trainer is something that's only really come out over recent sets, I believe. I believe it was last set 11, the Gold Wanderer. Maybe it was set 10, but it was one of the most recent sets that it got like added into the gold trades, which, as you mentioned, having that 2 emblem possibility, we know there are so many different ways in which you can use that. There are some possibilities that maybe you do kind of low roll in terms of the emblems that you do get, but if you do get one of these vertical traits in, like the Fairy, like the Portal, like the Eldritch, that could be a way in which you can try and tempo and try and keep that win streak going into the late game, where all you need is to build one more spatula, build one more Fairy, build one more Eldritch, build one more Portal, because these are craftable spatulas that you can build into emblems.
So just to zoom us out a little bit again, just to take us into the big picture. Of course, we are in the group stage. We are literally at the very beginning, at least of this stage of the competition. Of course, we had the qualifiers, the regional qualifiers for our teams to even get to this point in the first place. But in the competition itself, this is literally the first games being played across all the groups here today. Coming up, of course, after this series is done, T1 versus Weibo, Toronto Ultra with Onsei Path to follow, and then KC versus Team Vitality to end out the day. We will have a much better idea of what the Esports World Cup Teamfight Tactics will look, what the tournament overall will look like by the end of the day.
And I feel like the meta is definitely going to shift throughout this tournament as well. I think there are ways in which this meta can be a little bit maybe all over the place in game number 1. I still feel like it's maybe teams kind of figuring things out, kind of getting a little bit of rhythm, getting a little bit of comfort on the stage as well, because for some of these players, it might be the first time that they're playing on a stage, in this sort of kind of, in this format and also in this scenario, because in terms of TFT, we haven't had, too many lands. Really the only land that we really had was obviously the Vegas Open that happened. But outside of that, we haven't had many players sitting on a stage, especially in front of a crowd and things like that as well. So I think that's such a big thing coming into this tournament.
I mean, the thing is, you are literally out of your comfort zone.
Yeah.
Like, in every way around it. Like, while you've, of course, got your teammates around you who've been bonding with, some teams for longer than others, and you've got the support staff there. Of course, you've got the referees looking after you can see here. You're still not where you're used to playing TFT. In terms of hours spent playing TFT, on live versus playing from home, it's not even comparable at this point. Of course, our players want to build up these LAN hours, to build up those studio hours, and get used to that. But there's been so few opportunities for them to do so.
No, I think that's definitely the thing, and definitely the difference as well of being able to get that opportunity going and get that opportunity being really, really powerful at the moment, as we can see the keys and everything being moved around. I mean, in general, each team having a key in kind of the system, the trophy system that they have here at the Esports World Cup is so unique. I've been here from previous weeks as well. It's such a great kind of unique way in which to kind of bring these clubs in, especially to games like Teamfight Tactics. We don't really get a situation where we get these clubs coming in, signing these players, having a 4v4 tournament format, but it makes things, a lot more competitive and also a lot more fun as well, as we can see the trophy as well on stage, which the winner will be able to put their key on that trophy right at the end of day number 4.
Yeah, and of course, the outside of their key will be going into the, the memory of this tournament as well. Of course, in the course of the day, nobody is going to be eliminated from the competition. They'll merely be put in a position where they could potentially be eliminated tomorrow. So no crushings as of yet of hopes and dreams, but certainly, it's a big test, I think, particularly for our teams that don't win out today in their first series. That's going to really challenge them to be able to keep their focus, to keep their mental intact, knowing that they're going to be balancing on the precipice for the rest of the competition.
I mean, it's good that teams also have kind of that second chance as well. I think that's also a big thing, being able to potentially, even if you lose today, you do have the chance to go, back-to-back wins tomorrow and also on Saturday, being able to get into the quarterfinals. It does put you in a pretty tough spot, though, because if you lose this first series, that does mean that you go, as you mentioned, you go straight into kind of the lower bracket in this double elimination, the kind of group stage, which is a very unique format. So if you lose 2 games, you're out. If you win 2 games, you're in.
All right, well, it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a longer delay. So with that in mind, I'm sure you've heard plenty from us already, but fortunately, we've got some big brains on the line to bring you guys in and make sure that you're fully prepared for this Game 3. So guys in the studio, let us know what you thought about the series so far.
All right, thank you, Counterfeit. We are going to be here on the analyst desk, Casanova, joined by Hoopasan and Weeda. And let's talk a little bit about that game, too, because it was absolutely insane finish. And that's where I want to start. I want to start with the end, and then we can talk a little bit about the beginning. But first of all, the charm, the Dragon coming in, probably won the game for Zeta Division. Tell me a little bit about it.
Because like that fight was looking like absolutely like not going to go the way of Kato at all, right? And then the charm comes in like, and it would have been a Syndra 2 as a Syndra 3 fight, pretty much, essentially coming down to it. And then the Dragon comes in, just absolutely switches around the incredible momentum, and then it looked like Wolves were going to take the series, and all of a sudden, Zeta almost rose from the dead like the Dragon.
Yeah, 100%. And the big thing is at that point, because of the placements of the other two members, they needed exactly first and third, and that one fight gave the third place, and from there, Kess was on 10 Portal. Yeah, there's 9 Fairy, but tell me about these verticals, because 10 Portal has to be one of the best, maybe the best. It's up there.
Yeah, within 10 Portal, with Eldritch 10, with the High God, the Super Bolivar will be the best, and 9 Fairy will probably be the one that should win the game, but then 10 Portal was enabled, and it was totally amazing. These are verticals that are very difficult to see, so Wandering Trainer has a possibility to get those elements, those emblems in, were enabling these teams to do it. So actually, great performance, and it's hyped to see it because everyone was holding Syndras throughout all the game, and then they cap out with the verticals.
Yeah, I kind of want to touch on the Wandering Trainers here just a little bit because it really shaped up both teams' game plans, right? Because you had the one Wandering Trainer where the goal really was just to grief Tidal as hard as possible, right?
Yeah.
Just play Jinx without interfering with the Cockmore line, which you normally would have liked to have a little bit more heavily on that board state. And that kind of led to the fact that we saw YGQF kind of fall off as well, kind of heavily towards the late game of the game. So like they were like kind of thought they had it in the back, and it would have worked out perfectly for them. But then the Dragon came in.
Yeah, 100% is so cool. And you mentioned the Wandering Trainer. I want to talk about maybe some of the other augments that we saw throughout the game because they really highlighted the 4v4 format. I want to talk specifically kind of Tiny Titans and Pilfer. Can you tell me a little bit about how these kind of impact in 4v4?
Yeah, for sure. Let's start with Pilfer. It's economy. So the first unit you kill, the next round, you get it for free. So actually, it's a boost of the economy you get from the early game. It's very helpful to get that tempo in and to start griefing the other players, to get the possibility of rolling for additional charms. We saw that they were actually, when they knew that they were going against the opponent, especially in the mid game, they're going to trying to leverage and reduce as much of HP as possible. So in that case, Pilfer is perfect, gives you economy in the early game. I don't know if you want to talk a little more about Tiny Titans, how's that possibility and of preserving HP so important now?
Yeah, so like again, like in traditional gameplay with TFT, right? Like Tiny Titans, it buys you like 1 or 2 placements maybe, but here is a shared HP pool. It opens up a ton of extra sacking strategies, right? You're going to be able to do a lot of interesting things about it, but when push comes to shove and you kind of have to do battle straight away in a 2v2 situation, lacking that extra combat power ended up actually kind of coming back to kind of hurt them a little bit.
Yeah, it's cool because you use it, you let the Tiny Titans person, every time they got their teammates in the pool, they're like, all right, I'll take the hit. I got 30 extra HP, but as you said, eventually it just was not enough. And let's talk a little bit about the strategy of these two teams, because specifically Zeta Division in these games has looked really good at playing for tempo and avoiding the 8th places. Here it didn't work out. Tidal got giga griefed by everybody and it just couldn't happen. But they've been playing towards that. And how does that strategy kind of look?
We can come back to the first game. It's actually what happened. They avoided air plays, but didn't have someone to be their hero. Right. They didn't have someone to close it out, to win out, and get the first place. So the tiebreaker was not good for them, and in terms of points, it wasn't good enough. So it's very important. You need one player that doesn't go 8th, and then you need one player to go first and go for that win out. Here we had 2 players setting with the fairies, the 9 fairies, and also obviously the 10 portals that win the game. So you actually need someone that has that possibility. Normally Syndra, but in this case, I don't know, all the Syndras were out of the pool and no one had it to restart. So that's what's going to happen with something so strong. No one guessed it because everyone is riffing it.
And that was like a very funny situation in Tidal's Pandora's bench gameplay where like all of a sudden he had
like 7, right?
Yeah, and like does it kind of go back to like just the Syndra line and deciding who plays Syndra, because at some point at 2-1, like Tidal had a very interesting Syndra spot. He already had 1 bow open, had a rod, had a belt, could have gone for Rage Blade plus Nash's 2, but gone for a red buff and just tried to play that line out. But again, went with the Pilfer, ended up going into the Jinx line instead, right? And those type of micro decisions are super interesting to follow, because in a normal game of TFT, I mean, I'm just, I'm slamming Nash's, I'm slamming Rage Blade, I'm thinking, me, Syndra, mute all. Right, that doesn't happen in 4v4.
Yeah, and I think let's dig even more into this idea of like a hero on each team, right? In this game, it was obvious. right? 9 Fairy, 10 Portal. Those are the 2 that we're going to look at as being the big heroes. But as we go into this final game, I want to see who the big heroes are. Is it Syndra? Is it another Vertical? So let's send it back over to Counterfeit and it's Stuart, and they're going to take it away with the final game of our first series.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for the insights from the analyst desk. I think, certainly from the teams, I think they're running through a very similar process in their mind because, again, this is still such new ground for so many of our teams and players. Even with the qualifiers from before, every game is going to be teaching you something new about the format, and you can never account for how the opposing team, their style is going to interact with your team style and your team's specific strategies.
And I think we to bring up a really good point on the analyst desk as well about kind of the situation of Syndra. Who takes Syndra, who has the best spot of Syndra, which is something that we were mentioning during the cast as well. Kind of understanding who's going to be that player, who's going to be the player in this game, going to be the one that's maybe going to be on a lose streak and trying to take away units. In that game, it was Title. We normally know Title as one of the kind of the best players really in the world. To be fair, to be honest with you, we thought that he was going to be the main carry, but you can see how in these games it differs every single game. Every single game is going to be different, and Title in that game had to hold the Syndras and play a different composition to allow the rest of Zeta to get high positions on the boards.
I mean, there's also the thing to consider as well, certainly from my own limited personal experience of playing competitively in other games and things, is that I think from the side of Zeta Division, you can be tempted into going for very clever and good strategies that are complicated but are still risky. That they can have huge payoffs, but ultimately when they don't pay off, it ends up looking like that you didn't have such a good plan in place in the first place. I would really like to see, particularly for whichever team comes out on top of this one, with of course it's tied 1 apiece, to get control of that bottom 4 to start with, and try and keep yourself out of 8th place, so you don't have to be as desperate in your back half of the game.
Yeah, in that game, it kind of felt like Zeta Division were kind of playing catch-up, really, in the end, with how many of them were sitting in the bottom 4, but it was really kind of waiting until, like, that 10 Portal hit, for example, right? Kind of waiting for that big opportunity to pick, but it seems like we are finally getting things ready, Counterfeit. Our 3rd match in this best-of-3. Whoever wins this goes into the upper bracket.
All right, we'll finish out our first series here and now, as you said. A hugely important game. Certainly Zero Tenacity come into this one with a little bit of momentum. They've managed to reset the series and make this effectively a 1-game encounter. But we said, here in Group A, this is one of the groups where you really want to be coming out of it as first seeds because you're not quite as big heavy hitters in here, so it's much more possible.
Yes, as we mentioned, with the rest of this group as well, it's I think it's a very difficult group to get out of for every single team because I feel like, again, as I mentioned, I feel like most of these teams are very closely matched in this group, so it's going to be super interesting to see how things go. I was going to say gold because I was going to say golden finale is our portal as well. So how things go. There you go. I'm mixing two of my sentences into one now. We're getting to that stage of the day already. Golden finale is going to be our portal choice this time around. So again, I feel like the meta is definitely very different to what we thought it was going to be, Counterfeit.
Well, I think this is the thing for the players. There's so many variables in place for the 4v4 format. I don't blame them at all for choosing the lowest possible variance portal they can go for in every single one of the games in the series to say, we've got enough to think about right now. We don't need to have, wandering traders coming in and flooding the entire board with extra emblems or anything like that.
Yeah, there was an opportunity to take the likes of Pot of Gold in Nav 1, which again, as you mentioned, a pretty high variant to just get so much gold near the end as well. But we have to try and look out here to see what units these players are going to be picking up this early on, as there's a few players here at the moment for Shelty, trying to pick things up. A lot of players early on definitely prioritizing that Zoe as a main carry early on in terms of the 1 cost. The analyst desk we're talking about at the start of the day. There is maybe a possibility that we could be seeing that Zoe 3-star coming in with Scholar. Haven't seen it just yet, but there is a possibility for a reroll coming in.
Well, yeah, I mean, if nothing else, certainly performs very well as an item haul for the time being.
Yeah.
One player which I want to bring focus to in this game, just because, kind of checking through some of the previous round results, because we've seen players moving up and down pretty dramatically in terms of results between game 1 and 2. There is one player, as we get our first first and of course last gold augment in the lobby of Golden Finale coming in. We have some interesting choices there. I'll come back to the point from again because we need to get things online right now. Keepers coming in immediately. That's raw power on the ball from the start.
Yeah, Keepers definitely feels like this is going to go more towards the multi-strikers here, because Keepers can work so well with multi-strikers because most of your carries are melee carries.
Very duelist of you.
Like, oh yeah, exactly. Kind of like duelist of previous sets as well. Very, very similar. Doesn't have a casting just yet, unfortunately, but definitely looks to be going towards that route and can definitely try and maybe look for a loose streak early on, try and sell some units and see how things go. So big thing is looking at the right-hand side. Loads of players leveling up right now. 2 players of Zeta and 2 players of Wolves win streaking right now, trying to make their boards a little bit stronger.
Well, we do get to see something a little bit different here. The build different coming in. I know, Stuart, this was the composition that you were kind of looking into before we started in this series, specifically as being one which could potentially give you a real clean line through the game, which no one else can really contest you on meaningfully.
Yes, that's exactly the thing. I feel like build different is definitely going to be very, very strong in this 4v4 format because, as you mentioned, the units might not be as contested. You're going to be pushing levels. You're not going to be playing reroll unless you want to play like, I mean, reroll could be interesting with build different. I don't think it would be very good. But yeah, one of the best build different compositions at the moment is kind of this mix of actually AP damage and also AD damage with the likes of Fiora being a carry. You can put Nami in there as well. There is a lot of 4 costs and 5 costs in the build different composition. I think the difficulty with build different is getting to that point. You know, you're at the start of the game, you're going to be pretty low. You're going to be maybe struggling a little bit if you're not going to be able to get a board going, but that can scale pretty well into the later stages of the game.
One thing I do want to point out as we check in with Kato here, who has taken an early loss. Of course, Typhoon, of course, is front and center in a lot of people's minds. In this one, has brought out the Metabolic Accelerator to play the very long game. Shelty on the side with the support golem, of course. We mentioned it before in one of our previous games. Incredibly powerful for giving you early power. You said yourself, the extra body on the board and a very relevant buff to your team makes a very strong early game.
Especially something like Aegis as well, right? You know, being able to pick up Aegis as an extra kind of item in a way for a gold augment is very, very powerful. And obviously now it not being a target dummy, it's now a golem, which means it can walk around, it can take aggro from the likes of the other units as well, which is going to be really, really interesting to see how it works. I mean, there is a possibility as well, which I also is another reason why I feel like Keepers is also pretty strong at the moment, because you have charms that can give you target dummies, you have the support golems that can also help you out with Keepers and just give you that big and extra shield. And speaking of, casting in terms of multi-strikers as well with the Keepers, there are 2 castings on both these boards as well now, so we have to have a look here and see what builds are going to be picking up here for some of these players. But as you mentioned, with Title with that Metabolic Accelerator, not going to be too hard with kind of loose streaking right now.
Yeah, so I mean, this is really interesting because this isn't something we've really seen from before. Of course, we've talked about how Title was kind of playing a more sacrificial role, and we assume, giving his experience across to the other members of the team and helping guide their games as well. But in this case, really kind of forced to sit back in this game, and eventually, he will last longer. But of course, the Metabolic Accelerator is not going to be paired with anything like a Fortune from the previous set to give him a guaranteed big late game win.
Yeah, that's an interesting point actually you made, because there's not really a kind of econ trait in this set, which I think is something that we haven't really mentioned yet. Kind of them big cash outs that you can normally get. Interesting enough, 2 splashes being picked up here. One from Zeta, from Taro, and one from Shelty.
No, I think there's even an extra one there as well. So if we're looking for a game, which last game was defined by our verticals, remember, the Wandering Trainers, we were only using really 1 emblem from each of those. So having 3 spatulas join the game now means that we could be seeing even more big verticals.
I mean, verticals are definitely a big win condition for some of these players, and definitely is something that players can kind of work towards in terms of the later stages of the game. But for now, Shelty looking pretty strong with this composition. It's not a win streak so far. In terms of win streaks and loss streaks, all Zeta players at the moment, bar one, are on a loss streak. So eventually, these 3 players near the bottom are going to be on the loss streak. So it's really dependent now to see which one of these players actually prefers to be on the lose streak. Which the communication is going to come in. Title's probably going to be like, hey, Kev, are you in a better position than us? Are you going to be able to pick it up? Kaito, are you in a better position? Do I play weaker board? And do I play for a loose streak? Because we saw in the last game how well Taito, I feel like, played with kind of denying enemy compositions with the loose streak.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, when you're, depending on your position in the game, you can sacrifice your resources in a way which you would never dream of doing in a regular game of TFT, because playing just to deny one player makes no sense at all when you're playing against 6 other players in the same game. But we'll see how things work out, Serin. Currently looking very good, Lashao. But 2 Wolves players, both on win streaks. We talked about before, this can be a bit awkward, but they might both make it out of stage 2 with the win streaks intact.
That is very scary for Zeta. If both Wolves eSport players come out with a win streak, it is going to be definitely difficult. We do see Crown guarded as well as the augment here for Sherin, being able to pick that one up. Build different already on one side as well. But is it going to be the fight? It is going to be the fight.
Oh, the thumbs
win
up.
Strikers. Oh, it's really unfortunate that they're not going to be able to both go into this as a win streak. But I feel like the build different player definitely has maybe a lot more cap, in my opinion. So I feel like putting the win streak onto Lashao is not too bad, especially because he has a Cogmod 2 and a Kassadin 2 on his board already. So this board can win streak for a very long time.
I did get word from observers, I believe that at least one of the players was using the minor polymorph charm before to kind of get some of those 2 stars online a little bit faster, which of course, there's a lot going on in these games to be able to keep our heads about. But Taro, we were talking about the lack of economy trait. The closest we've kind of got in this one is going to be our Sugarcraft friends with the emblem in place and the Honey Monster as well. We've got something special cooking here from Taro.
It's definitely going to be very interesting. Again, he is taking flexible, which we did see in game number 1 as well. So is going to be getting them extra emblems. I believe he was the player as well that was also picked up the spatula at the carousel as well. So he's going to be getting a lot of emblems this game. We'll have to maybe stay on his board to see which one he's going to be getting next as well, because it's at the start of every single stage. He's going to get another emblem. If you get another Sugarcraft, if you get another Honey Monster, this could be something that Taro is cooking.
Well, notice the 3 Sugarcraft in place, which seems like it's telling for... Okay, for a second I was about to believe, is it going to be the same one again? Okay. No. So, we still, though, it feels like we've at least got 2 emblems which fit together pretty naturally, and we can maybe move up to 4 Sugarcraft in the near future.
No, definitely. I feel like you can have that little bit of scaling. You can see the Jinx on the board as well with maybe a few items. We see in YGQF here trying to play towards this Kassadin. As expected, 5 multi-striker with keepers as well, is going for the Bloodthirster. Interesting enough, no QSS on this Kassadin, which is normally a very pro item for some players. Being able to get that Quicksilver and allow you to get immune to CC is so important, but maybe looking to try and save as much HP as possible.
It's really interesting because normally we have the scaling item as well alongside the Quicksilver to give you some inevitability. But in this case, it's up-front damage with the Nash's Tooth and the Rabadons. We can see if the Kassadin does walk up to the backline and find squishy targets, he can go through them. But if he gets blocked, I wonder if he's going to be anywhere near as effective.
I totally agree. I feel like the burst damage is there for Kassadin, but I feel like at the same time, if there's any sort of crowd control that comes in, like the likes of the Nami, the Shen on the front line as well, even someone like Elise, someone as simple as Elise, it can be a bit of a struggle here to try and get things going. But the multi-strikers is going to be online here. Team building is an option here as well. It is only the silver version, so you do only get 1 now. You get 1 after 7-player combats. Maybe thinking of taking Silver Veil as well as an opportunity to give Kassadin the extra crowd control immunity, and that is going to be the option here for YGQF.
That's going to be absolutely huge. Yeah. I mean, it kind of reminds me a little bit of what we saw from Ashe in the previous set, that some players would, while traditionally you build her as a scaling unit, you can build her as a burst in this case. It feels like a high-risk proposition, but with the keepers in place, which we were talking about before, and that CC immunity in hand, all you've got to worry about is getting perhaps burst out by a Syndra before you can get through.
Big thing to mention as well, which we haven't actually talked about just yet, some of these charms are actually so crazy in terms of 4 versus 4. We saw YGQF there actually pick up the revealing your next opponent, which if you're able to communicate that with your team, you're actually able to kind of figure out who's going to be up against who. Because if you know that you're going up against someone from Zeta, then maybe someone else on your team might be able to pick that up as well. So in general, it's been very difficult to kind of track charms, but I think in general there are a lot of charms in this 4v4 meta which could be very, very powerful.
No, I'm absolutely with you there. I think it's completely crucial. You're right. Information is absolutely power in 4v4, and having that best information, it's also a testing thing of the kind of the leadership structure of a team to make use of that information. Say, okay, we've got this, the implications are this, and the follow on from here.
It's that branching out as well.
It is. We need more emblems in our lives, of course. Let's make everybody hunters as well.
So many emblems is crazy. He does have a reforger as well. So maybe there's a possibility. Okay. Hear me out.
All right, okay. I'm here for it.
Hear me out. If there is emblems that you maybe don't want, you put 3 emblems on one person and you just re-roll all of them.
Yep.
You just reforge all of them. And then maybe there's a possibility. But on the other side, we're seeing Jack's 3-star being picked up here for the keeper's board as well, which kind of came out of nowhere, really, to be fair.
Yeah, I do wonder if there might have been some charm shenanigans going on there, but certainly he's going to be an absolute unit on that front line. Kato on the other side, you see making use of the Twitch as a very good item holder. And it's actually ripping through the board there, making good use of the 1 cost. Taking a big, as we come onto Carousel, taking a quick look at where we are in the state of the game. Li Xiao is continuing to dominate with that build different board, unstoppable. Title though, managing to keep his loss streak intact. I'm assuming we must have seen, yes, a Tiny Titans coming in to push him up towards the top of the table, but to have 88 HP and that much of a loss streak, however you get there, it's still a great thing.
And you can see by his board at the moment, he's definitely looking to play towards the Syndra as well. You know, the Syndra's online, the 2 Vanguards on the front line are online as well. So the big thing is just trying to get that Syndra online, but because he has the Metabolic and now he has the Tiny Titans, he has so much more HP to work with that he doesn't actually need to roll down as much as what maybe you would like to see. You know, sometimes at level 6, you actually see players rolling down to 30, maybe even 20 gold to try and hit that 2-star Syndra. In Title situation, you don't really need to take that much big of a risk of rolling down because you have so much HP to work with Tiny Titan and Metabolic Accelerator.
Yeah, in short, you've just bought yourself time for Title, and I think particularly if you can start turning a corner, and you know, once you can start winning with a Metabolic Accelerator as well, you're pushing yourself out of a potential elimination. Even though, of course, you've given up the gold augment worth of power to get there, it again sets up Title potentially in this game to be a strong second place finisher to complement whoever shoots for first.
No, definitely. I mean, definitely in terms of first place at the moment, it definitely looks like Xiao is doing incredible work, but is going to be going up here against one of his teammates. That multi-striker on the other board. I know it was now. Do you know, I was thinking for a second, I was like, where did that Jax 3-star come from? But it was actually the charm as what you mentioned, because there is a charm which temporarily upgrades one of your 1-star or 2-star units on your board to a 3-star unit.
That's right, yes. I think the moon one. Yes. I always think of the very late game charm, which lets you get a 3-star for free, but we're way too early in proceedings for that. But yeah, so we've got a potential moving up here, because of course we can see the Wolves with our teams drawn one game apiece. They've got 5 members in the top. All 4 of their members in the top 5. Apologies there. Of course, we know this isn't a guarantee of a win, but at least it does mean they're holding on to a lot of their HP in the early going.
No, definitely. I feel like in general, you know, Zeta Division definitely have to kind of rely on Taito at this point at the moment, which is kind of big.
Just want to take a moment to point out here from Taro's side of things, I think we might have seen exactly what you were calling out, Stuart, the reforging the emblem, because we have got Sugarcraft all day, every day, 2 Sugarcraft emblems, which means we might see a 6 Sugarcraft before from Taro. We might see a gigantic tower of cake, and that could be the ultimate way to take down the lobby.
Oh, I mean, we've already had vertical traits already counterfeit. I don't know if I could deal with the big cake at this point. I mean, the cake comes through, you get the extra treats as well if you get the extra layers, which is going to be really, really huge. Obviously, the big thing, you get the extra damage and your team also gains HP as well. The Sugarcraft is kind of that scaling sort of trait, which is not as rewarding as maybe something like a econ trait like Fortune, for example, but definitely up there as like, if you can get Sugarcraft in early, if you can get the stacks, if you can get them layers of Sugarcraft, then you can get a really big rewards.
Yeah, well, I mean, for sure. I think the only thing that's kind of the fly in the ointment here for Taro is he is the lowest in the lobby on HP.
Yes.
You're absolutely right. If we can see Taro get to the very late game, build up the ultimate version of Sugarcraft, he basically becomes unbeatable. You know, especially once the cake starts spewing out all of the free rewards and basically just killing everything. You know, taking out everything on the board in short order. But I don't know if Taro has got the longevity to make that happen.
As you can see here in the picture-in-picture as well, YGQF being able to get one Akali away from Akali 3-star, which could be really, really big. Unfortunately, not really a lot of castings though. A lot of Akalis, but not a lot of the castings, unfortunately, to start things off at the moment. And does mean that you are going to be a little bit far away from your carry. But Kess on the other side is rolling down quite a bit as well. And it seems like, in general, Kez seems to be the one this game trying to deny units, you know, denying potentially some of the Syndras, denying the Kassadins on the bench as well. Maybe realizing that his spot was maybe not as strong as the others, so he's going to be the one that's trying to make sure that you can deny away so many units.
I'm really interested to see where this one goes longer term. I mean, the board's working pretty well right now. Kez getting a win there over Taro. Of course, who we're hoping has a long run, but after taking that previous loss, perhaps is not going to be the case. It's always a very painful thing, isn't it, when you end up in a situation where you know your late game's amazing, but you're just taking so many hits so quickly.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? You have to make sure that you get to that point and get to that point quickly, as we do see reinforcement as the choice here, so trying to maybe get that Kalista 2-star. If you can get Kalista 2-star here, or a Rakan 2-star, it would be really, really big. Ooh. Nothing yet at the moment. There is Rakan 2, and it is going to be picked up. I feel like you have to pick it up at this point. Potentially probably wanted the Kalista 2 instead, but with that Fairy as well, you know, so many of these players that picked up these spatulas during Carousel, that Fairy emblem coming in is going to be able to give you that extra item, which is going to go straight onto Rakan.
I mean, Rakan is an absolute unit. He can do so much work. Of course, we've seen the Preserver Shell being very, very popular indeed, but yeah, in this case, it looks like we're heading down the more fairy-centric group. Perhaps we'll see some more preservers coming through longer term. Sugarcraft on the other side again. This is Taro's board. He needs to get some wins in.
That's 3 Sugarcraft emblems now. There's a third Sugarcraft there. Taro is cooking a cake, and I am all for it. I want to eat that cake so badly.
He needs to get the round wins, or at least start softening these losses, though. You can see Jinx, she's doing her best, but the items are a little bit iffy. The Sterex is not exactly what you were hoping for. At least the red buff and the Gwynsues are good, and a win is massive for Taro. Every round he survives brings him closer to being the secret weapon of the Japanese team.
And the cake is building. The cake is building, and I cannot wait to get to this point where the cake is fully stacked. As mentioned, 3 Sugarcraft. We got a bee as well. We got Honey bee in there. We got a Chrono emblem in there. We got a Frost emblem in there. We are at 6 Sugarcraft as well. Hey, why not? Putting a 7th Sugarcraft at this point, being able to get to that point of the game where you can get all the way up to as many stacks as possible, which is going to be such a big deal here. If we can see the max stacks on Sugarcraft, as you mentioned, a really big win condition.
Yeah, I mean, well, at this point, you know, you've got a pretty substantial buffer just playing 6 Sugarcrafts for our Sugarcraft units in the first place, so why not make the best use of them? Again, this is going to be absolutely huge. Bear in mind, once more, that the Jinx is a little bit underpowered. She has at least got to search for a little bit more survivability. If she gets to the end of the round, she can soften the losses, but Taro takes another hit. Getting close to 600. Of course, we'll be looking for much, much bigger numbers for the ultimate victory. Flashao on the other side of things, making use of a full combat augment team to get the win in. Oh no, apologies. On the other side, Seren doing exactly what I said, but the other way around.
Other way around, indeed. Built Different still performing very, very well. 5 win streak at the moment, which is going to be really, really good for Sharon as well. Taking the Exiles, taking the Combat Caster. A lot of shielding at the moment on Sharon's board. Again, you're seeing so many Syndras across the board as well. So many players picking up Syndra, so many players picking up that extra bit of power in the end.
I do want to point out for Sharon that as we can see the Combat Caster coming in, of course, with the way the Vanguard works, giving the extra durability when you're shielded, incredibly powerful organ for this competition we see here. You know, the more time they spend shielding, you're getting a vastly stronger front line, and all the time you need for Syndra to stack up and just be able to eliminate everybody.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about making sure the Syndra scales. Again, I feel like we're not having a single Syndra reroll this game. I could be wrong. I could maybe forget about... I'm not too sure exactly where Title is going as well. We know that Title is definitely on a big loss streak. He's already sitting in the middle of the pack as well, so maybe he has a little bit more gold. But he's also gone up to level 8. So we have a full lobby at the moment that is just playing tempo. I do not think we have really a single player going for reroll, unless it's something like maybe the Jinx reroll for something like Sugarcraft.
I mean, certainly, I wonder if this long term will be what Syndra ends up being, is, you know, a very, very good item carrier for late game units as well, just because you've got flexible itemization. Cast speed is good for a whole bunch of units. You see Syndra on the other side getting eliminated in a Syndra battle. Now it's a Nami battle. I'm thinking we're starting to see our players converging on what the kind of strategies they want, and oftentimes they're very similar strategies to each other.
Yeah, I think that's the difficulty, right? Is like when players have that extra bit of, like, being able to come in here, being able to get the extra little bit of strategy is Pyro.
We have not seen that
twice. Okay, that's something new that we haven't seen just yet. This is something that actually Panda was telling me about. The Pyro on Smolder being pretty powerful because you can get a lot more power, and the attack speed definitely helps out the Smolder as well. 5 Pyro is going to be a lot as well, especially with that frontline tank of the Nasus. Maybe Varus in general is not a very big tank, but if you can get to that point of getting Smolder 2 and Varus 2, that could definitely be 2 really good pairings.
All right, we'll keep your eye on Taro. Remember, he's on 10 HP. He's so close to being able to push through and get to the upper layers of this cake. A monument to the Zeta squad, but I'm not sure this Pyro ball we saw from before is very, very powerful, and I don't think Taro's got it. No, he was tempted by the sugary goodness from the path of righteousness. Taro is out first.
Unfortunately, the cake burn, counterfeit. It's not going to be a very big cake this time around for Taro, going out in 8th place this time, and the rest of his squad is not too close, not too far behind him as well, with Kess and Kaito also sitting on 30 and 36 HP.
Okay, yeah, this is not looking good if you're a fan of Zeta Division. We were kind of trying to hedge our bets a little bit. We're saying, you know, they can still swing around the sun, come back from a low position, but with Taro out of there, like we said in the previous game, it narrows the options for the Japanese squad. You know, we could easily move into the position quite soon where Zeta Division have to get a first and second to win the series.
Yeah, it could definitely be that situation because, I mean, at this point, if you get 7th, 8th, you have to get a top 2. That's the really only way. 7, 8, and first, second means that both teams are on 18 points, but then with that 18 points and you get in the first place, it's totally fine.
Yeah, and of course, if you get 3 players, for instance, in the bottom 4, you've guaranteed loss anyway.
Yep.
So, I mean, there's a lot of different ways to slice this particular cake. So, of course, we'll, you know, shed a small tear for the cake that never was. In this case, though, the rest of the Zeta Division need to pick up the pieces. Taro can no longer save them. They need to find another route to win this game and get to the upper bracket.
They need to find a way to try and get some of these bottom players further up the rankings because it's definitely a bit of a struggle at the moment. As you can see, Rageblade also being built on this Smolder in the backline as well, but at the moment, not a Varus 2-star. This Pyro maybe not as strong as what it is for now, but the big thing about this composition is this Nasus is a frontline beast right now. Dunking them.
You're not kidding. I mean, this is absolutely wild. And again, you know, we know that Pyro can be very, very good, though definitely not as popular with other compositions kind of crowding out, but I think you've made a really good point, you know, by way of Panda, saying that there are routes, especially in this lobby, which had so many spatches spread around, opportunity knocks, and if you know that possibility exists, you can really make it work.
And the scaling is going to be there with the attack speed as well, which is so big for the likes of Varus, so big, even for like the likes of Nasus as well. You know, we did see that with Nasus, he is building a tank and he is going for a more tanky version of Nasus, which is the normal, but with the extra attack speed that you do get from Pyro as well, it's definitely going to give you a lot of extra damage.
Varus getting the upgrade there as well is going to be absolutely huge. I mean, that's just going to be so much more punch into the team overall. Bear in mind, of course, we've also got the Smolder having the Dragon buff in as well, thanks to the Shyvana. So it will keep Smolder just a little bit safer. We can see, even with not a full set of items, the Pyro, you know, using it in one slot, giving a ton of attack speed, and just ripping into the board. Kaito is looking really good here. And again, you know, if we're looking for a player to pick up after Taro left off, maybe he's the one.
I mean, maybe he could be the one. I still think it's very difficult right now. I mean, being able to get a few wins there is really, really huge. Title is slowly going down the rankings as well, but now we're seeing a little bit of a split here. You know, 2 of the Wolves members are still sitting right at the top. I feel like for me right now, Leshao and Seren sitting 30 HP pretty much above the rest is such a big thing. And again, it's kind of similar to the last game. Can the catch-up potential happen for Zeta? I'm not too sure if they have the same cap as something like a 10 Portal, for example. Something like the 9 Fairy or something. I don't feel like that really can be there this time.
I think as well, you know, if we can see a strong finish here from Wolves Esports, that's absolutely fantastic. You know, if they go into the upper bracket, you know, they've got a chance to go 2 wins and get themselves a guaranteed spot in playoffs. You really want to be trying to, you know, be dominant in a win if you can make it happen, because it's only going to get tougher from here. Kez is up to bat here on 16 HP in a rough spot. We can see the front line is just about holding. I think Kez will stay on for another round. Title, not going to take out the teammate at least.
And not taking out, I think that's a pretty good loss in general. I feel like, I mean, Titan's going to get that little bit of HP back anyway, and obviously is still playing with tiny Titans. But again, you're just seeing across the board at the moment, it's very difficult for Zeta, because eventually they are going to be playing against each other. YGQF, though, is on a 5-loss streak. Could be our next person knocked out here at the moment. As we see at the bottom of our screens at the moment, we're seeing a big overview of these compositions. A lot of 4-cost 2-stars, which is super surprising.
Also surprising is another cavalcade of emblems, because of course we needed more of them. Taro looking on Sally saying, I could have had another Sugarcraft emblem. I could be making 2 cakes by now.
I mean, the crazy thing is as well is that YGQF actually denying away the Pyro as well, which is such a big thing. He can actually use it on his board as well with the multicasters if he really wants to as well. We do see another Fairy. I'm not too sure. Is this 9 Fairy? It is!
Oh boy!
Another game of 9 Fairy, and it goes over to Wolves Esports as well. It goes over to Shirley as well, and it's such a big thing as well. We've seen already how well 9 Fairy can perform one of the best maybe vertical compositions outside of these big massive 10 ones. And a dragon on the board to help with keepers. It looks like Wolves at the moment are looking incredibly strong.
Yeah, just trying to hold on for a few moments more. If you can, especially if you can get 2 players into 5th and 6th out of the bottom 4, you're almost guaranteed the win in the game overall. The Dragon will do a great job of staying alive for an enormous amount of time. This is an absolute monster, well worth the investment. So no eliminations out of this round. The Keds, I believe, going down to 2 HP.
Really difficult now for Zeta Division to try and come back. The extra healing now on these units. We've seen it before. We've seen it again. Title also going down to 4 HP. 2 of Zeta Division's players at the moment are on 1 HP. If both of them get knocked out in the next round, that's going to be Wolves Esports securing this series.
Yeah, that would be, I mean, certainly coming into this one, Zeta Division as the favorites, it would be an ignominious end to their first series. Of course, lessons will be learned one way or the other, but certainly you want to at least be fighting to the finish line on a final game like this.
No, you have to. You have to make sure that you try and find something miraculous. Try and communicate to see who could be coming up against who. Hey, we could be seeing a situation where Kez comes up against Title. It's not. So it's going to be Kaito coming up against Kesper. Has he made his board weak enough?
I don't think he has.
To actually make sure that he doesn't knock out his teammate.
This will be an absolute disaster. The board is getting run through. The Pyro board is burning away his teammate. Kez goes out. We now require a top 2. Title is still in the fight. He cannot afford to lose for the rest of the game, or it will be over.
That's it.
And it is just like that. We will, of course, run out the rest of the game, but Zeta Division have officially lost the series. Wolves Esports 2-1 will enter the upper bracket.
All 3 players of Zeta at the moment sitting at the bottom, 8th, 7th and 6th. So even if there is a first place at the moment from Kaito, who is on a win streak right now, there is no way that they can catch up with points right now. And smiles on the faces of Wolves Esports. They know their job is done, and this is really, really big for CN and really big for the first seed coming out of China.
Oh boy. And you would never expect at this point in the game to be able to sit back and say, you know what, we've still got a little bit of MVP business we can sort of sort out here by where we go, but ultimately the job has been done. And again, I think when you're going to be coming out of this one, when you're going to try and fight for the top seed out of Group A, to finish a game this dominatingly, I think really sends a message to the rest of the group that you are a favorite now.
The big thing is that the first 2 games were definitely back and forth. I feel like the first 2 games were very, very close, but as you mentioned with this game, this is nothing but a stomp by Wolves Esports. All 3 players on Zeta Division were not able to kind of get that extra bit of gold, get that extra bit of health in. Even Title as well. Metabolic Accelerator, Tiny Titans, still not being able to find a win condition is so big here. But we're seeing the power of the multi-strikers as well. Maybe not the itemization that we thought of, but definitely a lot more raw power. But does it come up against the power of the 5 Pyro?
I think the original recipe Pyro is always going to be that little bit more crispy. At this point, again, we're just running for the formalities of finishing out the game. As I suppose No, this is really damning of the Fate praise. It could have been a worse loss for Zeta Division, but only barely.
I don't think it matters how much you win or lose. I think, I mean, as long as you get the win, as long as you get the win, as long as you get the loss, I mean, that's all that matters in the end. I mean, it would have been a great confidence boost, I feel like, for Wolves Esports if they would have got all their members in the top 4. Of course, I totally understand what you're saying, but I think in the end, do an incredible job here, making sure that they're able to get it as well is so big. 6 pyro now for Kaito in the end. It's definitely a board that we wasn't expecting to see today, but you can see the power that it can deliver.
And I think this is going to be one of the interesting things we're keeping track of. Again, we're in our first series of the day. There's 3 more series to do before we're even done with our first of our 4 days of competition here. I think, here in the third game, and then the third games across the whole of today, this is the time where we're going to see teams bringing out that secret tech that ideally they wouldn't have needed to use. So, if we're here for the Wolves, if they could have made the series 2-0, we may have never seen the pyro side of things. They may have been holding that back to say, if we need this, it's a breaking case of emergency comp.
And I think in general, like the meta in general for the 4v4 is definitely going to be a lot more interesting, especially for like us and the viewers as well. That in this game, for example, right? Not a single reroll this game. I mean, you speak about how like the 1v1v1v, you get what I mean. That sort of meta is like the kind of solo meta is like. Everyone's playing different rerolls, but I feel like in just terms of this competition, how the 4v4 works, it's all about trying to reach the maximum cap. Loose streaking can be a little bit difficult, but reaching these spatulas, reaching these emblems that you can build, can definitely be a huge win condition.
So again, for anyone who is tuning in, we're just running out the last parts of Zeta Division versus Wolves Esports. Our first series, opening up of Group A. Already, Wolves Esports have secured themselves the win. We're just doing the last sort of formalities to make sure that everything runs out. Of course, the series coming up after this one is T1 versus Weibo. Of course, a lot of people are excited to see with that one as well. So we'll bring you it as soon as possible. But we can't deny the Wolves their victory lap here because they have more than earned it in this game.
Oh, definitely more than earned it. And I think in general, I think as a region, I think CN is definitely going to be really hyped up in this as well. I think CN as a region have definitely been a region that has very, I guess split apart has not been the right word, but they're not a team and they're not a region that really work together. I feel like, I feel like some of the players are definitely separate, but I feel like in this format, it's definitely brought the CN players together as a region in terms of playing in this group format, which also in general just helps the player in general because you get to see a different aspect of the game. You get to know about different knowledge from other players as well, which is going to benefit them a lot, especially in this format.
I mean, I would kind of point out, I suppose, on if we look to the the set championship scene, that when you look at those top 8s across multiple championships, even if the Chinese players haven't been winning the championships recently, there's normally 2 or 3 players, very often in that top 8 anyway. Almost a 4v4 team's worth of players that are consistently performing at a very, very high level. So if we can take that as an indication of the overall region strength, I think this is giving us a lot of information about the tournament overall.
Oh, definitely. It's going to be exciting to see how the rest of the tournament goes as we can see the Smolder 2 being upgraded as well. I'm really curious to see the power of this composition because that Nasus in the front line can definitely tank up a lot, and this Smolder's going to be flying around trying to do as much damage as possible.
And bear in mind as well, he is a Dragon activated Smolder, also with a Hextech Gunblade. If you're a melee unit trying to catch up on him, you're going to have nightmares for weeks. But fortunately, you don't need to worry about that because you're not even getting close to him in the first place.
I mean, as I mentioned, that Nasus at the front line, I think, is one of the best forecasts I feel like in the game right now. We've just been so beefy in the front line. And also, I think people kind of underestimate how much damage Nasus can do as well, even as a tank. Being able to just dog enemies left, right, and center is extremely exciting to see. As we see, all 4 of the players at the moment very, very low on health. And you can see that when the Pyros finish their combat, they drop these little cinders that drop on the floor as well, which you can actually pick up, which gives a little bit of extra attack speed over to the rest of the Pyro units as well. So not only is it a strong comp that gives you a lot of raw power, in terms of especially 5 Pyro, you can get the execute as well, which is going to help, but you get that scaling as well in there.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the vertical Pyro just giving you, even aside from the passive collection, you've got a massive amount of attack speed in there already. And I just want to follow up on what you're saying about Nasus, because of course being praised on analyst test coming in, it's worth bearing in mind, that he's, you're talking about the extra damage he was dealing, scaling off his max health, especially with the setup he's got there. That he's going to be able to just be an absolute unit though against the Fairy 9. this is a board that is on somewhat of a different planet, though.
Hold on.
Apparently, maybe? No. Okay, for a second, I was a believer.
I mean, honestly, I feel like Pyro actually did pretty well there against Nine Fairy. I mean, there's a lot of hype behind
shockingly well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hype behind Nine Fairy, right? Especially when you get the Radiant items and the Fairy items, getting so much healing. But you're seeing the power in which the Executes can come in with the Pyro as well. But that is unfortunately going to mean that Kaito is going to be out. So it's a 1-2-3 finish here for Wolves Esports, and they are flying in this last game of the series.
Yeah, I mean, that's a, it's the final insult, unfortunately, for Zeta Division to not even, it would give you some amount of comfort to take the first place in the lobby, even if, ultimately we didn't change the result of the game. But it's worth kind of bringing into the conversation some of the things that happen after those player eliminations, because, as much as you might want to see Kaito come through and succeed, you're actually working against 3 people who have only got you to focus on. So whatever direction you go for, they're going to be just taking those units immediately. You're going to be hunted down and taken out without really the chance to function.
No, it's extremely difficult, especially when you're the last person left, right? It's really difficult to try and make sure that you are the one that kind of gets a tempo going as well, as we see multiple dragons across the board. This
flight of dragons.
This dragon charm costs like 15 gold as well, so it's not cheap, but it definitely gives you a lot of power as well. Unfortunately, we don't see the dragon head-to-head as well, but definitely a cool way. And I feel like the set mechanic in general is just really, really fun. I think it offers a lot of opportunities for these players, especially in the later stages of the game. You're seeing a lot more aggressive roll downs as well to try and hit the charm that you want to, and sometimes even in the early game as well, things like the Mind of Polymorph being really good to try and upgrade your units.
Well, I think, and it also adds this extra layer to the 4v4 as well. As much as we've got the more straightforward applications where you just say you want to stay alive for a round, so you bring the dragon in, we've got, in this case, where you care so much about where other people are finishing and what they are doing, which gives you this extra incentive to find exactly the right one.
It looks like we're going to go to our final lap, our final sprint here for Wolves Esports, being able to secure this first series of the day. And I mean, you're looking at the boards in general, right? We have a 2-star Syndra on one side with the Karma. We know that Karma was going to be very powerful in this meta with one of the strongest forecasts as well. But carrying the Syndra early game has been so powerful for multiple of these players. But let's see who's going to close it out.
I mean, Liz Shao definitely impressed us, playing flexibly with Flexible before. The build different has got a chance here. They're both on a single life. So to see how they do against each other. Nami and Karma on one side, Karma and Syndra on the other. We see that Nami almost taking out the Syndra on the backside very early on into this one, but ultimately the result of this particular round does not matter. Again, this has been an extended victory lap for the Wolves here. Wolves Esports representing China in this case, and Wolverhampton are going to be getting the win in for Lashao. The reward there for being a flexible player and a crushing victory here. Zeta Division being pushed out of that game wholesale. Wolves Esports were not the favorites coming in, but I think that's about, or just has changed.
No, definitely. I feel like Wolves Esports in general definitely came in with a plan, came in to deliver as well. Huge credit to someone like Lashao, 2 games now, playing flexible with the emblems, playing built different as well. To be 7 or 8 days into a set and being able to recognize the composition already, recognize your win conditions with flexible, with build different, is nothing short of outstanding for a player of that caliber.
That's why it's such an exciting time to be playing this early on in the set.
Yes.
Because it's really rewarding our players who, as you say, have that ability to see a little bit into the future, pick up comps the day that somebody discovers them and make them work in a very complicated tournament format. That's not something that any player can do.
No, exactly. It definitely takes a lot of practice. Some of these players have definitely been practicing a lot, have been grinding the ladder, have been practicing 4 versus 4 as well. The big thing is sharing ideas as well. I think this is such a big thing that we don't really see that much in Teamfight Tactics. This 4v4 format allows players to share ideas, allows players to actually make use of kind of being a team and being able to be like, hey, this composition is pretty good. We should try this out. Maybe this unit is a bit stronger than, a bit weaker than what we thought, but in general, it's been very, very powerful.
Oh boy, as we said before, a wonderful thing to be able to see the relief on the Wolves Esports players, but they couldn't have asked for the whole series to end out better. again, looking forward a little bit to the future. We have T1 versus Weibo coming up after this series is done. Of course, we will be preparing our players for an interview before that's all said, done, and getting everything ready for the rest of the day. But coming out of that series, we did have a lot of really stark points, which came in and really kind of slapped us in the face in terms of the level of efficacy. For me, coming out of that one, it's got to be the verticals and just how unstoppable they seemed across the series.
Yeah, I think it's all going to be about the high caps that players can reach, right? If there are opportunities to reach spatulas, we know that spatulas are a bit more common now during the carousel as well. So if there are opportunities, I mean, we didn't talk too much about kind of carousel meta. Sounds kind of weird to say carousel meta, but there are ways and okay, do I need to deny something for someone? Do I need to give a spatula over to someone?
All right, gentle friends, we are going to be sending it over to the stage because we've got an interview with you. Let's hear from the real folks.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And we have YGQF after an amazing game against Zeta Division, winning 2-1. We have a few questions for the player to ask. So, first of all, this is a new format. It's a new tournament, and you guys have won the first match. So how did you guys prepare coming into this tournament?
这是这个锦标赛的第一场游戏，你们已经赢了。然后他想问你的是，有新的格式，有新的赛制，你们怎么准备的？你们准备的如何呢？
我们大家都非常喜欢这个4v4的一个新的模式。然后我们知道有这个赛制之后，我们就组了一个队，然后大家一起训练，然后约国内的就是非常厉害的战队一起训练。
Okay, after I know about this new format, we practice a lot, and we have this team in China. They help us to prepare, and we actually like this new format. It's very cool, and we of course we played a lot, and we practiced a lot. So this is how we practice that.
That's really good. I mean, it's all about communication for this format, and it seems like you guys have been able to do that, and it was really good. But we also have another question for you. You're playing on a big stage in front of a crowd. Does that pressure you in any way?
你们在这么大的舞台上面比赛，在打这个游戏，然后有没有什么压力啊？在观众在看你们，就是可能是第一次这么在打这个游戏，有什么样的压力吗？
其实我们在国内也有很大的舞台上打过比赛了，所以说没有紧张。但是来到这个沙特这个世界电竞杯的这个舞台，也是非常的激动高兴的。
Well, actually, we played such a big stage, and even in mainland China, we played a lot. But after coming to Riyadh and Saudi Arabia for this tournament, we are very happy. We are very pleased to play here. We are very happy and delighted to play here.
Yeah, we are also glad to have you here. So congratulations on winning the first match, but it's time for us to go back to the studio to continue analyzing the game.
All right. Thank you so much, Fancy. Thank you so much, Fancy. It is Casanova, Wida, and Hupes on here to break it down a little bit as we're taking a look at some highlights from the first match of the day. What were some of the big moments for you across the set overall, or this match overall, Hupe?
I mean, we're seeing it now. Taro trying to go for a very sweet composition in the early game, being flexible, getting a lot of augments, a lot of emblems, going for the Honeymancer, going against for the Sugarcraft. In the end, it didn't work. He got some emblems that didn't work for him in the late game, and he was the one who was supposed to be the hero. He was the one who should have performed for Zeta in this round, and he couldn't make it.
Yeah, we got to see 9 Ferris 2 games in a row,
Yeah,
right?
Same.
Again, kind of just refer back to what you were talking about there, right? Again, in game 1, we saw like the good side of Flexible. This game, we kind of saw the downsides of it, right? That's a big thing as well. These opening gold augments are super important to kind of work around. There's so much combat power in them. And we saw this in this game as well, because it was very clear from 2-1 that Wolves were going to be the pace setters with the pickups of the support golem as well as the build difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see just this massive win at the very end from Wolves, this kind of domination. And a lot of that is going back to those gold augments, some of that early game, and just finding that big success. One of the other ones I want to talk about is that build different and kind of how that is played in the current meta.
I mean, normally in our mind, build different, we remember is HP, is speed. So we normally think about Kalista, but since Karma is so broken in this meta, and actually the generational speed is able to enable her to cast more and spread the damage in AoE, it was the decision now. So only a full tempo in the early game, trying to grief units. You were saying, we were talking about it, Guida, getting the Colmog, even the Casadin, they were to avoid being used by others and avoid that reroll. And then in the end, capping it out with Karma and a very good guard with good units. Also the Rise that scales with velocity, with speed. That was a nice touch.
I do like velocity as a term much better.
Yeah,
It's actually, like it's dangerous, it's scary, it's dealing a lot of damage. But we were kind of joking about the fact that, like, okay, so BD picks up now, so you're just gonna kick Cock more. Casadin, that was exactly what happened to your party. I hope to find it to be very, very funny, right? And I just think that kind of just showcases the ability and the flexibility of this set so far.
All right, well, let's take a look at the bracket really quick because I want to see, I mean, of course, it's just one match, so there's not a ton of changes, but remember that this is a double elimination bracket, and on our B stream, we had Branching Out versus GK. Branching Out able to take that win to 0, and so now the elimination match will be between Zeta Division and the Japanese players from there, and GK, our Brazilian representatives.
Yeah, 100%. The Brazilian Storm here, we got a chance to see them coming into the stadium in the previous event. They have been working together since a lot of time. They have been prepping. So actually, maybe not a surprise because they're actually one of the weakest when compared to the rest, but they're the strongest in Brazil. So they are able to make a comeback with Zeta. We saw that again. And I wanted to highlight the possibility that Zeta, maybe individually they were best, but 100% Wolf played it best in a teamwork. They were very, very much connected, and they were helping themselves so much using charms and trying to preserve HPV.
It was cool because it wasn't like actually showboating, but at the very end there was kind of some showcasing of their kind of team ability.
Yeah.
There was no reason that all three of them needed to stay alive, but they kept taking very minimal losses against their teammates to make it happen. I think that was just so cool to witness because that is that top-level team play we're looking for.
Yeah, exactly right. And again, like just showcasing that even when everything is kind of set in stone, there are no slip-ups, just getting all those reps in because, yes, the teams, they have been scrimming, they have been doing all this thing. Again, the Chinese players very much used to play in stage for the TOC, for the JOCs of the world. But again, just certain that they don't make those mistakes, just getting all that in there. Like even the double dragon potential mirror that's set up towards the end of the stage as well. Right? Just so many of these small, fine margins coming into play here, just really showcasing why they took such a dominant win.
Yeah, and I wanna kind of take a step back towards Zeta Division and talk a little bit, even though it didn't work out in the game, they showed some very strong team play that is worth mentioning. Tidal taking Metabolic Accelerator and Tiny Titans, kind of being like the blood bag of the team, just being the one to try and help everyone else out. And then they had, I believe, Taro set up as the hero with Flexible. And while it didn't work, I mean, just talk to me a little bit about that strategy and how it can be so powerful in this format.
Yeah, it's normally what you want to look. The idea, the placement, how you presented the idea of the 4v4 was great. But as you said, you need to risk the one who's going for third place. When the emblems didn't work for them, it actually turned out the whole idea, the whole strategy of the comp. And then they were just looking for spots, and it wasn't enough. That's why in a riskier scenario, they went for the win it all, but when you already know this is something for everyone to have on screen, if 3 of the players go bottom 5, it's over. So that's why the series ended up very, very early, and well, they couldn't cap it off.
All right.
But they took the risk. That's what's important. Yeah. They took the risk to take it, but it was a very high variance way of play.
Yeah, like I want to highlight something about this as well, because like again, the various competitions, we kind of get to see that for the first time this week, and it's not something we're going to see a lot. But like when you have all the things lining up the way they did, right, with double pyro emblem, all these things, you get that trio carry setup, but it doesn't capacitize the 9 Phares at 10 portal, so it's not going to be a hero composition. But as a comp that you can have to play around into being that second top 4 player, it is very, very powerful. But again, the strategy just fell a little bit short because the flexible ace kind of folded this game.
All right. Well, I wanted you to tell me a little bit about the kind of last gold augment that we saw that might have been something that we don't see all the time, and that was the Encounter emblem. This is something that is actually quite good in the data. Y'all were telling me backstage, but it's not something that we see in Syndra a lot of the time.
Yeah, for sure. Normally you see when you go for the Karma. Karma is a unit that needs anything you can give her. The Morello is fine, mana generation is fine, but she also needs a basic HP. And normally it's very hard to get it. You get it with the Chrono, but we haven't seen the vertical Chrono so much use. So in this way, when you have anything that can provide AP to her, it's actually amazing. So getting the 4 Encounter, or even not using significant units, maybe I don't want to say about dropping the Syndra in the late game. It sounds maybe wrong in my head, but it's a possibility. So Encanto, actually one of the best sceneries for me, very flexible, and gives you that boost of AP that you normally need.
All right, thank you, Rita and Upisan, for the analysis. We're going to go ahead and head to a short break. When we return, we'll start to get ready for our next match of the day.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Welcome back to the analyst desk for a preview of our next match here with TFT at EWC. I'm Casanova, joined by Weibo and Hupe-san, and we got T1 versus Weibo coming up. Give me the high-level breakdown of this one, Weibo. What are you looking to see out of these two teams?
I'm looking at T1. I'm looking at the best team in APAC, most likely. Right? It's such a powerful team. Every single player here has championship level experience at the highest level. Bintum might be one of the, if not the most consistent player in the world at the moment competitively. SCSC, triple game talent. Those are very rare, absolutely amazing. Doing these studios talking about the Soju of Korea, but also a very good player in his own right. And Bobe, for a long time, this was the guy that everyone in the world was looking at for early season compositions, all this good stuff. This guy was like, see, this is a genius. And we need to see that level come out for him again.
Oh, I have my personal biases for this team because SCSC and I both previously were Heroes of the Storm pros, so it kind of feels good to see him in this game as well as me. It's very exciting to be watching some SCSC again.
Incredible. I had a chance to see T1 on breakfast also, and they also have a staff. They have the staff member that is like the manager, and he's actually very on top of them, getting discipline, getting good work, getting them to eat well also in the breakfast. That was cool to see.
Yeah, I heard
so,
do you do egg whites only for your omelette? That's another question I heard coming out this morning at breakfast.
So that was amazing to see. Actually, you feel the energy. As you said, Bintum being like the leader for them, not only for results, but also the energy. So actually, I think even they're the better in the individual results, but they should perform very well. The environment was amazing to see. Now we can see a little more about Weibo.
Yeah.
Weibo has some amazing names, and now again I want to highlight the power of friendship. In case of Hondian and Easy, they both participated and won in the Hextech Havoc. It was a double-up tournament, and it's like half of the 4v4, we could
they
say.
got some team synergy already.
Yeah, so they put it out again. Easy, again, going there. Casey with a long-term career also making the change. They have 5 TFT championships altogether compared to T1 that has 8. So both of them with high level in individual experience. Let's see how they perform in groups.
Yeah, and especially because like I'm looking at this set and kind of like some of the flexibility aspects kind of align a little bit what we saw in Fates, right? Like Specking set for a lot of forecast flexibility. Obviously, we don't have the chosen mechanic anymore, right? But for someone like Cassie to come back now at this set to showcase himself at the highest level, I think we should be really scared to see like what this guy can produce, because I do believe that he should be one of the best players to look out for.
Yeah, I think it's very exciting to see this this combination, right? We have T1, Weibo. This would be huge in a lot of other games. League of Legends, this would be just like Battle of Titans coming in, and we've got it here in TFT. And just quickly, we've seen Korea being so good in scrims. They said so many teams here. What have you seen of this region that's been so good?
I mean, individually, Korea is both. It's like individual high level and the high recognition of who's going to win the game. So they actually, since the first start of the game, maybe round 3, start of round 3, they already know, okay, you're the hero, you're going to win the game, we're going to funnel resources to you, make sure that you're able to get what you want in Carousel, for example, and then the player that goes for the one who loses and goes for the 7th place is actually also well recognized, and he's able to grief perfectly. So that's what we expect to see.
All right, but with that, we're going to send things back over to Veracity and Fancy on the stage to kick off T1 versus Weibo.
What a way to kick off the Esports World Cup over here. Fancy, what did you make of that first match? Because I don't know about you, I definitely didn't think Wolves Esports would walk away with a win.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, after their second game when they won it, I thought that they're going to be able to take the distance, but I was really rooting for Taro's Sugarcraft combo. I mean, he was so close to get the 7 layers and do it, but eventually, Wolf Esports were the better team.
You know what? Everybody keeps talking about how unbelievably OP the Syndra meta is, but I don't know, Zeta Division were definitely finding their struggles in that game as well. But you know what? There's still plenty more games to come. We have our Group C about to fight it out, duke it out over here on the stage.
That's right. I mean, we finished 1 game so far. We have 3 more matches and 4 more matches to happen on the secondary stream. So make sure you guys watch that. But for now, let's call this the first team.
Let's go ahead and do it. First up, we have a roster that has teams in 2 game titles prior to EWC. And right now, especially for the Esports World Cup, fielding 6 teams across 6 different game titles, it is none other than T1.
And for our next team, they might not be performing well lately, but they are definitely looking for redemption on the big stage for their first match ever. Please welcome Weibo Gaming. This is going to be an exciting match. Are you ready for this one?
I'm super excited for this one. Real quick, who do we think is going to walk away with a victory?
T1? Maybe
T1,
Weibo?
can they do it back-to-back, another game title?
I mean, let's see what happens. It's going to be an exciting one. So please, casters, take it away.
Thank you so much. On the stage, we are so excited to bring you this series, number 2 of the day, Group C, powerhouse teams, powerhouse players, a powerhouse matchup in esports, a classic, really, Korea versus CN.
Absolutely. We have 7 players on this stage right now that have been to the Global Championship. This is the highest caliber you could talk about. But for both of them, we haven't seen them actually play. Both auto-qualified based on their QP points.
And of course, we've introduced the players. I think we should maybe introduce ourselves, Clement, as well. I'm Impetuous Panda. So excited to be here for what is a massive, massive event for TFT. And Clement, I'm just so happy to be here casting with you. You're an expert on the region, both CN and Korea as well. And an expert on these players. We've seen them so often at champs throughout all of TFT.
Oh, sure. You know, there's one player I would like to introduce from each team, and it's going to be Honglian coming in from Weibo Gaming. His playstyle is very unique. He captured the hearts of the audience because he loves to play big lose streaks and then win out in the end. So I'm looking for him to possibly be that sack position early on and then be the ace later.
And we did mention that we're starting off with this series for Group C, but Group C has already started on the B stream. We have, of course, Fnatic, one of the powerhouse teams coming in from the Americas, and Z10, a team that maybe was one of the underdogs coming in from EMEA. Massive upset in game number 1. Z10 took the lead in that series, which looked really daunting. We saw the start of that game. Z10 is not looking good, but all of a sudden they have a 1-0 lead in that series. It's very important for these teams to know what's happening there as well, because of course it impacts the group and the matchup for tomorrow.
I just want to mention, it's really not about the individual in the 4v4. Fnatic, they had the name, they had the championships, but in the end, Z10 with the better teamwork to win out. It's going to be the same thing here in this game as well. It's all about positioning. We've seen in the previous series as well, you want to have your win-out player early on identified. That is the best position to play from.
And of course, HP matters so much, both the HP you're preserving as a team, making sure you're positioning in terms of helping your teams not deal too much damage to you, but also the portal is going to be very relevant. Completed Anvil, Champion Delivery, Golden, Prelude as well. It seems like all players finally come to the right conclusion, or a conclusion at the very least. Golden Prelude will be the portal for this game.
I was laughing because it's very rare that you see teams go onto different portals. You usually stick onto one, high variance or the steady ones.
It's the OK business handshake to start things off.
Yeah, we see a lot of, like, you know, ankle breaking early on, trying to like deceive each other. We mentioned Honglian on one side, and for the other side, it definitely has to be Bintum. This has been the most consistent player out of APAC, 4 different global championship appearances, and he did end up as high as 4th place so far. So I think this is going to be the team leader. T1 really started this team around him, and then had that open qualifier they did themselves to select the rest of the team. Now, taking a look at the characters so far we are looking at Bobe already having that potential at least 2 to start off with a strong early game. We've been looking at a lot of the different games we've seen earlier, and what we've seen is basically you want your lose streak player, you want your win streak player, and the player in the middle, what seems like the best strategy for them is to go for those emblems.
Did you not mention the Syndra player? I think that's a pretty important part of the team as well.
We've seen a lot of Syndra players, but please don't do what we saw from Zeta Division. 2 Syndra players running into each other. This is actually a very interesting point. We were talking a lot of the teams. Some teams are willing to run double Syndra just for tempo. Some teams will avoid it completely.
There's the idea that Syndra is so strong as a unit that you can just use a 2-star Syndra as a way to catapult yourself to level 9. You find stability on that level 7 roll down. You find a way to fit in Nami for Eldritch, that important CC, and even just 2-star Vanguards can sometimes get you to 9 with the right augment set especially.
True, and 3 ways to play Syndra. We see a Syndra here already. You're going to see this tech all the time. On 1-4, you want to put your Syndra on A3 or A4 hexes just to get that extra cast and starter stacking.
First augment check here. Martyr, of course, not very strong in the early game, not too many units to get the benefit from. And tempo augments that are trying to have you level up, not really considered meta right now, simply because of how dominant reroll is. Syndra, we talked about, Kog'Maw especially as well. We see a Kog'Maw and a Nunu, the starter pack with 2 blitzes already on the board for Dooney. Zuni says, you know what? That's a good idea, game. Thank you.
He doesn't really have the items for this type of line. We do see he's holding on to all the AP carries as well, but Honeymancer on 2-1 with the Kog'Maw, you can't say no to that. That's going to be a decent, strong start for them. We really have to see the other players. Oh, this is a really good one. We see someone with his support column selected already.
And of course, there's some augments that, due to this being the first patch for Set 12 Magic and Mayhem, there are some augments that are really polarizingly strong, where it's almost insta-pick no matter what comp you're playing because of just the general value you get, especially in the early game. Something like Support Golem, for example, is just an extra body on the board, extra just insane stats for most of the team with the support items as well.
And Dooney Juni is definitely not going to go for the Kog'Maw as the Morella's already slammed. On the other hand, he's running into his teammate. CSCS here is going to be going for the multi-striker line, one of those clear win-out positions.
The line that I am very familiar with, Clement. I've been playing a lot of multi-strikers on ladder. Very, very strong reroll. I think a reroll that requires a bit more specific itemization and especially augments that really make it become an absolute monster coming to stage 3 especially. Really all rerolls are looking to spike on 3-2 specifically on that level 6 roll down.
True, and now coming back to Bobe's board, this is one of the most common items we've seen slam so far in the tournament. It's going to be the Guinsoo's Rage Blade. A lot of times when you can't find those tiers for the Syndra, you can just slam double Guinsoo's like we've seen in the Weibo games.
And we're seeing now Support Golem was not 1 extra body, but 2. We have the Z0 portal coming in, so a lot more extra HP to chew through for the players. Dooney Zuni also going to be on the Morellos. Has half of a Nasher here as well. Very important for Syndra players if you're locking into the comp. Looking at the late game especially, you want to lose streak and have carousel priority in this first carousel in stage 2. Important as well in a 4v4 format, there's an extra element of strategy added onto carousels. We've seen it a lot already on broadcast, you can hover as if you're picking a certain component or carousel unit. The other team that releases at the same time as you in that first pick order thinks you're going to take it. You don't actually take it and you wait for the next teammate that you have coming up to take it instead. So essentially protecting and really a lot of flexing around pretending to take things.
The funniest moments is when I see a player hovering a component for another player and the other player, they just, not pick up. The other team actually calls them out and just goes for it directly. That's always my favorite moment. Sometimes you have to think fast in those situations if you're going to fully deny or not.
And a very strong setup here for Easy. Going to be the Shojin already. Going to be half of a Gargoyle or a Dragon Claw for that potential Vanguard frontline, and especially the learning to spell. Double scaling essentially on the Syndra. If everything goes right, this could really scale into a win-out comp.
And we're looking at the meta. The AP compositions are really the ones that are carrying most of these teams right now. We've heard players talk about it. Syndra, Karma, absolutely mandatory to get into that composition rotation. So, learning to spell, very flexible. Syndra start as well, 2 players already with the Syndra. And this is what we expect out of the meta.
Wukong not bought here, which is a little bit surprising considering that if you get another one on the carousel here, if you high roll somehow another Wukong, is a very, very strong frontline in the early game.
One of the key things we've seen in all these carousels is that tier denial. If you want to play Syndra, you don't have a tier, it gets really difficult. So see both players off of 8th and 7th going for the tiers directly. Even if you're not using it for yourself, you want to deny it from the opposing team.
For some of the higher HP players, Bintum and Kezi both with that multi-striker start. In the case of Bintum, has the Pyro Emblem start, which does give you that extra bit of cap onto the Kassadin board. Essentially Pyro Emblem onto the Kalista in stage 4, and it's just a lot of extra attacks for your team that really helps reach those extra caps. For multi-strikers, it's not just enough to play the standard board. You need to have something extra to really try and contest that second place, that first place.
We've seen in Weibo Gaming's games as well is that you just use the Kalista to transition and then go to Smolder with the Pyro on top of it. And what's so great about that line is nobody's holding viruses. You get free viruses on stage 4, sometimes even stage 3. So that's what we've been talking about in the middle of the pack players. You really need those emblems to kind of find different lines that cannot be stopped.
For our viewers at home, if you ever get a chance to find a Pyro emblem and a multi-striker emblem, put both on a Smolder. Not entirely sure if it's the best cap for the board, but it's definitely the funnest to see visually. Smolder goes absolutely insane. So much damage coming in from the Dragon.
Yep, dealing true damage there as well. And it looks like no one is going to be able to contest Bobe with his current board strength. Just walloping Honglian there. And this is where Honglian likes to be. You know, he likes to start from the very bottom and then climb to the top.
Been to make another loss there as well, down to 91 HP. A lot of gold here for Honglian to, again, work around this Kog'Maw line if he's going to commit to it. It looks like he might. The items are all perfect, I would say. You can slam an IE, not the best tempo first item, but you have, you know, half of a very good tank component for a Nunu potentially. And I think Kog'Maw is a line that, in my opinion, is still underplayed on ladder. I think the 3-2 roll down, if you 2-star everything, you're able to have so much stability, especially with Jinx on level 6 instead of Tristana, all throughout stage 3 and 4.
This is much more standard play. Both teams have a win-out player and a full loss streak. So it's going to be important to see if they run into Dooney Juni, who's doing the full loss streak. Oh, guess like both teams are going to be able to preserve that.
Maybe a Hunter emblem off of the flexible here for Hanshin. So a bit of contest, potentially, but you can play, of course, around your other emblems you get coming up in the next few stages. You can play a flexible Olaf, potentially, if you find it early on as well.
Yeah, I would say Hunter is definitely the one that is, people are not exactly looking for it so far. The big win out one is going to be Arcana, because you have so many different emblems there. The Arcana gives you extra plus damage amplification for each one.
That's a very nice double Kassadin shop, just naturally on level 5 here for Kazoo. Going to have
you
a
seem
very,
extremely
very good
excited. You almost feel like you're playing this game yourself. Because it's going to be contested here, but you know, there's so many different lines for multi-striker. Panda, you were just telling me about this. You can sometimes just tempo with the Kassadin. You don't even have to fully commit to it.
There's, it's a unit that really you can slam anything onto. Players, I talked a lot to Alan ZQ. He's a very good tempo player. He's able to use things like Syndra, things like Kassadin. They're very, I think, overtuned is 2 costs. 2 just essentially level, push levels. You hold some copies to contest other players and make sure they're not hitting as easily. Then you just end up leveling to 8, leveling to 9. And Kassadin can work with so many different items, so you can really work around anything you're hitting on stage 4.
Ooh, another Fairy emblem coming out here. We've just seen in the previous series that there was Fairy 9 played twice here, so a strong alternative win-out condition. Unfortunately, it doesn't have any natural hunters in that line, so we'll see how they pivot around that. On the other hand, I do want to mention that T1 actually lost their full win streak player here, so that's a huge blow. If you don't have that win-out player that you can reliably get to, you know, first place or something, it makes the rest of the calculations much more difficult.
And the demonic Nico, Fairy Hunter Nico, is online here for the start of stage 3. One line you can go into, which maybe is a consideration for Hanxing, is going to be the Wukong Hunters with Jinx as a main carry, and having the Kog'Maw player play for Tristana instead, splitting that Hunter line and be able to have both players thrive in the stage 3 and 4.
And I'm pretty sure Hanxing's going to thrive because he just hit a level 5 Olaf here. But we are not that hype on Olaf as a 4 cost, but if you get him here for free, why not? Why not? He'll still carry stage 3.
Especially in the 4v4 game mode, if there's some, you know, miscommunication from the other team, if you find the weak front line and you get the resets on Olaf for the takedowns, he can go absolutely insane. Prismatics hitting us now on 3-2, so really upping the tempo of this lobby. We'll see if players can find some of the crazier ones. Support Golems, of course, is absolutely insane. Giant and Mighty, for example, is a combat augment. I think really for the Prismatics, it's all about combat more than economy compared to other sets in the past.
The one I want to see is for the flexible player, can they actually find the Wandering Trainer? Because that's a +3 and +75 HP to the entire team. If you hit Arcana, you basically win on the spot.
We're seeing the stage here just absolutely fantastic to see TFT thriving, to see a setup like this. The level of production here, the players in studio, feeling the pressure across the other side of the stage from their opposing team. Of course, so important to start things off hot on this day 1 to make sure you have that positive momentum after all the scrims, all the qualifications to make it here in the first place.
Honglin is going to commit to the Kog'Maw reroll composition, but he's still going to hold on to his lose streak here. He hasn't rolled deep enough for the Kog'Maw 2, and is currently item carry for the Tristana. So we are going to, see this is how Honglin likes to play. He likes to maximize his gold potential for the win out. He's definitely going to be more of an ace-like of player. He wants to go into those final lobbies, take the win for a team.
And we see yet again the Nashor's casted, an item that I think surprises a lot of viewers, but it's not maybe the traditional, Rage Blade and Arcane with a very greedy casting line you see a lot on ladder. But in my opinion, Nashor is one of the stronger items. You have a lot more upfront attack speed on every cast. You scale less, sure, but I think in the early game it's just a lot of more upfront damage and just it works really well for Gaston, surprisingly.
He does have very good support items right there. The thing about the multi-striker line is a lot of the front line actually uses AP very well, especially for the cast-in, for the Jax here. So I think this is the nuts, right? Our resident multi-striker player.
As a resident multi-striker player, I'll give a little bit more insight on the positioning as well. It's really important here. The Akali being kind of 2 slots away from the Castin, making so that Castin essentially is killing a unit. Akali jumps in, gets the kill there as well on that left side, for example. And it happens very often in games depending on the opponent's positioning as well, but it's really relevant for how Akali works as a unit. We're seeing it there, jumps in, and then both get the kill quickly. You deny a lot of abilities from those units. You want to try and TFT, of course, to kill units as quickly as possible and go 1 by 1 for the most part, front to back.
Amazing call right there. A 6-0 fight going into the way of Hanxing, so he's gonna have to take the brunt of that. And on the other hand, Kudzu, we finally see his board once more. He's already sitting on 5 cast-ins. It rolled very, very deep for them.
Because it's still on that win streak, 8 win streak for now, 100 HP. And looking at the carousel, the 4-cost priority, not going to be the highest. There's no Karma, there's no Rakan. There is a Kalista with a bow, though. I think it's more going to be about item components and finalizing the builds on your 2-cost reroll units.
The thing I'm looking right here is there seems to be an uncontested Syndra in the works here. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. Easy and Dooney Juni going to be on the Syndra lines, one going for the Vanguard variant, and the other one might be going for the Wukong.
For Hanxing, we have an Infinity Force Olaf. We have a Sniper's Focus Kog'Maw, which is a very strong build for Kog'Maw in specific in terms of just that raw power, and allows them to itemize both the Tristana and the Kog'Maw that way.
Coming back into the board. This Olaf surprisingly not able to carry the full weight on stage 3. So we are going to be seeing the Kalista coming in to help. We do have the Fairy Emblem already, and we see that 6 Fairy is actually a decent use. If you get that Rakan early, it does stabilize your board very well early stage 4.
And for Olaf, I think he's a feast or famine unit, where if he gets stuck on a tank, he does absolutely nothing. He just can't get resets, he can't really function as a unit. Whereas if he's able to get those takedowns, get on a, itemless 1-star tank or 2-star tank, it's a 1-cost like Blitzcrank, for example, and get a kill there, he starts really scaling into the fight and really becomes a menace.
It does jump around when he gets those takedowns. Unfortunately, not that great in a position here. CS is just going to roll over EZ. His Vanguards are not upgraded. And we're looking at the rolls here for the players. We already have 28 rolls for Bincham on the Pyro. Interesting.
Dooney Zuni here, already level 7, 60 gold to work with. On slamming, has an early Nora as well. The itemization on the Syndra makes me think that he's not going for the Syndra reroll here, not, of course, the BIS for Syndra with the blue buff instead of the Shojin. We'll be looking at something like a Karma board, for example, and maybe going for more 4-cost flex, which worked very well at the start of the set. Karma was a menace alongside, Fiora and many different units. Not so much now. It's much harder to make Karma work. I think it's really playing TFT in hard mode for some players. Of course, we're in, a tier 1 competition. If someone can do it, it's the players that are here.
I'm just saying, Karma is still the best 4-cost out there. It's in hard mode because everyone denies her. There are no Karmas that are left untouched in the shops there. But Dooney's shooting, perfect position to go for it. He's leveling very aggressively here. He has the perfect items in the blue buff, the Morellos, and the Nashers for the Karma. So maybe if he gets a reinforcement for 2, that's how it's going to go.
I love the observing here. We just scout to 3 different boards in 5 seconds. Every time it's a 2-cost reroll dancing and celebrating their win in this late stage 3. We're now into Wolves. A few more item components coming through. Hopefully the last few item builds for both the Kalista and the Olaf in this case. And a new emblem coming through as well. We'll see. Flexible had some mixed results in the first series we saw on broadcast with a very good result in that very first game for Wolves. Not so much for Zeta Division in that final game.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be looking for another fairy emblem right here. A multi-striker would be quite decent in this situation for Hanxing, and he could potentially still go for something like a Frost and then have the Varus line if it is open. It wouldn't be ideal, but there are definitely a lot of options here. Let's see what he's going to find. Another Hunter emblem.
Interesting.
Ooh.
Also the idea of finding a Reforger off of a Charm and having a chance to essentially play a branching out Reforger strategy and hope for the best and hope you get something that maybe works a bit better with the Hunters.
So I have seen 6 Hunter played with someone like the Smolder, who gets a lot of AD there. He also has a Blaster inside of the trade. So that could be a big win-out condition. On the other hand, Kudzu still 100 HP, streaking the full way, and also has the cast in 3.
We could see an Edge of Night on Akali, maybe hoping to find more upfront damage. Already has a QSS, wants to find something that's less defensive, more offensive to allow Akali to become a threat as a secondary carry outside of the Cassidy. Akali in the late game especially can really get some round-winning kills on backliners if you position correctly, so I think it's really important. And maybe just working for tank optimization as well to have, to just buy some extra time for the Cassidy to ramp with the Rage Blade especially.
Well, Weibo Gaming definitely has their win-out player selected already. With the extra multi-striker, he only needs to look for the Callista to find 7 multi-striker. Now, CSCS, on the other hand, also in the same line with the multi-striker, rolled down fully on level 8 to hit the pair of the Camille.
Another prismatic emblem, or augment rather, for the 4-2 round, the final selection in terms of the lines players will be going for, the general strategy coming to the late game. And players now have to start deciding, am I the win-out player for my team? Am I the tactical griefer who tries to make sure I'm not going 8 and I'm helping to send someone else level 8? We're seeing now all of a sudden the Kog'Maw 3 has been hit there as well. The Syndra with the blue buff still. The item holder, no Karma has been found here. And the roll down is deep. Rakan, of course, a very important unit here as well. We're going to see the half Shapeshifter, half Vanguard front line. You're finding all the pieces except for the most important one, which is the Karma. And this is, I've been in this spot so many times, it's so awkward. Finally, the Karma is found. You have to sell one more unit to find the gold to get her on the board and get those items onto her as well. The decision is made. It seems like a tough decision. A roll down that was all over the place here for Dunizuni.
Yeah, he was really trying to find a 2-star Warrior or a 2-star Camille there for someone to just hold on to the Radiant TG. Doesn't get to find one, so I think his stage 4 is going to start out a little bit rough. However, looking at the top of the standings right now, I'm seeing a pattern. 1 and 2, I feel like they're both playing multi-strikers. Maybe you're right, Panda.
This is my kind of series. Why do you think they brought me in, Clement, and said, you know what, we're predicting the future. Multi-strikers will be the name of the game for that game 1. Panda, come in.
Call to Chaos. I think this is a bit of a low roll coming in from Kudzu here. He doesn't really need an extra tank in that composition, and he found 3 hull breakers.
And this is a setup that works similarly to comps like Duelist, for example, in past TFT. You really want to buff your entire team with stats. And this is what multi-strikers are doing here. You have the AP, which is great for casting, great for Akali to some extent as well, so you have some AP scaling. You have the Locket, which is fantastic for the shielding, for the durability, for the scaling of, the casting especially. And you have the Randuin. So many extra stats. If you ask me what is my perfect setup for prismatic augments, it looks something like this for multi-strikers.
But I have to say, where can he go from here? Because I don't think he can actually get the cast in 3, even with the extra Nico right here. All the other teams are holding the multi-strikers because they know their teammates already have the cast.
And right away, positioning there, the Tristana onto the cast, and the Cassidy dies. I personally like having the Cassidy not on the very edge of the map, but second slot to allow some tanking from either a Jax or a Shen. The Shen can even have some amount of stunning on your opponent's backline as well.
Is the party over for CSCS? Is there another avenue where he can go forward to? Because it's looking very rough.
With the increased unit pool and obviously the influx of 2-cost rerolers, it's actually quite doable to have 2 players have a cast in 3, and it's not really as hard as it has been in past as a TFT, so I think there's still a chance for a big roll down and a potential hit.
This is an interesting build for Honglin. He's sticking on 18 HP, maybe going a little bit too low for the Magician of TFT. That's what he's known as. I'm not sure he can make a comeback, and he has all of his items on the Tristana 3.
And we're seeing the difference maybe in the augments that were picked up. We're seeing only a 2-star Kog'Maw, only a 2-star Tristana for Bobe, but all of a sudden he's very healthy. 56 HP, the Sniper's Focus is doing so much. The Jinx now here for the Hunter line, and this Olaf is looking like an absolute menace. If he can get the resets, very important. He can't get stuck on these gargle tanks that really just stop him in his tracks the entirety of a fight.
He does get free Omni Vamp and attack speed when going into that fight, and it's 6 Hunter, so there's so much damage coming out of that composition. He just needs to find a soft target to start off with, and the fight should be automatically won. On the other hand, Bintum and Honglian both going very, very low on basically very similar lines.
The call to K of the triple hold crusher is an absolute menace. We're seeing the Olaf getting reset. Is it going to do enough? It looks like it is going to be the case. The Hodge, not exactly the BIS for Cassidy. Cassidy is close to getting the reset, but not quite there. Olaf gets it first. A big, big win for the Hunter line here. That's what Flexible brings to the table. We're seeing a 6 Hunter, 4 Shapeshifter board, which you don't see very often in set 12.
And that's 110 extra attack damage coming out from the Olaf. With the 6 Hunters, he cannot be CC'd right there, so absolute menace right there. Honglian, though, down to 8 HP, and he hasn't been able to hit a remover the entire time.
And just, you know, absolutely tragic. I personally prefer the Jinx board. Maybe if you find the Jinx, you can take off Justana and just has the Kog'Maw carry them instead. The belts, you're not going to do so much because you already have so many frontline items with the TGs that you have a lot of belts on Jinx and Kog'Maw, losing lots of value on that, for example. And the Blitz one off as well, so just it seems like so close but so far for the CN player.
Yeah, he has all of the stars aligned here on the units at least, but the items are not in the correct place. And just looking at the opponent, this is looking like a team kill coming in from Kotsu.
Treasure chest hasn't popped yet, but when it does, we see some items coming in for the Ashe, for the Kalista to help the Kassadin clean up here. Can the Kassadin win this fight? Ideally, of course, the answer would be no, because Weibo would be in big, big trouble. We know that getting an 8th in this format is absolutely devastating, and that's going to be the case. Bintum takes 8th instead, actually, gets the -7, and Honglian saved by the bell, 7th place in the end.
Oh, Bintum was playing the Pyro board. We didn't get to see it much, but honestly, if you don't find the Smolder, that Pyro board doesn't really cap out as well. So we're going to see a close save for Honglian. The Magician did fail, but he still got +1 point for the team, basically.
And important here for the components, if you want to see a glove, you want to have some amount of healing on the Akali here, and potentially a, you know, usable tank component to have maybe a Redemption Slam, for example, to help with that AoE reduction and some healing as well for the Kassadin.
Now, let's take a look at Easy's board. He's been playing the Vanguard Syndra line. Hasn't rolled down yet, sitting on 4 Syndras so far. So we'll see if he can find him. Bastion's a good find there. Goes well into the Diana later on the Frost line.
A very, very strong setup here. We understand why we see the Radiant Shojin on the Syndra. And look, this is just Syndra 2. It's not a problem. Syndra is just a unit that you really don't have to 3-star any longer. If you're very close to her and uncontested, go for the traditional reroll line. Reroll Syndra, reroll the Mordekaiser, you're good to go. But if you're not close to it, do not commit to rerolling on 6 especially. You want to go 7. That's the new meta for Syndra. You want to make sure to fit something like the 4-banger we see here with a 3-mage and 3 Eldritch. And Nami does so much with anti-heal. We see here the Morello slammed especially.
This is exactly why the Vanguard Syndra line has been the best variant statistically. You can go to level 8, and if you don't have enough Syndras here, you can then alternate carry the Karma. You have an alternate carry in the Nami as well, so it's a very flexible line. You're not stuck hard committing to rerolls. We're going to see CSCS maybe finally relinquish his spot at the top 2 plays. Bobe looking in trouble here on the 4-lose streak.
He's very close to hitting the Kog'Maw. He has to... Well, he's hit a few yellow units, but not the ones he wanted. It's going to be the Nunus instead. Has to sell them off, knowing that he is in big trouble. And this is the problem contesting a Hunter line that was contested 3 ways, really, with the flexible player as well, slightly going into it.
And there was 12 other Kog'Maws on other boards here, and unfortunately, Bobe just one off, unable to finish that. He has a great setup. The Fishbones actually makes Kog'Maw spit to the back line there, being able to nuke 3 units at the same time, but no, doesn't find it before the combat starts.
CSC going for the Hecarim 3 as well, so really trying to find that max cap. Usually most multi-striker players don't find enough gold to go for the Shen 3 or the Heka 3. They want to try and, again, go for the Kassadin and Kali 3, and then push levels for the 7 multi with Camille.
Now the 3 Heka with the triple Hull Breaker, definitely an interesting option right here, but he's very, very healthy, has been healthy this entire way, and I'm just kind of surprised how easy he has been able to find these Kassadins. We saw his roll down counter, wasn't even that high, and he was also contested.
T1 looking in really big trouble, and not surprising considering that Bintum, I would say, is kind of the face of this team. A player that's been, you know, 2 champs 4 different times, a player that is in the conversation for one of the GOATs of TXT alongside players like Hwami, like Double, like Tidal, all at this event.
there aren't that many players that have been to the Global Championships 4 times now. So he's one of them, double in Juanmia, like you mentioned there. And now everything does come down to, you know, T1 trying to avoid 3 players ending on bot 4. If you have that, the game is automatically over, regardless of the other standings.
And scouting so important for Bobe, who continues to put Cassidy on that left side of the board we saw earlier on there. But looking at the Kog'Maw now, still has not been hit. 1 off, and this might be the last fight for Bobe. Fishbones, Sniper's Focus, Kog'Maw. Is it enough when he's 2-star? The answer looks like is no. Syndra scaling just a little bit too hard. Tristana can't do it by herself. It's going to be an elimination for Bobe.
Dooney, can he still keep himself in the fight here? That's going to be the big question. He's down to 2 HP, still hanging on, but if he's out, that's mathematical elimination. Bobe actually rolled 104 times and didn't find the Kog'Maw 3. Ooh, it's just so rough.
Was contested, of course. You can't really blame Mortok for this one. You know that there were other players holding those units. It is easier, as I mentioned before, with the increased unit pool to hit. We had 2 players hitting the same line, but it does make it obviously mathematically a little bit more difficult. You're forced to use more gold, and then you can't cap as high. You can't push levels as easily early on into the game.
This is going to be very precarious for Dooney Juni here. He only has 2 HP, and honestly, his board looks quite stable for a stage 4 board, but late stage 5, I'm not sure it's enough to go through the multi-strikers.
And the biggest problem for me is that set 12 is all about combat augments. You have 2 econ augments that are not really helping you. Tiny Titan and Slammin, they got you here, yes, but now what? You're not able to face the support golem boards, for example.
But we got lucky on the Radiant DG. This is going to save us right here. You know, we want close games. We don't want the games to be over that early on. Let's take a look at the focus fire here. This is the most important thing for the warrior composition. If you get stuck on a big tank like that Hecarim, it could be very bad.
Bazillion as well can be incredibly impactful onto units like Akali, onto units like Kassadin, stopping them in the tracks and allowing the Fiora and the Gwen to clean up. We're seeing so much be done with the Hull Crusher, but is it enough? The Fiora is cleaning up, as you mentioned, Clement, an insane combination of items. The Deathblade pulling off crazy kills back and forth. Can she solo the Kassadin? She can, and Fiora really carried this fight, allowing the T1 player to survive in what could be a pivotal win, with now the CN players slowly getting chipped down.
And we have to remember, Dooney Juni is healing every single turn. If he can keep his luck up, this is actually a decent roll here. No AD on the Radiant TG, but enough HP here. So a lot of the times, it's just going to come down to positioning. I like what he's doing here, stacking double warriors into the Nace's HP reduction.
And so close to a spike there for Easy as well. We saw the Gallios, the Mordekaisers, ready to come online. His 3-stars ready to buy so much more time for that Syndra to do her thing.
Can Dooney Juni avoid the 8-win streak Ezreal here? Oh, he's going to go up against 6 Hunter, who's looking for a 3-star Olaf win-out.
Bastion onto the Nasus, the Sunfire coming in, but Fiora has snuck into that backline. Can she provide enough of a wildcard situation? Can she kill off those backliners? Can she save a lot of the HP? It's potentially the case that Olaf is on her, but she doesn't get the reset. That Olaf is down. Fiora, has she done enough? The Jinx is still alive and scaling with the Rage Blade. The Runons proccing onto the backline. Karma on borrowed time should be more than enough. 2 massive back-to-back wins for Dooney Juni, but especially for Fiora, who is proving to be an absolute unit for the Korean team.
Oh, that is exactly what you want to see out of the Fiora. A sneak into the backline directly. He finishes off the Kog'Maw, which gives attack speed to the rest of the team. Also pulls the Olaf in the opposite direction. So great fight for the Dooney Juni, keeping T1's hopes alive. But now we're still going to have to brave another flexible emblem. This is a composition that just gets stronger and stronger for Hanxing, and Easy still has been not untouched with the 9-win streak.
We're seeing one problem though. 2 of Weibo's players are so healthy still, and no matter how strong you get, this is a game of numbers. You eventually face your teammates, one of you gets knocked out, and this is where the HP preservation throughout the early stages, the positioning for your teammates' fights, for example, are so relevant.
A bit of a low roll here as we see the Scholar emblem being picked up by Hanxing. He's going to be looking for a little bit more Frost units here. Diana is going to be a good pickup. I wonder if he's going to place that in. Oh, actually just going to add Witchcraft.
Would love maybe a Milio. You're missing a lot of items. You have the Fairy emblem as well. You can maybe sneak that in and find some value. You could get a 3rd tank item on the Nasus, for example, on the Jinx especially, who's scaling as your one kind of range DPS if your Olaf gets taken down early.
Didn't see he has 2 Bastions, so it doesn't really even need the Diana himself. Going up against a teammate Ghost board here, he should be able to take that one down. And on the other hand, for Juni, this is going to be the tough fight. Can he actually get over these Vanguards and the Syndra build? Syndra's still stuck on 2-star, but she's focusing down the tank very quickly, and the Golem's already into the backline. Bad roll for Juni, and T1 loses another player. But can Juni finish in the top 4?
That's the big question. Right now, it's a -10, a big loss against that Syndra board. Looks like the answer is no. 3 players in the bottom 4. Quick math, you don't have to be an absolute expert to know that that means it will be a Game 1 win for Weibo coming into this series.
Yep, it is mathematical elimination, but the rest of the players still do need to play it out. You know, this is when we see a lot of funky situations coming out. We saw Z10 actually sell their entire board earlier when they did win. So, you know, this is an experimental time for Weibo Gaming. They can treat it how they want. They can strategize how they want to treat the future games, or they can just play something fun.
And of course, it's very important to look at positioning. In late game, you have a chance to play against the best players in TFT right now and really try and min-max the positioning, really try and find those angles that get you those wins. Even if you may be, in theory, a weaker player, a player that has a weaker board right now. Kassadin still on the edge, taking the aggro right away from the Syndra. Not entirely sure I like it, but the healing is there for now. The Nashor is big, but the Nami coming in clutch. Can she do enough with the CC chain coming in? The answer looks like is yes. Syndra finally takes on the Kalista. The Kassadin rather Kalista's onto the Syndra though, and looks like the Kalista is just barely going to be able to clean up. Zera cannot cast in time. Big loss for Easy. And at least SCSC for, you know, the pride of T1 stays alive.
Yeah, it's going to claw back some more points there. You know, it's still relevant in terms of deciding the MVPs. If T1 does get further on later, we're going to look at the AVP of each of these players.
So Zerath coming in means that you have the Ascendant Charms. We see the support item and the Anvil.
Oh, the Sun is just brutal here.
This is where you really get to test some things, right?
Yeah. If you wanted to test something against good players, this is your chance to do it here. Let's take a look at the artifacts that he picked up. Oh, he's just going to go for the, you know, standard Everfrost. Let's see if he can stun on the multi-strikers.
Well, we have a new multi-striker on the board. The big dragon comes online here as well for SCSC. And again, surprisingly, to me at least, Kassadin on the edge of the board, taking immediate aggro. He does have a lot of healing, has a lot of shielding as well. For now, it seems to be working out. You get the extra mana, of course, from being hit. But in the end, taken down by the Syndra, who continues to scale into late game. Kalista up again. The answer is no. SCSC finally taken down. Only Weibo Gaming players remain. This is where the HP buffer mattered so much. The preservation in Stage 3 especially.
And we have to mention, this is a very, very big win. There's still over 60 HP remaining on the board for Weibo Gaming. So I guess all of our rumors have been held true. We haven't seen Weibo Gaming play officially in any 4v4, but we've heard that they're one of the strongest teams here at the venue.
I think part of this has to be not the Syndra 3, that's for sure, because it's still Syndra 2 on the board, as we talked about. This is the strength of Syndra in the current meta. I think one of the big question marks is Bintum. He's maybe the face of this team. He's maybe the player I would consider the favorite on this team, the strongest player. When he goes 8th right away, where does that mental go for T1? Do they feel like, hey, our strongest player in theory is no longer in contention? His game plan didn't work out. Are we in trouble as well? I think especially the HP preservation in Stage 3 was the biggest pivotal moment in this game. And everything was very close. The Kog'Maw not being able to be hit. You had a very strong Kog'Maw game plan with Hyper's Focus, for example, didn't work out in the end. So just inches away from success, essentially.
Bit of a blowout win for Weibo Gaming here. You can see the players having fun, just judging each other's board. And talking about Bintum's position a little bit, I felt like maybe the Pyro emblem, he was trying to go for a multi-striker line. That's usually what we see the Pyro being used. Usually you want to put it on someone like a Nyla early game to transition, but maybe just didn't find the units and ended up with a disappointing 8th.
And there's going to be maybe a discussion on Easy's board between the Golem and Syndra. You know, the Golem says, I'm the carry now. Syndra says, you know what? I think I'm still the carry, buddy.
I'm going to root for the Golem. The Golem is absolutely obscene with the items here. Oh,
this
looks
is
like
a little roll down, check. The APM, you know, we don't have practice tools in TFT, so I think the time being used efficiently here, trying to find a Kalista 3.
You got to keep your hands warm, and we would love to see a 3-star epic right here.
Easy says, good try, buddy. Too easy for me to win this one. Syndra 2 is the name of the game in the current meta, and we're seeing why, of course, so many great combat strength augments as well. The Radiant Refractor so big, the learning to spell, scaling alongside the Syndra as well, and a massive, massive win for Weibo, playing a team that was hyped up as one of the best in the tournament as well, which is the case for T1. Still, of course, it's a best of 3. No team is out of contention just yet from this series. There is a chance to regroup and say, what went wrong? What went wrong with our, micro strategy? What went wrong with the macro strategy? Do we have to change the way we're approaching our rerolls, contesting, griefing, communication? You have to really try and pinpoint. Was it just, a low roll, which of course TFT is a game of variance, or is there something bigger at play here?
What we saw from these two teams in Weibo Gaming's strategy is that they made sure none of the T1 players were able to run away. They actually matched all of their rerolls. There's a Kaguma player here, I'm playing Kaguma. There's a multi-striker, I'm also playing multi-striker. Unfortunately, the uncontested players also fell down for T1, so I think that's the big problem that they're going to be looking at.
And we'll see the first 2 eliminations. Bintum taken down by his teammate. Honglian also taken down in 7th. Again, we talked about the small things that really maybe change the outcome of this game. Honglian in 7th instead of in 8th, for example, just 4 HP difference. Preserving that 4 HP somewhere in Stage 3, in Stage 2 with better positioning against your teammates, for example, is relevant.
Yeah, just getting to know your teamfight rotations is going to be an important thing. Dooney Juni finally facing a very, very strong board. We talked about the Radiant Refractor, that the Spear of Piranha is the best Radiant item that you can get on Syndra. It makes her stack in 3 auto attacks. And just that learning dispel damage is going to be absolutely disgusting. Usually when she gets to 150 stacks on Stage 5, we call her a 5-cost unit.
And just an absolutely exciting game. First game of this series. I think definitely more in store for us from these 2 powerhouse teams, both from CN and from Korea, and just, I think, across the entire tournament. We're going to a very quick break. Check out the Dr. Suleiman Al Habib showdown coming up soon.
This org has already won huge here at the Esports World Cup in League. Now, can this roster live up to high expectations from fans alike? It's TFT time, and they're here, and they are ready for Weibo Gaming here on the main stage. How are you guys feeling ahead of this first challenge?
I'm so excited now, and Riyadh and Saudi is amazing good. Yes, I feel.
Yeah, have you really enjoyed since arriving here in the country? The expectations around it all, and do you feel like there's some pressure on yourself, on your team?
We are good now, yes.
And what's your prediction for Weibo?
Maybe 2-1 we win.
2-1, they will win. Big prediction, high confidence. Let's see if they can get the job done.
And we're back for this series between T1 and Weibo Gaming. A great start for the CN team. Weibo coming in strong. Bintum, the face of this T1 team, going out in 8th. Overall, very close in the eliminations. Hongliang went in that 7th place position, just 4 HP away. We saw a little bit of a low roll situation with the Kog'Maw, for example, which had a very high cap if you were able to hit on tempo, because he was contested, harder to do so. Similar with the multi-tracker line, also contested. Meta-wise, Clement, we saw really, I think, all the big hitters in the current meta in that game 1.
Yeah, we saw the 2 costs coming out. The Karma line was being played. We got the Syndra 2 ways coming in as well. And of course, multi-strikers stealing the show early game. Both multi-striker players being able to hold on to 1 and 2 all the way until early stage 4. So, you know, if you're a player that isn't going to cap too high, you already seen your augments, multi-striker is a great way to preserve HP.
And you have a surprise cap coming in later carousels with a Pyro emblem suddenly dropping on your lap. You can suddenly come back to the game as someone that can cap out with the 3 or the 4 Pyro in the late game. They're Conic coming in as well. Overall, there are extra chances to find ways to cap that board if you're able to hit. Obviously, early Camille with 7 multis is really big as a high roll situation in that stage 4 carousel.
And, you know, we saw a couple players there, CSCS, hitting that Camille 2, so close to actually getting the Camille early online, not able to find it there. I do think T1 did low roll a little bit, especially with Bobe. 104 rolls for Kog'Maw 3 is unjustified.
And this is, of course, Group C. 2 of the teams currently on broadcast now on this main stream. On the B stream, we have Fnatic, powerhouse from North America, from America's region in general, against Zero Tenacity, one of the EMEA teams, one of the underdogs, mostly a Polish team with 1 Spanish player, Chuso. Big upset, first win for Zero Tenacity. Fnatic has come back into that series. It's 1-1 now, so a nail-biting game 3 going to decide the initial momentum for that Group C there, and then also, of course, we're going to have the game 2 now coming up for T1 versus Weibo.
We do have double elimination for our format here, and nothing carries over between games. You had a bad game 1, it's all down to luck. You just clear your head and go into game 2. We just saw T1 right there. I think they're in good spirits, still laughing amongst themselves. They knew that some things definitely didn't go their way that one. They're willing to try again.
Well, some things do carry over, mostly just the mental, in terms of, you know, how your team performed, how your team reacted to the performance. If you're doing well, are you a little bit too cocky? If you're doing poorly, do you have the right mentality to come back and reset like you're mentioning?
We're going to go into game 2 shortly. I do want to see some more interesting portal choices. High variance choices are the one I really want to have, but we know these players, the teams behind might be willing to go that. Prismatic Prelude would definitely be the most interesting one, but they're kind of going for the low variance options here in item payout.
There are a few more niche rerolls we haven't seen yet in that game 1. Veigar is one of them. We also have something like a Zoe Scholar reroll, the 1-cost reroll that we see, I think, really enabled by something like Spellblades, for example. But those are different comps that we haven't seen just yet. Also just the Wukong line in general, with Wukong as a main tank for Jinx, for Syndra, for, you know, any kind of backline damage carry in most cases.
And it is going to be item payout in the end. For this portal, it typically does favor an early item slam, so playing for high tempo is going to be very important. We saw in the previous game, stage 2, that unfortunately CSCS got his streak snapped at 2-6, so that really caused a kind of a runaway situation on the other side for Kudz.
Seeing an early Akali being found here. Of course, Zoe a very strong early unit with the MR Shred being so relevant in stage 2, especially as just damage, the same way that things like Ionic Spark are very strong in the early game.
I think her traits are just absolutely obscene. She's a triple trait unit, and Witchcraft plus Portal are one of the 2 best traits early game. So if you see a Zoe, I typically hold on to her.
And Scholar late game, there's some stage 4 roll-ins where you're still playing Zoe on your board, enabling Fiora, enabling, you know, Bard Preserver line with a Scholar there as well. So more relevant than other units that we're seeing here, like Twitch and Nomsy in most cases, but of course an upgrade is an upgrade. You have to hold on to your pairs, try and find that big spike.
Yeah, Kudz is just going for the multi-strikers. As we imagine, most players do like to go with that start. Hanxing, is he going to build the Nomsy, or is he going to go for the Portal? Portal definitely going to be the most common option here. Also holding on to the Rumble early on. I really like Rumble early stage. Vanguard, 2 Vanguards is the strongest tank trait you can get, and plus he does have that utility.
There's the idea, of course, of making Econ, but suddenly you have a Jax 2. You are going to sell the Nomsies. You are going to try and maybe pivot into what could be half of a QSS, half of a Rage Blade for the Kassadin, and go into the multi-tracker line. We did see the Pyro crest from Bintum last game. Do we see it again here in this game 2? Or have players learned their lesson maybe with a 2-1 Pyro Emblem pickup?
Does go for the support item
Banshee's Veil is
instead.
very interesting here for a Kassadin line if you want to go down that route. Scouting, of course, is so important in 2-1, trying to see what lines players are projecting towards and trying to stay maybe in the clear. But it looks like Banshees, and this is now a very good spot for Kassadin, maybe the best spot in the lobby.
Yeah, all he's missing is the Kassadin himself. He can play the strongest early game, which is going to be the 3 portal plus 3 multi-striker combination. On the other hand, Bobe, too healthy with a Cassiopeia 2.
And Bobe just saying, you know, wait, Galio, you're 2 cost? Okay, you're on my board. Syndra? Oh, also a 2 cost. Yeah, I'll put you in. Cassio 2 coming online as well. Would you have made Cassio in this setup?
I would have made Cassio. I think it's item payout. You have a lot of concentrated power early on, and he's just going to be the win streak player for the team here. On the other side, we're seeing for Honglian, you know, typically he is going to be the lose streak player. We've seen him do this in Game 1 as well. So he's chilling. He's not even going to go for his item combinations here, even though they did give you 3 gold.
There's the idea with item payout where you cannot force as easily. You have to try and adapt your item components and build into something that, you know, you can play with those components and slam items right away. Of course, you can find success not doing so and then just rolling on 3-2 and finding all your upgrades and being, you know, in contention for a very, very strong spot in that stage 3 as well.
Let's see if Honglian decides to, you know, put some of those units back into the pool. One thing that's really interesting.
Bintum potentially going to be looking at something like a Kassadin. So Kassadin is all about combat strength early, not to necessarily tempo and win out stage 2. It's a little bit harder to do so. But stage 3-2, you roll down, you set up your board either with 5 multis or with different other combinations, like for example Zillion for Chrono. You can put in something like a portal / multi-striker line as well, and then it becomes really easy to tempo that stage 3.
Yeah, there's so many different combinations that could do it. And Nyla with Keepers is actually a great setup. She gets extra attack speed when she does have those shields onto her. And with the Titans, it works really well for stacking up into that late phases. She is an attack speed champion, so she can stack those up quite easily. Can be a strong win streaker and break Hanxing's streak here. Hanxing has not been able to find that cast in to round out the portal multi-striker board.
And Bintum now on a 2-win streak might be tempted to slam that belt onto the Nyla at some point if he wants to try and preserve this win streak. Can go for a Sterax as a second item and transfer these Nyla items onto a Kali later on and find Kassadin items through augments, or just allow a Kali to be the carry in stage 3 instead.
Wow, very surprised that CSCS was able to beat the 2 healthy board here. Just going in with a, this is a Pilfer start. Or is it Spellblade? I think it's Spellblade.
This Kassadin right away with only a tier for now. Slamming these items in. The Lilia going to be doing most of the tanking in this case. And we're seeing a lot of the key units being held, of course. Syndra on the bench for easy. Making sure that you are open. There is a lot of overlap with itemization for so many different 2-cost carries right now. Things like Rageblade can go on all 3 of the premier 2 costs. Something like a Kassadin, something like, of course, the Syndra. Even Kog'Maw is an okay holder of Rageblade coming into the late game.
Yeah, excuse me, that was a Spellblade. It looks a lot like Pilfered, so getting a little bit confused right there. But the AP line definitely fully open. He has the tier already to go for maybe the Karma, a lot of different casts going down and making full use of that. On the other hand, we see this 2-star Nyla. Can she get over? No! Gonna be taken down by by EZ's board here.
I have to say, Clement, I have to talk to developers because it seems like every set there's a pairing of augments that look almost identical.
Yeah.
I think they do it to mess with us, really.
Yeah, messing with the casters.
Items and unit combinations. Wukong with a cloak, Mordekaiser with a chain. Very interesting options here. Akali with a glove as well. It seems like it's almost like a hand-picked carousel here in terms of the pairing of component and unit.
You see a lot of strong boards coming in here. Interesting to notice is Bobe is playing for the full loss streak. Actually sold his Cassiopeia, sold his front line. And we should be seeing a very, very big 3-2 roll down coming in soon. For him, this is usually how the line is played. You want to get in early and make sure you can secure those Syndra copies.
And components, right? You have early priority on the carousel. You get gold from slamming those components if you get the right ones, for example. So it's really just a snowballing into a very strong lead in stage 3 once you do roll down.
Oh, CSCS might be going for the Wu Jinx composition that we've been seeing pop up. If you find some early Wukongs, it's a very uncontested line. Reroll for the Jinx. And, you know, this is something that we haven't seen so much. 3-cost reroll, not a particularly favored strategy because of how easy it is to deny. CSCS is going to give it a try. Full win streak from Ezreal coming in with CSCS. This is going to be huge to see who is going to get their streaks broken here. Early stage 2 Wukong, very powerful, gets the second shielding up, delaying so many seconds for this Tristana to just pop off damage. A lot being done here in the backline though, fully stacked up with the Fairy's Crown.
The stun is so big, the damage comes through, a big win and a big 4-win streak for SC for T1, a team that needs the positive momentum out of this stage 2 after that first game result.
Absolutely huge. The Wukong was down to less than 100 HP, but gets the extra cast off to keep the backline completely together. I was getting a little bit worried because you do see that when you see the Seraphine pop off and she cracked the entire backline, all 3 units.
Bobe, 4 loss streak, Dunizuni also 4 loss streak on the same team. They want to hope that the RNG gods are in their favor and they avoid each other. And SCSC, the win streaking players. So T1 is, you know, on the right path when it comes to stage 2, either 5 loss or 5 win, trying to get as much gold as possible and then bounce back and react to that advantage in stage 3.
Hopefully they don't run into each other, but looks like they do. So it will be Bobe that Dunijuni that loses his streak right here. That's going to be very bad for the Econ. Bit of unfortunate low roll coming in from T1. On the other end, if CSCS is able to keep his streak, that will balance things out a little more.
Still a lot of gold to work with on what could be a massive roll down for Bobe coming into this stage 3. We're going to see what these next 2 components are. Very important to slam components in the Krug round before it ends to get the econ from the item payouts as well. So usually stage 2 in Krugs, very low APM TFT. And item payout, it's the complete opposite. I always, you know, stand up in my chair, get the right gamer posture to make sure that I'm min-maxing my econ.
What's the correct gamer posture?
It's definitely not the soju slouch, that's for sure. You gotta try and get upright, ideally.
I try to lean in as much as possible, get my eyes closer to the screen so I can pick up all the items here. The Spellblades into the Hunter builds is going to be very interesting, and he hasn't actually slammed any AD items. So we'll see if he can actually transition back into something like playing... We actually have seen a Zillion Wukong build, the sort of Preserver build, work out as well.
It is a very, very strong Zoe build, of course, but we've already leveled very early on, playing for, you know, just overall leveling. So it's not going to be the case. Syndra, of course, is still on the menu here for Bobe. And as I say that, the Caster Blessing comes through. The Syndra 2 is online. The big roll down on 3-1, not waiting to 3-2, trying to find all the early copies of your key units to find that stable stage 3. Ramp up your econ back up to 50, slow roll a tiny bit, and then decide on how many natural copies you get and who's contesting you if you want to stay rolling on 6, level to 7, or just play Syndra for tempo and go into a different line later on in the game.
Bobe was due 104 gold for that Kog'Maw, and now he finds the Syndra 2 in just 2 separate rolls. He's going to hold on to everything, and I think leveling might be right here because we do have Dunijuni also looking very similar on that line.
The Sunfire Slam in the end, especially because you get the extra gold here as well if you sell off one of the units and you win, you're able to get the 6 win streak and also the 50 gold threshold.
Taking a look at the items bought right here, I still don't think Spellblades is great going into that AD line. Of course, it does scale off of magic damage a little bit more, so we'll see if he does make the pivot. On the other hand,
now a big roll down for Hanxing there as well. Once again, Prismatic augments coming out to play here for our competitors at 3-2. So important, as we mentioned, combat strength augments, I think, are the name of the game at the start of this set 12 Magic and Mayhem. We'll see if the players can find them.
Yeah, definitely agree. A couple of big one here. I definitely am always going to be looking for the Golems. I'm the carry now.
No Shojin, unfortunately, for the Syndra here. Slight low roll for Dunizuni.
So considering what he can pick up here.
You have to act fast. You have the extra item menu with the Masterwork upgrade to make sure you get it online in time.
Yeah, doesn't really think he needs the Archangel. Was probably looking for the Nashers. That would have been acceptable in this spot.
Ooh, an early Karma. Does he get dissuaded from the Syndra here? I'm not sure he does. I think just adds the Karma in onto the board. The Rage Blade a little bit awkward, of course, for Karma. Not the ideal item generation or mana generation. Gonna wait with a Masterwork upgrade, so saying, hey, I want to play for max cap. I can lose maybe 2 more rounds, have priority on the carousel because you currently first pick because of the low HP. Find a Shojin and, you know, copy the strategy that worked out and got the win for Weibo in game number 1.
Well, does already have the Syndra setup locked in right there. On the other hand, we saw the multi-strikers coming out again with Keepers, a very powerful combination. Just getting the win streak in on the side for Weibo Gaming.
For Kezi, we don't have cosplayers at the venue, but Nyla making sure to cosplay Kassadin for a tiny bit until the Kassadin is found, the multi-striker line is fully committed to. Big upgrade for Dooney Zuni, slowly finding maybe a way to get a little bit more stability with the low HP here. The combination of the potential Shojin plus these frontline upgrades will maybe make it so that he can become one of those contenders for a top 4 or maybe even a win in this game.
I think he definitely has all of the right pieces here. It's just a little bit concerning he's not going to be rolling, not even a little bit, for the Syndra 2 potentially. Actually finds a great charm with the extra belts. Vanguards, they do get shields off of their HP, so a really nice combo into the front line. He's going to be facing Hanxing, who still doesn't have a Kassadin 2. Doesn't look like Hanxing's going to be able to get through this front line.
And also ends up building one of the most unique itemizations on Kassadin that are, I think, still viable, the Crown Guard. Extra shielding at the start of the fight, extra AP later. They are stats that Kassadin generally wants. Definitely, I would say not BIS, but in a pinch can help out, especially with what seems like the preferred positioning for Kassadin for a lot of these players. On the edge of the board, taking aggro at the start of a fight.
And I might have misjudged that 5 multi-striker board, the key carry right there, maybe being the Nyla being able to force his way through.
No BF sword for Dooney Zuni. The master plan begins to crumble. And what is the alternative? It's not the second Rage Blade here as well. Very unfortunate for Dooney Zuni.
Yeah, it's just going to play some Denial here, taking Nasus, a very key 4 cost off of the board. On the other hand, we do have the potential Kassadin 2 coming in for Hanxing. Hanxing did roll a lot of gold. Oh, looks like he didn't take it.
Looking at the combat augments that we're seeing here, Multi-Striker, Crown for Bintum. We see the Impenetrable for Kaziz, so a lot of frontline now as well. And another Masterwork upgrade, it will be the Tristana Kog'Maw line that one of the T1 players wasn't able to make work. We're seeing a lot more upgrades, a better tempo game plan, at least in this game for SCSC.
Well, still has the remover here, so he can pop those items off the Tristana anytime and give them back to the Kog'Maw. That's usually going to be the main carry. A lot of people do think that, unfortunately, the Tristana is a bit of a bait in terms of her performances that we've seen. Now I'm going to go into Ezreal, and Ez has the Golem, one of the strongest prismatics for stage 3. Can really easily single-handedly carry. Does have the positioning to go into the back line, but unfortunately falling a bit fast.
The Seraph can do enough, not really the premier AP carry, of course, in the current meta, but maybe doing enough here. Big win on the positioning, as you mentioned, the diagonal hitting both the Tristana and the Kog'Maw. Can she win this fight against the tank? So it looks like it's going to be the case. The anti-heal so relevant alongside the threat from the Shiv.
And that is Raid Boss down from T1. That streak was survived for so long, but eventually broken up. The portals attacking the backline where their units were clumped, made maximum usage out of the portal damage. And Dooney Zuni, he's not waiting anymore. He can't afford to wait.
I like the game plan, though. I like to try the attempt at min-maxing, saying, hey, I'm already losing a lot. I'm already, maybe not so stable. I'm going to try and find that sword, find that Radiant Shojin. Not going to be the case, unfortunately. And curious to see when he ends up selling off this blitz. Once he finds that Tahm Kench can maybe move those items to a Mordekaiser, but still only 2 Mordekaisers right now. He's level 740, though, so pretty high in terms of tempo for a Syndra game plan.
Yep, he's still 48 HP here, though that is I would say the worrying point. Doesn't have all that much to work with. Now we're going to see Kezi with the multi-striker line again. Getting a very quick Callista. I think he got that on 3-2 or 3-1, so able to get into the 5 multi-strikers early. Taking down the front line, and this Nyla is just absolutely unstoppable. She's one of my favorite units to actually carry. It gives you that 3 Eldritch. That's a great unit. Extra body in stage 3. Unfortunately, the stacks are there for the Syndra. Kuz is not going to be able to make it through.
But still a lot of HP preserved off of using Nyla. I think it's really important in TFT in general to know the units that can work in a pinch, that can substitute those main carries that everyone knows about, those meta carries, and still kind of pop off if you find that 2-star version. Talk about 2-star versions, that is a Syndra with a Radiant Shojin. So at least one player did find it. Dooney Zuni looking at this board and saying, you know what, that could have been me.
All right, so it seems like we have 3 Syndra players in the lobby so far. This iteration is going to be the Shapeshifter version for now. Usually people do not fully commit to the Shapeshifter line unless you have something like Eternal Growth. So we'll see if he pivots off later on.
Tank item so important here off of this completed Anvil. Level 8, so very much a tempo Syndra game plan here from Hongdian, who just recently upgraded to a 2-star Syndra, so it does make a lot of sense here, not trying to go for the reroll variant. We saw, of course, the winning comp in Game 1 was only with a Syndra 2.
Big find right there. Let's see if he does pick up the Briar. Those more interesting carries. He's going to use this as a big CC unit here. He does have the 4 online.
Ooh, Gargoyles could be very interesting to pair with this new Steadfast Heart. Maybe an Ionic, but I think you really want to hold on to the Cloak and find a better tank component.
On the other hand, with his teammate, I honestly feel like this cast-in line might not be the win-out player. It looks like a scrapping situation on the side for Hanxing here. It's going to fall to his teammate. And, you know, being a scrap position is also very important. How you hold the enemy cards, how you try to maintain some HP, and even more important is sometimes the decision to keep those scrap players alive for an extra round.
Bintum also utilizing Anila here as an item carry with a multi-striker crown. We're seeing the tempo game plan from the Kassadin, not waiting for BIS, slamming the Hodge, which is not the ideal healing item compared to the BT, slamming the Rabadons alongside that with the QSS. And for now it's working. Bintum on a 5-win streak. We talked about Bintum being maybe the face of T1. He needed to come back strong in Game 2, and he's done so for now. Hopefully adding, I think, that mental stability for this team to come back in this Game 2.
Well, taking an APM check here from EZ as he sells off all the 1 cost. And, you know, you always take this charm when you find it, just plus 4 gold now with the additional 1 cost.
And finally, Kazuya said, thank you, Nyla, for your service. It is stage 4, so I think you have expired in your usage on my board.
Kudz is just going to go for the Preserver Warrior line with an extra multi-striker in the fold right there.
And you have the remover here. It is just on a 3 though. You found it earlier than the Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw gets that last Whisper. Hopefully a Shojin coming in next to have that duo carry set up with 2 costs.
Hanxing, as we were talking about, is just trying to scrap out some HP here. Doesn't get the Akali into the backline necessarily. Snipes out the Kog'Maw, but not far enough to go for the Tristana. And just looks like a bit of a free fall for Hanxing. Almost locked into 8th place. Can Weibo Gaming actually find any footing in the bottom here?
And I was about to say we've made it for Junizumi, but no, it is going to be a blue buff Syndra now instead. So he's really having a hard time on this item payout portal to slam the ideal components, or the ideal completed items rather, onto the Syndra. And for Hanxing, someone who had a very strong start with the support coming into the Banshee's Veil, one of the stronger options for the Kassadin line, did not hit many Kassadins. Unfortunately, it's going to be that tempo Kassadin instead, but we're stuck on 6. We're on a 4-loss streak. This is looking pretty grim as a reroll expert myself. This is not a spot I would want to be in, despite having a very strong support item.
Yeah, you can see him holding the Kog'Maws already, so if I'm going down, I have to take someone with me. That's a key point here. He's trying to target some of the other boards on the T1 squad. But the big thing for Weibo Gaming is Kudz is also in a really bad position. 2 free-falling players on this squad, and we know mathematically if you go 7 and 8, oh, Akali, does he have something to say here? It is going to be against a teammate, though.
Akali is not able to clean the Kalista, and that means the fight is very much a sweep, a big loss coming through. The itemless Akali, or Kalista rather, left alive, and she cannot do much of anything in this case. As you mentioned, one of the reasons why a lot of players like 4v4 so much is because when they low roll, they still have agency to try and change the outcome of their team's results and the opponent's team results by griefing, by holding units, by trying to roll down all their gold immediately and stay as healthy as possible to at least not go 8th.
And we see a very interesting portal a pivot coming out from Ezreal, actually going for the portal line here with the Scholar, selling his Syndra and making sure that he leaves some of it for his teammates. On the other hand, you know, Hanxing is really not looking so good. It's going to fall down in the meantime, and we do have, you know, overall about 3 Syndra players on the board with that very interesting portal pivot to go out. We'll see how well that does. Bintum only 1 off the Kassadin.
Rolling on 7, because you have that multi-striker emblem, you have the extra cap to hit the 7's multi as soon as possible. You have the incentive to go 7 and roll on 7 instead, and you're not punished for it because you still have pretty good odds of hitting your 2 costs as well with the extra tempo. Item Collector, massive combat augment for this comp as well. The item slams comes through, Last Whisper and Edge of Night. Ideally you want the last healing item, but because you have Edge of Night, you have that little bit of defensive ability on the Akali as well for her to come in and come out and clean up kills.
Well, this positioning might be a little bit troublesome as the target focus might be on this Kassadin early on. Let's see how fast the Kalista can actually target the correct target. Oh, looks like it's absolutely fine. The HP regen from Kassadin is going to stay alive right there. And Nyla going to wipe out the rest of the front line. Maybe I've spoken a little bit too soon, though, as nobody actually managed to go onto the back.
And Dunizuni also taking a loss here for T1. The game plan in this game, too, very apparent. Full rerolls, 2 cost rerolls specifically. We're going to see 2 Syndra players, a Kassadin player and a Kog'Maw player for their team. A little bit more flexibility for the CN team. We're seeing almost hitting that Akali through, who is maybe the main carry in this case because she's just so much closer to be hit. 3 off of the Kassadin still here, and a 6 loss streak.
I wonder if he sells the Kassadin just to find that Akali. This might be a pivotal moment to see if he can scrap out something, but he's so far behind. There's a 30 HP gap between the other member of T1, so he's just going to have to ride it out.
This is my ideal positioning for the Kassadin board. Akali, if the units were on the left side, would jump in to help Kassadin in this case. Very different because units were on the right for Bintum. Bintum can be the hero for T1 if he's able to get an elimination on the first of the Weibo gaming players. Punching on 6 HP and a dream, but Bintum says no. It's this time, your time to go 8th. I'm going to be the hero for my team instead in this game too and try and have us come back into the series to see a very important game 3.
It's always very dangerous when you have a team member that's in free fall mode. Whatever you do, that's always going to be 1 point down in the bottom of the standings that you can't really make up. So the rest of the players, we talked about this, if you have 7th and 8th, it means you have to go 1st and 2nd to then win the game.
And the problem with that is not just you depend on yourself to have a high roll moment where you're really, getting your units, your upgrades to stay that healthy. It's that the weaker player of those players trying to go 1st or 2nd will be target griefed by every other player on the opposing team, making it very difficult. You won't find your upgrades. Everyone's going to position for you specifically. You're targeted much more than you would be in an individual normal game of TFT.
The pool manipulation is going to be brutal for Honglian and Easy as they try to hang on here. We do have a very interesting play from Easy. It looks like he's going to go for a level 9 board.
It's quite rare in the current meta with the introduction of charms especially. You really want to be rolling every round in stage 4 to find some extra combat strength from those charms especially.
It does have the 6 portal in. This is a line I like to play a lot, but you do need to get those Arcana units in to kind of round out the composition and have a chance for a win out. In the meantime, Kudzu, we were talking about this player was almost, certainly not going to be doing too hot here.
Bobe is going for the Casio 3, which is a rare play to be made for most of our Syndra players. You're usually just trying to go for the Karma instead, and the line that plays 3 mage alongside the Galio, the Vex, and the Nami.
Great move, going all the way to Nyla 3 with the multi-striker emblem here on the side for Bintum. And I agree with you. I think for most players, they would prefer to have that Karma instead of the Casio. But even a Karma 1 with the 8% healing is just so much more
has
useful.
still not hit the Kog'Maw. What's going on with T1 and Kog'Maw? Is there a dispute that we don't know about?
Maybe the Bees are not a fan of T1. Could it be that case?
That could be the issue here. Maybe if we go to a game 3 in the end, maybe just don't play Kog'Maw. It's not in the cards for this first series today.
Looking a little bit weird here. And for Honglian, he was sticking onto the side of the Syndra line. Let's see, his finished board is going to put the Arcana in and going to get extra true damage.
And the chance for the Ascendant Charms as well, which is really impactful coming to the stage 5.
Yep, we are seeing a great use of mentorship here, getting all of the backline covered. The 5 cost is very important when you have that mentorship, just to give your 4 cost the additional attack speed. But in this position, we could see Kudzu walk directly into the backline.
And Honglian not slamming the Declaw, knowing he's facing a teammate that is low on HP, allowing him to say, hey, I hope you can win. I'll give you a chance. I'll give you that extra advantage, but maybe I'm just a little bit too strong. I'm just too OP as a player, or maybe that's Syndra. That's the issue here.
He really tried to preserve some HP, but unfortunately the Fiora
hey, maybe he didn't kill
him
because he didn't slam the Declaw. You never know.
True.
Maybe 1 extra unit kill in the end. Bobe also now going down to 17 HP. Dunizuni very close behind with 25.
We saw a player already with 4 Kallistas on the bench right there, so there could be a big win out coming in, a bad surprise for the rest of these players. Now Kuz is just down to 3 HP.
And this is the pivotal moment. If Kuz gets eliminated here, that means that every player on T1 will be looking at Easy's board and saying, what are you trying to play? All right, let me just sell my board and make sure you don't hit.
Yep, as long as Easy doesn't go top 2, then the game's pretty much over already. So this is the thing about the 4v4 game. It can go over very quickly if you know the mathematical elimination breakpoints.
We're seeing the rare Portal game plan here. A little bit of spotlight on forecasts like Tarek and Rise, who don't normally see play as often in high-level TFT at the start of this set 12, compared to things like Karma and Fiora. But in this setup specifically, a very, very strong frontline, buying time for that Rise to skill. The Archangels buying time to eliminate maybe one of the weaker players in the lobby. Only the Kallista one there for Keze. Taken down in 7th, that means that all eyes are on Easy, who will maybe not have the easiest time trying to pilot the end stages of this game number 2. But for right now, I think Weibo Gaming is saying, stop the count. We're 1st and 2nd. End the game now, please.
If they can still make away with 1st and 2nd, they will win based on tiebreaker. And I will say, Easy's actually in a pretty good position for the win-out spot here. He is on level 9 already, and I think he went into the line because he hit that early Nora. We already saw that in the previous stage with the Mora on level 8. Gives you that extra HP for the backline, and this is a scaling monster in terms of the Rise. Has the extra HP from Yuumi and also with the Archangels.
This is something I want to mention with Tinker there as a charm. If you're facing a lot of your teammates, it's a great utility charm to say, hey, you're losing combat power for picking Tinker, but you have a chance to fix your items while staying relatively low in terms of power for that fight against your teammates.
And Holian on an 8-win streak. This is definitely not out of the woods for Weibo Gaming, but they have a good shot. I don't think Bintum's board is going to be that high cap. Multi-striker tends to fall off a little bit on stage 5, but it's going to be very pivotal that the Kasten doesn't just walk directly down towards the Rise.
Uh-oh, the Nasus has something to say. I've been added to this board. I'm not a multi-striker, but I'm also a unit that can add a little bit of extra damage to the board onto the Rise. The Rise does clean up in time, but all of a sudden he's surrounded by melee units who want to eliminate him from existence, and that was the case in the end there. Bobe will be taking 6th place in the end.
So still 3 T1 players here just to make sure Easy doesn't make it out. As long as he's not 2nd, that's all they need. They don't need to focus Holian. He might be in an unstoppable win-out position already. 9-win streak. We haven't seen his board that much, but it doesn't look like anyone can take that streak away from him just yet. So all eyes on Easy here.
Zuni has made it to that Syndra 3 in the end. We saw kind of the alternate game plan rolling and just finding Syndra later on level 8, for example, completely okay as well. Going to be facing up against Bintum. Can Zuni stay alive in this matchup? Bintum did not hit a Kali 3 at the very least.
Ooh, but this Nyla jump goes straight into the front line and actually dodges out on a Nami bubble. That's some high elo play coming out from the multi-striker borrow there. But Syndra...
Nyla, can she do it? She can. Zuni taken down. We're in stage 5. 11 HP is not enough to stay alive there. And that's going to be a win for Bintum, but a loss for T1. One more player taken down. Easy looks like he's next on the chopping block towards SC right now at 15 HP. But once again, it's all about making sure that either you eliminate Easy or you outplace him if you're strong enough. In the case of Bintum, he finds that a Kali 3. If he finds that next level to cap out the multi-striker board, maybe a Pyro Smolder, for example, or a multi-striker Smolder, rather, could be a way to do so.
Yeah, there's still a couple ways. I think all eyes are on Bintum right now. He really needs to be the one to carry into the top 2 for T1. On the other hand, for CSCS, I wouldn't call this Kog'Maw board necessarily that possible to win out against the Portal. So I think Bintum has to be the man here for T1. And, you know, he still needs to go to 7 multi-striker. That's usually the big cap you're looking for. He's going to need the Callista or maybe even the Camille if you can find it here. If you can get that, then that would be another huge boon. A Kali going in.
That's a Kali at the very least. I would personally sell the Shens here and trying to find a little bit more roles to find that next cap that we've been talking about. The items here, you want on the Nasus, you want the utility instead on the Asher. No Callista here as well, so just a lot missing for Bintum despite him being so healthy this late into the game.
Yeah, no Callista is a little bit surprising here. I think some of the players, we did see 4 of them on the board. Finally, CSCS is going to get that Kog'Maw 3.
A big matchup, SCSC versus Easy. Can't take him out just yet. Too much HP on the side of Easy for now, but can chunk him down to 1 life, which will be so relevant for Bintum to maybe clean up the caps out. But a massive Nami and a massive win for Easy. Can Weibo Gaming do it? So much pressure on just 2 players. I have to imagine the 2 eliminated players are trying their best to stay quiet and just give the necessary info and communication to help their team excel.
This is the most exciting part about 4v4. It's never over. Even when you have 2 players going 7th and 8th, if the rest of the team can carry, you still have a shot at winning out. It's all down to Bintum now. It was a 4v2 at one point, but now a 2v1 in favor of Weibo Gaming.
And we don't see a Rage Blade on Rise, but we do see Pumping Up as one of the augment selections. Lightning Strike coming in, last minute potentially there.
Honglin trying to keep his teammate alive. He's probably spotted the rotation. Only 3 players left, so he's going to flip his board and, you know, just handshake the board, give a little bit more HP to Easy, make sure he can survive it through. On the other hand, Bintum still has to play against one of their ghost boards.
We'll see if Bintum can stay alive, stay healthy. The Nyla still on the board here, very, very healthy. The BT, Multi-Striker Emblem, and Titans doing so much. Should be an easy win here, looks like it is. Dominant win for Bintum, who has now a chance to roll down a tiny bit more gold. Can he find that next bit of cap?
Where is that Kalista? Where is that Camille? He just needs one of them.
Phantom Claw could be big on the Nasus to buy a little bit more time. He goes for it. Wants to have those extra shop rolls coming up. Such important role with 14 gold to work with. And we talked about having to become the hero for this team, has become a literal need in this game too. He's facing off against 2 Weibo players. He needs to make sure they don't go 1 and 2.
Yeah, Bintum's not going to roll here. The carousel is coming up. He's going to wait and see if he can get that Camille. That could be the pivotal moment in this game. 7 multi-striker gives you the additional healing to maybe work through a composition like portals. And I will say, being a portal enjoyer myself, it's very difficult to fight against sustained warriors.
Bintum stay alive, 13 HP and a dream. Kassadin's still there, but he's finally been taken down. It's down to Akali. Akali's onto the Nami. Does the Nami get an extra chain CC? Not the case just yet. Akali is still alive. She looks like she will clean up the Rise. A big win for Bintum with Nyla doing so much work in this multi-striker board. It's just the Krog left all on his lonesome. And now Easy finally down to what is going to be 1 life coming to stage 6.
10 HP could knock him out. Is there going to be a Camille
There's a Kalista.
Here?
There's also a Spatula. Not sure what open components there are for our players. And Bintum, of course, is playing 1v2. The hovers come through. Bintum maybe not going to go for the Kalista in the end. Considering going for the Morgana, taking away the Shiv as well, or getting a Shiv for himself. And now the final roll is coming in for Bintum.
It's always going to come down to fight rotation here. The players at this point should know their next matchup. On the side of Weibo Gaming, they're hoping that Honglin's composition has an easier time knocking this comp out.
Ooh, big upgrades here. Finds Zera too. Finds the Giant Slayer as well.
It does look like maybe Honglin's going to be going up against Bintum. It's going to come down to the sides here. You really don't want to be on the same side of the Akali necessarily.
Bintum's out of luck. No Kalista, no Camille. Is he going to sell the board here? Last minute position. He does it in time. He does. The keepers switch up to the right. And now it's a pivotal matchup. The healthiest, maybe the strongest player from Weibo, Honglian, up against Bintum. Can the Akali sneak in? Can the Kassadin with the Nyla breakthrough on this right side is the most important thing. Could the Akali get a clutch kill? She bounces into the right corner. She takes on the hit. But now Xerath is casting. Can Nyla become the hero that Bintum needs her? He's played her on her board the entire game.
He's got the sustain.
Can this Nyla clean up? Does a Xerath cast in time? He does it. The Nami stun comes through. But the Leviathan is not enough. There's no damage. It's just CC and there's no one else to accompany. Bintum stays alive and fights for the hopes of T1 to stay in this series, to force a Game 3.
And we just saw Easy was rotating into Honglin, so he should be taking on Bintum's board right now. If Easy doesn't find any upgrades, then it should be Bintum knocking it out and securing a Game 3 for T1. The pivotal fight is here. You should not be able to rotate into Honglin twice in a row. Honglin's still going to try, though. Let's see if the matchmaking actually works out.
We're seeing the Oak-Cage business positioning once again. Not just the frontliners up front, but 3 units on the bench here for Honglian, making sure his
Wait, is Easy really going to get Honglin 2 times in a row?
Looks like it's going to be the case. Honglian up against the Porter player, up against his teammate. And Bintum has to continue fighting for what is going to be a very exciting finale to this game.
The 1v2 situation is going to carry on here. It gives a little bit more chances for that 7 multi-striker to come out. On the other hand,
more gold to work with, PV round coming up, that extra injection of resources both on the item side and the gold side to get those last maybe pivotal rolls. Maybe a final item for Xerath as well, but that's a scary thought.
Ooh, true. You know, when he takes out a lot of the multi-strikers, then all of the hits from the Xerath will focus onto the same target, and, you know, he does 3,000 damage on that barrage without any items being calculated.
There should just be a button for like the OK's business positioning, and then you hit it again, and it just goes back to your normal board.
For 4v4
It's
mode,
like
you know,
the team planner, but like the
listening.
next level of team planner, the lazy level of team planning.
I welcome all laziness and into the game. It should be a game for old people. I'm getting there.
And Bintum is a player who is getting there in terms of maybe becoming the hero that we have prophesized after that game 1. He went 8th and now is fighting to save his team from elimination. Maybe not elimination, but a bad result, a bad start to this day 1. The rolls here for Hong Lian.
He only has Nami for the upgrade here.
Looks like Bintum did not hit anything, having to itemize on Ash 2. You know, something has gone wrong with their roll downs. 13 gold still to work with. Goes for the target dummies. Does he find any last-minute upgrades? Does he find any last-minute rolls? He has 10 gold to work with. Looks like he's focusing more on positioning instead. Switches once again. Re-switches back, so the fake switch. Does that fake out any of his competitors? He is up against Easy. Elimination fight here between Bintum and Easy.
The stun's going to come in. That's a huge one for the Portal player as he just wants to extend the fight as long as possible. But it looks like the College is going to walk straight down
Look at the
into
captain
the rise.
as well. The
mean
duo,
damage
the
is
Nasus
down.
comes in with a bonk. It looks like it's over. You break in through the right side. The fake out might have been important enough. It's down to only the Golem and the Taric. I'm the carry now. Maybe not so much the case when you're up against these absolute demonic multi-striker units. The Vex can tank, but the Taric can tank, but he can't quite kill. Easy, not having the easy result he wanted, and Bintum becomes the hero for this T1 team.
What a nail-biter of a game. It looked like smooth sailing and an easy finish for T1, but then things got a little bit dicey, and finally Bintum wins out. I will say this is a great matchup against a composition like Portals that has a really hard time focusing their damage on single targets.
And what a unique line as well. 5 multis, 3 pyro, 3 eldritch. Not going for the vertical multis, instead focusing on the Nyla as the demonic unit she has been throughout this entire game. It's a line that I haven't seen played much on ladder. I haven't played myself, so very fun to see Bintum bringing it out and finding a lot of success with it when he's needed it most.
Whenever there's someone that I want to look for a creative build, it's going to be Bintum and APAC. He's always been able to claw out low roll situations here, and another masterclass, a different way to play multi-strikers. This fight, even if he does fall to the Xerath, doesn't matter.
Nyla almost gets a massive sweep in the backhand there, not quite enough. Bintum taken down in second place, but that's going to be enough to keep his team alive in this series, to force a game 3 between 2 powerhouse teams at the EWC TFT tournament between Korea and CN especially.
Can't believe how long that game went on. We went to stage 7-2, the very, very long game, as Hong Lian was able to basically lend HP to Easy for 3 times in a row. Still not enough to take down Bintum.
And we saw some great examples of what the 4v format brings to TFT really in terms of the OK business positioning, putting your frontliners, your backliners in the front, benching your units, really playing around the matchup pool, trying to grief specific players like Easy to make their life harder with positioning on the team on the side of T1, for example. All in all, I think a great example of what TFT is at a high level. It's already an incredibly complex game, but when you add the 4v4 format, there's that next extra layer of complexity that makes it an absolute thrill to watch.
5D chess coming out for 4v4, and we heard Milk say in the interviews he wants this format to be a mainstay within the title, and I can see why. You can salvage your low rolls on the team, you can celebrate your high rolls, you can play around all different aspects, so just brings so much complexity, so many more dimensions to already a great game.
Seeing the cells there from Kobe, trying to find some extra spice. We saw once again the Kog'Maw, this time finding a little bit more success for SCSC, so less low rolls in that case. But I think really it's all about Bintum. We talked about him being a player that had to come up big for his team. I think from the aspect of him being one of the favorites, him being, I think, in the captain position with the authority he's had as a legendary figure in TFT with his consistency. But more than anything, the fact that he did it with a comp that I would call unique. It is still the multi-striker line, but a new variant of it. And I just want to see more of this. I don't want to see everyone playing the same cookie-cutter boards. I want to see some flexibility on these lines and trying to find that little bit of agency that finds you success like we saw in this game 2. That's going to be it for this game 2, but don't go anywhere. We have a very exciting game 3 coming up right after. T1 versus Weibo. Game 2 just concluded. Bintum and T1, a massive comeback, a hero moment for Bintum in particular, clawing their team, his team, back into the series and forcing a Game 3. We're seeing the highlights here, we're seeing the boards. I think overall a unique Game 2 compared to the meta that's expected. Rise found his time in the spotlight with Taric as well as a tank. We saw a multi-striker board that did not go into the vertical multi-striker, instead going into Eldritch and Shapeshifter and Pyro with Nasus, and finding a Nyla as a main carry, not just for stage 3, but stage 4 and 5 and 6 and 7, as you mentioned. We ended up in 7-1.
Oh, I love when players actually just use what they're given. You know, this was not a high roll situation from Bintum at all. No Camille, no Kalista on his board. Had to make do with the 5 multi-striker. Still does make it work. And same thing for EZ. Even though he didn't win out in the end, I think that portal pivot is something that you don't see a lot of players actually go for. It's a very, very rare line. Rise is considered a little bit underpowered currently in the meta.
All in all, we saw Zuni as well, coming back from kind of a low roll stage 3 with the itemization, with not finding the Radiant Trojan, having to go for a Rage Blade instead, and still a respectable 5th place with a, I would say, low roll Syndra spot. So all in all, a very exciting Game 2. I think a Game 2 that really showed us and showcased the power and the energy and the entertainment that 4v4 brings to TFT. And I think for our players as well, I was actually surprised to see how calm the T1 team was when Bintum solidified the position, the comeback in that final elimination on Easy. They were all just completely...
just one fist bump? I don't think that's enough.
So
you know,
calm,
you should
really.
get up off your seat, you know, but...
I would be, jumping up and shouting and hugging my teammates. We did it. We're forcing Game 3.
It does feel like part of the stoic Korean esports mentality. T1, a very storied organization, has a lot of experience in these situations to make sure their players are always tip-top in terms of their mental shape.
Do we see some last-minute switches on the portal voting? Do we see some mechanics coming into play at the start of this game, or will it be the 3-cost champions? No treasure golems. No one wants to spice it up. I think this just means that all players believe in their own individual skill. They don't need any kind of crazy high rolls to come online instead.
I gotta say, in terms of portals, this series has been very, very mundane. You know, nobody going for the interesting things, just early gold at the start of the game. 3-cost portal, though, does mean that you can see some potential 3-cost lines being opened up if some players get some early Wukongs, or even here, early stacking Vigar is a very clear indicator into a composition.
Oh, Clement, what powers do you have in terms of bringing units onto the board? Can you maybe stop that?
Wukong is definitely the one that you want to look for. If you get a spin to win, it's just so good. It gives you 2 extra Wukongs for the potential stage 2 Wukong 2.
It does give you the potential to be griefed by many players if you are going into a hero augment, which is one of the dangers of picking up very strong hero augments in this format. We did see a Veigar comp off stream on the B stream from branching out from the French team in Group A at the very start of the day. So we have seen it in the tournament already. I think not on the mainstream though, on this A stream. So it's something we could potentially look forward to in this game. We have the mages being held here as well.
Do you remember how it did?
I think it went like 6th or 5th. It was Audible playing it, French player.
3-cost still very difficult to pivot to pilot because of how easy it is just to deny. We're seeing 2 multi-strikers in the shop here, and as we know, in terms of the early game, it's always just multi-strikers that wins out. It's been the case the entire series. Bintum not going to let go of that opportunity.
You know, Bintum is doing a Panda cosplay. I think this will be his 3rd game of multi-strikers if he commits to this line once again. So, if I was in this tournament, Bintum, I'm right with you. I would have played maybe a little less of a worse variant in that game too. I wouldn't be the hero that you were, but all in all, seems to really favor the high tempo, the explosiveness that this comp, I think, gives players, and really the agency. I think positioning, if you're good at it, you really excel with this line, or you can excel with your flexibility. We've seen mixed results, but we know that it's one of the highest win rate augments in this Magic and Mayhem set 12.
It does seem like T1's strategy has been more focused around just playing tempo, holding hands together, and filtering the card pool. 2 high-stakes augments being shown here. It is very tempting to go into Scoreboard Scrapper. This is mainly a warrior augments that we've seen in the meta.
Very good for Cassidy as well.
Oh, true. You get both of the 80 and the... Oh, this is even better.
Even better for Cassidy and pressing attack. And Bintum said, I was trying to play flexible. I was trying to be a flex creative player, but maybe I am committed to this multi-striker line for the entire tournament. And
you
looks
just
like
gotta
that's the case. The flexible roll, I think, guarantees it. Press the attack is online. You have half QSS, you have half a Rage Blade, maybe a BT as well, and you have half an Edge of Night potentially, or a Crown Guard on Jax if you're looking for that little bit of extra tankiness, or a Crown Guard on Cassidy. We saw it already before in Game 2. We're seeing it now again for that tempo slam, and maybe the chance of an early Cassidy 2 to propel you into a win streak in Stage 2.
Meanwhile, Honglin's already found the Syndra and the Eldritch, one of the strongest starts you could possibly get into the game. So he's already very locked into his line, a very powerful one. There was 4 Syndra early game players last game. We'll see how many of them there are this time around.
And just barely not able to kill a Shyvana there. Takes 2 extra damage off of that unit surviving. We're seeing a unified resistance from Keze, which is not the strongest augment in stage 2 because you have so few units making, getting benefit from it. You ideally want to pick it as a 4-2 augment, so the options maybe were not ideal. I think it's one of the problems currently with the augment balance in this set is that there are some augments that are not unpickable, but definitely not optimal in terms of finding a lot of advantages in stage 2 especially.
And looking at Easy here, I would say this is another one of those traits that might be, slightly underpowered. Warriors, no one ever plays 6 Warriors, so getting the extra emblem, not a huge boon to this composition. He's really going to have to look towards the other ones in Stage 3 and Stage 4 to potentially give him a win-out situation. But when you start with portals, there's always a very good chance that you can win streak here. He's going to do so against Keze, a teammate that's already got the Guinsoo's Rage Blade.
Keze looks like gonna probably go into something like a Syndra if you can find one early on. The importance of obviously finding maybe the right components on the stage 2 carousel, it really tells you, hey, you can go for Syndra or you can't if you don't have the unit already, especially.
Keze is just gonna be going for that what?
Big win, unified, coming in clutch.
Guinsoo Rage Blade stacking up into the end, going to find that win in the... In the meantime, we still have Dooney Judy and SCSE on 100 HP.
And Boba is saying, Bintam, are you sure you're playing Kassadin? Are you sure I can't really play it alongside you? Because he has the Kassadin pair. He has 30 gold to really help him roll down on 3-2. I think it won't be the case here. I was watching the Branching Out team earlier on the B stream in the first series of the day. One of the players had 4 Kassadins, but Volterix was locked in with not today, and he forced his teammate to sell the 4 Kassadins on like 2-2. So maybe the similar case happening here.
Well, I would say that since Bintam is locked in with Press the Attack, he's going to have to sell his Kassadins at some point. Just holding for his teammates for now. And this is going to be a very high-pressure situation for the other loose streakers in the lobby. There's always someone that's really committed, and he can sell his entire board for the full open. So I wonder what Hanxing and Easy are going to be doing.
If there are 2 players contesting a line, there is the idea in 4v4 that you can hold on to units for kind of your entire team. And right before your teammate that's going for this reroll wants to roll down, you sell the units and put it back into the pool, communicating in that exact instant so you have these higher EV rolls for 3 or 4 seconds before the opposing team notices.
It also just makes sure that the opposing team can't come into that line as well. Sometimes if you're a scrapper and you're not in a great spot, you might just want to grief this line that Bintam is playing. This also prevents that from happening by denying it from the opposing team.
Hongyan on 2 healthy. Syndra, one of the stronger comps we've seen already, has only a Syndra 1, has only a belt that could become a Nashor's if Hongyan finds a bow on this carousel. But all in all, we're seeing some very, very strong reroll setups coming in for most of our players.
Dooney Junie with the 3-cost Swain actually working out quite well from him, pairing it with the Shapeshifter in Jace and also getting the portal online. This has to be one of the strongest boards. I really like his usage of mentorship early with the 3-cost portal. It just gives the extra stats to everyone around him. So very, very efficient board starting off.
Double Wukong is great, but the problem with the 3-cost in Stage 2 is how much gold you're holding on your bench. It's usually not really feasible to hold onto these units, especially if you're not playing them on your board. So I imagine a sell might come through here on the Katarina and the double Wukong, or maybe just does not care and wants to try and go for that really big spike if he finds the Wukong 2 for Stage 3 as a main tank.
Great start for Dooney Junie. He should have no problem here just taking out this board. Flexible with Warriors not even activated on the board. Not going to be much of an issue right here. And we do see Dooney Junie selling off the Wukongs. Not going to go for the potential Wukong solo tank lines.
Hongyan with 2 healthy gets the win, levels to 5, the tempo level, not just for the extra unit, but for the extra 2 healthy power as well. We see a very early Fiora and a BT components on the item bench here for Dooney Junie. Could this be a pivot into kind of a tempo Fiora board with Karma? He has mentorship as well, so Fiora now becoming the mentor for all these different students that are on this board, giving them all the attack speed buff.
Fiora is definitely one of the better forecasts that you want to find early on. You can transition that in a very strong Stage 4 So he's going to hold on to that one for sure, I'm guaranteed. And then Hanxing here, trying to go full loss streak, is going to run into Dooney Juni. Both players getting what they want. Is starting off on a single Syndra right here, and also holding the Kassadins. We know what happened with Bintum last time around, so extra focus on that player.
You see the value of holding is not quite as high as losing that extra econ. Sells one of the Kassadins to make sure he's going above 40, that 41 gold threshold to make that 4 interest. Coming on at the end of this stage 2, we're seeing only one player with a win streak. It's going to be Dooney Juni coming in, clutch, or T1, making sure to get that extra gold generation. And for Weibo, we're going to see Hanxing with a 5 loss as well. And the big roll down's going to come at 3-2 especially. We could see some players sneak in like we saw before with a tempo roll on 3-1 and the early level to 6.
Yeah, a couple big things about this early game. Of course, Dooney Juni doing very well. Bobe, on the other hand, with the what doesn't kill you, actually got his loss streak broken. I believe most potentially by Hanxing here. So that does mean that the items and the gold is going to be a bit of a problem for him. You can't really play a lose streak, have no units, and
item so important here. Rageblade is found and immediately slam. You don't even wait to see if you find a Nasher, if you find anything else.
You gotta get that extra stack.
Yeah, you're
Makes
right.
sense.
You're right. It's like the item payout min-max, but just with Syndra specifically.
True, and now we're going to take a look at Easy's board. What is the second emblem going to be? It's going to decide how the rest of the game is going to be played.
Warrior and Sugarcraft. Oh. Maybe not the strongest line, but at least a line that has some synergy between itself, with Gwen, of course, being the unit that ties it all together.
We haven't seen a Sugarcraft tower this tournament just yet. You know, when you get all the way up to 9 Sugarcraft, you get a big cake that shoots out on to everyone. Could be a good win-out situation. On the other hand, already 5 Kassadins on the previous board from Easy.
I wonder if we see a kind of a multi-striker / warrior board with Gwen coming online to tie it all together. That would be an interesting line, but Bintum, of course, fully locked in. Is going to have 2 tiers, is going to slam them, and Nyla is once again on the board. Bintum really seems to favor a unit that I think is not really considered meta right now for most lines, outside of just really enabling Eldritch in the early game for Syndra.
I love playing around Nyla. You know, this was one of my favorite lines. You play multi-strikers with the Eldritch early on. Very good combination. Arcana to mix it in.
And a big roll we saw there on level 6, the level to 6 on 3-1, the roll all the way down to 20. Because he knows players are holding onto the Kassadins, wants to try and get a stable board to streak most of this stage 3 and continue that very healthy game plan for T1, with Dooney Juni on a 6-win streak and Bintum now on a new and fresh 4-win as well.
Putting a lot of pressure onto the rest of the board here. So
and
the stage 3
finds a Shojin off of the big grab bag and says, you know what, it's about time that the T1 team got a little bit luckier with the Syndra itemization especially. The
This is going to be the
as well,
full
so big.
pressure in from T1 coming down here. They have top 1 and top 2 in the lobby. You just want to roll deep and make sure all these win streaks keep on pressuring them to make sure there is no cap coming out from the side of Weibo Gaming.
And a perfect reforge onto a bow. Hey, you already got all the bows you need for Syndra. You need tank components now. You find the best tank component in the game, in my opinion, right now. Maybe the cloak.
Hanxing did a big roll down as well, not able to find that Syndra too. So all things looking in favor of T1 in this game so far.
Comes on a win streak, gonna have to hope that Bobe doesn't wreck it for now. The Rumble not gonna be too tanky facing off against the Kassadin, the opposite for the Kassadin, who with the Crown Guard is able to sustain a little bit better with the BT as well helping out, and now the Nyla and the Kassadin onto the Syndra. Can the Syndra get one more cast? He does. Could be a perfect loss here, unless the Syndra starts ramming a little bit too hard and the Kassadin gets taken down in the process. But no, it's going to be a perfect loss here. So really well done from Bobe and Bintum to maximize their HP as a team.
Press the attack just a little bit too good, even with that Wukong too. Couldn't hold up to the front line here, but you know, Bobe wants that lose streak anyway, so perfect situation for T1.
Bintum finds an early Callista, and now maybe Nyla will be taken off the board, at least momentarily. We'll see. If he decides to go for the Nyla 3, he has 5 copies now. He's getting some extra gold here from the Charm.
I would be very surprised if he holds on to the Nyla. You know, this time around, he doesn't have that multi-striker emblem here.
And this board just fits too well, right? With the Pyro coming online for the just team-wide attack speed. The Hecarim is missing here. You have the Ashe online instead with the early Callista. And we're going to see now, doesn't Nyla get sold? She does. Unfortunately, Nyla, thank you for your service. This game, a little bit shorter than game 2.
Kutz on the meanwhile still using the Nyla as a transition. Gets a great stun off with the Shen onto the Kassadin as well, but not enough to go against Press the Attack multi-striker 5.
Zillion does get a stun, but not going to do quite enough. Looking at the HP standings in terms of the teams, an even split pretty much all throughout, just Zuni being a bit more of a menace, and we're understanding why. We remember that early Fiora, the mentorship, the early BT slam. Can he find that second item for Fiora? Can he find a Fiora 2? Ooh. I imagine in a team format, someone will call out, hey, Zuni, you can't let him get that pair.
Yeah, if he gets that Fiora 2 at the start, it's just going to be very difficult for Weibo Gaming to come back there.
We see there the hovering we've talked about with STSC, maybe trying to save that Kalista for Bintum. Not able to do so with a threat from the Weibo player.
Kodzu picks up a giant sword here, and Juni with a bit of AP being selected for his composition. Does look like he's going to go for more of the Warriors composition here, and also has an interesting build coming in with the little buddies. Going to get that extra attack speed for the rest of the team. Does really well with Preservers, as you do have the Zillion that buffs the team. Oh, 3-star Syndra from Bobe. That lost streaking.
Goodness, it is a heavy roll. We do see him go all the way down to 10 gold on level 6. So we've really seen all the different strategies for Syndra. Go to level 8, roll on 7, roll on 6 heavily in stage 3, and all of them usually end up in success.
Yeah. Just play Syndra. That's basically what we're trying to tell you. You know, you'll be familiar with all the different variations here. And, you know, Bobe, big lose streaky, of course, he had to roll down deeply. He had to play a reroll line, basically, with the HP he was given. Is successful enough to find all the necessary rolls here.
And Rumble doing so much as a tank there as well. We mentioned the cloak that was found off the Reforge, finalized into a Gargoyle slowing play. So perfect for that edge Vanguard in the front line to buy so much more time for Syndra to scale, to win fights, but also to get more casts, to become more of a menace in the late game.
This could be a relatively quick game for T1. It looks like 3 players have a chance to win out. Zuni, Bintum, and also Bobe, as we've just seen here. So a lot of pressure on Weibo Gaming. They need at least 2 players to go into the top 4 to extend the game further.
Hongmian adds 1 more unit to his griefing pool. 2 Akalis and 1 Kassadin on the right side. So the griefing side of the bench, and this is the reroll side of the bench. It's an even split.
I like organization, you know, like when you're playing TFT, definitely makes your APM go up a little bit faster.
And Flexible has become a lot more flexible. We're seeing a combination, a little bit of everything, you know, sugar and spice and everything nice.
I love this combination, but did he find the Arcana? That's the most important thing if you play this. He's going flexible into Trade Tracker.
You know what you can do? Get Tinker and just reforge an entire combination of augments and, you know, play the roulette, see what you get.
He has a 56 HP to work with. Things are not looking good for him right now, but as you said, if you can reforce the Arcana and get that online, it's a very powerful win-out condition.
And I really do think that's where a charm like Tinker will come in. It's a charm that you can play for as a win condition. There's a few combinations, of course, we've maybe seen Build-A-Bud into Polymorph in stage 2, for example. There's some very strong niche combinations of charms with specific augments and setups that if you're aware about them, you can really have a massive edge in TFT in set 12.
I like how he has 7 emblems and none of them are repeats. Definitely a bit of a low roll for Easy right
the augment
here.
is called Flexible for a reason, Clem. It's not called Force of Vertical. It's not called Prismatic Trait. It's called Flexible.
There's obviously a lot more high roll situations you can play from, you know, just getting 2 of Eldritch or, you know, 2 of one of these class
there you go,
traits.
finally, 2 Pyro.
Hey, 8th times the charm here. And he does have a Xerath early on, so, you know, not completely terrible for him. Also a Warrior finally showing up with the Sugarcraft. This is going to take a lot of cooking to save.
This is a high, you know, mental taxing game. In this case, for Easy, if someone can do it, it's him. If I was in charge of piloting this game, that would be a fast 8th.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You have Kassadin and I am maybe all over the place a little bit.
We'll see what the 4-2 augment is to save right here. This is going to be very interesting from Easy. There are some augments that do give you a Reforger, such as the big grab bag. So that could be something he's looking for here. And we also have to talk about Ascendant Charms. If he gets lucky on those charms, maybe that could save his game plan as well. Does find a very much necessary win here to preserve his HP, give him a little more time on those flexible.
That's the biggest thing, a little bit more time to find those win conditions, because you're in a setup where the cap is there. The potential for the cap is there. You have a projection that if you're lucky, if things can go your way, you can kind of do a little bit of a magic trick and become a player that almost has no chance of losing the game if you find the right combination, if you can reforge some emblems, etc.
All right, we're going to be taking a look at this is the Vanguard and Syndra board. Shields up, a great augment for this composition. You're running 4 Vanguard. Keeps the HP totals alive. Gets a lot more stacks on the Syndra, so Hanshing with a good find right there. But he's so far away from Syndra 3, and we already know there's a Syndra 3 elsewhere on the board.
And the flexible roll down for Dunizuni with the early Fiora has been moved into this path as the keepers now as well. The Nico frontline is sitting on this full bench, which indicates that massive roll down where you're deciding what the best combination of units are to play on your board to adapt to what you're being given.
Level 8 roll down, doesn't find the Karma 2 or the Nami 2, so a little bit lacking on damage here. Does have a good hit onto the Golem with the Chalice, so he's going to make those casts in the backline a lot faster. Meanwhile, Honglin, fully upgraded backline.
And we're seeing his game plan still in action, holding an Akali 2, holding a Kassadin, holding a Wukong, while having some upgrades. Not quite as strong as he maybe expected facing off against this Syndra from his teammate.
I just don't see a win-out player from the side of Weibo Gaming just yet. If we looked at all the boards, they're sort of low roll, not too lucky so far. The only one they're hoping for is actually going to be the flexible player.
So already a Karma 2 here as well for SCSC, already a Gwen 2, so a really massive roll on off of the Pilfer, giving you so much extra econ. You have the more early Morgana, the Nasus Nico combination for Shapeshifter and the Witchcraft, and a really good itemization on the Karma. Maybe missing the blue buff instead of the adaptive, but all in all, you really want the anti-heal. Karma, like Timo last said, is one of the just perfect spreaders for the anti-heal, getting so many different units.
I just love hitting an early Morgana on level 8. You get the 4 Preserver in, and look at how beautiful those traits are. Witchcraft plus Shapeshifter in the front line. The Preserver makes sure that your Rakan can actually be a tank later on. And taking a look on the other side with EZ, doesn't really get a Reforger to kind of buff his board up, but has made that Nami too.
This is a unit that a player rather that you're maybe especially interested in seeing do poorly in this stage 4, because one of the players that we talked about can turn things around, can become an absolute menace. Mordekaiser onto the Karma, the Nami as well. The Leviathan comes through, but the damage seems to be a little bit too much, and Bard is still alive as well to clean up if he needs to. Easy takes a bit of a hit, and looking at the HP totals now, Weibo in 8th, Weibo in 5th, but a lot of parity, I would say, from 8th place to 1st place, only roughly 20 HP separating these players.
Still definitely a close game that we have on our hands right here. That is going to be the Fiora, potentially going up to the 2 stars there. And for the 5 cost, we have Milio, which can be flexed into a lot of boards with a Preserver coming in on the side of Bard as well.
And Dunizuni was maybe hoping for the Fiora to stop this current loss streak, but that was not the case. Unfortunately, it was picked up by a Weibo player who had an earlier pick order on the carousel instead. TG is found. Emblems are sold. Looks like a second rolldown's coming through. Earthquake was picked up as a charm, it looked like there. And now we're just trying to set up a stronger board, going deeper into Pyro, potentially, and really trying to change the entirety of this board to find more stability for EZ. Finds a Camille, has the Xerath still as well.
Varus is going to be a key champion here if he wants to go for the full vertical Pyro there.
Ooh, a very strong setup here from Bobe. Has a Syndra 3 with double Rage Blade and a Shojin, scaling to infinity. Has the Wukong 3 as well.
Only going to get stunned by his teammate. The 7 Eldritch has been dropped out on the side of... Oh no, EZ still has the Thousand Eyes Beast going in directly into the back line. This Kog'Maw just has not been awake this entire fight. Stunned into Thousand Eyes Beast into a Leviathan coming in from Nami. Only going to lose this fight handedly.
And of course, some emblems left on the item bench for EZ, trying to make the loss a little bit lesser for his teammate.
Yeah, didn't need the extra HP across the team right there. Kudzu now holding up pretty well.
Totem has been griefed heavily by so many different players, rolling in desperation. Still relatively healthy for, I think, how late it is in Stage 4, having not hit a 3-star. Well, just a Kali, but of course you have only a single sword on her right now. DB can be slammed. I really love Deathblade Akali. I think it makes her a really bursty kind of wildcard unit. If you position well, she can do some absolutely insane stuff when it comes to Stage 4 and Stage 5 fights, deleting a backline carry, which maybe almost wins the fight outright.
Yeah, very acrobatic with that, going into the back line. She really doesn't want to be focus fire too long, so burst damage is usually how she is built with her profile. Unfortunately for Bintum, I think his spot is mainly just going to be a scrap spot. Even if he does get the cast in 3, he's still stuck on level 6 going into stage 5. You know, not exactly a great position right here. The rest of the team's
to
going to have to
Honglian, who held 5 Castidans while rolling for the Kog'Maw 3 and the Tristana 3. So really, it's not just unlucky for Bintum. It is a lot of agency and the right plays being made by the opposing team in what is a pivotal game 3 between T1 and Weibo.
This one will decide who can move on in the upper bracket and who will have to go into the lower side here. So far, Hanxing actually being a very strong player for the team with the 4 win streak. Kudzi, in the meantime, it's been a while since we looked at his board, 38 HP, but was able to stabilize and is very close to getting that Rumble 3.
And the difference between the T1 team, we saw at the very start, end of stage 2 rather, Dooney and Bintum at the very top of the leaderboard, T1 dominating, now at the very bottom and fighting for their lives. A 6 loss for Dooney, who I imagine has not found the Fiora 2 even, and for Bintum, also a big loss streak. Finally finds the cast in, but is it too little, too late? You don't have a chance to really tempo to 8. It's going to be almost impossible to fit 7 multi because you're just not going to make it in time, already coming to stage 5.
Has the griefing been enough from Weibo Gaming to prevent their players from just sliding off? Easy actually with the 2 win streak with Flexible that gets progressively stronger and stronger throughout. So, you know, things really turning around for Weibo Gaming. I was very surprised that they were able to make this comeback given how some of their early games looked.
That being said, the current results may be a little bit misleading with how close the HPs are. Any loss or win, any little amount of HP, I think it's going to be a nail-biting finish, depending on the outcome of, I think, the start of this stage 5 up into the carousel. The Gwen online, the stun comes through. Can the Gwen clean the Syndra up in time? It would be so big for the scaling of the Syndra as well, and that will be the case. Weibo Gaming taking a tiny bit of a hit. SC trying to become the hero now for T1, getting a clutch win, becoming maybe one of the leaders or the leader when it comes to the HP totals.
And this is what we want to see from the Karma plus Warrior line. When your Warriors get into the backline and they kill a unit that already has the Karma spell on them, they get the 8% heal and they can move on to the next target again and again. A very good combination, and this is why like Preserver Warrior is one of the most played lines.
Zuni going to the vertical Witchcraft with a Fiora 2 now, with the Karma, with the Witchcraft emblem. The Camille has been found, the 6 Witchcraft for now, not the 8 Witchcraft. The Keepers is here. Will it be enough for Dooney? Has to make a position. Yeah, the tread chest in the front. Making sure these items rain down on units that are still alive and healthy to make use of the extra stats coming through. But he's facing his teammate and he's facing a Wukong 3 and a Syndra 3 who mean absolute business.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very hard to go through Bobe's front line at this point. Even with the true damage, the Wukong's just not going to be falling down that easily. I wonder how many stacks that we have on Syndra Bobe. Overall, though, there's so many players with win-out potential on T1. Bobe's board is incredible.
Oh, the Fiora cleans up a Syndra, and that's the one thing that had to happen. You have to bypass the Wukong and clean up the Syndra in time. Good news for Dooney, who stays healthy, but bad news for Bintum. From 0 to hero, back to 0, 8th place for T1, 8th place for Bintum, and now his team has to carry the mantle for the rest of this game 3.
Easy looks like he's turned things around. We're not really sure if you found maybe a TikTok or something, not a TikTok, but like a Reforger or something, but 4 win streak late into the game with Flexible. Now it's about Honglian. Can he actually move up a little bit in the placements? He does have the fully upgraded backline.
Positioning very important here. The Rumble has to be targeted first by the opponent's backline to get full value from the double treasure chest.
That's going to be 6 tailored items going on to his board afterwards. Does get the correct positioning. I think this might be a communication with a teammate.
Yep.
That is Kudzi, so they kind of know where those treasure chests are going to be. They want to keep Honglian alive for just a while longer.
And with Bintum going 8th, the positionings in the bottom 4 matter so much here. We saw the similar thing happening in game 2 where you were forcing Weibo to go 1 and 2 to try and win the game. And that might be the case here as well. The Callista cannot clean up. It's going to be even parity now. Both of the Weibo players down to what is going to be 1 life. Kezi on 13 HP. Honglian on 13 HP. Bobai looks like he stays healthy, and SCSC as well. Carousel coming up. Some key items and key 5 costs potentially coming through. Just Emilio and the Diana for now.
Yeah, these 5 costs not really holding the core items here.
Look at this HP, Clement. My goodness. Oof. These fights will be so impactful. The positioning, so important.
Already 3 players below 20 HP. You know, on stage 5, the base damage you're going to take is 10. So, you know, we could realistically see Kudzi and Honglian going out together in the very next fight here.
Still some big upgrades required. We're seeing Easy still has a Fiora one, still has a Nasus one.
Can he actually find that Callista too? That's going to be the key one for him.
Major wish is found. What's going to be the result? Finds 2, well, 4 cost and a 5 cost.
Does actually get it. He didn't have it in the previous fight, so that's a huge find for Kudzu.
And the Briar as well has some interesting items. Red buff and Deathblade, at least, you know, some items that give her some attack power, some potential as a carry as well as a secondary carry outside of the Callista.
All right, both of these players below 15 HP. Can they hang on to the fight here? SCSC looks like the front line's in the wrong position.
But again, the backline damage is coming in on that right side, so maybe you're fine. So Tristana can kind of move some units out of the way if they get too dangerous, and that's going to be the case right now. The Rumble, or the Nunu rather, tanking so much, but the Nasus is doing the same. Tristana now being targeted by the Bard. The Bard gets cleaned up. The Carmine is left alive all by himself. A big loss for Hongyan. Is it big enough? Looks like the answer is no. I think Hongyan will be staying alive. Bobe also gets a hit. Han Xing stays alive, stays healthy, stays in the lead with 34 HP. No player gets eliminated. Rather, no. Hongyan gets taken down, evening out the eliminations for T1 and Weibo. Kezi stays alive on 2 HP. Bobe also on 1 life. The rest of the players should be on 2 lives for now.
Oh, this is huge. Any one of these placements is basically a 2-point swing in any one of these teams' position. And you know, the total amount of points you need is just 19. If you get 19, you're guaranteed to go through into the winner bracket. Let's see if Kudzu, what is his fight rotation gonna give him?
For Bobe and for Kezi, decided all. Syndra 3, Wukong 3. Is it enough? Rageblade on both carries, 1 of 2 cost, 1 of 4 cost. But Syndra has been scaling all game. She's been preparing for this moment, casting again and again and again, reaching over 100 casts to try and clean up the front line in time. The Rakan and the Briar being targeted here. The TG not quite good enough, just too much healing. The Karma is also still alive. The front line is wrapping. Callista's taken down. Kez taken down as well in 6th place. Duni's taken down, but who takes more HP? I think it was a pretty big loss for Kez for Weibo.
Kudzu takes 12 HP below 0, and that does mean that things are tied out
now. Essentially, it's going to come down to who's able to win or who's able to have kind of that 1 in 3 setup instead.
Yep, 1-3 setup will give you a +2 points, just enough to move forward. And 2 players now, both from T1, actually on 1 life. So this is getting very close. On stage 6, the damage will knock any of them out.
Even the damage between themselves is one of the dangerous things where HP preservation matters so much. It doesn't matter if Bobe and SCSC are the 2 strongest players in the lobby. If they face each other, 1 player gets taken down, and that means it's a guaranteed win for Weibo in this incredibly close series. We predicted it coming into it. I think it's one of the best matchups of this day 1. 2 of the strongest teams in the tournament, and we're seeing why. It's a nail-biter, so close between all the different strategies we're seeing here.
I'm sweating in my palms right now. A lot of this is going to come down to fight rotation. Unfortunately for them, it is
not the best final item for Karma. Even without Karma is maybe not the ideal. So T1, a little bit of a grief there when it comes to the itemization. The roll down coming through from SCSC, trying to get as strong as possible, has to pop the item anvil, has to fix his positioning. Does he have time to scout as well as the important thing? And the Wukong on the opposite side of the Syndra, did he want to flip in time? He is facing SCSC, and this is maybe the problem we were talking about. 11 HP, we're in stage 6. I think it's almost impossible for both players to stay alive.
One of them will go out here, and it's going to have to be a team kill situation. In this type of scenario, you want to keep the strongest person still in the running for first place, and then carry the team back. It looks like it's going to be Bobe with the hopes of T1, but no, Desperate Plea was found by SCSC.
No, he's taking down, he's taking down.
He's taking down?
I think it was a delay in the damage taken. Potentially, we'll see now. It looks like he's alive in game. And no, it was Desperate Plea. You were right, Clement. He's still alive. And that's maybe what the roll down was coming here, to find the right charm.
That was huge.
My goodness, a Desperate Plea is needed, and he was found. SCSC stays alive. We didn't mention it in our breakdown of what this format brings to the table for the top 4, but so impactful, my goodness.
After the 10 seconds, we see the Golden Shield coming out, escorting T1 to a potentially higher placement for one of these 2 players. Now it has to be a crossfight between these 2 teams here. It's been a while since we see Easy's board. He has so many different emblems at this point, and Flexible just keeps on scaling.
And Bobe on the right side versus Han Xing, the Syndra. Left alone on this right side, not going to be targeted by any units. It will be a front-to-back fight. Syndra on both sides, Karma on both sides. The Nami ult could be important, but the Xerath. If he can, he snipes the Syndra. It's a big loss for Hansing. It's an elimination for Hansing. Weibo, one player taken down. Will it be two? It looks like it will be at least a very big loss for T1. Will it be big enough? Who took the bigger loss? It will be SCSC. And now Bobe has to win this game. He has to be the hero that Bintum was in that game 2 to secure a win for T1. And Easy, once again, the player that I think is in the spotlight for Weibo in terms of coming in clutch at the end of the game.
Both of them are very low econ, so the charms are not going to matter as much here. But the big find, 4 different units for the Syndra to chew through here with her abilities.
Positioning on the Wukong and the Syndra so important. The snipes from the Xerath, who targets randomly, can also be very impactful in this final fight.
Really good positioning here, avoids the 7 Eldritch. Thousand Eyes God is going to jump into the largest group here, so Syndra can't continue to deal damage.
Avoids the Nami stun as well onto the Syndra, really big for the Rage Blade stacking. Can the Syndra do enough? Has she scaled enough into this game? Can Bobe become the victor? The Wukong is buying so much time, surrounded by so many units, and Syndra starting to clean up on the back line.
It's
already
the
damage are taken down. Wukong is still spinning to win. Can Wukong do it? He can. But Easy still stays alive for one more fight and one more carousel.
Oh, this is so exciting. These players coming down all to the wire. Flexible, the high stakes Akhman being alive for so long, but Bobe with the indomitable Syndra. Easy's going to deny another AP item on the side of Bobe here, making sure it doesn't go over towards the side of Karma.
Positioning once again, so important. It really worked out well for Bobe in that last fight. We saw everything going to plan. The Syndra sniping the backline first, the Wukong buying time on the right. As you mentioned, the summon being extracted for long enough, not getting onto the main damage, which is the Syndra. The Nami ult as well, missing the Syndra there.
I really think you want the Nami on the other side of the biggest group from the targets. You want to at least get one crowd control on them. Yeah.
Once again, the Wukong, we're going to see maybe a similar positioning. Wukong opposite side of Syndra, but all of a sudden this Briar can maybe become a menace. She's going to be stuck on the Wukong for now. Looks like it will be the case, and she'll be jumping into the largest pump as well. So Syndra should once again be untouched for the start of this fight. We're seeing all the action happening on the right, but the Karma has already melted. The Wukong has to buy enough time. The Nasus is still very, very healthy, and the Nami stun will come through. The Leviathan might do enough. The Wukong is moving on to the Nami now, and it looks like that's going to be it. T1 stays alive. Syndra stays alive. Wukong does it for T1. We had the hero become Bintum in that game 2, and now Bobe, a player who was so hyped a few champs ago in TFT, didn't live up to that, but definitely lives up to the hype in this game 3. T1, the victor.
The queen of the meta comes back and wins it for T1. Syndra with a huge loss streak coming in from Bobe. It wasn't looking so good for him. He actually got his loss streak broken early on, but the roll down early and also the Vanguard emblem onto the Wukong line, that was a really genius touch for him, playing another variant of the Syndra line. And T1 finally showing some emotions, being happy to move on into the winner bracket.
And usually it's 8 together strong, but this case Wukong all by himself, doesn't need any friends, just solo frontline with the Gargoyles. We're seeing why he's a unit that if you can hit him to 3-star, he's just an absolute menace in terms of buying time and stalling out. That's all Syndra needs. She needs time. Frontline, any kind, Shapeshifter, Wukong, Vanguard, whatever you can do to buy her as much time as possible. But all in all, I think the real highlight in that game 3, in these final fights, the positioning. I think it worked out so well, as you mentioned, dodging the CC, keeping Syndra untouched the rest of the fight, not allowing Briar to sneak in, for example, as well. Karma taking the hit early instead.
Really key to keep your Syndra away from the rest of the units. Briar and also the Thousand-Eyed Beast always target the largest group on your side. So you want to keep Syndra always auto-attacking, always getting onto multiple targets. And we also saw the Wukong being on the opposite side away from Syndra to just create space. He knows that the Wukong is not going to fall down very easily with the double Gargoyles and Vanguard. Basically perfect items on the unit. So he's willing to just make separation between his front line and back line, make sure Briar doesn't accidentally walk into the back and snipe out the Syndra.
What an absolute fantastic series of TFT. We got to see it all, really. A lot of reroll, yes, but also great positioning, great 4v4 team play in terms of holding units, in terms of playing things like the flexible augment, for example, as well, and still finding success. Easy having a great showcase in the last 2 games despite the loss from Weibo. And Weibo's not out. I think they've played one of the strongest teams in the tournament. They made it a very, very close fight. They can come back tomorrow, win their match, and go into the decider match to still make the bracket phase of this EWC TFT tournament.
I think Weibo Gaming made us all believers here. They're the 3rd seed coming in from China. We haven't actually seen them play 4v4 in any of the tournaments due to the auto qualification. This was a statement match for them. They can go up against the best teams here at EWC, make a name for themselves. I think this is a series that they should be absolutely proud of. We saw Hongmin going out like a champ, making sure Bintum was going out with him to play that 4v4 style. I love that additional touch. Sometimes if you're low rolling, you can take someone out with you.
And I love from T1, it's not just Bintum, it's the entire team. All 4 of these players have finished top 10 champs at some point in the set. We're going to an interview with a post-game with T1 with Bintum.
Bintum, congratulations to you and your team. Let's go ahead and kick off the discussions though. Game 1, from being the first eliminated player to then game 2, winning it for your team. Go ahead and tell me, for game 1, was that planned? What kind of went wrong for you guys?
일단 빈틈 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단은 첫 게임 때 가장 먼저 떨어지셨어요. 그런데 이제 두 번째 판에서 결국에는 이제 2등을 하시면서 팀의 승리를 견인하셨는데 이게 첫 번째 판에 이렇게 먼저 떨어지신 게 조금 이렇게 계획된 것이었는지 아니면 좀 어떻게 된 건지 좀 궁금합니다.
첫 번째 판 같은 경우에는 저희가 좀 초반에 꼬이다 보고 상대가 좀 잘 풀린 상황이었어요. 그 상황에서 사실 제가 박는 걸 이미 알고 있었기 때문에 조금 더 낮은 등수를 하더라도 8등은 하지 말았어야 되는데 그 부분은 이제 제가 첫 번째 판이랑 세 번째 판 역시 실수가 있던 부분이고, 하지만 저희 팀원을 믿고 최대한 제가 할 수 있는 거 하면서 팀원들이 이제 이길 수 있게 해줬기 때문에 팀원들이 잘해서 이긴 거지만 이제 세 번째 판 이긴 거 같습니다.
So in the first game, I already knew the game was pretty much difficult for us, and they were already ahead. So what my mistake was, actually, I should have avoided getting the 8th, but obviously I made a mistake there, so I fortunately got the bottom place. But that being said, my teammates played really well on the game 1 and 2. So even though they sacrificed themselves, and I played my best and until the game 3. So yeah. I think that my teammates won it for me.
Amazing. But you as an individual, you have exceptional records, fantastic performances in other events. You're no stranger to winning. So how are you helping your other teammates reach the same level of success coming into EWC?
물론 그럼에도 불구하고 이제 빈틈 선수가 이제 팀에서 가장 또 이제 경력도 가장 많으시고 또 화려한 이제 이력을 또 가지고 계시잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 이제 다른 팀원들에게 또 어떻게 이제 또 같이 이제 실력을 또 끌어올릴 수 있을지 좀 그런 부분에서 어떤 노력을 하셨는지 좀 궁금합니다.
사실 뭐 제가 경력적으로는 다른 선수들보다 앞서 있다고 할 수는 있지만 그렇다고 제가 무조건 저희 팀보다 잘한다고 생각하는 건 아니고 그 저희 팀들이랑 이제 저희 생각을 이제 공유하면서 4명이 다 같은 생각을 할 수 있는 거를 조금 중점적으로 게임을 좀 연습했던 것 같고요. 그러다 보니까 이제 메타 파악 같은 거에 있어서 좀 저희가 강점을 가지고 있는 것 같고 다른 팀보다 또한 팀합 역시도 좋다고 생각을 해서 그쪽으로 좀 승부를 보려고 하고 있습니다.
Well, even though I have good records, but that doesn't necessarily mean I am the better player than them. So what I try to do was actually to share the thoughts between me and my teammates and trying to like analyze the meta and how the game works. So I think in that sense our teamwork kind of improved and that we try to play as a team as a whole.
Humble as always, amazing result. Congratulations again. I'm going to throw it over to my fantastic talents over at the desk and they can give me their thoughts on that.
Thank you, Jasmine. We've got a couple of highlights on the screen as we get to talk a little bit about that match. I'm Casanova here with Stort and Wida. And I kind of want to talk a little bit immediately about Bintum first, the guy we just got that interview from. Yes, his game 1 and 3, a little bit rough, but game 2, he kept everyone in the game. And Wida, I wanted you to kind of break down that beautiful comeback from Bintum to get that second place and actually keep T1 alive.
I mean, considering how much I spoke about Bintum going into the game, I mean, obviously, right? You kind of expect that. But again, like, it's just creative play all around, just like really understanding the ins and outs. And again, like positioning was a really big deal. Just the way that like he wins like what he needs to win just by sheer out positioning, right? Just again, just understanding the ins and outs of the Kassadin composition when it comes to positioning. And as we saw as well, like he has had a very clear play pattern so far in this tournament around the Kassadin.
Yeah, we even saw it bringing it out in Game 3 once again. Yes, it didn't work out. He didn't hit early enough, but you brought up the positioning, and we just saw it in the highlight package of Bobe in the final game, out-positioning with the Syndra time and time again to find the win when they needed it most. No, they needed first place in that game to bring things back. And Stuart, we just saw that beautiful play out of Bobe.
Oh yeah, it was insane. I think that both games, you know, game number 2 and game number 3 was really huge in terms of positioning that T1 were able to make. You know, in game number 3, it was about the Wukong, the 3-star Wukong with the Garble Stone Plate, the double Gargoyle, and then the Syndra on the back line as well, making sure that you put them on the opposite side. You try and put the Wukong in front of the damage dealers on the side of Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of times the CN teams have been praised a lot for their macro gameplay, and once again, they kind of proved that. It felt like the macro game from CN looked really good, but T1 found those little outplays here and there with the positioning, which was huge. But I want to kind of bring it back a little bit and talk a bit about some of the augments that we saw, some of the items as well. We saw Radiant Refractor show up a lot, and I want to talk about Radiant items. And Weibo, what are some of the best Radiant items right now?
I mean, Spear of Hirana finally getting its shine in the light, right? With the way that we bank mana now, so like mana going into the Ether after it's kind of wasted. It means like it's one of the best ones. We saw multiple players kind of angle for it as well. One of them had to go for the Radiant Rage Blade instead, right? We know they tried to get it both from an Anvil as well as from the carousel itself, but we just see like how powerful these Radiant items can be, and especially when there's just so many players in lobby being able to control the tempo, you can ensure that you're just going to get maximum value out of the Radiant items.
And I was really surprised we saw like the Infinity Edge as well. You know, Radiant Infinity Edge is probably something that we didn't expect to see as well.
Yeah, and one of the players that we saw being able to use the Radiant items in some of the games to get early first, I believe that was Easy, who is our MVP of this series. Now, of course, Weibo did not find the win, but Easy was incredibly strong throughout, and you can see that Spear of Hirana making great use with the Syndra.
Right, we didn't know what to expect fully from Easy because this is technically like his first time at a global stage if we disregard that double up tournament. So in like original TFT sense, this is the first time we get to see him at this level, and so far he's delivered.
Yeah, I think the placements in general, you know, in game number 1 and game number 2, he did incredible placements. And if it wasn't for the positioning from T1, they actually would have won 2-0 in the end Weibo game. And with how well Easy was playing with so many different compositions he was playing throughout the series.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they were keeping a very good AVP throughout, giving a really good chance for the team to win. I mean, Easy overall, maybe one of the players we didn't expect to do as well, but his individual play being shining over and over again. Playing around the 2 costs, doing the Syndra. You know, we've got a lot of 2 healthy being picked up, a lot of mentorship, and I want to talk a little bit more about those augments that we're doing a lot of work. And Weeda, can you tell me a bit about, 2 healthy mentorship, why they're so good right now?
It's like what we saw in one of the games where we saw a complete open fort with a 2 healthy, just like go for one of those bigger 3-1, 3-2 roll downs. And the big thing is like a lot of the 2 cost reroll compositions have a lot of 2 costs in them, right? You know, like the Syndra composition, you can send that around like the Cassiopeia, but even if you start pushing some of those higher like level 8 comps like the Poles, etc., all of a sudden like really good units you just pull on your board are also 2 costs to it.
No, definitely. I feel like even with like the 2 healthy, you can go for different compositions as well. We didn't really see it in this series. You can still go for the likes of Cogmore as well, but mentorship, just being able to wrap around them of the higher tier cost champions, being able to wrap it around them 2 costs and give them more damage.
All right, well, while all these games have been going on, we still have a B stream happening and other games off stream. So I want to send it down to our reporter, Ian, to let us know what's been happening.
Now, you've, of course, been enjoying all of the action for TFT on our A stream, but there's plenty going on over here, too, on our secondary stream. This is over the B stream. As you can see right now, Falcons getting set for their next best of 3 up against Na'Vi. But taking a look in the rearview mirror, here's what's happened here so far. Branching out, smashed GK 2-0. That was a blink and you miss it style series. Fnatic, the self-proclaimed super team, were beaten by Zero Tenacity. That was much tighter. 2-1 was the scoreline there. And as I said, Falcons and Na'Vi getting set. Once these guys are finished, we move on to our final game here on the B stream of the day. Twisted Minds versus MSJ. Basically, what I'm telling you is we've got a TFT buffet. Don't miss it.
All right, the TFT buffet coming through, and we've got the bracket coming up. Thanks so much, Ian. As we see T1 and Zero Tenacity with the upset over Fnatic. Zero Tenacity, Weeda, tell me about Zero Tenacity.
I want to talk about something very important here, right? So Alan CQ is one of the best players in EMEA before he went to Legends of Runeterra, became a world champion over there. And when he made his return back to TFT, the entire Polish scene put so much time and effort into making Alan back, getting him back into shape. And it's been paying out in tenfolds right now. Like, he's been one of the best players now. And again, having on a team like Zero Tenacity, it's really been paying off in that way, which I think is a huge thing to keep in mind.
Yeah, and Stuart, now Fnatic dropping to the lower bracket. We have Fnatic versus Weibo. That's going to be crazy.
I mean, one of them are going to be knocked out, which I think is the crazy thing, right? We never expected Fnatic and even Weibo as well, with the stacked lineup that they have, being knocked out.
All right, now we've got Toronto Ultra walking up. It's going to be our next match coming up, Toronto Ultra versus Onsepa. And so you can see Michael, Relic, replay, Robin Songs getting ready to go. We said it's, you know, the old men and Michael, you know, helping the grandpas cross the road here, but still incredible talent on that roster.
No, definitely. I mean, we can't talk about Toronto Ultra, sorry, without talking about replay, right? You know, being able to be a world champion as well over in set 8, I believe. Even Michael as well, even though he struggled a little bit during set 11 during the World Championship, is still an incredible player to look out for.
All right, we'll get to talk more about them in a second as we get these players set. We are going to head to a break, but it will be Toronto Ultra versus Onsepa when we return.
나이스.
나이스. 좋아요.
컬트 갔다.
나이스.
이제 아니 1, 2만 좀
1, 2 막아야 돼.
1, 2 안 돼.
빡세긴 해.
근데 빡세긴 해. 지금 1, 2각이야 상대.
Hello everybody, quick shot here from EWC Central. Today we're kicking off the Esports World Cup presenting Teamfight Tactics tournament here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So let's check out all the notable teams and their potential impact on the EWC Club Championship with this update brought to you by STC. Well, it is a big week for the French Blue Wall from Carmine Corp. They have only 2 teams competing here in Riyadh, and both of them are in this week in TFT and in Fortnite. 2 top 8 finishes are required in order to be eligible for the club championship. Meanwhile, the League of Legends champions T1 have their first of 3 chances to make a second top 8 finish and to make good use of that 1,000 points that they secured from earlier on at EWC, as well as to be eligible for the prize money and to be on the standings for the club championship. Now, on the top of the overall standings, it is still Team Falcons at 4,100 points. And they could take another huge steps towards securing that title with a win here in Teamfight Tactics. Well, Na'Vi has to catch up on points with Team Liquid and the Gaming Gladiators in that fight for second place. Finally, Fnatic is sitting just outside of my top 10 list with 660 points. But with teams competing in all 3 games this week, they are expected to climb that ladder. For more updates on the EWC Club Championship, as well as every other game happening at the Esports World Cup, as well as mini games, conversations, interviews, why don't you join us here at EWC Central every Thursday through Sunday, 3 p.m. till 7 p.m. this week at twitch.tv/EWC and youtube.com/EWC. That does it from me, Quick Shot, and this episode of the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC.
because I guess he's going to have to physically come in here.
I'm Casanova, joined by It's Stort and Weeda, and we're going to talk a bit about our upcoming matchup. We have Toronto Ultra versus Onse Pa, and I want to start out with Toronto Ultra. I want to start out in the Americas. And Stort, I want you to break it down a little bit for me. What's so exciting about this team?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I spoke about it a little bit before the break, but I feel like with a world champion on your side, it's very difficult to kind of put Toronto Ultra really low on your list. Also, being Michael on the team as well, even though Robin Songs has maybe not been the best player as of recently, I think he's still a player to, you know, that can still perform. The big thing with this team, though, I feel like is kind of that mixture of like LATAM players and also North American players. So it's going to be interesting to see what the communication is like, because we know it's so important.
Yeah, it's cool because Robin Songs, you know, you mentioned his recent performance hasn't been so good, but he had the longest unbroken streak of qualifying into regionals and actually making final lobby of regionals in Americas. And so we know that this guy can continue to have those high peaks. And so this team is very, very hyped coming out of the Americas, especially that combination, right, Michael and Relic. And I want to continue on, though, and talk about the other side of things. Weeda, tell me about Onse Pa.
Yeah, I don't know what the name means. I asked the players yesterday, like, we don't know. But they mean business themselves, right? The players here, they are absolutely incredible talent themselves. You're looking at a core of some of the strongest French players that are kind of like on that newer wave of players, where the likes of something like branching out is all the older wave of players. You're looking at Opal has a long history of being a good ladder player, kind of like hovering around the French spaces. Then you have Jejusol, right? Like we all know Jejusol has a strong season in Remix Rumble, one of the best players in the world. You're looking at Experian, one of the first ever Golden Spatula Cup champions, and also had a great Vegas Open. And then you're looking at the likes of Totem. Everyone came to know and love him at the Vegas Open for his immense reactions, but also had an incredible run at the most recent Tactician's Crown in the Inkborn Fables.
He truly did. I mean, the facial reactions, you could immediately see it just there. I mean, Totem keeping to his namesake, or keeping to his fame when it comes to these media day photos and everything. But as we're looking at how these teams match up, Toronto Ultra, Onse Pa, I mean, Story, who are you kind of initially giving an edge to, and like, why are you looking at that certain team?
I think it's difficult. I think it's pretty evenly matched in terms of individual quality. I think with these teams, I think the big thing is that players on Onse Pa have played together already in this type of format. You know, in EMEA, we used to have a 4v4 tournament called Super Brawl, which both Jejusol and Totman played together as a team over in France. Whereas Toronto Ultra is like, what's the communication going to be like, and what's the synergy going to be like? Whereas on the French team, it could be a lot better. So I'm going to give a little bit of an edge to Onse Pa this time.
I mean, like, you're speaking music to my ears, right? I think that OSP is one of the more stepped-on teams here in general, but also, again, I am one of the biggest fans of Michael on the planet, and for a long time I believed him to be the best player in the Americas, period. He did have a very strong season in terms of like picking up tournament points over in the most recent season after the like conglomeration of the region's last set, right? So really it's a team that I think that's going to be like a 55-45 to OSP.
Well, we've got, you know, their predictions, but if you at home want to join in on the fun and predict yourself, you can check out STC Play. You can vote for the next game over on stcplay.gg. For me, I'm going to stand strong with my my America's brother, Houpe Son. I got to go with the oldies, the goldies. I got to stick with Relic. I got to stick with Michael, my boys from LATAM. Replay, a champion. I'm going to be looking at Toronto Ultra, and we're going to see them getting into game in just a moment here. Got to send it over to Veracity and Fancy to get us into the game.
Welcome back to the stage once more after an intense match between T1 and Weibo. We almost thought that Weibo Gaming would win, but T1 had it in them. But then, now, we have such an important match to watch.
We absolutely do. For Toronto Ultra Fancy, I'm super excited for this one because Michael in particular, 29th in the Tactician's Crown, hoping to do the LATAM region proud. You know what? Enough chit-chatting from us. Let's go ahead and introduce none other than Toronto Ultra, an organization that has had many major appearances in esports, but new to the realms of TFT. Let's see how this squad handles the pressure for Toronto Ultra.
And their opponents, they may have done insanely well during the closed qualifiers, only dropping one game out of all the matches that they played, but they might be missing some international experience, but also they have Tartman and Jejusol for that. Please welcome Onse Pa.
Things are so certainly spicing up a little bit over here. Fancy Pants, so tell me, who do you reckon is going to walk away with a victory in this one? Is it going to be another full best-of-3 series?
I mean, so far we've only had full best-of-3 series, and honestly, I think this one is going to be the same. So how about we throw it to the casters so we can start the game?
All right, well, we've had it all laid out before us. We were laughing at how much Toronto Ultra are feeling themselves coming into this series, but to take things a little bit more seriously for a second, Hupe-san, it really feels like for both of these teams coming in, they very much see themselves as, as underrated, or are underrated by a lot of people. What's your stance?
I mean, for sure, individually, they have mixed results. In case of Toronto Ultra, very good results in the midterm for Replay champion of the world. Amazing for him. Relic and Michael both going to work recently. And of course, Robinson more like a content creator, but as a sage figure for this team. In terms of Onsepa, Guida was saying, they are very good in teams. They have already have a lot of experience in the 4v4 format. So Counter, I really expect that the change in style will be very interesting. We see Onsepa laughing, but in a very calm pace. Wow. We see Replay laughing. We see Robin doing a very interesting ritual also in the same moment. And it feels amazing because you see the friendship there. You see the change of energy. And I think that will affect possibly in both of them. So very good teams in the 4v4 for sure.
Because it's really interesting seeing how relaxed Toronto Ultra are here, particularly because did get a chance to talk to Robinson a little bit before this all started. On a little intro with him, he was deadly serious when he was talking about the idea of them being an underrated team. There was fire and steel in his eyes about feeling the need to prove themselves here. But it seems like they may have passed through that moment of feeling like they need to prove themselves into just being happy to be here, to be with their friends, or competing on a stage in a tournament like this.
Yeah, I totally agree. In case of Toronto Ultra, they are happy that they can demonstrate to themselves that they can really compete. They've been in a boot camp in Madrid for 2 weeks, so they actually been try-harding a lot, doing a lot of bot review, playing a lot of screens with the players. So actually the experience, the best practices of the 4v4, I think both teams have a lot of this. So this will be a learning experience for everyone. No one knows exactly how the 4v4 should be formulated in a specific ideal way, and these two challenges, these two teams will for sure give us a great scenario. So I really want to learn with them those optimal ways to do, when to roll down, do something crazy that you will not normally do in another game or even in a tournament or 1v1.
Of course, we've seen from our previous series across the day how important it is, especially to get to those endgame scenarios, to get the results your team needs. But it all starts from the beginning of the game when you come in and say, how are we going to approach this game? Are we going to try and play for the strong early game, give ourselves a favorable top 4 to fight for, or are we going to try to pitch for the very biggest results that guarantee the wins?
100%, and there will be the roles, right? I think we will see in Robinson. Robinson is like the sage of the Toronto Ultra. Now we're starting for the game, so he doesn't care. He's the one who needs to sacrifice. And as Wita was saying in the analysis test, Michael is the one who normally is the hero, the ace that wants to go for the win out, that wants to get that first place to even make the breakout impossible or very difficult to accomplish. So first place, very important again for the tiebreaker. And now we're starting, everyone going for the Tricos champion. So good direction for this. Obviously, we're looking for a Wukong here. We're looking for something that gives us a little direction. Jinx also, we see the Wu Jinx. More play than I thought, Counterfeit. Normally, I thought there would be away from Tricos, but actually, they'll be using it a lot for now.
Well, just before we get into the series, I want to take a little bit more time before we kind of bathe in the consequences of these other units coming in. Just talk a little bit about Michael, because I know he's a player you're very passionate about. You already kind of touched on him already. I know that certainly in the LATAM scene, people have got some big expectations and hopes for him going forward specifically.
I mean, he's 100% in terms of potential. Michael, when people internationally have played with him, he plays different. So people can know the meta, they can analyze stats, but Michael has like a different feeling. He has like an instinct for the game, and that's the reason why so much people say that he has infinite potential. So maybe he hasn't demonstrated amazing in the Tactician Crown, not getting into the finals, but always everyone who plays with, even in Vegas, Deep Rom in Vegas, he always performs and he always plays amazing. So he's a player always that we need to watch him. Now seeing him here, very calm, Still working on mental. That's maybe the thing that he's very young, but in pure talent, in raw talent, he's amazing.
Again, that's kind of interesting because, again, with us having the privilege of being able to be here with the players, was able to talk to him briefly at breakfast. He just seemed very, very calm, very within himself. Certainly not what you'd expect from a player who talking up in this kind of way, but we'll see how it works out long term, of course, this one. So coming back to the game then, as we said, 3-cost champion in the mix here from the very beginning. Of course, that could be hugely varied. In terms of the overall game, how should this affect things?
I mean, for example, normally it's economy. If you don't have something specific that you need, everyone wants economy in the early game, so most of them sell the unit unless it's actually something that makes sense with the rest. And now we're starting small, starting easy with this silver almond, going for possibilities. We see Pandora being played to get that possibility, but now he's goes simply for an anvil and getting the chance of going for a win seed. He has the possibility of a Ginso. We saw that slam so much during this series so far, counter, because it can enable either Syndra or it can enable even a late game with Kalista or something else.
So we've got some interesting elements creeping there with an incredible display here, reflecting the arena itself. I think the one that kind of stands out for me today is the AFK coming in. We knew coming into today's event, of course, that the finding an augment that let you kind of determine your path immediately is very important. We've also got a branching out coming in as well, so a kind of passive move on one part and potentially a very active move on the other.
Yeah, and both of them with possibility of being the win-out player. Both AFK maybe lose streak full in the early game and then try to go for a win-out and know which composition you can play maybe uncontested, and obviously the branching out giving you one emblem that will give you direction and will actually tell you what to play, and the rest of the player could respect that, obviously because of the chance he has to get it sooner.
So the one that the Experian got was the multi-striker emblem, so we know that can be very, very good.
And he already has the casting, so it's perfect.
Yeah, no, absolutely amazing. So that's going to be a big step in power, especially if you can hop, skip, and jump your way through the multi-striker breakpoints and start getting towards the 7 multi-striker, which of course will be, absolutely huge in terms of moving forward as a composition. So across the rest of the field, of course, we mentioned already, we've got the AFK in place to try and make sure some of our players get the most financial benefit from just hanging around.
There's the Syndra for Relic. We've been talking about this unit so much, counterfeit throughout all the series. And now Ginso is normally you don't see Ginso in an AP champion in any meta, but now Syndra's in its scales with that velocity, with that attack speed so much. This early game will give Relic the possibility of playing for the win out or playing a tempo. We have seen it also. Everyone has Syndra too, and maybe no one has a possibility to reroll. So actually, getting this now early has a chance for Relic to be the one who go for the win streak. No frontline for him, so far no good. We still don't know who will go for the win streak, who will go for the lose streak, so they're still testing some waters.
So, I mean, since we've got, well, actually, no, we'll come back to it in a second as we move on to Robin's song. So, we've seen Keeper, of course, do very well, or Keeper's been, as an all doing very well.
Now it's flexible, Keeper. Yeah, it's amazing. Before, we only see it in duelists. Now, in any comp, you can do it because you can wait and get a lot of shields and go for something more scaling.
Well, Robinson's Ivory replays we saw briefly on the right-hand side there. Both win streak. In fact, we're going to see them side by side here. Fantastic. Thank you very much, observers. So, we're seeing right now for Toronto Ultra, they've got 2 potential paths forward into the game. If we're talking about the hero players, we're, of course, like we said in all the games before, really striking out in the early game to see who can get and keep that success.
Yeah, who has the best direction, right? As you were saying, Kassadin in the left, and in the right, we have more of a Tristana early, maybe going for the Kog'Maw reroll comp. So now, as we were expecting, 2-cost reroll being in the meta, being so strong, we already have a Syndra, we already have the Kassadin, we already have the Kog'Maw, and now the question is, who in the other team will contest the Syndra for Relic, who in the other team will try to go simply for tempo, and that's what we want to see. We want to see how it builds out and who will be that actual hero. So far, good. And multi-striker, I think the emblem, that will be the possibility of the hero. Guira was saying this so much, counter, getting the Kassadin and then going for the Kalista is so much strong possibilities, and the scaling is absolutely absurd.
All right, well, coming into the first carousel, we can see Robinson's replay. They both maintained their win streaks. Nobody from Lonsei Par is able to do the same. So far, so good for Toronto Ultra. Looking down the other end of the table, Jedisaw and Michael are going to be the players who are taking the loss streaks for the initial part of things. So, from this point, we know the Robinson's replay, they're going to run head-to-head at some point into each other. They can't both keep their streaks going.
They could keep it in the early game. There's a chance that they do it until Rocks, But if they don't face off, it will be perfect. But then there is a chance for that. But probably they will meet, as you just said. And in the other way, Michael and Jedusor, that's the competition. That is where only one can face off. But there is a chance. The chance is small, but there is a possibility that both of them can maintain both win streak and lose streak. Let's see how it goes. Now Jedusor maybe planning to sell in the last moment. No, he doesn't.
No.
So he maintains units here. Let's see if he faces against Michael. And no, he goes against Relic, so he will maintain the lose streak. Good news for Onsepa.
Yeah, and of course we do know, this is something that kind of came up from one of the previous games as well. You're talking about, whether or not we're going to be seeing the kind of responses to the two-cross rerolls. So we saw games where that wasn't being played by either side, but I think you're absolutely right here that now we've got the pieces in place for a two-cross reroll on, on one side of things, we've got to see the reaction.
Yeah, 100%. I think when we didn't see it, it's because they had to play a tempo, because everyone was playing it. So if 5 people are playing Syndra, no one can play Syndra because no one can get a 3-star. So they go for tempo, they go for karma, they go to itemize maybe something else and avoid the other to get the tier 1 comp.
So coming into the last round of Stage 2, Robinsons will replay. They've kept their win streak so far. On the other end, we've got 2 lost streaks facing up against each other. We're going to see a big change as of this round. Will the RNG favor one team or the other, do you think, Hubei?
I don't know. I want to see it. I want to see it. There's a chance where, again, they both maintain the win streak, and now we're seeing the possibility of placement. Let's see if the portal makes the chance. And now, yeah, they both maintain in their scenario, so Relic is coming up against Robinson. Robinson will maintain the win streak, and Replay also maintain the win streak. So both of them with a great win streak. This is amazing for Toronto Ultra for the start. And in case of Michael, we're seeing it now, he also maintains the lose streak. So this is perfect scenario. We see in the face of Relic, he's laughing right now. This is a great early game. Let's see if they can convert to the late game, but this is a perfect start for them.
Yeah, and of course, Jedusor completely opened his board up to the 10, and there was no chance of breaking the streak at all. At least we do see, as we come into the Krug round, that we've got a little bit of hope here for, at least the early game hero for Onsepa. Tatman on the 4-round win streak. Not quite as impressive as Robinson's replay, but not so far behind either.
Yeah, we see Michael here going for the setup of the Kog'Maw. So I like it. They already have a plan, and that's what you want to see. Early game, good win streak, good lose streak, and already know what you're actually playing. Actually, perfect planning for them. So now we see the teamwork. We see a perfect plan for them. But obviously, now we need the cards to fall off, and this will be an important round. Counter. Will they roll on 3-1 to get some value rolling? Will they wait for 3-2 and get the additional goal? So these rounds are very important. These are pivotal to know what will be the actual direction and who will maintain or not the win streak, because both of them cannot do it.
Well, I mean, there's a reason we're talking about the early game hero there as well, because we've had the kind of situation for teams before in a previous series. You have one player do well early, then they kind of pass the baton to another player late.
Sure.
While Robinsons and Replay both keep doing well in this other game, while they avoid each other, we do put off that discussion for later. And I wonder if that might interfere with the kind of general strategy teams will be doing if they try and start keeping this initial streak going.
I mean, normally, if they do that, it's a snowball. It will be a total snowball if they can maintain it at least onto Carousel. Now we're seeing Robinson. He's actually strong. He hasn't slammed some items here.
They've dodged each other again.
Yeah, they dodge again. He's very powerful. He's slamming now. He sees that Carmine is very strong, so he needs to try to maintain the win streak. Maybe it's not possible here. Big Nunu in the front line, receiving a lot of damage and tanking so much. Looks like it's enough, but the Tristana 2, this is too much power. I don't think Robin can maintain it, but it looks like he can. Okay.
Wow. So this means that Toronto Ultra keep both of their streaks while taking, both their win streaks, while taking away Tatman, the only win streak for Onsepa. You were talking about these kind of snowballing, getting out of control situations. Now at 3-2, they've avoided each other for this long.
And now the multi-striker for Robinson. This is perfect. He gave him the Kassadin 2-star. And now he has the perfect spot to contest the other player that's playing the Kassadin. This is perfect scenario for Thor. If they lose this game, they're actually throwing. Actually, very well played, and the luck has been in their luck so far.
Yeah, the stars certainly seem to be aligning here. As for Onsepa, I guess a big question is, with all of this in mind, for a French squad here, they're under pressure. Pretty much they've been as unlucky as they could be. What's the path for them back into this game?
I mean, it's difficult because normally, as we were saying, obviously, you want someone who has a good lose streak, and they have it in Jedusor, so they're fine. But they need a win-out player because it will be very difficult to win any tiebreaker possibility. So they will need luck, avoiding the other players to get at least the 3-star in any moment, but they will play tempo in that moment. So actually, this is a very tough spot. They will need a little luck on their side, but they will also need some luck in a win-out scenario. So how that would happen, it will depend on each stage. For now, I'm not seeing a counter.
Yeah, I mean, especially, we mentioned the lost streak as Robinson's replay again. No, they didn't. They did duck each other, but replay finally drops the win streak, which is, fortunately, we can see replay with 50 gold in the bank. If it was going to be one of those two players, then it's at least the one with that best potential to start moving towards the late game scenario.
Yeah, and the thing is that Michael with a 7 lose streak, he's very low in HP, but he only needs to avoid the 8th. If Michael avoids the 8th, and he's very capable of doing because he's playing Colma, he can stabilize right now, it will be an amazing spot for him. Jidosaur, good starting for him. He already has the Karma. He has the blue buff in the Syndra, so this will be a holder Syndra. We don't want to maintain it until the end, but now we're seeing that he's holding. Look at the almonds. He has 2 duplicator almonds.
Oh boy, yeah.
So this would be very, very... He's laughing about it. So if he wants, he can get the 3-star right now, rolling just a bit. He actually rolled a lot, only 9 gold for him. So this is interesting. What would be the chance for him? He's not holding for other players, he's not holding other units. So actually, I don't know if it's the best spot. He's now like calming his hair a little, calming down, and at least he's still winning. Michael maintaining lose streak. Let's see if it's enough. Oh, the Karma in the end.
Okay.
And he maintains. It's the perfect loss for Michael again. So only good news for Toronto Ultra.
Okay, yeah, well, we've got Relic, Robinson's on the top. Replay, of course, has started to dip a little bit, but that's 3 members in the top 3 right now. Onsepa really in a lot of trouble here. You can see the 3 members in the middle, Tartman, Experian, and Jedisaur, with only Tartman from those 3 with really any serious amount of money in the bank.
Yeah, we see also the comps in the back, Relic with perfect itemization on the Syndra. We see Tarman going for the Kog'Maw also, so he will be contesting Michael. There we see a little of the Syndra, Jidosaur with the Syndra with the bull buff, and replay playing mix for now with a good front line of Shapeshifter, only maintaining HP. So the plan for the rest of them has to be maintained. Opal now getting this Karma, going for the bench, trying to get good units. He's going for 4 costs, so actually trying to go for that cap out, try to go for the early Karma.
All right, well, checking back in with the Experian, of course. Picked up the multi-strike from the branching out. As you mentioned, Robinson's moving into that space and making sure that he can't really find his feet in this game. All 4 of the Onsepa players in it currently towards the bottom end of the scoreboard. Only Michael, of course, with the big loss streak for Toronto Ultras. I'm still not seeing too many signs, honestly, for Onsepa of salvaging this one, but
yeah,
maybe he comes to stage 4.
Yeah, for sure. Experian now, he uses all his resources and now has this Casa in 3. He could be the win-out player. Items are good. Normally the Nashor is not ideal, but it gives you good strength in this moment, so he could now maintain his win streak. We need experience in the case of Onsepa to face against Robinson and break his win streak. If that happens, there's a chance. If not, Robin could go for a full perfect win in this moment.
I mean, we've moved from the previous win with replay. Now Relic is rising up to join Robin's songs in the heavy win streak area.
Wow.
I think we're exactly getting to where we were talking about before. The worst case scenario for Onsepa. Relentless pressure all game long, which is, we talked about locking doors on the kind of strategy you can approach the game with. When they're taking this much damage, they're not going to be able to take losses for each other anymore.
Yeah, they will need to fight the mid game into late game. I think Experian with the Casa in 3 is capable to be the hero, the ace. You like to call it the ace, I like to call it the hero.
Potato, potato.
Yeah, for sure. But well, the one player, the one who wants to go for the one. So actually, they already have that plan, but the problem is the mid game. Everyone in Toronto has a good placement, and the rest of the team of Onsepa are not in a good position, Counter.
All right, we'll see. Experian, I mean, to be fair, it's going to be trying his darndest and does exactly what you asked of him. Steps up to the most dominant player of this game so far, hands him his loss, and maybe the smallest mote of flame that sparks up there. We will see if Experian could take that torch and run with it.
Yeah, 100%. This will enable them to breathe, to actually stop, say, okay, now we have a game. Now Robinson will not generate so much direction and economy and resources. So Robin now has a really difficult place in mind because so many Kassadins out of the pool, maybe he has to play tempo. So he will not get Kassadin 3 very easily, so maybe he won't go for it. Maybe he will play tempo and try to go for the Kalista 2 and trying to go for something more tempo-ish and even level 9, level 10.
Well, it does certainly make sense if we're looking forward, if Experian is going to be any kind of long-term hope, if you can get in front of him in the queue and take all the units he's looking for before he gets there, that's even better.
Yeah, this is an important reroll for him. Relic's trying to look for the most amount of Syndra as possible. Not getting so much for him. And now in the other place within Michael, going for the Kog'Maw, still far from it. Close to the Rumble, that would be a good front line. Normally the off-tank of the comp. And Relic so far, he rolled a bit. He didn't break the economy so much, but he didn't find so many Syndras. And now Jidisaur, now he has the Syndra. So all the resources has been utilized by Oncepat to get those 3-star. So even though Toronto had the greatest early game, now Jidisaur and Tarman are actually very, very experienced with the Kassadin and Tarman with the Syndra T. They already eliminated the win condition for Toronto. So now it will be who gets in the middle versus who goes for the win out.
All right, so you're seeing this more as a slow burn kind of strategy from Oncepat.
Losing a lot and now capping out. So I think two players from Oncepat are very good, two players are very bad, but all the players in Toronto are in the middle ground.
Well, with the Prismatic Orban coming in, if we did, if we're in a market for a turning point for Oncepat, maybe a Call to Chaos is exactly the ticket to get everything started here. Again, streaks have been in short supply. We can see on the right-hand side, Experian with the 4-round streak. So, maybe I was a little too early in writing off my friends here. Certainly Toronto came into this one confident. Everything seems to happen right, but you're right. There feels like there is something starting here. My only worry is it might be too late.
Yeah, we see the augments now getting an additional carry with the Golem in terms of Robin, and Replay now going for more HP to the whole team. And again, this is a tempo play for both of them. He also has the Golem, probably the best out there, is my favorite in particular, getting that additional unit that gives so much support. And now with the possibility of shredding all the mana in the enemy, is actually very good with him because he can position. Maybe if he goes against the team, he will make sure to tell him where the Shroud will be, and that will be very good for them to manage HP in a very way.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, there's so many subtle things that are going on here in the game, which are very hard to keep track of. Tartman in a little bit of trouble. The Preserver board actually doesn't look it's going to be, well, to the very end. The carries stay up for a remarkably long time, but you talked about the extra health on the board, synergizing very well the Preserver, making just an absolute block of a front line.
100%, making time for the Karma to make so much damage, and now we were seeing that Nunu in good place for Michael, so that's a good front lane for him. And now we see Relic with the Galio. This is the version that Relic most liked about the Syndra. We have seen it with Wukong, we have seen it with Shapeshifter, but I think the Vanguard comp is the strongest. It's very versatile. You have good units, and you have the natural direction of getting a Galio 3 that is a great tank counter together with the Syndra. So Syndra 3 appearing now for Relic. Great news for him. And now we see Opal in a difficult spot, going still for the Karma, but the Augment didn't work out for him. He didn't get the Karma additional with the bench.
Yeah, I mean, at least we got the blue blessing to allow Karma to be a little bit more punching power, but we seem to be moving into a similar kind of Preserver kind of direction. We've got Nico as the front line for the time being, but in terms of Opal's position in here, he's got no money, he's got no streak, he's down to 35 HP. Looking between him, Michael, Jidisaur as the first potential eliminations, maybe in early stage 5.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see now. Now he's winning. So actually not in the worst spot. Jidisaur in a bad position here, losing against Replay. Replay very strong. Now again with the Karma. Karma 1 for everyone, and there's the Morgana. Everyone loves this legendary unit. It has great synergies. You have the Witchcraft, you have the Preserver that you've been highlighting so much, and also as a unit it's perfect. It gives you so much resources. It can give you an additional unit in the bench, and gold, as we know, everyone is using it so much, is such a good resource that everyone wants. They want to have the Karma 2 as soon as possible.
And Michael going to be the one to scoop that up. As we can see at the bottom of the screen, that's not for Michael, that's just for taking it away from other people. Unfortunately, unlike pros like Dunlop, you're not sending units to your teammates. All you can do is make sure the other team don't get hold of such a powerful asset.
Yeah, splitting the comp a little. We see Tarman already getting a good Tristana 3, and we saw Michael now on the board getting the Nunu 3. Good items for him. A little spread so far. So he has the treasure in the Rumble, so Rumble needs to die at first to get items to the rest of the units, and he's only one Kog'Maw away. He's very close. Tarman is a little farther. For Tarman, once again, finds the Nunu. So Michael really needs that Kog'Maw, only one. So maybe a timid charm, for example, that gives a duplicate or something that would be amazing for him. A great gamble for him. Tarman going up against Relic, and this is very important. This is very important for both of them. They both need to win, and the damage now accumulates a lot. Tarman with a small loose root for now.
Yeah, Relic's still up at the top of the table, even though money has been spent aggressively. You can see Experian, the only player in the game with any real amount of money left in his coffers. It's all coming from the fights right now, but that Syndra's been scaling, not apparently quite far enough. Topman, even though very little money, very little everything here, still able to fight back from the brink.
Yeah, it's very important what will happen to Jidisor and Michael. Either of them, whoever got ace, actually predispose the lobby or the team to go one to cancel that ace. So the losing part will be very important. Michael, I think he stabilized a lot with that one Kog'Maw that he needs, but obviously he's being contested. No goal for him. Being at level 6, this is the win condition. He will not move, so we will see Donkey rolling from now until the end. Let's see if it's enough. Now, good position here, and going off against Oppo.
It's unfortunate, though, for Michael to be out of cash, of course, with the Gambler's Blade in place there. There's a lot of potential power and extra gold generation he's missing out on, but needs must, I suppose. Michael down on 22 HP. Jedisaur on 15 up against Opal in this round for Michael. We'll see. It looks like the Carmine is slowly starting to pick up some pace on the backside of this one. Of course, she's going to have to spread her damage onto the backline, but the frontliners are just too beefy. That spread damage can't take down the big single targets.
And we saw the side there, breathing Michael. He knows it's so important to win here. Relic also looking like he's going to win. So a great win for Toronto now in the placement. Jidusor 15 HP. We saw Michael also in the front, but he's winning replay with a small lose streak. Experience also losing, even though he has the Casa in 3, and Relic and Robinson. That's what you want to see to Toronto to go 1-2 holding hands.
Well, I mean, as we look at the score on the right-hand side, we can see this has been a brutal game so far. The first one of the series, everybody coming into the PvP round without the streaks they're looking for. With nearly all goals. But Experian, again, has managed to keep holding the gold. We're talking about him as potentially being the hope for the team. It feels like they're saving and investing in that possibility of Experian going first.
For sure. Yeah, that's the plan. That's the win-out player. And in case of Jidusor, he sacrificed. He has 2 augments that enable him the Syndra, but now he doesn't have combat augment. So even though he has the Syndra 3, no combat additional for him. We see Michael rolling in the side window, trying to get the Kog'Maw. So far, doesn't get it. Maybe he will sell the rest of the board, trying to get that. But, well, luck is not on his side. He's winning. So it's not the end of the world, but he needs that win out to be sure he doesn't go 8 and maybe even cap to the middle ground counter.
All right, well, replay. Currently second from bottom, tied with Michael in HP. This is still very volatile. You can see the HP difference between Jedisaur and Tartman in 5th place is very minimal, so we're in a volatile situation here. The Syndra from Relic, though, is going to still continue to hit like a truck. We've got a Nami in play as well for even more disruption and more time earned. As you see the Nami wave hitting into the back, it's such a huge cut in DPS, having a Syndra out even for a brief moment.
Yeah, now holding up the Galio, let's see if it's enough. He's tanking so much. Nora giving a lot of utility, also the Yumi giving additional support to the rest of the comp, and a victory, great victory here for Relic. He celebrates on the top, and Jidusor is now nervous. He knows his spot is not good. And this is not good news for him. Let's see if he can avoid it. And Michael, once again, he has it.
Oh,
so there it is,
boy.
the charm, we call it out. And now Michael in a great position. He still has 2 lives with 22 HP. So with the rest, we replay in a decent spot in terms of comp, but only 10 HP, that's only 1 life.
Yeah, but it's terrible news for Jedisaur and Onse Power as well, to know there's a lot more power on the other side. I mean, these teams have been leaving nothing out here. Again, spending everything they have to try and bring a little bit more power in. Unfortunately with Jedisaur, he's going to be a little short of being able to bring that Nico 3 online, so may not get another chance. Robin Songs is very, very aggressive. You can see the multi-striker, exactly as you predicted, moving into the more vertical multi-striker rather than the reroll. It's not fully online as of yet, so maybe, just maybe, Jedisaur holds on.
Okay, Jedisaur and replay with the possibility of being eliminated in this round. Doesn't look good for Jedisaur. The Cassidy is making good damage. And it looks good. Syndra alone against the Golem.
Oh,
the
no!
carry, and Jedisaur is out. So it's 8th place for him. Replay seems like he wins. So this is a great win so far For Toronto, Jedithor confirmed in the next place, and we see in the expression he's not happy at all.
No, and he has very good reason not to be. Also, Totem taking the loss there against Replay. I mean, that's further bad news. We've got 3 OnStatePar players potentially going out in the bottom 3, and we know that's immediately the team losing the game.
Yeah, now we see Replay playing flexibly. He knew the 2-cost reroll was contested. He went for a fast 8, rolling a lot, not looking for fast 9. In any case, you want to achieve that epic in the possibility tournament. Now with the Tristana, going for the combat to give additional speed, attack speed to the Tristana. And let's see now going off against Opal. He didn't, both of them cannot put weaker, so one of them will eliminate, they will eliminate themselves. Let's see who gets the short stick in the end.
Yeah, I mean, something that looks like Opal's in a decent spot. We've got the, we've got the 3 stars in place already. I think the Radiant Blue buff is too big of a question. Without an answer, the casts are on fire, and it will be
the damage of the Karma in the end. Yeah.
Yeah, Opal, the one to carry things forward. Let's just see how the rest of the rounds play out. Robinsons will take the L there against another Karma board. Wait for the update results in. OnStatePar, they now have had 2 players hit the bottom 2. Opal, Experian, with almost no gold in the bank and almost no XP, they have to go first and second.
Yeah, such a clean play from everyone. Everyone has actually using the resources they have, and they need to go for that. For now, with the 1, with the 8 and 7, they need a 1 and a 2 to be able to come back. So Experian and Opal needs a 1 and a 2. That's the only chance for OnStatePar to win this match, or at least this first round.
And of course, this is only the first match of this series. Another concern here, I don't want to kind of raise the specter here, but there is a possibility OnStatePar may not get a single member into top 4, which would be the most devastating way to lose a game.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's devastating maybe in the mental. As we were saying, their mental is fine, but it is a point. So if you lose aggressively, or if you lose only by maybe 1 member, it will be the same in the point, but you're sure. What you're saying is totally true. Maybe the mental will affect. They totally obliterated us in this first game, and now we see Experience. 7 multicaster for him. He was the one who was supposed to be the win-out player, going on up against Riripe with the tempo comp with the Karma.
Yeah, and he was supposed to be holding onto the goal as well, but he's had to spend that just to try and stay alive. You see the Callista getting pressured in the corner, and the board's just getting completely run through. At least Castellana is an absolute unit by himself. I'm starting to wonder, even without the scaling items, he does scale up with his kit inherently. I think actually there's not enough single target damage left over. Experian, you can see, looking a little a little blank at the screen. I don't know if this matters ultimately, but Michael will be taken down and a replay as well.
Okay, so now real possibilities for Experian and Opal to do the comeback. Once again, they need 1 and 2 to make sure they win this first round because of the 7th and 8th that they achieved with Torment and Judisor. Now Experian, we've seen he has a good Callista. Items, utilizing the speed, so the static shift gives a little additional damage, obviously reducing the magic resist of the opponent so that the casting is able to eliminate quickly the tank and access the backline like he did in the previous round.
All right, we'll see. The casting definitely feels like he's where everything pivots around on the left-hand side. Won't be running directly into Robinson's Callista. There's a little bit of time being bought by the Hecarim, but of course, the Castellan will need to punch through as fast as possible. Crown Guard will keep him up and fighting for as long as he can. He's going to have to kill everything else on the board, though, to get to the Callista. And it's starting to stack up. He doesn't have the same Archangels or Goons as Rage Blade. Callista does survive in the corner. Cassian takes 1 big hit, drops down. It's Callista versus Callista. The Edge of Night's already been propped, but no, it's not good enough. Opal is gone as well. And with that, the dreams of a miracle comeback. OnStatePar have officially lost game 1 of the series.
Amazing for Toronto Ultra. We have to say the early game was so good for them. They actually got a great plan, and the units favored them. So they're laughing now. They're very, very happy. They know they high roll a little in the early game, but that's part of the game. If you high roll, you need to convert, and they actually play it perfectly also in the mid game. Also, I want to highlight OnStatePar, even though the early game didn't favor them, they had a plan. They tried to go for Xperia with the win out. They got the Casa in 3 early. They got the Syndra T trying to avoid the other players today, but the increase in back sizes counter enabled for both of them to get the 3-star.
I mean, that's the whole thing here in the 44, is that when you get into a situation as unlikely as it is like this, you're going to have to take increasingly desperate measures, and those aren't always going to work out. But I think the legacy we have of the early game, Relic on 48 HP, Robinson's on 41 HP, that's ludicrous to have two members who, you know, almost on half health towards the tail end of the game, just enjoying their victory lap here after a moment where we thought Onsepa might come back.
Yeah, and you were talking about mental. The negative mental when you go wrong, when you don't have any space, but the positive mental now also for Toronto. Things going well, getting that tempo, getting that traction to actually perform, it will be very, very good for them. So, do you have a favorite here? Do you go for Robinson or Relic now that nothing is actually in important? Obviously, we have the MVP, so it's very important who wins here, because that will average for them in the later stages and see who's the MVP of the match. Remember, there's also prize money, additional prize money to the $500,000 that we have for TFT. For also the MVP is the player who gets the best average placement in the finals round.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they're certainly free to battle it out with all of their strength now. Sure. One thing I kind of want to bring up for, looking forward to this is, we talked about again, the mental. I think Experian and Opal getting to the top 4, again, it's a massively better situation for being, it's within reach. My concern for Onsepa in game 2, looking a bit further forward in the field here, is it did feel like you were kind of fighting an uphill battle the whole way through the game. And I think that's a hard way to go into a second game and thinking, is it going to be just like game 1? Are we going to have to tooth and nail for every single place?
No, I think they can recognize that it was a low roll for them. It was a high roll for Toronto. Toronto converted. It's a strong team. So it's actually go reset. I think the mental is the strong part of Onsepa, as they know they have been playing 4v4 so much, even in the internal EMEA circuit. So this will be good for him. They're already talking about the rest of the game. They're doing bot review of what happened before. And now, with the possibility Relic going up against Robinson, now winning again. So only a matter of time, maybe one more round, and we will see who's the first place winning the first round.
Let me raise an opposite spectre with you, because I'm here to try and throw every problem away. So we talked Onsepa. You're confident their experience is going to let them shrug off a loss, because they've obviously been in situations like this.
And the peace. When I see them, I see peace. I see energy. They're like so good mentally. It's a team that can really come back.
But on the opposite side, let's talk about Toronto. It went really well in game 1. They came into this one arguably a little cocky. Is there a world in which game 1 going so well, when you come in so pumped, maybe pushes the team to lose focus?
I think it will. Normally, TFT has been a game that you need cold mind. So actually, being cold-minded, being tranquil, being calm is more important than being hyped. The hype can maybe last you for a while, but then you have the crush. So what you're saying is actually very factible. They need to maintain the energy in the flow. Obviously, it's a best of 3, so maybe it's not like a big, like a best of 5 that we will have in the final. So I think they can maintain it. They're a competitive player, very professional. But as you were saying, they're laughing now, they're enjoying.
Yeah, I think the whole kind of part of that is the heightened emotion part. If they're very happy, they're really free with their emotions right now, and I think that's where you have that little bit of vulnerability. I'm kind of coping a little bit for Onsepa here to try and find a way back into it, but for me, that's a small potential advantage that could lie in getting to game 3 at all.
Yeah, it should be. It should be. Let's see how they can be able to reaccommodate for the next round. Now, Relic still laughing, enjoying the first victory. He has the Nora now. And now what we can see here now is optimization of the board. He's simply looking for the Nora, Nora 2, and trying to go for something else, talking about the next game, talking about possibilities, what went wrong. Michael, it wasn't a good game for him. He went for the lose streak, so that's something they need to work on, but he was contested, so it's fine. So the hero player that's supposed to be Michael, actually taking the loss, but the team winning is good news for me.
I want to take a moment just, because it looks like Relic is going to be the one who's going to take the lobby overall. Let's talk a little bit about Relic. Of course, he's got the interesting history in the League of Legends, scene, as well as coming into the TFT here. We'll just see if we can finish off this game, but it's, can you give us a little primer on who Relic is and why it's so significant he took that win so conclusively?
Yeah, Relic has a meme that is called Mano Tengo Fe. Relic has been competing since very young in League of Legends. He went to World in League of Legends, and now only last set he went to Worlds also in TFT. So an amazing player with so much experience. He's named the captain by all the other players, maybe the Sage will be Robinson giving additional advice, but the one who's leading the game, who's leading the call-outs, for example, is actually Relic. So we have the youngster in Michael, we have the flexible player in Replay, we have the Sage in Robin, and obviously the big experience and the captain that is Relic.
All right, well, that was, again, only the first game of the series, our third series of the day, but it's already been, really exciting way to see things so far. I mean, as we come and look a little bit over the rest of how things played out here, we were definitely looking for the moments where it felt like Onsei Park could get their head above water. I'm still a little haunted by even the possibility of them being taken out entirely in the bottom four. It's something the emphasis is on them to try and change things up for Game 2 much more than it would be for Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, looking at the early game, it could be even worse, as you were saying. So they actually were able to transform, making at least a third and a fourth. So they actually made the best out of a bad possibilities. I think it was a good performance for Onsepal, but the game didn't help them this time. They need to reset. They need to start again for the next part, and now we're seeing Robin against Relic as the final possibility. So the most important thing that we have to recognize here, Relic with a great beginning, also Robin going with the amazing showdown. So truly amazing and great comp. First game, finish.
All right, well, we're going to game number 2 in a second. Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Shodan will continue after the break, so stay tuned. We will see Toronto Ultra and Onsei Park at least one more time.
Ready, set, go. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're about to get into it with game number 2 of the Esports World Cup presented by
presenting Teamfight Tactics. We're going to take a little glance through our previous game of the series. Again, a 3-game series. Toronto Ultra taking the first game pretty definitively. On Zeta need to make the recovery.
Great plan, great early game. They're doing what they needed. Good win streak for both of them. Win streak and lose streak for the both players. The real playing tempo, the other playing reroll. So actually, perfect gameplay, masterpiece in teamwork in 4v4.
So, I think at the most basic level, the biggest thing here was Toronto Ultra dominating for a huge portion of the game. For on Zepa's side of things, if you were in their locker room preparing for Game 2, what would you be saying to try and at least make sure we don't see a duplication of Game 1?
No, I think it's reset. It's reset, it's knowing that this will be a particular game. Normally this wouldn't happen. Normally it would be a little closer, especially in the early game. That was the pivotal point. And now we see the laugh of Toronto. They're actually enjoying so much. And the preparation. Peace on side of Oncepa and pure emotion and laughter in case of Toronto Ultra. So here's the prediction.
Yeah, our STC Play audience predictions. We're seeing things are maybe a little bit one-sided in terms of faith levels in the various teams. On Zepa, of course, they are operating with perhaps a little bit less audience confidence. But, I mean, based on what we saw from the first game, do you think that level of confidence in Toronto Ultra is merited?
I mean, we have to talk about regions. In the case of Toronto Ultra, it's total America. We have LATAM and we have America. In the case of Oncepa, obviously, they're very big. France is very important in TFT. And they're also representing EMEA, so maybe that's playing up a little. We're playing maybe one country against a total continent in perspective. But I think it's not that separated. Even though Toronto, in my case, is a better team and can perform well, I think it's actually much closer than the predictions are saying.
All right, well, of course, we can definitely see the Toronto Ultra, they kept their good spirits from before Game 1, through Game 1, and now into Game 2 as well, so they're not even a little bit flustered. I do think you're right here. I think this is really interesting because, again, it's a unique experience to be able to kind of see the teams be here on the stage. On Zepa have a very distinct kind of calm amongst them. There's a little bit of smiles, but I really feel like there's some conversation. You can see, like, even the meditative aspect there. It feels like they've come into this game with a very distinct attitude.
Yeah, it's like a meditation attitude also. It's like they're very calm, they're trying to reset mental again, and that shows experience. That shows actually very good confidence in the team. They're not talking about, hey, you did this wrong. Or no, they're talking about as a whole, and you see them as a whole group. And now starting into Game 2, so very important. If Toronto takes this Game 2, it will be end of the series and the win for Toronto, so very important for Oncepa to get the win and get this to Game 3.
All right, well, we'll see. We can see there's a little bit of a brawl over the portal we got going here. It's looking like Prismatic Prelude is very likely unless we see, yes. At least we did have a full agreement from both teams. Yeah. They want to come in hot on this Game 2.
Okay, so Prismatic will be the beginning, and now the possibilities for all of them. Let's talk a little more about the teams. We have saw Relic now with the first place, so he will be contesting for the MVP in this series. Also in second place, Robinson. So for now, only Toronto going for that possibilities, and now only early game. Early game, let's see what they get.
Well, it's worth also updating, in the, for anyone who wasn't here before when we had our previous reports, just kind of what's at stake for these teams here, because of course the winner goes on to the Group D winners match. We know already they will be playing against Team Falcons, who managed to get the 2-0 victory over Na'Vi. So that's also going to be playing on their minds a bit, knowing that this is only the beginning of the competition for them, and it's already this tough.
Yeah, if we see it in simple terms, if you win twice, you're already in the next group stage. If you lose twice, you're already eliminated. So actually the pressure of losing in this first stage is actually very strong, because then you will need to face again and go through that double elimination. So now Relic from Toronto holding as additional units as he can. And the importance of the early game. Wira was saying later or before this Jace, the importance of having this Jace in the early game. Jace saw it. This is the most preferred early game as a possibility, and now we see why. You have 3 portals, and you have a good front line, good damage. So perfect early game. If you want to play TFT now, go for this early game. It's very flexible and actually very good.
And for me, I think the most important thing for Jefferson and Zepa is it's opening up the possibility that they can come out of the gate swinging and have a strong early game. That's, for me, feels like the best way to wipe away the taste of the first game and say, this will, however it goes, it will be a distinctly different game. We know at least it will be in part because of the prismatic augments from the beginning as well.
Okay, Tiniest Titan as a possibility. We saw the lose streak that is so important. Billabot is not the worst, but obviously it's very random. There are some 1-cost 3-star that are good in this meta, but there are some that are terrible. So we don't want to go for that if we have more auction. Bang and Crown as a prismatic tick is great, and he can commit to any reroll counter.
Yeah, I was wondering if we might see Worth the Wait, but got re-rolled in the end. So we've got some pretty distinctly different options here.
Yeah.
We'll see. Of course, this is going to be another aspect of the 4v4. You've got to be communicating all of your augments to your teammates, and also communicating any augments chosen by the opposing team, making a huge matrix of decisions in a very short amount of time.
And there's a Syndra once again. So going for Vanguard, Syndra selling the rest of the units. So he knows now that he wants direction. He wants to know exactly what reroll he will play. So he holds the Syndra. Also getting the Blitzcrank, there's a chance, depending on items, he has flexible items, that he also goes Coldma, for example. But it's for sure a reroll, so either Syndra or Coldma for him.
We got a little glimpse there of what Onsi Part are bringing out. We did see some pretty solid options there. The Pyro Emblem coming out as well, the Support Golem, the Prismatic Support Golem, even more powerful than the regular version from before. I think we've got a decent start here, even if Apal doesn't take that first round.
Yeah, so again, Robin with great tempo in the early game, probably the best Prismatic he could get. Both Prismatic or Gold is so good, you get so many resources, and having that Golem in the early game is so much flesh and blood to fight it out for you.
All right, well, Relic decided to take a more risky approach in this game. We talked about in the previous series as well. When you're ahead in the series, you can take riskier moves here. So we'll not be able to choose his augments for the rest of the game, but he's immediately at level 6. This feels like an extremely 4v4 kind of augment.
Yeah, let's see what he does with it. We've seen it in a variety of ways. He can play reroll, that is normally the possibility because of the meta, but that's not the only way. He can even go tempo, he can do whatever he wants. This is free economy for him, and with the downside that you just mentioned. Pyro. This is the first time we see in this city the Pyro emblem now going for Tartman. Very huge if we get to the Smolder in the late game. So in the early game, we can give it to Kalista, we can give it ability to the Jace, and we can ramp up the Pyro so that gets a lot of speed for the late game.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be getting in at those. Well, we're getting a little bit of early damage, but Tartman will be taking the L there. So we take the very early temperature of how things are going as Tartman takes the L there. I'm noticing, this is very early to be kind of picking out this kind of thing, but I am noticing, and we'll wait till the end of the round comes in. Again, we're looking for Onsepa to not repeat game 1 as far as possible. But coming out of these early couple of rounds, look at the top of the table. We've got 2 players from Toronto Ultra who have both started win streaking. I'm starting to get a little bit worried already.
and 2 players that didn't win streak in the previous line is Relic and Michael. So now the papers are turned upside down. We see Michael with the Syndra. So maybe Relic will leave the Syndra for him. Maybe both of them will play the Syndra. One will play a tempo and one will maintain it to the late game.
All right, well, we know Relic, of course, with that boost up to level 6 will be a massive force to reckon with. Very hard for any board to be able to deal with just the raw power on display. On the other side, we just see a little bit of B friends coming through. Michael on the left-hand side, of course, looking to keep his win streak going. A lot less of a sure thing, though, because we do see Replay actually has a pretty decent-looking board.
Yeah, he does. And on the right, we saw also Gidesaur with the possibility of re-rolling. But the thing is, they're going to re-roll, but they don't have the units yet. So they will want to go for a lose streak, but they're winning. So it's very weird what will happen here, Cass, because they will want to look for direction in the 3. Let's see if it's enough for Michael. And no, he loses. So Replay will be the one winning here. This is huge because actually Michael was the one who wanted to maintain the win streak, and Replay didn't have a win streak.
No, to have your teammate be the one who knocks you out of the win streak as well, that's going to be... Again, we're looking for things that can maybe throw off the game, so we have at least now had our first departure from how things looked. Relic at least does manage to maintain the streak up towards the top. On Zeta, though, no win streaks at all. Jedi Saw down towards the bottom on 84. At least a loss streak is in place, which, to be fair, isn't the case for Toronto Ultra right now.
Yeah, for sure. I love the mind games in the carousel. Like, Xperia didn't want the the Swain, but then Robin went for the Swain. If you want it now, I want it. So the Xperia just took it away in his face, and that's amazing. I love to see it.
I mean, generally, that's another aspect of 4v4,
Sure.
the ability to park items in the unit. If you walk up to something, you can threaten to take it if someone else comes near it, and if they don't, you then leave it for your teammate later on the carousel.
Yeah, for Tarman now, we're seeing the emblem once again, now in the Ash, so multi-striker going off for him. This is great because you will cast so much more, and you'll be able to kill more, get more assistance for the Pyro. Remember, Pyro scales throughout all the games, so we really want Pyro early, start utilizing, and then in the late game, there you will see the power, both in the battles and in the smolder.
But we can see directly before us, Robin Songs is also in this line of play as well, with the Prismatic Golem. Has got enough of a board online for the time being to kind of smash through, so Totem not going to be able to pick up any kind of pace at all.
And Relic maintains the win streak, huge for him, so we should stay with him or with Gidesaur. Gidesaur has a lose streak for now. Let's see if it's enough for him. Experience now going up against. Also a Golem in the other side, so Experience loses. Opala now going with the win, so important to see if Relic is able to maintain this win streak. He sees like he's going, Gidesaur going for this lose streak. He's going for Kog'Maw, so we see the last Whisper slam for him. Maybe trying to, or thinking about holding the Nunu as a possibility, but he doesn't want to lose the threshold of economy, so let's see what he does.
Of course, we've got to remember Gidesaur with a Prismatic ticket in pocket there, is going to be able to accelerate up this full board version a ton later on, but of course, as you're intimating, the win streaks and loss streaks, we'll see if, of course, if they go up against each other, they're both very happy to have that loss come in. It's a little bit of board weakening from Gidesaur, just trying to make sure, because he was not certain his opponent was going to quite be weak enough to guarantee the loss streak.
Yeah, it's a good decision. He sells, he buys the Nunu, so he knows he doesn't need the back lane for now. He decides to lose to ensure the loss, as you're saying. And now in the left, we see Relic maintaining also the win streak, so good news for Toronto. And now Gidesaur with the possibility of a comeback with the lose streak.
So let's start drawing, again, let's start drawing the points of comparison with game number one. So game number one, we had the two players from Toronto Ultra, both win streaking, both putting down a lot of pressure. In this case, a very different situation, where in fact, on Separ, they're controlling 2 loss streaks right now. So, while they're not keeping the HP, they're actually getting more gold in than Toronto are.
Yeah, but the thing is that even though they're good in lose streak and in economy, they have an augment that already is telling the rest of the lobby what they want to play. They want to reroll, but they already they don't have units. So it will be very difficult, very easy for Toronto to decide what to hold. So now it will be the mind games. What do I hold? What reroll is he going to play? Is he really going to reroll? Is he going for tempo? So that's the amazing mind game we will start to see now in stage 3.
Yeah, we're keeping a close eye on those benches to see, particularly players who've got money to spare. Relic could be one of those. Especially if you take a little bit of time out from, because we know there's a time limit here. You spend your Prismatic Ornament to get up to level 6. It's not going to help you beyond. In fact, it's going to hurt you beyond a certain point. So we get into the same sort of grooves as we saw before. The early game, kind of carry for the team in Relic. Who's got a very distinct timer on how long he can keep doing that for.
Yeah, for sure. Now we're seeing replay. He starts to roll. He's rolling 3-1, so he's rolling early, value rolling here for replay to get as much units as he can. He wants the Kog'Maw too. He wants the Nunu too to get a good front line. He doesn't get it, so his comp didn't come by perfectly. He actually, with this roll line 3-1, he wanted to stabilize a little more and start using this win streak in his advantage.
All right, checking in on the replay side of things. The March of Progress, we haven't really talked about that as of yet. If we're talking about some investments, try and get yourself up to level 7 and eventually be creeping through the game with further XP while preserving your economy, it's going to do a pretty darn good job. Unfortunately for replay, it's not quite strong enough right now, so we are starting to see on Park, while they've still got the lost streaks, and we'll check at the end of the round if they remain in place, I think we are starting to see a pile posturing more in this lobby.
Okay, now once again, Combat Bandage here. Remember, Relic cannot pick augment, so that's why we see the same augments in the 3 places. Good, it's tempo augment, so it works out for him. And now mentorship here for Gidesaur, getting a possibility of getting more additional resources and strength to the comp.
And has managed to keep that loss streak going. We can see the clashing of the 2 compositions here as they're both trying to do pretty much exactly the same thing as each other. Just hoping to be able to hit on. Note, we have got Sweet Tooth on the right-hand side there. We know that's a massively powerful hero augment, which will mean we are going to stay in Honeymonthy for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it helps you so much because you get a free Nunu 2, so you get so much closer to the Nunu 3-star. And now Replay with this has a great win condition. For me and for the stats, is the best hero augment now called Champion augment, so let's call it down for now. I don't think so. I think I'll just keep calling it hero augment.
It'll always be a hero
at least
to
for
me.
the series, yeah, for sure. And once again, great space, great space and great position for Replay to play from now on, even though he's contested.
Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose at least, you can imagine a lot of scenarios where Sweet Tooth is being taken. It's not in a scenario where you are going to be contested. So it will be a little slower coming on with a 3-star version that is admittedly completely monstrous. But there's a little bit more breathing room to try and put some pressure down and slow that ascent.
Yeah, now for Relic, it's interesting because Relic is playing Fleur Tempo. He has the Karma, so he can play Karma. There's a world, he talked to me a little about the strategy. There's a world where he plays Rise. Rise is pure tempo, it's not a win-out comp, but it's a comp that because of the win streak that he has, there's a world that he gets like Rise 2 and he only plays it to eliminate the rest of the lobby, but obviously you want to go for the Karma, he wants to transform that bow into a Nashor Tooth.
Oh, for sure. One thing that is drawing my eye here, and I'm just going to say, no, okay, it won't happen this round. Relic, of course, has all this early power, has been win streaking. We have to note, though, from Onsepa, Opal has been working his way up the scoreboard. He's got his own strong win streak as well. So if Opal particularly can, like we saw in the previous game, go headhunting for Relic and take that streak away from him, again, that's a completely different world than game one.
Yeah, now going up against Jedesor, winning once again. Jedesor still not rolling deep, even though he has the prismatic ticket, and now Robin good with winning all over the place, Toronto, so also looking good for them. Only one with a lose streak is Replay and Jedesor. Jedesor with 8 lose streak, he needs to start winning now. He generated a lot of economy. He already used it, only 13, and now appearing the epics, they need to cancel out the Karma. And who got it? Oh, Jedesor got it. That's not good news. They wanted to leave it for Relic, but Jedesor got it, so no possibilities there.
Yeah, well, we saw it in the previous game as well. The levels of strategic thought on here, just making sure that there's no unpleasant surprises. It's definitely not leaving a core unit for one of your opponents in the game. Still though, looking forward to this one. Jedesor, you noted the massive loss streak in place, but having spent down to 13 gold, hopefully we're going to see a little bit more progress happening from down there. Opal, we haven't seen for a little while, has picked up Epoch, so we're seeing some of our players starting to get those real solid directions going forward. We've even seen more of a Preserver line being pursued by Opal.
Yeah, for now Preserver, trying to go for the Karma, mana generation for her. He doesn't have one, so it's not a good spot for him. Preserving a lot of HP, so it's fine thanks to the Golem. That's so amazing, the Golem. It doesn't matter what you have, the Golem helps you, but now he needs the real carry. Zoe, in this term of the game, is now falling up and not scaling.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be a multiplier on the power of your team, isn't it? Sure. But if your team isn't that strong in of itself, it's going to be tough to get going. Still though, Opal has got a 5-round win streak. We said this is the player from Onsepa trying to pick things up. On the right-hand side of the screen, we can see the fighting is continuing to build up even more fiercely.
Yeah, the Nunu 3 already in place for a Replay. Only one item for him going up against pure damage. So let's see if he's enough. So great spot now for Replay and even punishing more. Now he loses against Relic, so this is perfect. Perfect loss for Replay, and Relic maintains his 9 win streak.
It's all going according to plan. Opal is still looking through. But it does make me wonder, as you said, Opal has been doing really well. I mean, this win streak is very, very good indeed. But what's just further you're saying, the board isn't what it will be in the future. I wonder if Opal runs into Relic, that he'll be the one to end up losing his win streak.
Yeah, let's see what would happen. I think the Soy won't be enough to eliminate the win streak, but obviously it could happen. Relic now not in his big strengths, but obviously strong. He wants to roll down and preserve a little more. There it is. Okay.
Right. 1v1. So we do know, of course, Relic effectively doesn't have a prismatic augment at this point. So in theory, Opal should have the tools he needs to bust through here. But the unit quality is not quite there.
The Golem didn't go to the back. That's good.
The front line is going to be held down pretty well by a friend Jace there. The Golem is very, very slowly trying to work over the Karma, but you see, it does break through. This is huge for Onsepa. They finally managed to get through. And also, just before we go to Wolves, that's a lot of money out of Toronto's pocket.
Totally, that's great news for Oncepal. We saw Relic shaking his head a little, normally happy, and now he knows this is huge, because if he wins that, it will be amazing for Toronto, but now it's actually very parity, both teams, so we will have an amazing series on the stage 4. So everyone needs to roll down, no one has to maintain goal, so I really expect in 4-1 everyone will be rolling, and let's see who hits. Both of them with Nunu 3 now.
Yeah, that's kind of wild, isn't it, that we live in a world where that's even possible. Jed, you saw, I think you're right here. It feels like we're primed for this stage 4 to be this kind of the deciding stage of this game. Do remember, of course, if you come in late, that Toronto Ultra won the first game definitively. This second game seeming vastly more competitive. And I'll say Par, they seem to have done enough of a reset. We'll see if it's enough to get the win and keep the series going to game 3.
There's the Cogma, but still missing 3 Cogmas there for Gidesor. He gets the Tristana, but no items in the Tristana. That's not what you want to see. You want to funnel all the resources into the unit that's 3-star. So this is good. He's better, but you actually need the Cogma to perform. Maybe thinking about the Hurricane for tempo, but I think he's still greeting and going for a more ideal item for the Cogma.
Yeah, certainly, Jeju saw a little stalled out with lack of access to money up against Robin Songs, who's in a similar position but a little bit further up. I think still the 3-stars might get it done. We've got a little bit of a chance of managing to keep it going, but no, just a little bit too much fight in there as Apal on the other side continues his streak up the table. We have at least got now Oncepal close to moving up into first place. Now we've got only Michael actually we're sort of seeing the leapfrogging effect of the win streaks here as players find their spikes and surge forward in the game.
Yeah, the good news is that Oncepal has a clear hero, a clear ace player that will be Opal. So now the mid game, who doesn't go 8th is very, very important. So now final augment, let's see possibilities here. So Shapeshifter Emblem, very interesting. This is pure tempo because Shapeshifter falls down in the late game. It's not good in the late game. So Rel is only thinking about maintaining as much as HP as possible, preserving HP and ensuring a good place. But now maybe not a win-out position for him.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. You know, we really are seeing the sort of the shape of before developing here. That you've got your time in the sun as a member of the team, and then you're going to have to pass the baton across. One thing that's troubling me from Oncepal's side of things, as well as it's going for a Apal, I can't draw my eyes away from the bottom of the score table. Having Tartman and Jejusaur both in a perilous position means we're still up at a possibility of having to go first and second.
And now we see the Syndra 3 coming for Michael. Great itemization. Normally you get 2 generation of mana or speed and something for SP, but actually in the data, after realizing and optimizing the comp, it's better to go for 3 mana generation or speed. So actually this itemization for Michael is perfect.
All right, Michael in a pretty solid position right now, though. Again, we can see on the right-hand side, the goals being spent pretty much across the board as our players are doing exactly what you said. They're spending their money, getting their boards online, but this board is looking good, and Opal takes the L. I did not realize that was him on the other side of the equation. It will not keep his streak up long enough to overtake Relic.
Yeah, he knew he had in the rotation maybe Opal, maybe that's why he rolled so deep. So good news there for Toronto. Michael getting the win, and Spirion also losing now on hands of Gidesor. They're actually thinking about it. So very important now is deciding factor. The damage in stage 4 is so high now counter that will be the difference. And now Experience know that he doesn't have a win condition in place. This is very bad news. And Robin already with the Kassadin 3. Again, good news for him. Getting the multi-striker emblem already once again with 7 multi-striker. I think he really loves the Kassadin.
Yeah, and having the Blossoming Lotus in place there as well. You talk about your late round. We don't have the scaling item necessarily on the Kassadin, but we've got the scaling found by another direction.
Yeah, totally. Remember now, Lotus is not critical, it's critical in time. So the longer the round lasts, the bigger the crit for him. And because you want this unit, the Kassadin, to scale into the game because of his nature ability that he normally gives more damage, the more he casts and gives damage, is perfect for him. So great for Run.
So, as we're coming here roughly to the later part of the game, I want to start opening up the conversation about what roles our players are moving into now that we've kind of got the initial brawling out of the way. We certainly had our power before stepping forward as a potential hero, kind of ace of the team.
Sure.
Has been a little cut down after losing his win streak, but he's still seemingly in the best position for it.
Yeah, he's the also the hero will be Michael in terms of not Relic. Relic is the one who's much HP, so Relic could even sacrifice now because he has so much HP. He can take the loss when he knows he's facing his team because he knows he will not win the game. So for him, getting a fourth, getting a fifth is totally fine.
All right, we get a little glimpse of our stage, and of course our players focusing intently on the carousel as it goes around. You know, one thing I wanted to add to the conversation as well, you know, if we're looking for the players, you know, we've got the two potential aces there. Of course, we need the secondary player to back up the ace to actually win the game. And trying to figure out who that's going to be. Experian jumps out to me from the score by having the long loss streak in place and potentially a way to get more money into this late game.
Yeah, sure. And we see we need the hero, we need the mid lane, but we also need someone to up them because if someone doesn't have direction, for example, don't have a real carry, the Pyro, for example, is using Kalista for now, but that's not the late game comp you want. And now, without gold, it's very difficult to be or to transfer to another one. So now, very important round. Going up against mid-stage of round 4.
All right, Sony also part in a volatile position. You can see Jedis or Experian, they're both in potential elimination zone. If both of them go out, it's disaster territory. Keep your eye on replay as well, because it's going to make, as you said, a massive difference who takes the 8 as to how the game goes forward. You can see the board is starting to fall apart a little bit. The Nasus is so good at buying a huge amount of time. The Pyros, they're just absolutely on fire, and it rips through. Experian barely survives, but Jejisaw does not. Honestly, that could have been worse. Replay takes a hit, but also doesn't fall.
We saw the celebration there of Michael getting 1 life there, so Jejisaw A plays. This is so rough for Oncepa, so let's see if it's enough. Replay 1 life, Experian 1 life, so now it's more important. If you know you're going to face one of those and you're in the same team, you need to cap out. You need to stop avoiding the bleeding, and now we will probably see someone weaken out to avoid that and be able to scrap and getting a better position here.
Oh boy. It feels like it's so close to real disaster territory. Replay, if you're Once Part, needs to go out in this round. Fortunately, he's got a very tough opponent, Relic, actually going up against his teammate there. We've got a pretty decent looking karma board on the other side from Relic. It might be strong enough to send Replay out.
Yeah, let's see if it's enough. Replay was just holding his head, thinking about it. And in the right, we also have the possibility of elimination here for Experian going up against Michael. Michael is very strong, still with the Deja on front, the Galio getting a lot of damage. So eliminated, so double elimination. Relic eliminates his teammates, Replay, but Michael also eliminating Experian. There's a slight celebration for Toronto Ultra here.
Okay, well, I mean, it's not worst case scenario for Once Park, but it's not a million miles away from it as well. They really need to make sure they keep, well, they have to keep Tartman from going out in the bottom 4, or it's all going to be over. Apal can win every round from this point forward, and Once Park will still lose the series.
Yeah, 100%. They will need a 1 and a 3 for the possibility on Sepa. So that's what we will be looking for from now on. As you were saying, if they get 1 more, that's it. Because you cannot get 3 players of the same team in the bottom. That's end of the series. So very important to recognize this. Tartman is the one in danger. So very important for him to preserve HP and be the one who ramps up so far. So there it is. Varus 2, secondary carry. Obviously, the Kalista is the most important. Ramping up the speed and getting good damage in.
All right, well, you've drawn your lines here. We've got everything we're going to get in this one. We have to put on the guard breaker as well, I presume, to put a little bit more punch, but Tartman's got a huge weight on his shoulders in this round. We'll see if his board is good enough.
Okay, now once against Relic. Relic very strong with the beefy front line there with the Nasus and with the back lane of the Karma. No Morello, but Red Buff doing almost the same, giving even more speed. So actually great for him. Let's see the Kalista. All eyes on Kalista focusing. The Nasus. Nasus falls. No, not again. No, Nasus very strong. And there it is. The Lances with the recall. And now let's see if Rakan is still the only tank. Kalista goes to the back. Great news here for Torment, but now going up against the Rakan. Is it enough? No.
Oh my gosh. There's only a few rounds left in the tank. As we look on the scoreboard on the right-hand side, we can see Relic, Opal, Michael, they're all on heavy win streaks. For Tartman, this couldn't be a worse scenario to try and get into the top 4 from.
Yeah, 100%. Remember, he needs to avoid that top 4. Actually, they need a first and a third to ensure that they advance. And we have a prolong of this round. Remember, Toronto won the first game, so if they win this round, they will win the series. So it's very important, obviously, to avoid, as you were saying, mentally, the loser bracket. So now, let's see if it's enough. Tarman, maybe 1 life, 9 HP, going up against Robinson. Robinson only with Kalista 1, but with the amazing Kazanin 3.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't know. We'll need to see that Kalista get onto the Kazanin pretty early. We're seeing a lot of the ball getting cleared in. Kazanin, he can dish it out, but he could not take it in this instance. Tarman gets to survive another round. That's absolutely huge.
Yeah, now Opal winning again against Michael, so good news now for Once Paul. Let's see if it's enough. Rack and 2 here for Relic, getting a more beefy line, changing a little the rest of the itemization he had. And now with some difference here, Tarman, let's see if he's... The thing about Tarman is he cannot improve his board in the early. So this is its final board probably until the end of the game. So he's crapping spots, so he needs at least a third. Very difficult for him to get the first place board. That will be the chance for Opale. He's the one who has to go for the first.
I mean, the thing is, though, you look at those HP totals on the right-hand side, Robinson's the only one who's vulnerable to being taken out. Opal, Mike, well, of course, you don't take out Opal, but Michael and Relic, they're on 70+ HP. You're going to need to beat them repeatedly to even put them close to elimination. So very important. Michael will be on the other side. He's on a massive win streak. This could be the death knell for Tarman. It will be the death knell for Once Par in this particular part of the tournament. If they will go down to the lower bracket, you said before, Kalista, holds on by a thread, ending the streak.
Yeah, this is danger for Tarman because even though he wins against the Ghost of Michael. So the Ghost normally is a little weaker, doesn't have some augments, doesn't have some strength. So actually when he faces up against the real Michael, if he was this close, it will be not very good news for him. So he needs to avoid Michael. Michael is the strongest one right now in the game.
Yes, my apologies. I got a little overexcited there with calling the end of the win streak. Michael remains intact at the top of the table on 73 HP. Opal has been nestled up there comfortably for a while. Under other circumstances, this would all be good, but all eyes on Tarman right now. Every round, we're holding our breath to see if the game ends immediately. You can see with Tarman's expression, completely placid.
Yeah.
He's in the zone.
Yeah, that's the cold look we want to see. We want to see him calm. Maybe he only needs to focus on positioning, getting both carries in the same side, but obviously protecting them from some CC. So positioning is so important now, counter. And now we have the double screen with the possibility of Tarman in the left. And we see if he can hold on and prolong this series.
All right, we'll see if it all ends here. As you exactly said, focusing the damage on the right-hand side. It is against a teammate, so Opal will have fixed his position. He's got the HP to allow for an easy matchup, setting up his board to make sure the Pyros get through. As you mentioned, we do have that little bit of extra scaling from the Pyros as well. So Tarman, he's got the 3-round streak. Robinson's down to 16. This isn't over yet.
Yeah, 100%. Robin is not in the great spot. Tarman is winning. Maybe Opal helping there. Maybe reducing his power a little, making sure that Tarman doesn't go 5th because the series will be over. And now Opal, they're talking. They're seeing the strategy, looking at the face-off, rolling here in the end. A couple of Dianas here. It could be a great power spike also to ensure getting a better front line for the rest. So again, Opal going for the final position, and Tarman once again holding up and trying to go for the win.
One round away from the safety of making it to PvE up against Relic here. Relic is on a loss streak right now, so isn't necessarily going to be the strongest. It does look like we're starting with a 3rd item, the Shojin coming in, and the Infinity Edge. We've got a lot of punch behind that Varus. Relic's got the strong front line, but it's not, I think, quite good enough. NASA's still staying alive on the tail end. Means that Tarman, he's not made it to top 4. But Robinson's drops below him on the standings.
He does. And Michael is still maintaining. So I think we could say it. Tarman is very strong. He's not losing against Robin or against Relic, but he could lose against Michael. So matchmaking now more important than ever.
Oh, boy. Well, we get the Dragon here, a little bit more punch behind it. So for Robinsons and Tarman, they are our focal players. Now, honestly, at this point, I can wipe away the rest of them and say it's almost a 1v1 between the two of them to get into the top 4. Looking at Robinson's board, 7 multi-striker. What's your diagnosis? Is Robinson's going to keep hold long enough to stop Totem.
Yeah, he's looking for that Kalista 2 secondary carry, so important. He already has 3 items on his secondary carry, so it's very, very important for him to get it. Maybe, okay, more...
He's got the gold.
Yeah, good defense there. And he goes to level 8, so he has a possibility to get that additional time. Maybe the Tam Kench will be yeah, there it is. And now he can strengthen even more. He has the Arcana on the Hecarim, so this is additional physical damage for all the team.
All right, well, we'll see. Totem has managed to get the Tam Kench 2, into place there as well. The 4-round streak will be going. Let's see. So Robin Songs will be the next one up. We'll actually see the two of them against each other, face to face. Totem taking a swig. He knows his part is done in this battle. It's down to his team on the board to get it done. He's ripping through Robin's board. He's getting into a top 4. He survives this far. OSP, they stay alive for now. They just need a little bit more.
100%. Let's see now Michael facing off, winning against Relic. And remember, because of the Gidesaur going 8th, now they need a 1 and a 3 for Onsepa. And now Tarman looking good. He's been avoiding Michael for like 10 rounds. So great news for them. And now we see the split screen. So Michael trying to roll, looking for a combat helmet, something that helps him and actually improve in case they get the total face-off.
Talk to me this matchup then, specifically between the two of them. Based on what you're seeing right now, who's going to win?
I mean, I have to leave maybe Michael, but
Holy
Michael
moly!
has Katie, and this is very good. And there it is, the Mordekaiser 3, no items, but additional time to win to avoid the burst damage. And there it is. There is the face-off, Michael against Tarman.
The Mordekaiser 3 has entered the battlefield, the biggest challenge of Totem. You got into the top 4, you outpaced Robin Songs, but there's so much beef on the board. I'll say down by 1 in this series. The backlines being annihilated. Totem did everything, and you just see it. For Toronto Ultra, underrated. They will be the first team to 2-0 a series.
So happy for them, even for Oncepal. Even though it's a 2-0, Oncepal play amazing. They actually perform well, but they clutch it out. We see a lot of team play here. So actually the importance of actual communication, seeing how the game, and actually improving, as you were saying, who is the one with the win-offs? It's Michael. So he's responsible for eliminating the rest of the competition, and he did it for Tarman, now ensuring the pass to the winner phase for Toronto Ultra.
And just for the victory lap for Michael here. Again, remember, Team Falcons going to be now confirmed as facing off against Toronto Ultra in the winners bracket for a chance to go straight through to the playoffs in the shortest route possible.
Yeah, 100%. Now let's see who takes the win. Remember, it's very important, the average place also for the MVP of the match, and now the face-off. Opal versus Michael, Latam or Americas versus EMEA. And now with the possibility, Michael very strong, obliterating now Opal. Opal trying to do the win, but we see the expression already mentalizing for the next. And now, final carousel. And anything you like here, Counterfeit. You can pick, man.
Oh, I don't know. I think I thought Michael was going to go immediately to take the cake there, just to send a message to the rest of the lobby. But you're right, again, we are only in our first day of competition. Sure. But on Separ, while they'll go down to the lower bracket, and they will, of course, have to fight for their life in every single game from here on out. I think you were absolutely right earlier on. We're seeing from on Separ, while they didn't get the win here, they did reset very well between games 1 and 2, and that is going to serve them well in the lower bracket as well.
Yeah, we have heard it for the team. Teams respect a lot on Sepal. Even Toronto Tokyo, I talked to them in the morning, and they said they're very strong. We have so much respect for Oncepal. They didn't perform as they would like to, and Toronto played amazing. They recognized the spot, and they played it perfectly.
So it does mean Oncepal will be playing against Na'Vi as their lower bracket opponent, and it's kind of crazy to think that we'll be saying goodbye to one of them with just one more match in the future. Michael, though, the 12-round win streak, a very definitive stamp to put onto the end of the series. Though we do actually see Opal fighting pretty hard out of the corner. It just doesn't matter, though, at this point. I think, Opal will be satisfied with even taking a single win and breaking that streak.
Yeah, 100%. Now Michael still laughing and still enjoying the victory, and it's so huge for them. They trained so much for this, and both teams deserve it. Now the big sticks go for Toronto Ultra. Michael, 13 win streak, and showing off because in the first game he didn't perform. He didn't get the coma, we remember again, and now he that should be the hero player, the one who gets the funnel of all the resources, actually making the play and getting a great comp here with the Syndra with the best possibility of Shapeshifter and Eldritch.
We were talking about potential before, we were talking about being underrated. I think this series very much puts Toronto Ultra on the map. We said, the fire in the eyes of Toronto Ultra, they came into this one the most focused I think you could be, looking to try and prove themselves on such a ginormous stage. Michael, as part of Toronto Ultra, getting the chance to show that potential face to face. We'll see if the streak stays intact. It will not. Opal gets a little grim satisfaction.
Okay, that's good. He's maintaining it. He wants to get it a little longer. So this is great to see because you always have to play to win, even though the series is already completed and is defined. They need to play to win. So now let's go up again and try to go for the possibilities. They're now strategizing, talking about the game, what we're good, what we're bad, and we're seeing laughs here. So this is the type of energy I like to see counter. They're actually mentalized. They're okay. They're not excessively excited. They were in the moment, but now they're again tranquil and obviously thinking about the next game.
And of course, we'll be thinking about the next series as well. Common Corp versus Team Vitality will end out the day, which is a series a lot of people have been looking forward to. Of course, we give our thanks to Toronto Ultra for accelerating us towards that happy series, which is going to be absolutely wild. Of course, Michael, as we end out this game here, either however it goes, coming first or second, his impact on the game is absolutely undeniable. Even without the first place, he doesn't need it anymore. He's done what he came to do.
Yeah, and he recognized the spot because not only did he hit that Syndra 3, he hit it in the exact moment, so he knew when to roll. The team helped him. He recognized in the moment the rest didn't hold them enough item. So that's what you want to do in the 4v4. So they helped them so much to accomplish this, and that's what's so important. So now, once again, going up against Opal, we're seeing the augments. That's something interesting if you're playing right now TFT or planning to go into your latter games. Look at the augments of Michael. Great augments that you're going to have. HP generation going with Shapeshifter, additional HP, and obviously the Golem that was the one that is getting Opal this additional damage, not only with his combo, but also with the big Golem with the support items.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly see it prove itself time and time again. I do like having the blacksmith's gloves in there, just a little bit of variety. Yeah. And of course, Michael's getting the chance to play a little bit at the tail end, just enjoy himself. The thing is, as a team as well, looking forward in the competition for Toronto Ultra, this moment happening right now, which we're seeing here, watching across, these are the kind of moments they'll call back to when things get hard. Yeah. Remembering these moments where they're just able to relax, enjoy themselves, say, all the prep, all the time we took getting here was worth it because we destroyed our first series.
And telling about destroying, he gets the Ancestral Dragon. He wants to finish this right now. So big combo augment, maybe the best you can get in this spot for the gold that it costs. So now the Shimmery getting additional units here. So it should be a win for Michael. So first place for Michael, Toronto Ultra, getting this series against Oncepal.
Absolutely amazing stuff. You can see the smiles on their faces. Those smiles have never disappeared for even a small moment from the beginning of the series all the way to the end. We did have some concerns if things went sour, maybe that heightened emotion would get the better of them, but so far, so good. Dominance, 2-0.
Totally, dominance is the word because this is the third series of the day, the only series that ended up in 2 games. The previous series were 3 games, so actually dominance from Toronto Ultra against a tough opponent. Remember, Oncepal is not by any chance a weak opponent. They're playing amazing on the 4v4 with huge experience and great mental, but now Toronto has taken it and amazing gameplay. Very happy for them.
Yeah, and again, as we take a look back at some of those precious moments and memories, we'll take a look back at the game itself. And, I think from Oncepal's side of things, of course, we need to bring them into the conversation as well. The trajectory of their play improved dramatically from game 1 to 2. I mean, sure, it's a small sample size, but...
and they didn't low roll in game 2 also.
Yeah, but I mean, we get to see that they've got the potential there, even if it's, we're always going to be going to these and say, a team's got, say, a 60%, a 70% chance of winning. But as long as you keep your mental strong, you keep the possibility alive of beating our team. even a team that's potentially as dominant as this one.
Yeah, they had the possibility in mind. Michael just got in too strong. As we know, Syndra is the best unit now in the game. Normally, you don't get a 3-star because most of people are playing against it, but it was perfect gameplay for him, getting the Syndra. And again, very happy for Toronto Ultra getting the win. Dominance, as you say. So now performing as maybe the favorites of the group.
Yeah, oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you couldn't really ask for more than that. Oh, boy. I mean, towards the tail end there in particular. Again, I hope we get to see Onsepar coming back. We know their opponent's going to be Na'Vi down in the lower bracket. It's certainly going to be a test of the mental, as much as it was in that game. You had a little taste of that when you had that first loss coming in. Now being on the precipice of being knocked out 0-2 in the competition, that's of course what everybody is trying to avoid with everything they have.
And it's very important because normally Onsepal is used to not losing. They didn't lose in qualifier rounds, now they lost, so how will they come back? That will be very important to recognize.
All right, well, gentle friends, that brings our third of our 4 series to an end, but we have got an interview for you, and so let's head over to the stage.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. That was such a fun match to watch. Toronto Ultra going 2-0 against Onsepa. I have Robin here with me for a quick interview. First of all, congratulations on the win. But I do want to ask you, during the first game, you guys have won already, and you went for a desperate plea, holding everyone hostages. Why would you do that?
I asked my teammates if I should take it, and they're like, yeah, take it. We wanted to have a little bit of fun. We already knew we won. Maybe like break our opponent's mental a little bit, and the casters' mentals. But also we get a little bit more extra time to think about like what we did wrong and what we can do better next game. So yeah, all in good fun.
Yeah, I mean, that was really smart actually to use the time that you have. But yeah, everyone was like, why would he do that? Anyway, so for the next question, I do want to ask you about multi-striker. You went for it for game 1 and game 2. What do you think of the comp so far?
Yeah, the comp is just one of the meta comps. It's no surprise. Everyone's probably going to play it. Yeah, I'm glad, like, both games, I didn't have, like, healing on Kassadin, and I'm glad I got, like, a 2nd and 5th, which was, like, kind of a miracle, but I just, like, tempoed my way into a good placement, so, yeah.
I mean, you definitely played it right for the second match as well, but so for your next match, you're playing against Team Falcons. Not sure if you know about that, but what do you think of the match?
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys know, but every team is saying Team Falcons is the best team in EWC, but I think it's going to be a quick 2-0 from us.
Okay, a quick 2-0 from Toronto Ultra against Falcons for the next match. Who knows if that's going to happen? But again, thank you so much for the interview. Let's go back to the studio to talk about this.
All right, we're back on the analyst desk. It's Casanova, Stuart, and Clement. Going to be talking a little bit about this last set. Toronto Ultra absolutely running through Onsepa, and off of a strategy that we haven't seen fully employed by any other team just yet. Clement, why don't you break down how Toronto Ultra was so dominant in this matchup?
Well, Toronto Ultra, they played for full tempo. They weren't thinking about the win-out player or the tiebreakers. They were just making sure to apply maximum pressure at every stage of the game, going for the best combat augments early on and making sure they just keep on taking away HP from the opposing team and taking away those chances for comebacks.
And speaking of augments as well, I think taking an augment like at what cost as well by Relic in this last game really showed the kind of strategy that Toronto Ultra had, right? They want to play for levels, they want to try and push them, they want to try and take as much HP away from Onsepa as possible, which Relic in this game got a 3rd place from that one.
And a lot of those augments do point in that direction as well. We saw the Giant and Mighty.
Yep.
Flat HP early game, you get those shapeshifters in. It's just indomitable. We saw in the game 1, they had 4 players from 1 to 4 on stage 5. There was nothing Onsepa could do to claw back and get those win-out plays.
Yeah, it's actually really cool because you think hitting people hard is good, but you don't want to hit your teammates hard. Well, if all your teammates are hitting people hard, then you're not going to hurt each other that much, and the other team is just going to be taking an absolute beating.
Hupe-Sang did mention this. The one problem with this sort of full tempo strategy is running into your teammates and breaking their win streaks. Fortunately enough for Toronto, though, they actually got away with 2 full stage 2 win streaks.
That was huge. That is massive. And on the other side, there was some other strategic variance, right? Because there was a lot of 2 costs being played throughout the entire tournament, But in this series, we saw duplicators being kind of heavily leveraged towards, and especially in game 1. Now, it didn't work for Jetasaur, but he had 4 of them very early.
I mean, it's super surprising to see, but I think, as you mentioned, there were multiple players going for the lesser champion duplicators, whether it's from the Augment, whether it's from the Charm as well. We also saw some players taking it from a Charm. And I think the big thing was, in that game number 1, the tempo of that lobby was just so rapid. There were so many players with lesser champion duplicators. So even getting that Syndra 3-star, we're like, okay, this should be an easy top 4. But as you mentioned, Jetasaur getting an 8th place with Syndra 3-star
Stage
is
3
really, really
Syndra
rough.
3.
Yes.
Stage 3 Syndra 3, 1-8.
It's crazy.
I really love the way that Toronto played around that fact of the duplicators. We saw that from Robin Songs. He was happy with the Kassadin 2. He says, I'm not going Kassadin 3. I'm not going to force you and slow down the tempo. I'm just leveling, full bench press, no mercy, slamming with the 2-0. And they say they're going to slam Falcons too.
Yeah, they did. I'm excited to see if that ends up happening. I want to call out for our MVP. Relic is going to be the one from that that game in that series. He ended up going top 4 in both of the games. I think it was either a first and a third or a second and a third. One of the two we'll get to see shortly, but he was the one that was running with at what cost, which is that immediate level 6, that big tempo right out the gates.
Yeah, I mean, I think he got a little bit fortunate, I guess, with the other 2 augments, because the big thing about at what cost is that you don't actually get to choose your other augments. You get to go to level 6 instantly, which allows you to get the win streak. I believe he got combat bandages and then a shapeshifter emblem, which didn't really help him too much. But I think, as you mentioned, Clement, the kind of tempo that Toronto Ultra are playing, not just him, but also the rest of the players. For Onsei Par, they were kind of just left there. They were just shocked, I feel like, after that series, because there was really nothing that they could do because Toronto Ultra came up with this crazy strategy.
They really just got blitzed. We saw Tartan Man with a potential comeback here with the Pyro, but Relic really symbolizing the strategy for Toronto, giving them no chances to come back. I think this is a very interesting way to play and a very big question for Team Falcons. How are you going to play around this? Are you going to match the tempo, or is there other ways, other avenues that you can open up?
Yeah, and absolutely. And Relic as well, being someone who is no stranger to a stage this large, right? He's played in the League of Legends World Championship. He's played in the set championships for TFT. He's been around esports for so long, and he comes into that natural leader role for this team. And we talk about the age of this team, and we meme them for it. But that experience comes in huge and pays dividends because they came in with such a strong strategy, and then they execute on it.
Yeah, I think the big thing as well is we also know that they were also boot camping as well, which is such a big thing. You know, even though I mentioned at the start that maybe the communication might be a little bit off, but I feel like the boot camp that they were able to do definitely helped this team get a strategy, as you mentioned. And I feel like in general with this tournament, we are seeing a lot of, you know, tempo comps instead of rerolls.
All right, now we got some of the players walking up for our next match, right? We've got KC. As you can see, the KC cousins, Double and Canbiz behind Wet Jungler and Dark Hydra. We got 2 French players, 2 Germans walking in tow, knowing that their matchup is against Team Vitality. You can see right behind them with K3 Soju.
I mean, this is the matchup that everyone's been waiting for, right, throughout the whole day. What we've been waiting for as well. You know, another EMEA against NA clash, but these are some of the best players and the best talents and really the best influencers as well in terms of the whole world at TFT.
I just want to point out, this is such a good chance for EMEA to finally show North America what they're made of. Milk has been the most vocal player ever at opposing the extra slots that EMEA got for the Global Championships. This is the chance for KC61 to make sure he knows who the Western GOAT actually is.
I mean, it's true, right? And KC Double, I mean, he kind of should have the title for Western GOAT, at least for now, right? Some of the Americas players are trying to chase him down, but he keeps gaining that lead. And I think if he can even find more ways to cement it, this would be a way.
No, definitely, for sure. I mean, like, in general as well, I feel like Common Corp are coming in really good tempo. Set 11, all of the players did incredibly well during the Set 11 Inborn Fables Championship. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how the team adapts.
All right, and we'll get a chance to break that down soon enough. We're going to go to a short break, but when we come back, we'll be getting ourselves ready for that KC versus Vitality bout. You don't want to go anywhere.
The Esports World Cup takes place on the Boulevard here in Riyadh. It is beautiful and magnificent. There's so much to do, but it does get hot. From morning to night, it is absolutely cooking out here, so I'm desperately trying to find ways to stay cool. Thank you. So far, I'm struggling. I need some suggestions. Oh, that's good. But yeah, I'm really hot, I'm really sweaty, so I'm gonna go on a mission to stay cool. Watching TFT itself can be hot work because it's high intensity. There's a lot of pressure. Just watching it alone gets me sweaty. But here at the Esports World Cup, it can be, thank you very much, up to like 40 odd degrees. So finding ways to stay cool is important. But still, like I said, I don't really have any ideas. What do we have here? Hot chocolate. Maybe later. Of course, we're right in the desert here in Riyadh. So you got to expect it to be hot. I knew that coming in, but still, thank you. Thank you very much. I just need some suggestions. If you've got any suggestions on how I can possibly stay cool out here while doing my job. And just for the spectators, you know, if you're thinking of coming out here, you might need some inspiration on how to stay cool on the boulevard. I still don't have any. So what I'm trying to say is, I don't really have any ideas on how you can stay cool. Thank you very much. Here on the boulevard in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. But what I do know is, the Esports World Cup is a one-of-a-kind experience, and I have never been anywhere quite like this. There is just so much to do. I just wish I knew how to stay cool.
All right, we got KC versus Vitality coming right up for you. This is a battle of the Western GOAT, KC Double, versus the biggest streamer in Teamfight Tactics with K3 Soju.
That's a bit of a comparison.
It always feels rough to say that's true, but he is very good. He's incredibly skilled at this game.
Yes, they've all been to global championships a number of times right here. I'm sure Soju would object to kind of the influencer and the streamer tag for sure, but it is kind of true that Vitality is coming in with a little bit more Casey is coming in with a little bit more pedigree, especially with Double 61 in his recent performance in the Inkborn Fables, getting second place, 4th times overall at Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, honestly, let's dig a little bit more into KC right now. Double, the KC cousins, Double and Canvas, you see them both co-captaining, holding on to that. But the rest of the team, Wet Jungler, Dark Hydra, tell me a bit about them, Stuart.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when this announcement happened, I think everyone in EMEA was so hyped, right? Like, Wet Jungler, probably known as one of the biggest players in EMEA, super consistent player, really, really strong. Dark Hydra may be a bit of a kind of an underdog in terms of the squad in general, but I feel like it's really, really insane to see this team come together. It's super exciting to see them coming up against NA.
I mean, we got 2 championship runner-ups and a championship winner, and that's just Double and Wet Jungler. There's only 2 of them, 2 of them to make that up. They're incredibly strong, and I think Vitality has the work cut out for them, but that team is no slouch either. Let's talk about Vitality. We got to even start, I think, with Setsuko.
Setsuko is going to be your classic win-out player. When we were talking about him, he is the one that's going to play things like Fortune. If there's a high-stake augment that does appear, I expect Setsuko to just go for them. He enjoys playing the risky style, and he's great at capping his boards.
And we talk about LAN tournaments as well, with obviously this being a 4v4 LAN tournament. You know, both Soju and Milk did perform pretty well at the Vegas Open, which is kind of the last LAN as well. And both them players were constantly preparing for that tournament, for the Vegas LAN. So I'm expecting a lot of strategies coming in for Team Vitality because they've been preparing a lot together.
Yep, and we have the potential of the STC right now. We're going to go for the STC play predictions. Try and get your predictions right after. So you can go ahead and vote for the winner of this next game, stcplay.gg. Stuart, who do you think is going to take it?
Oh, I have to go Common Corp. 2-1 Common Corp.
Quick, we're going to stage right now. We got to get the game going. So Veracity and Fancy, take it away and send us in for Vitality versus KC.
Well, there we have it. We've just had our first series being closed out in a 2-0 fashion. And let me tell you right now, Fancy, I think we're about to have another one.
That's absolutely right. I mean, Toronto Ultra being able to 2-0 for the first time during the tournament. They just went right into the winner's bracket, and then now they have the shortest possible way to get to the playoffs. But our next match is a very exciting one.
It certainly is. It's going to be Carmine Corp taking on the likes of Team Vitality. What are your thoughts? Because I know this has been a bit of a hot topic. EMEA obviously having prior experience in this 4v4 format. How much is it really going to be benefiting our Carmine Corp boys?
I mean, honestly, Carmine Corp, so far, they're looking so good. They are one of the favorites to win the tournament, and you talked about that during the intro. You're rooting for them as well. So for this match, I'm rooting for Team Vitality.
No way. I'm backing Carmine Corp all the way. So without further ado, let's give you a little bit more info about these boys. A team with arguably the best synergy in EWC and ranked second in EMEA. Please welcome Carmine Corp.
And for our next team, they have been doing very well up to this point alongside the qualifiers. They got first place in North America, and now they're here to cement their presence in the Esports World Cup. So let's welcome Team Vitality.
I don't know about you, Fancy, but I'm pretty confident in my prediction of Carmine Corp. Still backing your Vitality boys?
I mean, absolutely, that's what I'm doing, but could be a 2-1, could be a 2-0. Who knows what's gonna happen, but we're ready to send it back to the casters for our next match.
Thank you so much, Fancy. So excited for what is going to be the massive showdown of this day one, especially for Western TFT, EMEA versus Americas. Some of the best players in the world competing in the final series that we'll see here. I'm Adventures Panda, once again joined by Weeda on the caster desk. Weeda, excited for this match?
Absolutely. Like, this is like the match itself I've been looking forward to the most all weekend almost. Like, for the entire week, I'm looking. This Carmine Corp versus Vitality matchup, man. Like, they went into it, right? All of these amazing players. You're looking at some of the most decorated players in the Western sphere. Even someone like Toronto Tokyo, who you might not be like super familiar with if you're like a more casual viewer, had a very strong championship performance in set 9, but then his day 2 like was like really, really bad. And having gone through that hardship, he's back to reclaim, back to kind of redeem himself.
And Toronto Tokyo, a player that I think has one of the best mentals in this entire tournament. Outside of TFT, works in risk management. I had a 1-hour call for him prepping for that set 9 champs. A pleasure to talk to, a very eloquent guy. You can tell how intelligent he is both in-game and out. And I think he's going to be a big cornerstone of the Vitality team in terms of bringing that calm presence in those maybe tough situations. And this is a very close matchup coming up soon. I think going to be similar to what we saw from T1 and Weibo, but just on the western side of the globe. And again, we're both EMEA casters. There might be a little bit of bias. I think we're very close to all the KC players. And KC as an org, I think they're a family. They really bring the passion. I think one of the fastest growing esports team in the world. So happy to see them in EWC, especially with this roster. I heard Stuart mentioning on the analyst desk, when this situation was public in terms of Cambiz and Double 61 joining forces with the 2 best German players in the last few sets, I was ecstatic. This is the EMEA dream team.
Absolutely right. Again, Wet Jungler, after his break from set 3 until the likes of set 7, set 8, he came back, has been an absolute menace, by far the best player in EMEA at a GSC level. Maybe together with Lakoko that we will be seeing tomorrow, most likely on stream, part of that branching out team, but Wet Jungler's stay free consistency cannot be understated. Went to the last Tactician's crown purely off of consistent tournament results as well.
That being said, Vitality did a little bit of flexing on social media, started the set 1, 2, 3, 4 on the North American ladder. And then they started scrimming, so maybe that didn't hold up too much. But from what I've heard, they're one of the teams that has prepared the most. They've taken this very seriously. You might think of this team as, content creators, as influencers, as memers. They are absolutely dead set on winning the entire thing. They have a very tough challenge, but to be the best, you have to beat the best, and it starts here for both of these teams.
Yeah, and K-Free Soju, I called him Casey Soju accidentally at the start at the top of the show, but like, when he's not in influencer mode, this guy is legitimately an incredibly scary player. His run into the Dragonlance Championship was bar none one of the best ones I've ever seen in my life. Like, he is so good. His overall understanding of the game is incredible. When he's taking this seriously, he is such a scary player, but most of the time, you know, he got that streaming going on, and that's also something that takes big precedence. Again, Milk, a guy we haven't touched too much about, comes in and out of the game, but when he's on top of it, David, one of the most creative players in the world.
And Setsuko, I mean, not much to say about him. There's no fortune trait in this set. Maybe a bit of a hindrance in terms of his play style and where he excels most, creating these win-out situations off of these massive, high-risk early games. There is a fortune favors the Bulls. Augment, that being said, in 4v4, even more risky than it is usually because someone on the opposite team will definitely grief you in stage 2, will entirely open forward, sell all their units, make sure that you can no longer get that loss streak going. That being said, looking at the meta, Weibo, anything that you're missing from the comps that we expected coming into this day 1 from this first patch on set 12?
I feel like we haven't seen enough Ryze. I know this sounds really weird, but like, I'm a very big Ryze believer, and it basically actually comes down to Nora, not so much the Ryze itself. But the free mage setup slotted into that portal line has an incredibly high cap that not a lot of people are actually kind of realizing. We saw it earlier on from Weibo Gaming, really making great use of that from Easy. Obviously, Binson was able to kind of clutch it out because the itemization of Ryze wasn't necessarily perfect. But I feel like it's something that we need to see kind of come into the mix here. We also haven't seen the Fiora Gwen stuff really have success because it's so dependent on that also scary 4-2 roll down.
We are finally loading in EMEA, Carmine Corp, 3 different EMEA champions on this roster alongside Wedge Jungler, which is, it seems like I'm excluding him from greatness. Not the case at all. Believe me, Wedge Jungler is an absolute demon on the conversions. Portals are here. Trainer Golems is an option. Artifact Anvil, 3 champions. Clearly, our players are excited to be here, excited to be playing each other, excited to be, you know, just in the presence of a tournament like this, the opportunity to play some of the best players in the world, players I'm sure they all respect each other very, very much. It will be 3 champions in the end.
And one of the most important questions that we kind of was waiting for all throughout this like week leading up to this was which little legends was Vitality going to pick? And it seems like Toronto Tokyo said, I don't want all that Moldiva nonsense, but we are going to get into the game here now, and I'm super excited to see where this is going to take us.
Of course, a lot of the, there's not just one elephant, there's many elephants in the room when it comes to the meta. Syndra, definitely one of them. Cassidy, we've seen a lot of. Robin spoke about a little bit at the end of that interview off of the 2-0 win for Toronto Ultra. It comes down to a tempo game plan, staying very healthy. We saw how important it is to preserve HP in this 4v4 format. It's not all about building the best board and winning out, because you end up facing your teammates, and if you have low HP, you can't really secure that first and second that are so important for winning matches. Equally so, not going 8th is incredibly important. If you're going to lose streak stage 2, that's fine, but you better have a very good plan to stabilize in stage 3 and 4.
Yeah, and we saw like kind of one of those bigger examples of that in the Zeta Division series, where Tidal had an incredible spot where you have my bow, he could have gone down that route, slammed Nash's race play Cinder, but opted against that because other people on his team had an even better spot for that composition.
Soju right away starting off with a Blitzcrank 2, in my opinion, one of the sturdiest, most reliable tanks in stage 2. Itemize him, he buys you so much time. He's great with Mogul's Mill, for example. I think an artifact we haven't seen enough of today compared to how much I see it on ladder, for example. It is an absolute demonic way to make it to 9, to preserve just, again, so much HP and make so much gold in stages 2 and 3.
I mean, I've had it found me 50 gold plus over the course of a game, right? It's so insane. Right, like, again, but we've seen a lot of game plus blade being picked up instead, right? Really prioritizing that shift with the attack speed focus on the Syndra line, really being facilitated by that. But we do have our gold augments here on Double 61, one of the best lose streak players in the world.
Don't do it, Double.
Offers the fortune favors the bold here. And I do think that in the 4-4 format, like this augment definitely is something we need to like not really look at.
One thing to make note of, he has Learning to Spell, maybe one of the augments that I would consider for a Zoe reroll line alongside Spellblades. He has 4 Zoes as well popping in the shop. He just sold 2 Lilias in the presence, in the product of making this Rumble purchase before we moved on to the 2-1 round. So maybe not going to consider it. He also has a Syndra in the shop, so maybe the better, easier routes. That being said, the items are not ideal for the Cindercast just yet. I think Double has to really look at loose streaking to find a tier. Not going to be easy though when you've leveled to 4, when you have a Zoe 2, which is, I think, just a really, really great unit at killing off units, especially in this stage 2.
Yeah, do you think you should just commit to the win streak here? Slam the Stoneblade here, coming through right at this very moment here, going up against Soju, who's going more down the key boost route here, David. An augment that we in the past has really, we really connected towards some of the more melee-centric AD lines here, but like, what makes it so good right now?
It's the Kassadin. Kassadin multi-strikers, they really benefit from the extra armor, similar to Duelists in past. They're kind of a trait that's, I think, falling down that same line in terms of what you build, what you want to do for that trait. The whole team wants more stats to kind of scale into the fight, especially in the early game, where it's really a tempo trait. And that will be the case for Soju we saw there, has already the Jax, has the 2 Ashes on the bench. We'll be looking to play a stronger board there with the Fairy in, but we'll definitely be moving into the, I think, Kassadin as soon as he finds a spot for it. Just the best way to play keepers, in my opinion. And we're seeing already some Syndra. Setsuko has the Rage Blade already built. BIS, one of the BIS items alongside Shojin and Nashers.
Yeah, very important to know as well here. Stayed off the level 4 level on 2-1 to see the outcome of his first fight here. One that now already knows that he can kind of start playing towards that win streak.
A good setup with the pairs on the Elise here, the pair on the Nyla as well. If you find those upgrades, remember Eldritch also scales off of the star level of the champion in terms of the summon, so that's really important. And as I mentioned before in the Series 2 cast, Syndra, all she wants to do is really get as many casts as possible. You want a frontline that can stall. Doesn't matter what frontline, you can really mix and match. We saw at the end of that game with Michael, he was playing a Shapeshifter frontline, which we saw a little bit less of throughout this tournament. It's more the Vanguard, that's the main line, but really anything that buys time for Syndra, A-okay.
Do you think that it comes down to the fact that the Vanguard line kind of caps out higher? Is it easier to hit a what? Because like, I feel like the Shapeshifter, when you get like those 3-star Swains and 3-star Negos online, that's such a powerful frontline to work with.
I've never felt it really feels that sturdy, in my opinion. I think also the Nami adds so much with the Mage. It fits well with the Eldritch. You have, you know, the Chrono later with the Karma. I think Cassiopeia falls off a cliff after stage 3, if you don't itemize her especially. I think 3-starring her is a bit of a bait, whereas Karma, well, we know what Karma does in terms of healing especially. Even without items, she offers that % healing, which is really important when you want to stall for Syndra. So it just, I think, fits much better. It's more cohesive as a game plan coming to stage 4.
Yeah, and also something that's worth noting here, right? We saw Toronto with that very early Tristana 2 off the back of that trade sector here, able to hold the rolls back, but he lost his 2-1 fight to that support golem. Just really showing the level that they have, these support goals. Like, they're so powerful, they're so hard to deal with, and even though some of them might fall off a little bit into the later stage of the game, having that extra unit in the early game is so powerful.
And for Toronto, looks like it will probably be a Kog'Maw game right now, holding the Tristana, holding the Rumbles, has the Sunfire already slammed, has a DF sword open, great AD item, of course, for Shojin and IE later on in the game for the Kog'Maw. We've seen Kog'Maw have mixed results. I think a lot of players did low roll a tiny bit. We saw so many times, 1 off Kog'Maw, 2 off Kog'Maw, hitting, you know, late in stage 4. I do think it's a very, very good comp, and in this 4v4 format, where the meta is relatively solved for 2 cost rerolls, I think someone has to play Kog'Maw, or at least contest it to stay relevant in a game like this.
Yeah, so Double here picking up a Wukong with a bow, right, getting those AP items in there, but Wukong has also been one of those stronger frontliners if you can kind of play for him, right? But the thing about Wukong is that you need to have multiple copies of Wukong heading into around that 4-1 point, because it's not a unit you're going to be actively, aggressively rolling for here, right? So you really need to have a reason to go down that route for the front line.
Looking at the setups there at the bottom, Dark Hydra seems to also be going into this Kassadin line, has a support golem, extra body, buying time, extra support item, you know, helping out the entire team as well. And overall, we saw one interesting game plan from Cambiz with Spoils of War and a Veigar for now, but there was also a Syndra there. I think most likely going to be a Syndra game from Cambiz in this case.
Yeah, and also it's worth noting, right, that Double and Cambiz is the first time they're ever allowed to kind of play together in a tournament. Like, they've shared all their prep all throughout history, right? And so many times we've gotten so close to see them both at set championships in those finals, and we finally got to see them both here, like last times.
This could be a Veigar game, actually. The Syndra's not actually on the board, which I think is a big indicator of, hey, I'm not playing Syndra because you're missing out on the scaling nature of her abilities. And we have an early Vex and an early Veigar. This is, I think, the only setup I would play Veigar from, is when you have this very easy way to play into it. You know you want to buy the charm early, you know you're committing to the game plan so you can try and scale as much as possible, and you have an alternate path that doesn't contest your teammates in terms of a viable reroll that leaves you open to maybe hold other units and grief other players.
Yeah, another thing also worth noting, right, on ladder, Vega is really complicated by the fact that there are so many people trying to play this Kog'Maw reroll line. So all of your units, it's kind of the same call, like they're so contested. Here you're much more reliably going to hit that Rumble, going to hit that Noon on the front line to really buy your time for your Vega to do his work.
The best part is that you're really relying on the Vex to be your main front line, so you don't need the Nunu 3, you don't need the Honeymancer units to really come online, but you can still hold them and make so if an opposing player is playing Kog'Maw, he's going to have a harder time hitting. So I really like the game plan overall from most players. I think pretty clearly going into specific lines already, not going to be playing for tempo game plans in terms of leveling to 8, instead going to be going down the 2-cost reroll lines and trying to maximize and optimize your chances of hitting these units while griefing the opponents as well.
Yeah, and also it's worth noting here, pretty much every single player in this game are part of the old school TFT crowd. The people that kind of, I say grew up, that sounds weird, like grew up with like the really big flex mindset, like again, with playing without setting against playing all you have to think like, again, someone like Dark Hider, when he won his championship in EMEA, he was also a player that really played a lot of flexible styles in a meta that was really rampant with like forces of various compositions. And that's also something that really like complicated the practice group that he was in before as well, like really focusing on that like flex style.
And right away we see Rage Blade. Why is one of the best items in the game? It can flex into so many different reroll comps. Kassadin, sure. Syndra, sure. Kog'Maw, okay, passable.
Jinx.
I'll accept it. Jinx, sure. You can be a better holder. You can really always then get a charm to remove it off of Kog'Maw and move it on to Jinx later on in the game and have better items for Kog'Maw that are closer to his BIS. So all in all, a very, very good slam. I think Rage Blade is always kind of the PB meme of being that item that everyone slams because it just scales so well into long fights. But in this current meta, actually, it is one of the better items to build, no matter what.
Yeah, even like compositions like Carmine can make great use of as well, right? It goes on to Callista Flex, it can be flexed onto a Rise if you're playing a Rise as well. So like, it is one of the most versatile items, and I think that the game itself is like really benefits from Rage Blade being a single item.
For now, looking at the win streakers, Dark Hydra from Carmine Corp and Toronto Tokyo from Vitality are currently in the HP lead. It's only Dark Hydra that has a 5 win streak, the 100 HP to work with. Big upgrade for Double in terms of buying time for this Syndra to scale. All in all, only one Syndra and pretty awkward items. I talked about it. If you're not loose streaking stage 2, you have no one to blame but yourself if you don't find at least one BIS item for Syndra early. So this 3-2 augment could be very important for Double. If you find something like a big grab back, for example, you can find a few more components, maybe make a lot of these good components work with kind of their complementary component they're missing. For example, the Rage Blade can be built here, the Shojin, if you find a tier.
Even something like Pandora's items we've seen a lot of today as well, which you can kind of like, you can get your teammates to sack fights if you need to buy time to find that BIS. So a lot of options you're talking about here, and also with the character coming up, it's pretty much guaranteed he will have priority there.
And Soju slams the double attack speed on Kassadin, really playing high tempo, similar to what Robin mentioned. Doesn't have healing on Kassadin. He knows it's not correct, but he knows also that if he slams the items, Kassadin can do a lot of work in stage 3, and just the HP you save with the chance of removers later on in the game and moving on the Rage Blade to something like Callista, for example, makes it worth it.
Yeah, we are going to be going here into the silver augments, and kind of just to grab your point of what you're talking about here. Fighting going 8th is such a big deal about like the entire format here, and with the way the Campus and Doppler playing out their game, there's a very high likelihood that one of them will go 8th here. So Soju kind of saying, you know what, it's not going to win me the game, but it might get me a 6th.
Big roll down coming through. Finisher deal, taken deal from Soju. Does he find the Kassadin 2? Already rolling down to 20, holding a lot on his bench is true, but still a very deep roll down, not finding that Kassadin upgrade, which I think he needs to find some level of stability. Making sure he has the correct kind of cookie cutter multi-tracker board for stage 3. Has a Shen, has a Hecarim, still no Kassadin, finally finds it. Could have used a duplicate, but of course wants to save that to min-max and optimize the chances of finding the first 8 copies of Kassadin and then finalizing the 3-star with a 9th off the duplicator.
Soju's carousel priority was also be really interesting, right? Because he has the option of going for the QSS, has the option of going for the Edge of Might, or even the BT, depending on like which component he wants to get off the carousel.
The Nashor's is, I think, similar to Crown Guard. We've seen items that are not necessarily considered BIS on Kassadin. I'm a big believer of Nashor's over Rage Blade. I think it scales better into the late game. Overall, when fights are a little bit shorter. But the double attack speed is rare because this essentially means you only have one item slot left. Are you building QSS, or are you building something like a healing item, like BT or Hodge? The one way to bypass this is finding something like a Banshee's Veils, finding a Silver Veil off of your Augment at 4-2 if it is going to be a Silver, and having that anti-CC mechanic in that way.
And that's one of the reasons why we've seen so many different builds of Kassadin all throughout today, right? Because we have had those augments come out, we have had the Banshee's Veils, the silver ones as well, right? So We'd love to see here Toronto Tokyo, David. Kind of like talk me through this composition because right now it seems like we're still holding items onto the Tristana.
I think overall, you're closer to the Tristana over the Kog'Maw. I see a lot of players at EWC favoring the Tristana build. I personally like playing Jinx if I find the 2-star Jinx and bypassing Tristana altogether and playing around Vertical Arcana as a way to cap this comp with the DR and the AD off of the Hecarim Arcana. All in all, most players here are favoring the higher tempo game plan, which I think spikes earlier and harder, which is the Tristana, because HP preservation matters a little bit more than having a higher cap in stage 4.
So it's also worth noting here, right? You talked a lot about spell-based augment here coming through, and we can see here Casey, Wet Jungler, really making great use of that, and with the Surge, which is like my favorite early game unit. She is so incredibly powerful, and she holds pretty much any single item in the game very well as well.
I had a media day yesterday with actually both of these teams. That's why I wanted to cast this series specifically with the Carmine Core team minus Double and the Vitality team minus Soju. And speaking to Carmine Core, I think Jungler mentioned specifically he likes Zoe reroll only if he's given Zoe Spellbase. I think in this case it might still be a Karma game plan instead, but definitely I think the one reason you would be playing Zoe and feel really comfortable about it in a setting like this.
So we can kind of get the overview of the game going on. No outrageous pickups
to get
here,
that BIS. For Double, also Pandora's, as you mentioned, so does have a way to fix those components he had and finds that BIS on the Syndra. We're seeing a lot of keepers overall for all the Kassadin players, so all in all, I think there's not really a player that can complain too much. Those that needed to correct their item components have done so through Pandora's. Those who just needed to find more stability with combat augments have found them as well for their reroll comps.
Important thing to note here as well, right, with Pandora's items being in the mix.
That's a lot of Gallios.
It definitely is a lot of Gallios here, but also a big loss streak for the likes of Double 61. I feel like he would rather have a Syndra 2. There it is coming through. But as I was talking about here for Double specifically, he can much more actively grieve good components away from the enemy team because he's going to be able to pick up them up and then re-roll them into another item.
It's also an early Karma here for Double. Doesn't have Chronoing just yet, so not as impactful, but it is still Karma. There is still % healing. You are still helping that Blitz tank just a tiny bit longer. I guess doesn't want to slam the chain on the Blitz because he wants to try and find that tier high roll off of the roll on the Pandoras to try and finalize the Shojin on the Syndra. Syndra, you need to have BIS as soon as possible because she's scaled, she'll cast more often, and overall you'll have a much higher cap as we've seen from all the different series today.
Also, OKH business fight here coming through from the likes of the KC boys. Would have probably liked Wet Jungler to take the win, but another thing is also worth noting there in the whole scope of playing for reroll versus playing for forecast. Reroll compositions will very often be much more reliant on the BIS.
Cambiz finally finds the Veigar 2, still has not found the Vex 2, and this is why we're seeing a 7 loss streak, because I think the danger, you're playing Spoils of War especially, you have to hit an early spike to then regain your economy off of the spoils kills, off of the extra gold. It's not looking good now, so do you take it a peek saying, oh, this guy might be a little bit doomed. We'll see if Cambiz can salvage this. If not, he will go Grief Man mode, start scouting the players who are lower in HP from the opposite team for Vitality, and try and hold their units and hope that they go 8th and Cambiz can maybe salvage a 7th, a 6th, maybe even a 5th.
Yeah, we can see here, we got the question answered, David. It's going to be the priority of the healing over the CC slash aggro reduction here. So I think this is, for the most part, like the catch-all correct fight.
As a Kassadin enjoyer, let's say enjoyer instead of forcer, I do think tempo is king.
Who is your most favorite composition here? Is it going to be Kassadin or the old Talon? Like which two cast reroll do you feel the most attached to?
It's Kassadin. I played. Yeah, I'm not going to answer the question, but a lot of Kassadin. This set, some EU players maybe don't like me very much, but that is what it is. On the grind to get to those snapshots, and it is what it is in a tournament like this as well, where a lot is at stake here. You want to have the best chance possible of preserving HP, because we've seen so many situations, like we saw with the T1 game, where at the very end, you can be very strong, you can have the 2 strongest boards, but if you're at one single life, when you face your teammate, one player's going to get knocked out, unless you find Desperate Plea, like we saw in the T1 series.
Which ended up winning them that series overall. So like, again, these charms here, some of them are very low impact, some of them are very big impact here. As you can see, Milk now with that Karma online with a very interesting item set.
Fiora should be bought, I imagine, isn't purchased at all from Milk here.
And it makes sense, right? Obviously he does have the Pandora's items, but he doesn't have a slammable item for the Fiora right now. And she's such a difficult unit to keep alive, so if you don't have those items for her, she is going to be a liability on your board for a while at this point.
I mean, you have a Gwen pair, you're looking at Warrior. I think if you're looking at, I mean, you have a Lilia still on your board, for example. There's a Camille, it is a 4 Chrono setup here instead. Interesting not picking up the Fiora from Milk. I think overall the 4-cost flex on Karma, so many players have so many different variations they think are best. Talking to Alan ZQ, for example, player from Z10, he has a wildly different, best level 9 Karma board compared to most players I've seen on ladder and this tournament.
Yeah, like the big question starts with, do you play 2 or 4 Chrono? Then from there, you do you play Kalista? Do you play Fiora? Do you play Rise?
Well,
what do you play?
That much.
But let's look at this here as well. Like, it's definitely going to be some interesting fights here coming through on the scope of the things here, right? Dark Hydra's win streak has kind of been broken at some point throughout this game, but again, he's playing that very high tempo opener, trying to be one of the players that bleed out into 4th.
Big win for the Veigar, big win for Cambiz here as well, who needed to not only win to preserve HP, but has to send hopefully someone from Vitality in that 8th place position that he was angling towards already, and also the spoils will matter so much. We're seeing Heroic Grab back potentially being a possibility, always a viable option in this reroll meta. In most metas in TFT, it's not strong enough in terms of the value you get from it, but you already have one duplicator, you're now finding 2 more. We talked about playing high tempo, playing to preserve HP immediately, not playing for high cap, and this augment choice is exactly what that gives you.
Yeah, and the big issue here, though, is that it leaves us without a single combat augment to work with. Spoils of War will give you items somewhere along the way here. The continuous scaling of the Veigar ability will be big for these late-game fights, but you do not have any of those big ones here.
You see the augments there above the players. Absolutely beautiful to see that there in person on the stage off of the augmented reality. And absolutely beautiful to see Cambiz as well with a viable way to win a lot of fights in this stage 4. The Veigar 3 is online. This is BIS Veigar. For anyone wondering, you want to have both the Shojin and the blue buff.
Yeah, and for a long time, that was actually a debate, right? You could get Nashes in there, but now with the way that we bank mana now without it going into the Eva, like having this is very, very good. But the issue is like it's so hard to get free tiers to work with.
And similar to Syndra, this is a scaling comp. As you buy more charms, this Veigar will get stronger, will get more AP, which then crits on the JG in particular. So this is a comp that can get much stronger, which is why I think you don't rely on the scaling and the high cap nature of the augments. Instead, you rely on the kit of the unit itself.
And another thing to note is we do have the overlay on, right? We can see like there's so many players here that are on very low economies trying to hit their rerolls. This gives Cambiz a great advantage here. So you're going to make his charge up the table.
Fiora is found here once again, and for Milk, 7 loss streak. This is, I think, one of the reasons why Karma Flex has been played less and less. It's a very expensive composition with the way the 4-cost bag currently works and very few players playing for 4-cost. It's usually very hard to find your 2-stars. If you only have a Fiora 1, a Gwen 1, a Rakan 1, etc., you start losing a lot of fights to all these reroll players that are starting to spike, like Cambiz, for example.
Yeah, you can kind of see he's kind of forced into holding a variety of frontliners that have not been upgraded, like holding on, praying for that Nasa to come free and come through and be upgraded here, which would be a huge spike for this board state here. Going up against his teammate here in Toronto, Tokyo, who's also struggling to hit David.
Looking at the HP totals, we talked about Bintum being the face of that T1 team, the hero, and looks like Soju's going to take that mantle coming into this series number 4. He's currently on a massive 9 win streak, 80 HP. He's saying, you know what, guys, I got the first place, just trying to finish in the top 4.
There is a Milio with a bow on the carousel, David. One of the most sought after 5-cost to get that, like, get that cap going.
Trying to block, trying to make sure that Cambiz can't pick up the Milio, and Cambiz forces him to pick it up. Maybe he didn't want it, he just wanted to deny it instead. So many mind games on the carousel. This is the extra layer of strategy we're talking about when it comes to 4v4 compared to individual TFT. And anything that makes TFT complex, I'm a big fan of because it makes it a much, much funner viewing experience.
And looking at the HP totals right now here as well, there are some small alarm bells kind of ringing out for the Vitality boys, right? They've kind of missed on a lot of their reroll conversation. We saw Milk kind of struggling to get this 4-cost conversation kind of fitted out, right? And again, Wet Jungler, Dark Hydra, Soju, all kind of rising above that fight for now.
We talk about Syndra reroll and not having to do Syndra reroll. Now we're seeing Zoe not having to be rerolled. A 2-star Zoe carrying Wet Jungler. He's incredibly healthy while using so much of his gold to hold Kog'Maws to make life harder for the opposing team's Kog'Maw players. So really great team play it looks like here from Carmine Corp. We're seeing there is no Kog'Maw 3 yet on the opposing side for Team Vitality. Looking at the setup here for the Kassadin, we talked about it. Tempo is king, and we're seeing why here. It's a 9 win streak off of a slam that is not considered BIS by any means, but it makes it how this Kassadin is a 1v9 all-star all throughout stage 3 and 4 until the maybe bigger CC comes in stage 5 with Nami, with a lot of the legendaries coming online.
So again, like two couple big fights here as well. The Veigar does manage to clean up here. A very good handshake fight here as well between the two KC players. That is going to be very big as well.
And I love the players are sticking to the nice organization. Reroll units on the left, griefing units on the right. Makes it much better for casters to pick up on what's going on each of these boards.
So a Morello being the third item of choice here for Setsuko on this Syndra. Like, definitely not a BIS unit by any stretch of the imagination here, but we do see Toronto Tokyo find those freestyle frontliners, but David, the damage not quite there just yet.
And really great play from Carmine in terms of griefing. We saw so many Tristanas and Kog'Maws being held by both Blood Jungler and Dark Hydra. We're seeing the effect of this. 5 loss streak, you can't hit if you're Toronto Tokyo. You hit the Nunu, great. He has no items. It's not really as impactful, and you're forced to have built a Hodge here on Kog'Maw, which is definitely not ideal.
Now looking at this fight, it's going to be very interesting to see like how this actually is going to unfold with the Karma one in the backline. Getting bought so much time. Again, the moves don't renew it. I want to talk about before we saw with Jungle's board, one of the best scaling support items in the entire game. The continuous healing coming
Resilience
through
big
is
here.
amazing.
And you get the good stun. Doesn't matter, there's so many units still left alive, and the one kill, one shot nature of Tristana makes it that she's just too slow to clean up that fight in the end. White Jungler we see now has finally moved off of the Zoe. She has expired as a 1-cost 2-star carry at the end of this stage 4. But look at the HP total, so much health coming out from White Jungler and Dark Hydra, and double as well with just Soju on his lonesome at the very tippity top, 80 HP, 11 win streak. He needs his team to really clutch up in stage 5. Make sure they can find their way into that top 4.
There's something to note here, right? With Setsuko didn't activate mentorship on the previous round. Again, we don't know if that's a misplay, but we can kind of make the assumption that that was because he didn't want to deal like obscene amount of damage to a teammate potentially because of that Syndra free spike.
And we're seeing from Setsuko, he has a shapeshifter variant of Syndra in this case instead. As I mentioned before, all these different variants can work. We're seeing from Toronto Tokyo used up all his gold. Has a Soraka 1, unfortunately, on the board. At the very least, it is Sugarcraft here for the Rumble. And this combination of artifacts, I'm not entirely sure. RFC just for the attack speed. Okay, instead going to go for an item for Nunu. I think this makes sense. It is a 3-star. You want to buy more time instead of having more damage in the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, I think it was very clear he was looking for a frontline item. So by the time as you're talking about here, had to go with the Seeker's Arm God. Not an amazing one because it scales over the course of the fight. And Nunu in the current state of the board here will probably be one of the first units to go down.
Milk, 3 win streak has turned it around the end of stage 4. Is it going to be enough? Is this Nash going to survive for enough? Very good items, but this is a Syndra we're talking about, and it's a teammate we're talking about as well. It's Setsuko versus Milk. The overall team HP will be going down in a big way. At the very least, you have to hope for a clean, small loss. It's not the case, but at least Setsuko stays alive. This gives him agency to still hold units, to grief players, to have one more chance to maybe win a few more fights against Carmine Corp players, especially if the matchmaking is in his favor.
You can see here now we're talking about the fact that Canvas would be one of the players that are currently in that bracket here, and if Setsuko can somehow find a way to avoid going 8th here, and Canvas will take another loss. We talked about how this will be a temporary spike with that Veigar, with the lack of combat power from the augments. It's going to be such an intense way because it's going to change the entire scope of the game, David.
What Jungler, Silver Augment, Pandora's Bench, is an augment that out of nowhere, a little magic trick, you can find a win condition all for yourself, either through a 3-star 4-cost, through an early 2-star 5-cost, or just through extra ways to really maximize the upgrade you got on your board. It's kind of an econ augment as well.
Oh, very big fight here, David. The straight-up battle, but the combat charm coming through.
The stun is big. Can the Veigar do enough? The Shyvana gets a little bit of an extra stun as well on the Veigar, but now the Veigar is online. The casting is coming through the JG, critting off of all the extra HP that was acquired through the Charm Purchase and through the scaling nature. The Nasus is holding on. It's only really down to the Veigar and a few more
Syndra
units.
targeting.
Syndra versus Veigar. The 1v1. Veigar is the champion. The claps come out. Canvas and White Jungler really, I think, they know how important this elimination was. They know how important it is to not go 8 in this 4v4 format. And you can see already the hype. They know the stakes that are involved with a team as good as Vitality on the opposing side.
Yeah, now we're going to see Milk has kind of been able to turn it around. The one of the players now on a 5-win streak, the biggest one in the lobby in its entirety. But the Nora Yumi being found as well. Big spike for a mage sport. So much damage coming out of nowhere. This Nora unit, in my opinion, is the most lethal unit overall. Every time I talk to people, like, it's so surprising like how much damage it does. You put any AP item, any mana item on her, and she just does an incredible amount of damage.
This setup from Dark Hydra, the inverted pyramid, keepers online, and just a 2-item casted in 3 for now. We'll see if it'll do enough. Dark Hydra is sitting around the middle of the, actually no, quite high on the standings. There's such a big gap between Soju and Dark Hydra, both casted in players, showcasing really the power of Catherine as a tempo reroll comp that stays so healthy in the mid game and then starts falling off a tiny bit in the late game. It's going to be a big win for Hydra. Unfortunately, is it big enough to eliminate Cambiz? Is Milk going to win one more fight? The answer is yes. The upgrades on all his board costs are so relevant, and he's facing double as well. So another big chunk, and Cambiz was taken down in 7th. All of a sudden, there's an upswing here for Vitality.
And that just shows the dynamic nature of this format. For a while, looked doomed for Vitality, but all of a sudden, the streaks come in. Like, Milk found that Karma too, that was ever so important. And now, Vitality are looking like a team to beat here. So very important carousel coming through. Every single item pickup here will be crucial to kind of kid out those final few carries.
What Jungler finds a Gargoyle, an extra little bit of tank, a little bit of extra sustain for that Karma comp that he's cooked up, similar to Milk. All of a sudden, 1 life for Wet Jungler, for Double 61, and for Toronto Tokyo. The order in which these players are eliminated can really decide the match outright. If it's Toronto Tokyo, it's going to be very, very grim for Vitality. But with the elimination on Cambiz, if all of a sudden the 2 next eliminated players are both from Carmine Corp, it's GG.
Very big thing to note here as well. Cambiz picks up the Salvation Charm here, will be able to kind of look and like redo this entire board, get the items in the right spot, get some of those frontline items working for that Galio, free to do a lot of tanking work.
You do all the items and then you're like, wait, I have a QSS left over. Who do I put this on?
The classic, but going into the front line here, ensuring that you're not going to get hit by any random CC could be ever so important, as the Galio will be sending everyone into the air alongside some of those other frontliners. A big fight here. We know Syndra 2 is a big unit, big carry here, and the Galio is not taking low just yet.
Is it going to be enough? The Nami ult comes in. This is why this is the best version of Syndra, in my opinion. The CC from Nami always comes in at the right moment. Double, big win. And all of a sudden, Toronto Tokyo is eliminated in 6th place position. Double, Wet Jungler, and Hydra are on the chopping block. Even Hydra at 16 HP, this could be just 1 loss.
And it is very scary for them as well, because they can't really manipulate in the way they want to. They kind of have to say, all right, boys, who has the best chance of winning out? Because that is still going to be the big thing to keep in mind here. You got to get that first place in just to feel safe.
Karma 2 could be big for Double. Hasn't found, doesn't really have the gold to go for it just yet. The matchmaking here is so important. The last fight of stage 5, still not going to be the most damage just yet. It will be Double up against Milk. Double has to win this fight to get a much better chance to maybe eliminate Vitality all together in this game, number 1. And it's going to be Wet Jungler versus Milk and Double versus Soju, rather. Soju was very strong in stage 3. Has he hit his cap? Looks like the answer is no, but the Nami comes in. The Akali and the Caster both Syndra. Syndra gets a cast off, and Double takes the win, stays alive. Does Wet Jungler also do the same? It looks like the answer is going to be no. Wet Jungler taken down and eliminated by Milk.
That's a big one here as well, right? Again, Nami, you know, that's caught a lot of flack, but we kind of saw her come into her own in that fight. Whenever that wave comes rolling through the entire board, it is such a powerful tool to buy time for the likes of Syndra, by the likes of some of those other backline carries here. But as we do see now, Milk has kind of come around on Fiora. She's finally made onto the board, David, as that Gwen-2 was brought into the mix here as well, but she is unitemized for the moment.
2 players remain in this top 4, but there's a +2 point differential already from Wet Jungler leaping over Toronto Tokyo and Cambiz leaping over Setsuko in the bottom 4 standing. So it's really about just trying to send one of these players forth when it comes to Milk or Soju.
Yeah, but it's so difficult though, because with the way matchmaking is going to work here, they're almost going to be guaranteed to tag into each other somewhere along the way. We need to see a desperate play potentially come through. Any upgrade here will be ever so important. Do you go for the Phantom Emblem to get that 7 multis for a singular fight? That is going to be such a huge one to work with as well. Getting that healing in on that healingless Kassadin could make all the difference.
You find the Camille, the answer is going to be no, but you do find a red buff. Could be really big for the Kalista here. You don't have anti-heal right now. That will be the pickup by Hydra. Is that going to be a difference maker? We'll find out as this fight loads up. Who's going to be facing? It will be Soju once again. High tempo player, did he cap too soon? Is he now going to be floundering, losing HP to players that maybe have stronger builds that scale into longer fights, like the Archangels, like the Rage Blade? We're seeing right away the Kalista's locking onto the Kassadin on Soju's side. Kassadin's down. Can Akali do it by herself? The answer is no, but Akali is deep in the trenches. It's not enough. Dark Hydra stays alive. Milk takes down Double 61.
And that is going to be one of the big things to keep in mind now. Dark Hydra, the one we're going to be looking at, will no longer have that temporary spike from that 7 multi. Still looking for that Camille you were talking so much about, David, to get the Chronos, to get the 7 multis into, to get that double healing set up into the mix here.
He needs to find the Akali, but it's not happening. His augments are really scaling well into the late game. The Spite off of the Golem has the Keepers, has the Inspiring Epitaph, which just gets better and better as you add more units to your board, especially for a comp like this.
Yeah, now look at the positioning here as well. The Akali will probably walk up, take some of that aggro off the corner units for the Catherine to buy himself even more time to work with, but they will be on the opposite side of the field here, so this combo will be untouched for a while before this fight really takes off.
Dark Hydra, can he win this once again? The Kalista taking down units one by one now onto the Gwen. The Nash is buying so much time. Such a great tank setup here with the Gargoyles, with the D-Claw. The Cassidin's down. Can the Kalista clean up the Karma by herself? Karma is not a great single target damage there, but it's going to be enough. Dark Hydra taken down. Milk has done it. He was in a tough position early on in stage 4. He had to find his upgrades on all of his forecasts. He did so. He streaked when he needed it most, and Soju did his job. He stayed so healthy in the early game. Even if he lost a few of those pivotal fights in stage 5 and stage 6, he was so healthy it didn't really matter.
I love the way they get up, like work the crowd just a little bit, celebrate that victory, a very important one in one of the biggest matchup of this entire tournament at the opening stage here, right? So I will say, like, we expected fireworks from this game, and already from the start, David, we have had to follow an amazing game with ups and downs here as the Vitality boys are just reeling in the experience here, getting that win. Enjoying that Milk, showcasing that he has those ace abilities that we were talking so much about. Every single player here has. Even Satsuko going out in 8th did a ton of work, and then Toronto, Tokyo finishing 6th and not 7th was such a big deal as well for the overall scale, and it just really showcasing their ability to master a variety of lines.
And really making TFT a true auto battler in these last few fights. Hands off the keyboard from both players. They know they've guaranteed the victory at this point in time, and a very, very important victory, of course, for Carmine Corp. It's a best of 3. There's still a chance to come back in this game 2, force a game 3. And even if you lose that game 2 or that game 3, there's still another match tomorrow that you can win, go into the decider match, and potentially still go into the playoffs on the final day of this 4-day tournament. So all in all, I think the comps that we saw were pretty standard. Veigar was maybe the bigger surprise. Didn't quite work out for Kamiz. I'm not too surprised considering that 1, he went for a lower cap, hitting the duplicator augment, and 2, we saw in stage 3 he had not even hit the Veigar 2 yet. He was still in a Vex 2, for example, so didn't really play or didn't find that tempo line for the Veigar in this case.
No, and again, that's just one of the biggest kind of issues when you play with these free cost reroll, because again, they remember the Super Bowls, we saw a lot of free cost reroll, but as we've been talking about before, when that free cost pool isn't getting cannibalized, that is going to be a big issue.
And we did see, I think, Kassadin being the real star of the show. Hydra, the highest and the best performing Carmine Corp player, on the Kassadin line with, I think, a bit of a higher cap with the triple combat strength augments, Epitaph, Keepers, and the support Golem early on in stage 2. And Soju showcasing the power of tempo Kassadin. No QSS, no problem.
Yeah, we always saw like how big of a spike 7 multis would have been for Hydra's board. So if you had found a singular Camille on any of those rolls, on any of the carousels.
And the Akali 3, he was missing still that last copy of Akali, which even if he found it earlier in stage 5, could have won and swung, you know, a lot of those fights back in his favor.
And even maybe taking extra HP out of some of the other Vitality players. That's something you don't necessarily think about a lot in traditional game of TFT, but in the 4v4 format, every single bit of chip HP works.
And it's so, so relevant there, Vitality. Now they have the chance to close out this next game. They're a team that I think, in terms of the mental game, they're some of the best in this tournament. I spoke to them in the media day, and Toronto, Tokyo, and Milk. Toronto, Tokyo phrased it in an interesting way. He said they're, I think, emotionless in terms of really not being tilted by anything, in terms of really just looking at the results and being able to stay cool, calm, and collected, and think about what they need to replicate for the next game, what they need to fix or change, especially when it comes to the micro meta of the playstyle of Carmine Corp, what they're going for in terms of rerolls, etc. We're going to go into a very quick break. We'll be coming back in game 2. Don't miss the Dr. Suleiman Al Habib showdown upcoming right now.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
The Esports armed cross movement formation at the end. Too cool to see coming out from Team Vitality. I think maybe they just knew they were winning that game one and going to try and force a game two win to close out a 2-0 win following the footsteps of potentially Toronto Ultra. We're seeing now the trophy, the fantastic showcase here in the middle of this magnificent stage. The lighting, the player, just everything screams top-notch professional esports, and I'm here for it.
Absolutely right, David. Again, I know like you are the biggest fan in the world of the esports post. You definitely did like when I had to do it for the cold opener yesterday. You were absolutely eating into that, but there's a bit of a highlight selection here coming through from our previous game. Just really showcasing some of those early game workings and that ever so critical Vega 3 coming through, but not going to be enough here, and we just see like the culprit of it all, right? The Akali 3 on the opposite side of the field here, really hampering Hydra's abilities to get there at the end of the game.
And we saw just really the setup in terms of the meta formation for Vitality specifically. They played, in my opinion, the 4 meta comps. Cassidy for Soju, Karma Flex for Milk, Syndra for Setsugo, and Kog'Maw for Toronto Tokyo. And for Carmine Core, very similar. It's only the Cambiz that I think veered off a tiny bit off of that path, playing the Veigar instead of the Kog'Maw. We saw Syndra from Double, from Cassidy, or from Dark Hydra we saw Cassidy, and from Wet Jungler we saw Karma as well, with obviously slightly different results, which is what ended up with a Vitality win in the end. But all in all, I think a pretty standard game of TFT. I think we saw a little bit more spice from the T1 versus Weibo series, for example. I think we saw some more exciting variants of the meta comps. So I hope this game 2 delivers in that sense. I think the storylines are definitely here. I think the nail-biter aspect at the very end was there, but I want to see, some Zoe reroll. I want to see some, what else, Guido? What is there that you haven't seen yet in this either tournament or in this series?
I mean, I'll keep banging the drum for Ryze. I mean, I think it's a really big one that people aren't really understanding, because like it is such a strong comp to tempo into, and right, don't really have a lot of those in the meta, right? Like in these games right now, right? Because I feel like a lot of people are trying to play for these incredibly high caps. It's a great spoiler combo as well, because you spike so easily. You can stamp any item in the game, and something that I have been missing a lot of, David. Where are the guard breakers? Like seriously though, I understand that like build is a incredible component that you need to use for a lot of other options, but like it's such a powerful item.
And we're going to look at the STC player predictions to see who the audience thinks will be the victor. And looks like the audience, you know, the customer is always right. Vitality, winning the game one, winning the predictions as well. No surprise, we have, I think, a lot of powerhouse players in terms of their skill in TFT, but also their influence on the game as a whole, in terms of its growth, in terms of its sustainability on Twitch, for example. Soju, Setsuko, Milk, I think. Unique faces when it comes to, you know, influencers in TFT, when it comes to being both content creators but also fantastic TFT players, as we saw here, especially Soju. I loved his Kassadin game plan. I love the high tempo, not trying to fish for BIS, instead just slamming anything he's given, which I think is absolutely correct. I think we even saw a spark on a Kali at some point, which I think is definitely not a traditional build, but they're stats. It works out. It makes you win rounds in stage 3 and 4, and this is what matters most in a 4v4 format. We are loading in to game number 2. Carmine Corp has one singular mission: stay alive in this series, try and come back into this game, brush off any fatigue they might have. This is, of course, very late into this day one. These players have been watching all the other teams, potentially learning from the successes and from their mistakes, but they have to clutch up now. They have to wake up, stay active mentally.
And if you are Carmine Corp here, you go for the higher variance option of the support animals. A ton of lines could open up, and obviously not as many as the artifact lines, but I think that's something you need to keep in mind.
I have a question. Are we going to see Vampiric, Scepter, Warwick? I'm ready.
Does that fall under the support animal category?
It does not, but I want to see it anyway, Weeda. With Golden Prelude, there's an option to see an artifact anvil at the very beginning, and this is the one comp I got to play one time on PvE. I won't spoil it for anyone who hasn't seen it just yet.
And I think that's one thing we need to talk about, right? Because some of those niche lines opening up, and the corrupt Vampiric Scepter is an item that, historically speaking, for the ones that has been in the game, really opens up some very niche things. But the issue is that there are very few units outside of those units that really make great use of it, that actually can hold and like not grieve himself totally.
We really haven't seen much Mogul's Mail on broadcast throughout the day. I'm very surprised. All my ladder games, I see at least one player with Mogul's Mail every time going Fast 9.
But the issue is as well, right, because of the fact you can much easier sack stuff up here, it's a possibility for the enemy team to just like completely sack off and like not give you any value from that Mogul's Mail. Well, like it's real difficult to kind of pull off, but
even if you don't farm 50 gold, I still think it's a good game plan. I think it's a good item to have on a Nunu, Sweet Tooth Nunu, on a Wukong, for example, if you're playing down the Preserver line with Syndra or with Jinx, which we saw a little bit of earlier today. All in all, Syndra has been found for Cambiz, doesn't really have the item components for it just yet.
And speaking of components, right, it's very important to note that very often you need another tank item alongside the Mogul's Mail to really make it work. And maybe the times they've been offered, they've only had the offensive items to really go with it.
For any viewers at home wondering, is Syndra a tank? What is she doing in the front line? A little tech for you if you somehow have been living under a rock and aren't aware already. You want to have Syndra on the front line in these PvE rounds because as she takes damage, she gets more mana, she's able to cast a little bit more often. It's a very small thing, but you know, when you win these fights by a sliver of health, when you get that extra cast off and it does enough damage, it matters.
Yeah, we're going to get into these now. And the Mogul Camel, not one of the powerful hero augments. I played a couple of times at PvE, didn't find great success with it. Then I looked at the stats, I looked at everyone's tier list, and I'm like, okay, I can kind of understand this. It is very, very difficult to kind of make work, but maybe in this scenario, we know that the KC cousins themselves are great at these really niche reroll lines.
Ambiz was thinking, do I want to pick Unified Resistance? It's not a strong augment in the early stages of the game. The math simply does not add up. You don't have enough units to get maximum value from it, but it does scale well as a combat augment later on, and Look, the caster blessing powers come through. We see Mogul's Mail, but as you mentioned, there maybe aren't the right items for it right now, and you do have the upgrade on the Zoe. Instead, it will be Gambler's Blade into potentially a Syndra line somewhere in this stage 2 or stage 3.
And the very big thing to note here as well, like you could make the Adaptive Helm as a pretty solid item in the early game, but then for frontline purposes, you would be killing off the tier here. But again, if you're going towards this line now, going into like Karma, it's a very powerful item on the likes of Karma here, where someone really doesn't need to auto attack to get her ability off. So really powerful slam here. I like the intent coming through from the likes of Setsuko here, saying I'm going to play for the streak.
And we see the flexible from Dark Hydra. We've seen it picked many times today, simply because if everything works out, it's one of the highest cap augments in the game with Arcana emblem especially. And for Wet Jungler, he finds a few upgrades here. He has to be thinking, what do I want to play right now? You know what? I'll play everything. I'm playing build different. You don't want to play Tracer. You just want to play upgraded units. Some units that scale with attack speed better than others. This opens him up as one of the flexible players. He can play really anything. He can't really be griefed or contested in stage 4, but it's a tricky game plan. You have to find those upgrades on the forecast, especially similar to Karma, or you're in big trouble.
Yeah, we kind of saw this as well earlier today in the Weibo series as well. We saw people going in for this here as well. And a point we kind of raised then was the fact that you're a very efficient spoiler player as well. You find an early Kassadin, you know what, get it on the board. You find the early Jinx or the early Cockmo, get it on the board, right? So you can play whatever you want to here. And sure, you might not be able to play for that high cap you're talking about, but you are throwing a massive spanner into the work of the enemy team most of the time.
Setsuko got a win on his first matchup. Doesn't get one now off of that Zoe. It's Wet Jungler instead. With build different, you are expected to win your fights in stage 2. If you don't, something's already been going wrong considering you have so much extra stats compared to most of the other players.
All right, I have a bit of a story time here, David. Yesterday, 2 days ago actually, I played a game where I tempoed a Soraka free into Nora.
No.
I'm just saying.
Negative. It's not happening, Weeda. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying.
I want to blame you. I'm not sure what rank you were doing this in, but it's not happening on an EWC TFT stage in a game between Toronto, Tokyo, and
I'll play
Carmine.
double once this season, okay? I'll bet a fair bit, but we can see right now the Soraka is not a powerful unit in the imagination here. So I like the fact that we are seeing precautions being taken here, moving that Rage Blade onto the Cockmore as that temporary curve, as you've been talking about.
Could be temporary, could be the final choice. We have seen some amount of Kog'Maw with Rage Blade. It works to some extent. It's not BIS, I would say, in terms of the stats, but it can definitely work out.
And another thing worth noting here as well is the fact that with the replication coming through here for Toronto, he got access to Declaw by the nature of the cloaks, right? So we'll now also have half of a Gangon Stoneplate. So his frontline items are already taken care of. You can start really heavily prioritizing those backline items and getting them online.
It looks like Toronto Tokyo will once again be the player going for Kog'Maw this game, potentially. We did see that the first emblem from Flexible, the augment for Dark Hydra, is the Honeymancy emblem. So this could be Hydra, at least for the first few stages, playing around 5 Honeymancer and playing around Kog'Maw as well, potentially just Ziggs or Veigar. We did see a Syndra on this carousel. There's a Vex as well with a Cloak, a good combination of units and components. Looks like Kambi is reluctantly taking it.
Yeah, and that's something you got to keep in mind here as well. Now looking into the likes of a plenitude of rods on the bench here. And for Double 61, we have seen this plenty of time from him. The full-on open forward playstyle, something that really came out of the French scene. I think that we saw him have great success with. Potter Bold that was playing on the branching out here as well. We have seen him with this combination plenty of times as well. And Double, when he came up as a player, he came up when we had the carousel still at the opening of the game. Going for the glove, and then like just fully flexing around everything. He's one of the most flexible players in the game, period.
Double, there's no more fortune. Are you aware, buddy? You sure you want to open forward like this? I think he will be playing into the Cinder line. It looked like he had a half a Nashers, had half a Rage Blade, two rods really, so that could go either way. But right away we see BIS, Syndra, Shojin, Nashers. For Milk, the positioning not ideal. The Zig's gonna be able to get a big, oh, never mind. The slight sidestep and just not quite enough damage, which swings the fight. Maybe it was already gonna be a win for Milk, but definitely gets a lot of extra HP onto Wet Jungler, taking a bigger hit.
It's also worth noting here, I kind of want to figure out like how aggressively Milk is rolling with the trade sector, because now with the system changes, you're able to keep those rerolls stocked up here. We can see now Toronto slams that Deathblade. David, are we seeing a tempo line into the likes of like a Varus or a Kalista here?
I think this still could be Kog'Maw. Similar like we saw, you know, the Kassadin line from Soju really working out without necessarily BIS. I think it's a similar line for Kog'Maw. I think players are really starting to adapt to what 4v4 means and how important it is to preserve HP, either through losing HP in stage 2 to guarantee your stability in stage 3 off of having more gold, having better components from carousels, playing into Syndra, or finding the best optimal line for the components and units you're given in stage 2 and tempoing off of that by slamming items, not going for BIS.
Also another thing worth noting here with the positioning, the second that this Warwick falls down here, we will have open lines for the Beast to kind of go in towards the backline. You can see the Kog'Maw getting graced by that Bee coming through.
The Zig so big here, the positioning matters so much. Can the Jinx clean up the Warwick? Can the Zig clean up by himself? Looks like that isn't going to be the case. A big win for Wet Jungler. Another time that a Vitality player loses their streak. So pretty much a mixed bag of streaks all around. It's only Double who was, of course, open forwarding with the Metabolic that gets that 5 loss streak and gets that extra bit of economy.
Yeah, it's also worth noting, right, that the last few times we've seen 4v4 in a tournament situation, it was with the old streaking system, right? So breaking a 4 streak is so impactful because you don't get that extra goal coming through until that 5 streak coming in there. So really limiting that team economy off on the side of Team Vitality here. We can see Double 61 by nature of the open forward, the only player with a full-on streak going on right now.
And let's see for Hydra if he wants to commit to an AD line with Kog'Maw. We'll have to see what his next emblem is from Flexible coming into this stage 3. And that could really dictate, you know, how high roll this game might be in his direction for the unit he'll be holding. A little sidestep, and it's back to multi-strikers, baby. Honeymancers, multi-strikers, my favorite comp in the game.
But that's kind of the nature of the Flexible Augment. You gotta be able to play with what you've been given here. And the multi-striker 1 does open up some interesting late-game situations as well. Keep in mind, Kalista could be a carry that these players would be vying for. So I'm excited to see what's going.
The synergies between the different trades and start trying to make connections to find boards you can build. This is what the Augment is called, Flexible, for that same reason. Of course, we have Hecarim and the Nunu, the bridge between the Honeymancers and the Multi-Strikers with the Bastion, for example, and you can start building a comp off of that.
You can even do something like the fact that going into something like the Galio, Kassadin, that way around into the multi-strikers. And that's one of the things I really enjoy about this set is the trade web. It feels very flexible. It feels like you can make great use of the likes of a Flexible.
And the Syndra gets the kill. 4 loss streak now for Dark Hydra. Double Dark Hydra in trouble here. They have to find ways to stabilize in stage 3, or even if you get strong in stage 4, it might be too little too late if you've lost too much HP in the process. Gold augments all around for the 3-2 augment pickup, and so much gold here for Double 61. Finally, we'll be seeing what he'll be committing to. He has an interesting combination of components. This is, you know, it's strange. There's 2 Wukongs for now. It could just be a flex game plan, going to something like Karma, for example, with a blue buff, with the Rabadons, with half of a, you know, tank component.
I'm gonna make an outrageous claim here, David. This could be Jinx.
It could be Jinx, yeah, of course. You have a Rage Blade, you have maybe Redemption for Wukong, for
Exactly,
example.
which in my opinion is the most important item for Wukong, just because you need that damage reduction and the healing to really make the best use of the likes of the Stone Plate, etc.
You want a Guard Breaker, you got it. Mook has built a Guard Breaker onto a Syndra, trying to, again, defend that win streak. It's all about, if you're preserving a win streak, you play tempo, you don't slam BIS, you slam whatever you're given, and just try and continue the win streak and stay healthy and get more and more gold for your just future game plan.
Yeah, and I will say, like, historically speaking, the player that really opened my eyes to the likes of the Guard Breaker was Alana. And Alana is one of the premier practice partners back in the past when Dark Hydra had his set-winning run. So, like, it's a player that, you know, has had some sort of influence on the people playing in the game. Obviously, it's on the NA side, we see the Guard Breaker being slammed here, but I do think it's worth noting that it is an item that really has a lot of power, because, again, think about the likes of Kassadin, shielding coming out left, right, and center. You really get that damage amplification rolling all the time.
What jungler gets a loss now, finally, built different. Maybe has done enough for him for this early game. For what jungler, we'll go back to him really at 4-2 once he rolls down level 8, and we'll see what forecast he's able to find. For Soju,
yeah, it's a good spot.
What's going on this board? Is that a Gwen 2 on level 6?
So I feel like something that we have, the two of us haven't really touched on.
Please, hello, what's going on here?
There's something that the two of us really haven't touched too much about there, right? It's the fact that players are super willing to roll on 3-2. Again, something that's kind of been absent for a few sets, really came back last set. And we're seeing people like really being able to full on sacrifice their economy just to get that stage 3 action going on here. And even so important in the matchup, like in a format like this, right, where you can like, do a ton of damage with being a high Tendril player.
And similar to Olaf, you don't see much Gwen really popping off in stage 4. Stage 3, though, this is where these units are able to bully the competition. The 1 cost, the 2 cost, they don't stand a chance against these units like the Gwen, like the Olaf, that really, when there's not much resistances, many stats to work through, they're just able to chew through everything very quickly.
Yeah, and also it's kind of worth noting that people have been struggling to find the correct item set for Gwen all throughout the set so far, because she is a scaling champion within the fights. So the initial items, it was like something like JG, Hand of Justice, and Spark. Now we saw people kind of lean in towards the Nash's too. There's so many different ways of building her. I think we're like still lacking the correct option. But look at the way Double has been bouncing off that Fiora.
Heads up from Dark Hydra, picks up the bow, denies the Rage Blade for Setsuko onto that Gambler's Blade, Adaptive Helm, Syndra game plan. So not sure if Dark Hydra just wanted the bow anyway, but either way, a great pickup.
Yeah, Hydra is on one of the plans here that could really make great use of a Rage Blade with the multi-striker emblem, leans onto the BIS item set off the Kalista. So A twofold pickup there as well, and it's really exciting to see how that's going to work here. Could we see a vertical witchcraft game come through from the like of Double? I feel like he's the type of player that can pull it off, but again, he doesn't have the tempo spot for it, but
without the emblem, I think there's not really a vertical witchcraft that can really, survive the reroll meta in stage 4.
Let me hope a little bit, David, right? You know, like, let me live a little bit.
I think this will be more of just the Karma Flex roll down on 4-2, and hope that you hit enough 2 stars to stay relevant and stay active. We saw from Milk, similar game plan. You have to really be able to play flexibly and play around anything you're hitting and adapting to really all 4 costs.
And something we haven't really spoken too much about either as well is the issue that you're holding so many units to kind of grief your opponents that those very complicated 4-2 roll downs gets an additional level of stress, which you need to figure out, like, what can I sell to buy the space for these pairs that I might not be able to upgrade and stuff like that. So there is an added check here coming through, and now we see Milk streak being broken by Canvas. Yet again, one of these big streaks being broken on the side of Vitality.
Canvas, very different game to what we saw from him in that game number 1. This time playing multi-strikers. Canvas and me have a bit of a feud on EUS because we contest each other on Kassadin so often. And this time Canvas, I'm not in your lobby. You can do what you want. And it looks like he is finding a lot of success. In this case around, has the half Rage Blade already built here, hoping to really benefit greatly in stage 4 off of the combat augment he's set up already with the Unified, especially now finding much more value.
But David, you kind of spoke with me about the importance of like you really liking this second row Kassadin here, but
this is my perfect positioning in my opinion.
Yeah.
You have the Shen on the sideline stunning potentially the backline units. You have the Akali almost always jumping into where Kassadin's target is and helping focus down one side and then wrap around onto the left side of the backline in most cases. And of course you can just switch sides as you need to last second to try and fool your opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's all great, like, especially when you put so much time into the composition here. So obviously the players themselves will notice because they've been putting a whole amount of numbers into this game so far. But like, look at this. Dark Hydra now is going to get another emblem here in just a second. And that's a big thing to keep in mind there because, again, this could throw his entire game plan for yet another spin.
We were hyping up so much a different combination between Honeymancers and Multi-Strikers, and Dark Hydra said, you know what?
What is the
leave me alone,
worst
buddy.
emblem you could get here, David? Let's do some fear crafting for a second.
I'm trying to hype up Carmine Corp forcing a game 3, so let's not do that. Let's try and hope for an Arcana
if we talk about it, it's not going to happen, okay? So, like, Arcana would be the worst one. Here's what you're saying. Obviously, you're not in the spot to play that high cap right now. Good technical play here as well from Dark Hydra, holding on here.
Oh, there it is.
No,
the Arcana emblem has been found. Not
fine.
A win condition maybe in and of itself, but definitely moving in the right direction after the Honeymancer multi-striker combination. Looks like the caster blessings from the biased EMEA casters coming in clutch to try and give you, the viewers, some more TFT entertainment, maybe a game 3 in the books.
A couple of interesting things here about this itemization from Double coming out, right? He had access to a very early Morello, has opted for the red buff instead here now. So the last item is going to be super interesting here. I assume we're going to see an Ionic Spark Slam in the front line as well as we're going to see a Bloodthirster come through as well. Here could be an option moving on towards that Fiora 2 further down the road, or we're just going to commit to the Wukong being a primary frontliner for now.
If you have the choice, I think red buff is always a better item to build for Karma. It kills a bow, which is not helpful at all when it comes to tank items. And in this case, with a BT slammed on Wukong, you know that Double is desperate for more tank itemization to try and find a front line that matches the back line you have with the 3-item Karma.
Another set.
Spellblades is here, not for Zoe, but for Karma. We see the instant roll left and middle. Don't have to waste any more time. Karma is online.
Another interesting thing to note about this board as well, David, right? You're looking at the Briar, a unit that has been very discussed here. How good is Briar actually? And you kind of spoke to me about this a couple of days ago, that you didn't believe in the unit until you saw Alan bring it out on stream. Kind of like talk us through like what do you need to make Briar work in this meta?
You need a Briar 2, you need Nasus 2, you need 4 Shapeshifters, and you need good items for Briar. I think she's a little bit underlooked. If you don't build for her correctly, if you don't have the right combat augments especially, she doesn't do too much, but just in terms of CC, she's very valuable. And again, it really depends on your augments, your items, the units you're hitting the roll down, but it's part of that puzzle. If you just immediately write off Briar as an option, there are some games that you're losing out on some optimization in terms of finding a stronger board than others. Galio 3 has been found by Milk, the Syndra 2 with perfect itemization. The Kassadin's being held to deny that game plan from Canvas, who is still streaking, cosplaying K3 Soju from game 1. casted into a massive win streak throughout stages 3 and 4.
But it does seem like we are going to be seeing that Carmine do a ton of work on that other board here, breaking the streak of campus in just a second. So that is going to be a big one for the economy of this game so far. Look towards the bottom of the table, David. Wet Jungle, Double 61, and Dark Hydra haven't found their way away from that just yet.
And it seems like players are just copying the game plans from the opposing teams in game 1. We saw a very similar spot from Milk, playing into the Karma line, losing a lot of HP, coming to stage 4, then finding the upgrade, and then stabilizing and streaking all the way into the end of stage 5.
Yes, now we can kind of see why Dark Hydra has been struggling here, has been forced to go in towards the likes of the Varus I was talking about a little bit earlier on. And again, Rage Blade not necessarily the greatest item on him, really want to have that heavy AD load to do a ton of burst with that ultimate.
And we're seeing now if the Arcana Emblem Signifier on the Castanin will be enough to make this comp work. The Camille reset similar to Olaf and Gwen feasting on units in stage 3. Camille can do the same in stage 4 until everything's upgraded, until everything is locked and loaded for tanks. Especially we see there a lot of work being done by Camille, and Varus enjoying his maybe very small amount of time in the spotlight in this game too.
Yeah, big win here again against K-Free Soju as well by one of the players you need to kind of push in towards that bottom 4 to open up the variety of win conditions here. Brian the Carousel coming with a rod as well, being blocked off by Setsuko.
And Dark Hydra did not want the Karma. He wanted to make Setsuko believe he wanted the Karma, so Setsuko takes it, and if he doesn't take it, Hydra would protect it for Double, who can then find the Karma to upgrade, which he desperately needs to stabilize. It's a 3-win streak for Double right now, so it is going similar to Milk game plan in game 1. It is still a Karma 1 though for Double. It's still just that Wukong 2. I'm curious, did Double find a tank component here to help the Wukong out? He found a TG, which is kind of similar. It does buy more time for the Karma to the borrow time from the Karma, and he gets a decoy here for the Wukong.
Yeah, a nice little one-round spike here, but the big issue as well for Double is where does this TG go, right? Because you're stuck on a pair of Fiora, but if you don't find that, you'd rather have the TG on the likes of the Camille potentially, right? There's so many different ways for this one to go for now.
No Rakan, no Morgana. You don't have a spot for the Preservers. You're playing instead more just generically good units by themselves, like the Fiora, the Gwen, the Briar. But all in all, not the best spot just yet for Double. I think he's halfway there.
What we haven't seen a lot of today as well, David, is the multi-striker alongside the Fiora. This very heavy AD-centric line here. That's what Toronto Tokyo was going into. And I was kind of thinking about talking about it earlier on, but I didn't believe it was going to go down this route.
And the Giga Chad Mordekaiser sneaks into the backline, takes down Kalista, Setsuko, trades some HP with one of his teammates, and stays a little bit healthier. Dark Hydra is the player to watch, though, now on a win streak as well. Double on a 4-win streak, so the players who, again, griefed their early game, lost a lot of HP, are finding their way back into the game.
And this game, Wed Jungler has that Karma too, ever so lacking in the previous game. So a bunch of game plans open up now, can be stable here along with that build. Different. Got the reinforcements here, really bringing it out as like the reason probably why there's a Karma too, right? But when you have BD, when you do have even more combat power coming through from that Spellblade, right? You do have so much power coming in here.
So that means that 2 players from Karma Core are playing for Karma. Both players have to find their Karma 2. That's 6 copies, so it makes it a tiny bit harder. It is a bit of a contest. I think something that you can't really do much about, because the items that dropped for Double in stage 3. With the blue buff, he kind of had to go into Karma. And of course, the Spellblades for Wet Jungler with the build different means that he had to go for Karma as well. Is Karma going to be good enough here? Looks like it's not going to be enough for a win, but still, Wet Jungler relatively healthy. Canvas is back on a win streak after getting that small loss to the Kog'Maw player earlier in stage 4.
It's also worth noting, right, this is a scenario that most teams are prepared for. The double Karma contest on their own team is a scenario everyone knows how to play around. It's very common and it's not a surprise.
If you've played ladder before 2-cost reroll became the name of the game, I think you can test with Karma 7 ways. So two players on Karma, it's fine. You'll make it out.
I will say, at my day 1, I was playing Karma and Ryze combined, and like no one else was playing Karma in my games. People hadn't caught on to how good the unit was. And then like day 3, I was like, I'm contested every game. And it's kind of fun to see like how quickly those metas will develop. And I'm super excited to see whether or not over the course of this weekend, David, if you're going to see any big major meta developments coming out as the teams will be showing tech.
We don't see a roll down from Soju. He is leveling to 8, so playing a tempo Tristana board instead. I think a lot of this comes down to the Gwen 2 he found early, completely changed his game plan, showing the flexibility that Soju has as a player. We saw the 2-cost reroll, played to perfection with Cassidy in game 1. in this case, wanted to do the same with Kog'Maw, the other meta 2-cost reroll, but the game said, hey, here's a Gwen 2. Play around it, you'll be rewarded. That's the case.
Yeah, you got to figure out when that's like a fake high roll, and you got to figure out when it's the actual high roll, because that's a very important skill to kind of figure out when you're like in a game like TFT. Like, when are you being thrown for a loop by the game? We saw it in game 1 with Canvas with the Veigar blocks in the early game, right? And like this time around, this is an actually big spike for Soju.
Now, does Syndra punish Soju here? Does this take on the Gwen before she can do too much? This is a problem with Gwen. She's a beast stage 3, stage 4, she gets herself into trouble. And Tristana 2, because you leveled up, might not be enough. In this case, Soju now, he was the hero in game number 1. Maybe going to be the 0 in game number 2. Very similar to what we saw from Bintum, for example. But Dark Hydra, a little bit too flexible for my liking. I think for any EMEA fans' liking, considering he's now down to 7 HP with, I think, a slightly awkward assortment of emblems he was given outside of the Arcana.
Yeah, but it's a very interesting thing to kind of figure out here, right? Because we can see Soju on a 5 loss streak, Hydra only on a 1 loss streak here. So has Hydra cycled through all of his good matchups, or has Soju just hit no good matchups?
Ooh, we're on double Arcana now. It's still the Smolder and the Varus, though. Playing off meta. Will Dark Hydra be rewarded? The matchmaking so important here. Will be Soju versus Wet Jungler with the Karma board with the build different. Dark Hydra versus Milk. We just saw Milk beat Soju. Can he beat Dark Hydra again? Is Milk the bully to the bottom of the HP standings? We'll have to find out as Smolder tries his best. Arcana, Xerath cast. All the extra damage coming in, but is it going to be enough? The Varus and the Smolder not doing enough. The Varus does not come through. Dark Hydra taken down. Is Soju down as well? He is. Is it a bigger loss? I think it is. Soju is going to be -5, 1 HP difference. Vitality takes the 8th.
And it's a deja vu, David. We saw this exact scenario in game number 1 here. And now the big question is the Carmine Corp team in a better position to really figure out a better game plan, lock out these Vitality players? Looking at the HP pools in the standings right now, it is very close overall. But Setsuko is looking like he's going to be a strong ace here. Double, obviously a fantastic ace with his early open forward game plan. But what does Milk, TT, Wet Jungler, and Canvas have on the table?
I would personally give an extra point in the standings to both Dark Hydra and Soju for itemizing and playing Gwen, Varus, and Smolder as their carries. Definitely helping out the bingo sheets of our viewers at home, making sure all units in TFT set 12 have their time in the spotlight.
Like we see here now, Toronto really, again, as I was talking about earlier, I didn't expect to see this plan come out because it's something that has
Look
a
at
lot
the Briar,
of
this is what I'm talking about. Briar can be a beast in the right setup. She can offer a lot in terms of utility, especially people see her as a hyper carry, but sometimes she can actually be an absolute beast. We'll see if it will be enough here. Very, very close fight. This is what you want when you're playing your teammate. A small loss one way or the other.
And another thing we didn't really speak much about, like Camille CC, the lock coming in here, almost winning the fight as well. So really big deal here. Now the Pyro Emblem no longer an offer. We have no portal players on the alarm, so the portal will not be anything amazing either. But for Canvas here, he's blocking off that Camille here with the QSS. A great item in the late game with the amount of CC ramping in.
Vitality looks like they're trying to say, hey, stop the count. We have 2 more players from Carmine Court in the bottom 4 right now. Wet Jungler and Cambiz. Potentially 1 life for Cambiz. Wet Jungler 17 HP should be fine for stage 5. But these players have to start spiking if they want to put their team back in business when it comes to trying to force a game 3. And looking at Setsuko, he's on a 5-win streak. Looking at Cambiz, despite a very strong early game, no casted in 3 because everyone else was holding. Now pivots into Camille. It's a Camille 1. You're, again, trying to high roll the Camille 2 on level 8. Is that going to be enough of an option? We just have 2 units that are not quite upgraded just yet. And this is why we're seeing a 3-loss streak from Cambiz.
Yeah, and these are our main carries as well here, right? And that's a big deal. It's going to be a fight against Double here, so any positioning things that have been done differently?
Double did not. I think he possibly used the salvage to remove the items on his carry and has only built the blue buff on the Karma, trying to make this a small enough loss. It will be, I think, a pretty big loss in the end regardless, but at the very least, Canvas stays alive, which is what is most important here.
And he has the metabolic accelerator as well to heal back up. We know that Double is one of the strongest players in the lobby.
Could have killed 2 more units there, would have been great for the total HP for Carmine Core, but regardless, Double currently second in the standings, 37 HP to work with, just 2 off of Milk.
Yeah, now Wet Jungler, though, the next on the chopping block here. That's a big deal to kind of keep in mind as well, that That is something that we have to pay attention to. We do see my boy Rice kind of showing up here. And the thing about this board, David, as I'm very experienced with it, it's a very strong top 4, top 3 board. It's not a board that you're going to go and say, you know what, I'm going to get that first place finish here. But again, it is built different. It has been scaling in. That extra attack speed might do a ton of work.
If you're built different, if you're wondering, this is the way to play it in set 12 Magic and Mayhem. You want to go into AP. There are just better attack speed scaling AP units right now, with Varus not really being the absolute demon that he will be maybe potentially later on in the set once the next few patches come through. For now, Ryze is the unit you want, and Nami without items is good because you want to have that extra bit of CC. But all of a sudden, the positioning really not ideal here. I think that's going to be end of the road for White Jungler. Karma taken down very early. Briar, Setsuko really showcasing why Briar is a fit on this board for so many players when they're playing around this flexible game plan. Wet Jungler and Cambiz ended up 5th and 6th. Dark Hydra 7th. That's the end of the series. Vitality, a dominant showing. 2-0 for Team Soju, Milk, Setsuko, Toronto, Tokyo. Showing they mean business.
Can't double win out?
Double can't win out. There's 3 players from Carmine Corp in the bottom 4. It doesn't matter. There's 3 players. If there's 3 players in the bottom 4, the math is done. It's over.
Yeah, Castus and math have been a great combination here. But again, just showcasing why, like we've been talking about this Vitality team as one of the teams with the highest cap. If all of the players are locked in, and very rarely have this set of players been locked in at the same time competitively in that Americas circuit here. So really showing them all firing on these cylinders. It's an absolutely amazing showcasing of just like how strong this Vitality team can be.
And could this be kind of a misstep in the game plan for Carmine Corp in this game too? Playing maybe a little bit too flexibly. Dark Hydra onto the flexible augment. Didn't have the best setup until the end. It was too little, too late. 2 players on Karma Flex. In one case, it was of course built different for White Jungler. Not going into the meta reroll lines as often as he did in game 1. In this case, the opposite we saw from most of the players from Vitality. We saw the Kog'Maw 2 games in a row. We saw the Kassadin very often as well. So all in all, a great showcase from Vitality. From Carmine Corp, the next question I have is it possibly a problem of the language barrier? Is it the combination of France and Germany that has never been seen before really in EMEA, a problem when it comes to communicating rapidly and efficiently in a Team 4v4 format?
Yeah, it's also worth noting, right, that the Vitality team has been really locked in due to that bootcamp that have been going on, right? An incredibly strong team that has really dedicated themselves. Like, as I was kind of joking with Soju about doing a content media day yesterday, it's like the first sighting of Soju in like what feels like over a month, just because they've been so hard locked in on this EWC prep.
When someone like Soju locks in this hard for tournaments and gives up the I think one of the most exciting moments in TFT as a content creator, which is the start of a set where you're learning all the new units, climbing the ladder, trying to grind infinite games, which is I think what players like Milk and Setsuko and Soju are known for, to really lock into a tournament like this. I think it showcases how important this tournament is for all of our players. It's very rare to have literally the best players from every region when it comes to making it to Worlds and doing well, coming into a LAN event like this, all coming in person, and especially the start of the set, where being creative is rewarded, where trying to figure out a set in 1 week is rewarded. I think it's a special moment as a competitor for all these players, and it showcases for Team Vitality.
Yeah, and also at the end of day 1 here, we get to see one of the most powerful item combinations at work here. The Blighting Jewel on the Karma. One of the biggest lines opened up by the artifact, if it wasn't for the fact that Karma is pretty much, you know, an open line for anyone to kind of go down.
And it is, you know, a Syndra 3 doing most of the work here. Karma is just trying to, you know, tag some units, say, hey, I'm Karma, I'm still here, I'm doing some damage. Really for Blighting Jewel, just as an extra little insight, I think it's the one time that for Corona Karma, if you have the right upgrade with Camille 2, makes a lot of sense, where you have that extra time to buy, and it really elevates the Karma, which is kind of living on borrowed time, where she has that much more time to scale the Blighting Jewel damage.
Yeah, and I'm kind of excited to see whether or not we are going to be seeing a bunch of portable forges coming out over the course of the week as like the first augment being picked up as well, right? Because there are some really interesting lines, like something like Mittens, for example, can be a super powerful tool for a lot of these melee units, really buy them some time, but we do see that Double 61 has been eliminated from the game here, so now it's just the sheer formalities as the game has been finished here, David. Absolutely amazing showcase here and a dominant 2-0 victory for Vitality.
Maybe not as close of a series as we expected. I thought this would be similar to T1 versus Weibo in that second series of the day. Kind of the mirrored showdown from two of the best Eastern teams in TFT right now, the two of the best teams in the West, with Americas and EMEA both represented. Not the case. Vitality came out swinging, and I think really the tempo game plan in stage 3, the loss streak game plan from players like Hydra with the flexible, with players like Double who just open forward at stage 2, might not be the way to go when it comes to the 4v4 format. I think it could have worked out if you have all your upgrades, but two players going for Karma. White Jungler and Double didn't find their upgrades on the roll down to 4-2. It makes it very, very difficult. That being said, we are not done. Carmine has a chance tomorrow to win their elimination match, to move into the decider match in the group stage, and still to make playoffs.
Yeah, it's also worth noting, right, that you gotta question yourself here if your Carmine call, like, has your meta read been incorrect? That's a very big thing now, because do you end up oversteering? Because like, do your calls need any steering at all? It is such a fine line to balance in a double elimination format.
And right now, looking off the top of my head from the results from today, EMEA and America is actually on relative parity. We had 2 wins for each of the regions and 2 losses for those regions. GK Esports from Brazil and Fnatic with the big upset loss to Z10 are the 2 losers on this day 1. They'll have to fight back the elimination matches tomorrow. And Toronto Ultra and Vitality back-to-back Series 3 and 4 getting big wins for the Americas region, with the French teams at least working out in the very first series with Volta and Enzo and the Coco, with branching out being extremely dominant in their win.
Yeah, definitely, and that's one of the reasons why I chose branching out as my pick to win it all. It is such an fantastic selection of players coming together with great 4v4 experience, but overall, the players have just been looking extremely locked in.
And all in all, I think the meta today has been relatively what we expected. We did see some glimpses of really, really flexible play. I think tomorrow we'll see the learnings from this day 1. We'll see the adaptations and the shift in the meta potentially tomorrow to see open lines maybe being sought out by our competitors. We're going to post-game interview very soon with our winners on this final series of the day. So take it away into that wonderful, wonderful stage, and we'll get some extra insight into what it takes to win a series of TFT on the big stage with the caliber of players that we saw throughout the entirety of these last 3 games, or 2 games.
Soju, another 2-0 series has landed amongst us, but I want to kick off the discussions because obviously here at the Esports World Cup there are plenty of regions, and there's been a lot of discussion about who you might think the strongest region is in the entirety of EWC.
I think it's probably NA or China.
All right, any particular reason for why?
I mean, scrims aren't everything, but there's some teams that are a lot stronger than others, and I think in team environment or 4v4s, there's a lot less variance. And the better team most of the time will win, unless there's some Giga 2-1 Syndra 3-item type angle where they guarantee to win the game. Yeah, I think 4v4 is great, and there's definitely less variance. It's better than solos. But I think China and NA has been the most impressive in scrims.
I'm loving the fact that you actually favor and love the 4v4 format. There's been a lot of discussion over that as well. But your next opponent, I don't know if you know this, is going to be Mirayan Sejong. So let me know your thoughts. Obviously, with it being a new set, there are plenty of unknowns. How do you think that they're going to look to approach the game against you guys?
I don't know how they're going to approach the series. Honestly, we expected Twisted Minds to win. We haven't scrimmed against either of them because they're in our group, obviously. But I think we're better, and it'll probably be a 2-0 again.
You're better. There we go. There we have it. Thank you so much for joining me. Congrats again. Without further ado, that is all from me here on the stage. But our wonderful analyst and desk are going to continue to break this one down.
Jasmine. It's me, Casanova, here with Hupe-san and Clement once again as we talk a bit about this series. I mean, Vitality really ran away with this one, and KC, I think, found some struggles in their overall strategy.
Yeah, I was very surprised of how late game focused KC Strategies was. If you look across their board, it's full open from double 61. Wet Jungler going for 4 costs with Build Different, and Dark Hydra going with the high stakes augment in Flexible. So all of these strategies are late game focused. They put no pressure on the card pools from the side of Vitality, and Vitality were able to play self-contested Syndra and then just walk away with it.
Yeah, even though we saw Soyu going 8th place, he didn't got the composition of the goal. It was the open space for K-Corp to actually win it out again. They couldn't accomplish it, and the highlight has to be Milk. He played amazing. He got a lot of reroll in the early game and finally closed it out with the Syndra and with the best comp that is Vanguard in the front line.
Yeah, it's nice to be given the free Syndra from the team. Everybody gifted Milk that one, which is great. And I want to talk a little bit, you know, Soju coming into this game as well, having a really good first game. This time around, kind of getting baited by that Gwen in the early stages.
True. He was originally angling for more of like a Honeymancer style. We saw the Kog'Maw being built already, and then he pivoted into AP items, couldn't get those AP items anywhere in the rest of the comp, and just went for a fast 8th. When maybe not the carry you want to focus too much on.
Yeah, he had the 2 healthy, so he had to go for the Kog'Maw. The game gives you when you probably need to use it, and he didn't have the spot to the reroll, so I think it was a commitment to not go 8th. He did go 8th in the end, but the idea was to at least go 7 and try to punish the rest of the lobby. He was holding some units, so he actually helped the team even though he went 8th.
Well, he almost was able to outplace Dark Hydra in that one, because Dark Hydra ends up having to play around that Varus and Smolder, which is also kind of not the carries we're really wanting to see.
Yeah, we did see the Arcana come out, but it was a little bit too little too late. It was the last 2 of the emblems that he actually got. In early game, it was just pure bleed out for him. So we saw 2 free fall players from KC and just not enough pressure on the side of Vitality.
All right, well now it's time to talk about our MVP. Milk is going to be the one. And, you know, we talk about North American players and we talk about Setsuko and Dish Soap and Weijian Iverson, but the one on top of everyone else whenever people do tier lists is Milk when he tries. And I think we have Milk trying here.
We also saw him, we saw him also in the camera, and the player said that he's the one that he's been leading the team. So he's like the captain of the team, even though obviously Soju is like the representative, the name outside. So very mature for him to actually help the team and get that knowledge into them.
I knew it was over when Milk said on socials that he was going to read the abilities of the champions this time. He didn't do it for the previous set, and we have seen the results here.
Milk when he tries, right? There we go. And now we get him playing. He's not even one-tricking a comp like we've seen him do when he's at his peak. He's played both Karma in this and then also rerolled the Syndra. So yes, he's playing the best comps. That's what Milk always does, but he's finding different styles and finding success that way too.
Yeah, and also he recognizes, he said it in the interview, he loves this style of games. He sees this as the future of the competitive in TFT. That's a bold statement for Milk, and it's true because it's very great to see the players performing, talking to themselves, and showing joy, showing sadness, and obviously now the MVP for the match is Milk.
Well, I mean, a big thing that Milk in the past has said is sometimes he doesn't enjoy certain sets, right? And the sets that he enjoys, he does really well. Well, he said that he enjoys 4v4 more than playing TFT solo, and Milk's enjoyment to skill level is always in tandem, right? If he's having fun, he's playing well.
I do want to point out in both of our MVP cards right there, he's actually won 75% of his rounds. That's a huge number. The amount of pressure you can put on other people. And I just want to remind people, going for 4-cost strategy, especially when you're aiming for Karma, is so dangerous because all the Syndra players, as we saw with Milk right there, are also holding your Karmas.
We have to talk also a little about Toronto Tokyo. He didn't perform like in the bottom or in the top, but he always performed in the middle, getting good placement and helping the rest of the team. So we always talk about the hero. In this case, it was Milk. Soyu, even with a net place, he helped the rest of the team. But in the middle, we had Setsuko, we had Toronto Tokyo, helping also and making that that middle ground that actually performing the rest. So teams, amazing 4v4. For me, also, is the future of TFT.
Yeah, well, we did see Vitality take down KC here, but we also have the B stream going with other games, so let's send it on down to Ian to break down what has been happening over there.
As you can see, it is very quiet as the dust starts to settle here on our secondary stage. The B stream is complete, and we just saw 2 series finish very quickly, rapid fashion. Falcons beat Na'Vi 2-0 here on day 1 of the group stages, and MSJ beat Twisted Minds 2-0 also. That was super quick and a bit of a shock upset victory. Twisted Minds and Na'Vi have a little bit of work to do as they go into day 2 of the group stages.
All right, thanks so much, Ian. And now we're taking a look at the bracket. You can see it for yourself. MSJ 2-0ing Twisted Minds.
And I just want to say, a lot of people are coming into this tournament underestimating MSJ. I had a team in the open qualifiers called Krusty Krabs, and we got whooped by MSJ. So I know they're really good. They taught a lot about how to play the 4v4 style, and for them, it's all about focusing the lower HP player.
Yeah, and that does mean Twisted Minds versus KC will be an elimination match tomorrow, which is insane. So we can take a look further, right? We saw Wolves and Branching Out win earlier, which means Zeta Division will be taking on GK Esports, and we'll see if the Brazilian Storm can hold on and keep things rolling, or if Japan will take them out. On the other side, Zero Tenacity with the upset over Fnatic as T1 took down Weibo Gaming. So Fnatic versus Weibo, another crazy elimination match that we probably wouldn't have expected coming in.
Yeah, both elimination brackets in this and the previous group are so amazing, so we will focus on them tomorrow and we'll have the rest. Now, second bracket, Clement, Team Falcon, Toronto Ultra, making the difference, both with a 2-0 against their competition.
And these two teams actually scrimmed each other quite a bit here, so they're going to be very familiar with each other's strategy. We're going to see some new things coming out.
I talked to the people of Toronto. They say, I cannot promise a 2-0, but we can win 2-1 against Falcon.
Well, I mean, it's funny because what they said in the post-game interview is that they were going to absolutely 2-0 the Falcons tomorrow. So let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule to see what's happening. We're going to start with Zeta versus GK. Then we'll be going to Fnatic versus Weibo. Then, of course, followed by Falcons versus Toronto. And then that final game will be TBD. We'll see which one we end up picking up. But I don't know, which games are you most excited for going into tomorrow?
I mean Toronto, because they said first, as you mentioned in the interview, that they were going to 0, but after they saw actually Falcon performing and their own performance, they say, okay, 2-1. And it's cool. I mean, these are games, as you say, they've been to so many scrims working together, and it's very particular that Toronto is maybe the only one that is playing the Chinese meta. So many scrims with those possibilities, they say that they prefer that meta than the Occidental meta. So it's pretty good to see how they actually perform and the way they have been together practicing.
For me, it's going to have to be the elimination matches, especially Fnatic versus Weibo Gaming. I think a lot of people didn't expect to see these teams potentially out so early on day 2 of the event right here. Fnatic, again, the only team with 2 global championships on the roster here, might just be saying goodbye already, which just shows the caliber of this event.
All right, that's what we've got for tomorrow, but let's take a look here at the Kadia play of the game. Excited to see. We had a lot of great plays throughout the day, but one of the big stories was Bintum on this comeback to keep his team within the series. He had to finish second in this game, and it was a series of quick positioning in multiple fights in a row, this one being the final one to secure that second place. He gets the wrap onto the rise. It was massive.
It was so beautiful. He did the last second swap between all of the dummies and is able to fake out the player on the other side. Also, look at his main carry. It's a Nyla with multi-striker. Very rare to see this line. Also a very low roll situation for him. He couldn't find the 7 multi-striker the entire game, still manages to win out in this unorthodox style.
Yeah, and Bintum for sure the leader of the game. He knew he had a bad, not a bad performance, but a bad game maybe in the first one. He said, this is not winnable, so okay, we lose the first one. Then he come out for the second, and then they win it all. So actually the 2-1 that they predicted was enabled, and very good for them. Very calm, and the way they were communicating, laughing slowly, called it mine. I felt so good making them and seeing the win.
All right, well, we had a ton of amazing games today, and we're going to have even more tomorrow, but that's going to do it for us on the first day of TFT at EWC, but make sure that you tune in tomorrow for even more incredible action here on Magic and Mayhem.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. die. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me One by one, you always come back like a curse. Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life, antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you.